Numa Pompilius did not more conceal from notice the lessons he received from Egeria than did George Morley those which he received from the basket-maker natural. Indeed, must be his wish for secrecy pretty story, it would be for Humberston its future rector, learning how to preach a sermon from an old basket-maker, but he had a nobler and more imperious motive for discretion. His honour was engaged to it. Waif exacted a promise that he would regard the intercourse between them as strictly private and confidential. "It is for my sake I ask this," said Waif frankly, "though I might say it was for yours the Oxonian promised," and was bound. Fortunately, Lady Montfort quitted the great house the very day after George had first encountered the basket-maker and writing word that she should not return to it for some weeks. George was at liberty to avail himself of her lord's general invitation to make use of Montfort Court as his lodgings, when in the neighbourhood which the proprieties of the world would not have allowed him to do while Lady Montfort was there without either host or female guests. Accordingly, he took up his abode in a corner of the vast palace, and was easily enabled when he pleased to traverse unobserved the solitudes of the park, gain the waterside, or stroll thence through the thick copse leading to Waif's cottage, which bordered the park pales, solitary, sequestered beyond sight of the neighbouring village. The great house all to himself. George was brought in contact with no one to whom in unguarded moments he could even have let out a hint of his new acquaintance, except the clergyman of the parish, a worthy man who lived in strict retirement upon a scanty stipend, for the Marquis was the lay impropriator. The living was therefore but a very poor vicarage below, the acceptance of a vicomte or a vicomte's tutor sure to go to a worthy man forced to live in strict retirement. George saw too little of this clergyman either to let out secrets or pick up information from him. However, George did incidentally learn that Waif had some months previously visited the village, and proposed to the bailiff to take the cottage and osier land, which he now rented, that he represented himself as having known an old basket-maker who had dwelt there many years ago, and as having learned the basket craft of that long-deceased operative, as he offered a higher rent than the bailiff could elsewhere obtain, and as the bailiff was desirous to get credit with Mr. Carvipont for improving the property, by reviving thereon an art which had fallen into desuetude. The bargain was struck, provided the candidate, being a stranger to the place, could furnish the bailiff with any satisfactory reference. Waif had gone away, saying he should shortly return with the requisite testimonial. In fact, poor man, as we know, he was then counting on a good word from Mr. Hartop. He had not, however, returned for some months, the cottage having been meanwhile wanted for the temporary occupation of an under-gamekeeper, while his own was under repair. Fortunately remained unlet. Waif, on returning accompanied by his little girl, had referred the bailiff to a respectable house-agent and collector of street rents in Bloomsbury, who wrote word that a lady then abroad had authorised him, as the agent employed in the management of a house property from which much of her income was derived, not only to state that Waif was a very intelligent man, likely to do well whatever he undertook, but also to guarantee, if required, the punctual payment of the rent for any holding of which he became the occupier. On this the agreement was concluded. The basket-maker installed in the immediate neighbourhood. There was no custom for basket work, but Waif's performances were so neat, and some so elegant and fanciful, that he had no difficulty in contracting with a large tradesman not at Humberston but a more distant, and yet more thriving town about 20 miles off, for as much of such work as he could supply each week. The carrier took his goods, and brought back the payments. The profits amply sufficed for Waif's and Sophie's daily bread, with even more than the surplus set aside for the rent. For the rest, the basket-maker's cottage being at the farthest outskirts of the straggling village, inhabited by a labouring peasantry, his way of life was not much known, nor much inquired into. He seemed a harmless, hard-working man, never seen at the beer-house, always seen with his neatly dressed little grandchild in his quiet corner at church. On Sundays, a civil, well-behaved man too, who touched his hat to the bailiff and took it off to the vicar. An idea prevailed that the basket-maker had spent much of his life in foreign countries, favoured partly by a sobriety of habits which is not altogether national, partly by something in his appearance which, without being above his lowly calling, did not seem quite in keeping with it outlandish. In short, but principally by the fact that he had received since his arrival 2 letters with a foreign postmark. The idea befriended the old man, allowing it to be inferred that he had probably outlived the friends he had formerly left behind him in England, and on his return been sufficiently fatigued with his rambles to drop contented in any corner of his native soil, wherein he could find a quiet home and earn by light toil a decent livelihood. George, though naturally curious to know what had been the result of his communication to Mrs. Cranewither, it had led to Waif's discovery, or caused him. Annoyance had hitherto, however, shrunk from touching upon a topic which subjected himself to an awkward confession of officious intermeddling, and to which any indirect allusion might appear an indelicate attempt to pry into painful family affairs. But one day he received a letter from his father which disturbed him greatly, and induced him to break ground and speak to his preceptor frankly. In this letter, the elder Mr. Morley mentioned incidentally, amongst other scraps of local news, that he had seen Mr. Hartop, who was rather out of sorts, his good heart not having recovered the shock of having been abominably taken in by an impostor for whom he had conceived a great fancy, and to whose discovery George himself had providentially led. The father referred here to what George had told him of his first meeting with Waif and his visit to Mrs. Crane. The impostor, it seemed from what Mr. Hartop let fall, not being a little queer in the head, as George had been led to surmise, but a very bad character, in fact, added the elder Morley, a character so bad that Mr. Hartop was too glad to give up to her lawful protectors the child whom the man appears to have abducted. And I suspect from what Hartop said, though he does not like to own, that he was taken in to so gross a degree that he had been actually introducing to his fellow townsfolk, and conferring familiarly with a regular jailbird, perhaps a burglar. How lucky for that poor soft-headed excellent Joss Hartop, whom it is positively as inhuman to take in as it would be to defraud a born natural, that the lady you saw arrived in time to expose the snares laid for his benevolent credulity. But for that, Joss might have taken the fellow into his own house just like him, and been robbed by this time, perhaps murdered, heaven knows. Incredulous and indignant, and longing to be empowered to vindicate his friend's fair name, George seized his hat and strode quick along the path towards the basket-maker's cottage. As he gained the waterside, he perceived Waif himself, seated on a mossy bank under a gnarled fantastic thorn tree, watching a deer as it came to drink, and whistling a soft mellow tune of an old English border song. The deer lifted his antlers from the water, and turned his large bright eyes towards the opposite bank, whence the note came, listening and wistful as George's step crushed the wild time which the thorn tree shadowed. Hush, said Waif, and mark how the rudest musical sound can affect the brute creation. He resumed the whistling, a clearer, louder, wilder tune that of a lively hunting song. The deer turned quickly round, uneasy, restless, tossed its antlers and bounded through the fern. Waif again changed the key of his primitive music, a melancholy bellany, note like the belling itself of a melancholy heart, but more modulated into sweetness. The deer arrested its flight, and lured by the mimic sound, returned towards the waterside slowly and statelily. I don't think the story of Orpheus charming the brutes was a fable, do you, sir? Said Waif. The rabbits about here know me already, and if I had but a fiddle, I would undertake to make friends with that reserved and unsocial water-rat, on whom Sir Isaac in vain endeavours at present to force his acquaintance. Man commits a great mistake in not cultivating more intimate and amicable relations with the other branches of earth's great family, few of them not more amusing than we are naturally, for they have not our cares, and such variety of character too, where you would least expect it. George Morley, very true, Cowper, noticed marked differences of character in his favourite hares. Waif hares, I am sure that there are not 2 houseflies on a window-pane, 2 minnows in that water, that would not present to us interesting points of contrast. As to temper and disposition, if houseflies and minnows could but coin money, or set up a manufacture, contrive something, in short, to buy or sell attractive to Anglo-Saxon enterprise and intelligentsia, of course, we should soon have diplomatic relations with them, and our dispatches and newspapers would instruct us to a T in the characters and propensities of their leading personages. But where man has no pecuniary nor ambitious interests at stake in his commerce with any class of his fellow creatures, his information about them is extremely confused and superficial. The best naturalists are mere generalizers, and think they have done a vast deal when they classify a species. What should we know about mankind if we had only a naturalist's definition of man? We only know mankind by knocking classification on the head, and studying each man as a class in himself. Compare Buffon and Shakespeare. Alas, sir, can we never have a Shakespeare for houseflies and minnows? George Morley, with all respect for minnows and houseflies, if we found another Shakespeare, he might be better employed, like his predecessor, in selecting individualities from the classifications of man. Waif, being yourself a man, you think so. A housefly might be of a different opinion, but permit me at least to doubt whether such an investigator would be better employed in reference to his own happiness, though I grant that he would be so in reference to your intellectual amusement and social interests. Poor Shakespeare, how much he must have suffered. George Morley, you mean that he must have been racked by the passions he describes, bruised by collision with the hearts he dissects. That is not necessary to genius. The judge on his bench summing up evidence, and charging the jury has no need to have shared the temptations, or been privy to the acts of the prisoner at the bar, yet how consummate may be his analysis. No, cried Waif roughly, no, your illustration destroys your argument. The judge knows nothing of the prisoner. There are the circumstances, there is the law, by these he generalizes, by these he judges right or wrong. But of the individual at the bar of the world, tremendous world within, that individual heart, I repeat, he knows nothing. Did he know law and circumstances might vanish, human justice would be paralyzed. Ho, their place that swart-visaged looking foreigner in the dark, and let counsel open the case, hear the witnesses depose. O horrible wretch, a murderer, unmanly murderer, a defenseless woman, smothered by caitiff hands. Hang him up, softly whispers the poet, and lifts the veil from the assassin's heart. Lo, it is Othello the Moor. What jury now dare find that criminal guilty? What judge now put on the black cap, who now says hang him up? With such lifelike force did the comedian vent this passionate outburst that he thrilled his listener with an awe akin to that which the convicted Moor gathers round himself at the close of the sublime drama. Even Sir Isaac was startled, and leaving his hopeless pursuit of the water-rat, uttered a low bark, came to his master, and looked into his face with solemn curiosity. Waif, relapsing into colloquial accents, why do we sympathize with those above us more than with those below? Why, with the sorrows of a king, rather than those of a beggar? Why does Sir Isaac sympathize with me more than let that water-rat vex him? Ever so much I can possibly sympathize with him. Whatever be the cause, see at least, Mr. Morley, one reason why a poor creature like myself finds it better employment to cultivate the intimacy of brutes than to prosecute the study of men among men. All are too high to sympathize with me. But I have known two friends who never injured nor betrayed Sir Isaac. Is one Wamba was another Wamba, sir, the native of a remote district of the globe. Two friends. Civilized Europe is not large enough to afford any one man. Wamba, sir, was less gifted by nature, less refined by education than Sir Isaac, but he was a safe and trustworthy companion. Wamba, sir, was an opossum. George Morley. Alas, my dear Mr. Waif, I fear that men must have behaved very ill to you. Waif, I have no right to complain. I have behaved very ill to myself. When a man is his own enemy, he is very unreasonable if he expect other men to be his benefactors. George Morley with emotion. Listen, I have a confession to make to you. I fear I have done you an injury, where officiously I meant to do a kindness. The scholar hurried on to narrate the particulars of his visit to Mrs. Crane. On concluding the recital he added, when again I met you here, and learned that your Sophie was with you, I felt inexpressibly relieved. It was clear then, I thought, that your grandchild had been left to your care, unmolested either, that you had proved not to be the person of whom the parties were in search, or family affairs had been so explained and reconciled that my interference had occasioned you no harm. But today I have a letter from my father which disquiets me much. It seems that the persons in question did visit Gatesborough, and have maligned you to Mr. Hartop. Understand me, I ask for no confidence which you may be unwilling to give, but if you will arm me with the power to vindicate your character from aspersions, which I need not your assurance to hold unjust and false, I will not rest till that task be triumphantly accomplished. Waif, in a tone calm but dejected. I thank you with all my heart, but there is nothing to be done. I am glad that the subject did not start up between us, until such little service as I could render you, Mr. Morley, was pretty well over. It would have been a pity if you had been compelled to drop all communication with a man of a tainted character, before you had learned how to manage the powers that will enable you hereafter to exhort sinners worse than I have been. Hush, so you feel that at least now I am an inoffensive old man, labouring for a humble livelihood. You will not repeat here what you may have heard, or yet hear to the discredit of my former life. You will not send me and my grandchild forth from our obscure refuge to confront a world with which we have no strength to cope, and believing this, it only remains for me to say farewell, sir. I should deserve to lose speech altogether, cried the Oxonian, gasping and stammering fearfully, as he caught Waif firmly by the arm. If I suffer suff. 1 2 take time, sir, said the comedian softly, and with a sweet patience he reseated himself on the bank. The Oxonian threw himself at length by the outcast's side, and with the noble tenderness of a nature as chivalrously Christian as heaven ever gave to priest, he rested his folded hands upon Waif's shoulder, and looking him full and close in the face, said thus slowly, deliberately, not a stammer, you do not guess what you have done for me. You have secured to me a home and a career, the wife of whom I must otherwise have despaired, the divine vocation, on which all my earthly hopes were set, and which I was on the eve of renouncing. Do not think these are obligations which can be lightly shaken off if there are circumstances which forbid me to disabuse others of impressions, which wrong you imagine not that their false notions will affect my own gratitude to me, own respect for you. Nay, sir, they must perhaps not your exaggerated gratitude for a service, which you should not however measure by its effects on yourself, but by the slightness of the trouble it gave to me, not perhaps your gratitude, but your respect, yes. I tell you, no, do you fancy that I cannot judge of a man's nature, without calling on him, to trust me with all the secrets, all the errors, if you will, of his past life, will not the calling to which I may now hold myself destined, give me power and commandment to absolve all those who truly repent, and unfeignedly believe, O Mr. Waif, if in earlier days you have sinned, do you not repent? And how often in many a lovely gentle sentence dropped unawares from your lips have I had cause to know that you unfeignedly believe, were I now clothed with sacred authority? Could I not absolve you as a priest, think you, that in the meanwhile, I dare judge you as a man, I life's new recruit, guarded hitherto from temptation, by careful parents, and favouring fortune I presume to judge and judge harshly, the grey-haired veteran wearied by the march, wounded in the battle. You are a noble-hearted human being, said Waif, greatly affected, and mark my words, a mantle of charity, so large, you will live to wear as a robe of honour. But hear me, sir, Mr. Hartop also is a man infinitely charitable, benevolent, kindly, and through all his simplicity, acutely shrewd. Mr. Hartop, on hearing what was said against me, deemed me unfit to retain my grandchild, resigned the trust I had confided to him, and would have given me alms, no doubt, had I asked them, but not his hand. Take your hands, sir, from my shoulder, lest the touch sully you. George did take his hands from the vagrant's shoulder, but it was to grasp the hand that waved them off, and struggled to escape the pressure. You are innocent, forgive me, that I spoke to you of repentance as if you had been guilty. I feel you are innocent, feel it by my own heart. You turn away. I defy you to say that you are guilty of what has been laid to your charge, of what has darkened your good name, of what Mr. Hartop believed to your prejudice. Look me in the face, and say I am not innocent, I have not been belied. Waif remained voiceless, motionless. The young man, in whose nature lay yet unproved all those grand qualities of heart, without which never was there a grand orator, a grand preacher, qualities which grasp the results of argument and arrive at the end of elaborate reasoning, by sudden impulse her released Waif's hand, rose to his feet, and facing Waif, as the old man sat with face averted, eyes downcast, breast heaving, said loftily, "Forget that I may soon be the Christian minister, whose duty bows his ear to the lips of shame and guilt, whose hand, when it points to heaven, no mortal touch can sully, whose sublimest post is by the sinner's side. Look on me. But as man and gentleman, see, I now extend this hand to you, if as man and gentleman you have done that which could all hearts be read, all secrets known. Human judgment, reversed by divine omniscience, forbids you to take this hand, then reject it, go hence, we part. But if no such act be on your conscience, however, you submit to its imputation, then in the name of truth, as man and gentleman to man and gentleman, I command you to take this right hand, and in the name of that honour which bears no paltering, I forbid you to disobey." The vagabond rose like the dead at the spell of a magician, took, as if irresistibly, the hand held out to him, and the scholar, overjoyed, fell on his breast, embracing him as a son. "You know," said George in trembling accents, "that the hand you have taken will never betray, never desert, but is it really powerless to raise, and to restore you to your place?" "Powerless amongst your kind, for that indeed," answered Waif in accents still more tremulous. "All the kings of the earth are not strong enough to raise a name that has once been trampled into the mire. Learn that it is not only impossible for me to clear myself, but that it is equally impossible for me to confide to mortal being a single plea in defence, if I am innocent, in extenuation if I am guilty. And saying this, and entreating you to hold it more merciful to condemn than to question. Meffer, question is torture. I cannot reject your pity, but it would be mockery to offer me respect. What not respect? The fortitude which calumny cannot crush. Would that fortitude be possible, if you were not calm in the knowledge that no false witnesses can mislead the eternal judge? Respect you, yes, because I have seen you happy in despite of men, and therefore I know that the cloud around you is not the frown of heaven." "Oh," cried Waif, the tears rolling down his cheeks, "and not an hour ago I was jesting at human friendship, venting graceless spleen on my fellow men, and no, sir, Providence is so kind to me." And said he, brushing away his tears, as the old arch smile began to play round the corner of his mouth, "and kind to me in the very quarter in which unkindness had so sorely smitten me. True, you directed towards me the woman who took from me my grandchild, who destroyed me in the esteem of good Mr. Hartop. Well, you see I have my sweet Sophie back again. We are in the home of all others I most longed for, And that woman, yes, I can at least thus far confide to you my secrets, so that you may not blame yourself for sending her to Gatesborough. That very woman knows of my shelter furnished me with the very reference necessary to obtain. It has freed my grandchild from a loathsome bondage, which I could not have legally resisted, and should new persecutions chase us will watch and warn and help us. And if you ask me how this change in her was effected, how when we had abandoned all hope of green fields, and deemed that only in the crowd of a city we could escape those who pursued us, when discovered there, though I fancied myself an adept in disguise, and the child and the dog were never seen out of the 4 garret walls in which I hid them, if you ask me, I say, to explain how that very woman was suddenly converted from a remorseless foe into a saving guardian, I can only answer by no wit, no device, no persuasive art of mine. Providence softened her heart, and made it kind just at a moment when no other agency on earth could have rescued us from. Say no more. I guess the paper this woman showed me was a legal form authorizing your poor little Sophie to be given up to the care of a father. I guess of that father you would not speak ill to me, yet from that father you would save your grandchild. Say no more, and yon quiet home, your humble employment, really content you. Oh, if such a life can but last. Sophie is so well, so cheerful, so happy. Did not you bear her singing the other day? She never used to sing, but we had not been here a week when song broke out from Herontot as from a bird. But if any ill report of me travel hither from Gatesborough or elsewhere, we should be sent away, and the bird would be mute in my thorntry. Sophie would sing no more. Do not fear that slander shall drive you hence. Lady Montfort, you know, is my cousin, but you know not, Fudo, how thoroughly generous and gentle-hearted she is. I will speak of you to Hero. Do not look alarmed. She will take my word when I tell her that is a good man, and if she ask more, it will be enough to say those who have known better days are loth to speak to strangers of the past. I thank you earnestly, sincerely, said Waif, brightening up. One favour more. If you saw in the formal document shown to you, or retain on your memory, the name of the person authorized to claim Sophie as his child, you will not mention it to Lady Montfort. I am hot sure if ever she heard that name, but she may have done so, and he paused a moment, and seemed to muse, then went on, not concluding his sentence. You are so good to me, Mr. Morley, that I wish to confide in you. As far as I can now, you see I am already an old man, and my chief object is to raise up a friend for Sophie, when I am gone, a friend in her own sex, sir. Oh, you cannot guess how I long, how I yearn to view that child under the holy fostering eyes of a woman. Perhaps, if Lady Montfort saw my pretty Sophie, she might take a fancy to her. Oh, if she did, and Sophie, added Waif, proudly, has a right to respect. She is not like Minnie Hovel is good enough for me, but for her do you know that I conceived that hope, that the hope helped to lead me back here, when months ago I was at Humberston intent upon rescuing Sophie. And Sotho, observed Waif, with a sly twitch of the muscles round his mouth, I had no right at that precise moment to be seeing anything Lady Montfort's humane fear for a blind old impostor, who was trying to save his doga black dog, sir, who had dyed his hair from her carriage wheels. And the hope became stronger still, when the first Sunday I attended yon village church, I again saw that fair, wondrously fair face at the far end, fair as moonlight, and as melancholy. Strange it is, sir, that naturally a boisterous, mirthful man, and now a shy, skulking fugitive, I feel more attracted, more allured towards a countenance in proportion. As I read there the trace of sadness, I feel less abased by my own nothingness, more emboldened to approach, and say, not so far apart from me, thou too hast suffered. Why is this? George Morley, the fool hath said in his heart that there is no God, but the fool hath not said in his heart that there is no sorrow. Pithy and most profound sentence, intimating the irrefragable claim that binds men to the father. And when the chain tightens, the children are closer drawn together, but to your wish I will remember it, and when my cousin returns she shall see your Sophie. Chapter Roman 5. Mr. Waif, being by nature unlucky, considers that in proportion as fortune brings him good luck, nature converts it into bad. He suffers Mr. George Morley to go away in his debt, and Sophie fears that he will be dull in consequence. George Morley, a few weeks after the conversation last recorded, took his departure from Montfort Court, prepared without a scruple to present himself for ordination to the friendly bishop from Waif. He derived more than the cure of a disabling infirmity. He received those hints which, to a man who has the natural temperament of an orator, so rarely united with that of the scholar, expedite the mastery of the art that makes the fleeting human voice an abiding, imperishable power. The grateful teacher exhausted all his lore upon the pupil, whose genius he had freed, whose heart had subdued himself before leaving George, was much perplexed how to offer to Waif any other remuneration than that which in Waif's estimate had already overpaid all the benefits he had received, namely unquestioning friendship and pledged protection. It need scarcely be said that George thought the man to whom he owed fortune and happiness was entitled to something beyond that moral recompense, but he found at the first delicate hint that Waif would not hear of money, though the ex-comedian did not affect any very quixotic notion on that practical subject. To tell you the truth, sir, I have rather a superstition against having more money in my hands than I know what to do with. It has always brought me bad luck, and what is very hard, bad luck stays. But the money goes there was that splendid sum I made at Gatesborough. You should have seen me counting it over. I could not have had a prouder or more swelling heart if I had been that great man Mr. Elwes the miser. And what bad luck it brought me, and how it all frittered itself away, nothing to show for it, but a silk ladder and an old hurdy-gurdy. And I sold them at half price then. When I had the accident which cost me this eye, the railway people behaved so generously, gave me L120, think of that, and before 3 days the money was all gone. How was that? Said George, half amused, half pained. Ed stolen, perhaps. Not so, answered Waif somewhat gloomily, but restored a poor dear old man who thought very ill of me, and I don't wonder at it. Was reduced from great wealth to great poverty. While I was laid up, my landlady read a newspaper to me, and in that newspaper was an account of his reverse and destitution, but I was accountable to him for the balance of an old debt, and that with the doctor's bills quite covered my I hope he does not think quite so ill of me now, but the money brought good luck to him rather than to me. Well, sir, if you were now to give me money, I should be on the lookout for some mournful calamity. Gold is not natural to me. Some day, however, by and by, when you are inducted into your living, and have become a renowned preacher, and have plenty to spare, with an idea that you will feel more comfortable in your mind, if you had done something royal for the basket maker, I will ask you to help me to make up a sum which I am trying by degrees to save, an enormous sum, almost as much as I paid away from my railway compensation. I owe it to the lady who lent it to release Sophie from an engagement which I certainly, without any remorse of conscience, made the child break. Oh yes, what is the amount? Let me at least repay that debt. Not yet, the lady can wait, and she would be pleased to wait, because she deserves to wait. It would be unkind to her to pay it off at once. But in the meanwhile, if you could send me a few good books for Sophie, instructive, yet not very, very dry, and a French dictionary, I can teach her French when the winter days close. And you see, I am not above being paid, sir. But Mr. Morley, there is a great favour you can do me. What is it? Speak. Cautiously refrain from doing me a great disservice. You are going back to your friends and relations. Never speak of me to them. Never describe me and my odd ways. Name not the lady nor the man who claimed Sophie. Your friends might not hurt me, others might talk travels. The hair is not long in its form, when it has a friend in a hound that gives tongue. Promise what I ask, promise it, as man and gentleman. Certainly, yet I have one relation to whom I should like, with your permission, to speak of you, with whom I could wish you acquainted. He is so thorough a man of the world, that he might suggest some method to clear your good name, which you yourself would approve. My uncle Colonel Morley. On no account, cried Waif almost fiercely, and he evinced so much anger and uneasiness that it was long before George could pacify him by the most earnest assurances that his secret should be inviolably kept, and his injunctions faithfully obeyed. No men of the world consulted how to force him back to the world of men, that he fled from no colonels to scan him with martinet eyes, and hint how to pipeclay a tarnish. Waif's apprehensions gradually allayed, and his confidence restored. One fine morning George took leave of his eccentric benefactor. Waif and Sophie stood gazing after him from their garden gate, the cripple leaning lightly on the child's arm. She looked with anxious fondness into the old man's thoughtful face, and clung to him more closely as she looked. Will you not be dull, poor Grandy? Will you not miss him? A little at first, said Waif, rousing himself. Education is a great thing, an educated mind, provided that it does us no mischief, which is not always the case, cannot be withdrawn from our existence without leaving a blank behind. Sophie, we must seriously set to work and educate ourselves. We will, Grandy dear, said Sophie with decision, and a few minutes afterwards, if I can become very, very clever, you will not pine so much after that gentleman, will you, Grandy? Chapter Romans 6 being a chapter that comes to an untimely end. Winter was far advanced when Montfort Court was again brightened by the presence of its lady. A polite letter from Mr. Carr Vipont had reached her before leaving Windsor, suggesting how much it would be for the advantage of the Vipont interest if she would consent to visit for a month or two the seat in Ireland which had been too long neglected, and at which my lord would join her on his departure from his Highland moors. So to Ireland went Lady Montfort. My lord did not join her there, but Mr. Carr Vipont deemed it desirable for the Vipont interest that the wedded pair should reunite at Montfort Court, where all the Vipont family were invited to witness their felicity, or mitigate their unrest. But before proceeding another stage in this history, it becomes a just tribute of respect to the great House of Vipont to pause, and place its past records and present grandeur in fuller display before the reverential reader. The House of Vipont. What am I about the House of Vipont requires a chapter to itself. Chapter Romans 7. The House of Vipont Majora Canimus. The House of Vipont. Looking back through ages, it seems as if the House of Vipont were one continuous living idiosyncrasy, having in its progressive development a connected unity of thought and action, so that through all the changes of its outward form it had been moved and guided by the same single spirit. Le roi est, mort vive le roi, et Vipont dies, live the Vipont. Despite its high-sounding Norman name, the House of Vipont was no house at all for some generations after the conquest. The first Vipont who emerged from the obscurity of time was a rude soldier of Gascon origin in the reign of Henry Roman II, one of the 1,000 fighting men who sailed from Milford Haven with the stout Earl of Pembroke on that strange expedition which ended in the conquest of Ireland. This gallant man obtained large grants of land in that fertile island. Some Mac or some O vanished, and the House of Vipont rose. During the reign of Richard Roman I, the House of Vipont, though recalled to England, leaving its Irish acquisitions in charge of a fierce cadet who served as middleman, excused itself from the crusade, and by marriage with a rich goldsmith's daughter was enabled to lend moneys to those who indulged in that exciting but costly pilgrimage. In the reign of John, the House of Vipont foreclosed its mortgages on lands thus pledged, and became possessed of a very fair property in England, as well as its fiefs in the sister isle. The House of Vipont took no part in the troublesome politics of that day. Discreetly obscure, it attended to its own fortunes, and felt small interest in Magna Charta during the reigns of the Plantagenet Edwards, who were great encouragers of mercantile adventure. The House of Vipont, shunning Cressy Bannockburn and such profitless brawls, intermarried with London traders and got many a good thing out of the Genoese. In the reign of Henry Roman IV, the House of Vipont reaped the benefit of its past forbearance and modesty. Now, for the first time, the Viponts appear as belted knights. They have armorial bearings, they are Lancasterian to the backbone, they are exceedingly indignant against heretics, they burn the Lollards. They have places in the household of Queen Joan, who was called a witch, but a witch is a very good friend when she wields a sceptre instead of a broomstick. And in proof of its growing importance, the House of Vipont marries a daughter of the then mighty House of Darrell in the reign of Henry Roman V. During the invasion of France, the House of Vipont, being afraid of the dysentery, which carried off more brave fellows than the field of Agincourt, contrived to be a minor. The Wars of the Roses puzzled the House of Vipont sadly, but it went through that perilous ordeal with singular tact and success. The manner in which it changed sides, each change safe, and most changes lucrative, is beyond all praise. On the whole, it preferred the Yorkists. It was impossible to be actively Lancasterian, with Henry Roman VI of Lancaster always in prison, and thus at the death of Edward Roman IV the House of Vipont was Baron Vipont of Vipont with 20 manors. Richard Roman III counted on the House of Vipont when he left London to meet Richmond at Bosworth. He counted without his host. The House of Vipont became again intensely Lancasterian, and was amongst the first to crowd round the litter in which Henry Roman VII entered the metropolis in that reign. It married a relation of Impson's, did the great House of Vipont, and as nobles of date had become scarce, and poor Henry Roman VII was pleased to make the House of Vipont an earl, the Earl of Montfort. In the reign of Henry Roman VIII, instead of burning Lollards, the House of Vipont was all for the Reformation. It obtained the lands of 2 priories, and 1 abbey. Gorged with that spoil, the House of Vipont, like an anaconda in the process of digestion, slept long. But no, it slept not, though it kept itself still as a mouse during the reign of bloody Queen Mary, only letting it be known at court that the House of Vipont had strong papal leanings, though during the reigns of Elizabeth and James it made no noise. The House of Vipont was silently inflating its lungs and improving its constitution. Slept indeed, it was wide awake. Then it was that it began systematically its grand policy of alliances. Then was it sedulously grafting its olive branches on the stems of those fruitful new houses that had sprung up with the Tudors. Then, alive to the spirit of the day, provident of the wants of the morrow, over the length and breadth of the land, it wove the interlacing network of useful cousinhood. Then, too, it began to build palaces to enclose parks. It travelled too a little, did the House of Vipont. It visited Italy. It conceived a taste. Very elegant house became the House of Vipont, and in James' reign for the first time the House of Vipont got the Garter. The civil wars broke out. England was rent asunder. Peer and knight took part with one side or the other. The house of Vipont was again perplexed. Certainly at the commencement, it was all for King Charles, but when King Charles took to fighting, the house of Vipont shook its sagacious head, and went about like Lord Falkland, sighing peace, peace. Finally, it remembered its neglected estates in Ireland. Its duties called it thither to Ireland. It went discreetly sad, and marrying a kinswoman of Lord Fauconberg, connection least exposed to fortune's caprice of all the alliances formed by the Lord Protector's family, it was safe when Cromwell visited Ireland, and no less safe when Charles Roman II was restored to England. During the reign of the merry monarch, the house of Vipont was a courtier, married a beauty, got the garter again, and for the first time became the fashion. Fashion began to be a power in the reign of James Roman II. The house of Vipont again contrived to be a minor, who came of age just in time to take the oaths of fealty to William and Mary, in case of accidents. The house of Vipont kept on friendly terms with the exiled Stuarts, but it wrote no letters, and got into no scrapes. It was not, however, till the government under Sir Robert Walpole established the constitutional and parliamentary system, which characterizes modern freedom, that the puissance accumulated through successive centuries by the house of Vipont became preeminently visible. By that time, its lands were vast, its wealth enormous, its parliamentary influence as a great house was a part of the British Constitution. At this period, the house of Vipont found it convenient to rend itself into two grand divisions, the peers' branch and the commoners. The House of Commons had become so important that it was necessary for the house of Vipont to be represented there by a great commoner. Thus arose the family of Carr-Vipont, that division owing to a marriage settlement favouring a younger son by the heiress of the Carrs, carried off a good slice from the estate of the earldom. Uno averso non deficit alter. The earldom mourned, but replaced the loss by two wealthy wedlocks of its own, and had long since seen cause to rejoice that its power in the upper chamber was strengthened by such aid in the lower, for thanks to its parliamentary influence, and the aid of the great commoner in the reign of George Roman III, the house of Vipont became a marquess. From that time to the present day, the house of Vipont has gone on prospering and progressive. It was to the aristocracy what the Times newspaper is to the press, the same quick sympathy with public feeling, the same unity of tone and purpose, the same adaptability, and something of the same lofty tone of superiority to the petty interests of party. It may be conceded that the house of Vipont was less brilliant than the Times newspaper, but eloquence and wit necessary to the duration of a newspaper were not necessary to that of the house of Vipont. Had they been so, it would have had them. The head of the house of Vipont rarely condescended to take office with a rent roll loosely estimated at about L a year. It is beneath a man to take from the public a paltry 5,000 or 6,000 a year, and undergo all the undignified abuse of popular assemblies and a ribald press, but it was a matter of course that the house of Vipont should be represented in any cabinet that a constitutional monarch could be advised to form. Since the time of Walpole, a Vipont was always in the service of his country, except in those rare instances when the country was infamously misgoverned. The cadets of the house, or the senior member of the great commoners' branch of it, sacrificed their ease to fulfil that duty. The Montfort marquesses in general were contented with situations of honour in the household, as of Lord Steward, Lord Chamberlain, or Master of the Horse, not onerous dignities, and even these they only deigned to accept on those special occasions when danger threatened the Star of Brunswick, and the sense of its exalted station forbade the house of Vipont to leave its country in the dark. Great houses like that of Vipont assist the work of civilization. By the law of their existence they are sure to have a spirited and wealthy tenantry, to whom, if, but for the sake of that popular character, which doubles political influence, they are liberal and kindly landlords, under their sway fens and sands become fertile agricultural experiments, are tested on a large scale, cattle and sheep improve in breed, national capital augments, and springing beneath the ploughshare circulates indirectly to speed the ship and animate the loom. Had there been no Woburn, no Holkham, no Montfort court, England would be the poorer by many a million. Our great houses tend also to the refinement of national taste. They have their show places, their picture galleries, their beautiful grounds. The humblest drawing rooms owe an elegance or comfort, the smallest garden a flower or esculent, to the importations which luxury borrowed from abroad, or the inventions it stimulated at home for the original benefits of great houses. Having a fair share of such merits in common with other great houses, the house of Vipont was not without good qualities peculiar to itself, precisely because it was the most egotistical of houses, filled with the sense of its own identity, and guided by the instincts of its own conservation. It was a very civil, good-natured house, courteous, generous, hospitable, a house, I mean the head of it, not of course all its subordinate members, including even the august Lady Selina, that could bow graciously and shake hands with you even if you had no vote yourself. You might have a cousin who had a vote, and once admitted into the family, the house adopted you. You had only to marry one of its remotest relations, and the house sent you a wedding present, and at every general election invited you to rally round your connection. The Marquis, therefore, next only to the established church, the House of Vipont, was that British institution the roots of which were the most widely spread. Now the Viponts had for long generations been an energetic race. Whatever their defects, they had exhibited shrewdness and vigour. The late Marquis, grandfather to the present, had been perhaps the ablest that is done most for the House of Vipont of them, all of a grandiose and superb mode of living, of a majestic deportment, of princely manners, of a remarkable talent for the management of all business, whether private or public, a perfect enthusiast for the House of Vipont, and aided by a marchioness in all respects worthy of him, might be said to be the culminating flower of the venerable stem. But the present lord, succeeding to the title as a mere child, was a melancholy contrast not only to his grandsire, but to the general character of his progenitors. Before his time every head of the house had done something for it. Even the most frivolous had contributed. One had collected the pictures, another the statues, a third the medals, a fourth had amassed the famous Vipont library, while others had at least married heiresses, or augmented through ducal lines the splendour of the interminable cousinhood. The present Marquis was literally nil. The pith of the Viponts was not in him. He looked well, he dressed well. If life were only the dumb show of a tableau, he would have been a paragon of a Marquis. But he was like the watches we give to little children, with a pretty gilt dial plate, and no works in them. He was thoroughly inert. There was no winding him up. He could not manage his property. He could not answer his letters. Free few of them could he even read through. Politics did not interest him, nor literature, nor field sports. He shot, it is true, but mechanically, wondering perhaps why he did shoot. He attended races, because the House of Vipont kept a racing stud. He bet on his own horses, but if they lost, showed no vexation. Admirers, no Marquis of Montfort could be wholly without them, said what fine temper, what good breeding. It was nothing but constitutional apathy. No one could call him a bad man. He was not a profligate, an oppressor, a miser, a spendthrift. He would not have taken the trouble to be a bad man on any account. Those who beheld his character at a distance would have called him an exemplary man. The more conspicuous duties of his station, subscriptions, charities, the maintenance of grand establishments, the encouragement of the fine arts, were virtues admirably performed for him by others, but the phlegm or nullity of his being was not after all so complete as I have made it perhaps appear. He had one susceptibility which is more common with women than with men. The susceptibility to pique. His amour propre was unforgiving pique. That, and he could do a rash thing, foolish thing, a spiteful thing. Pique, that, and prodigious the watch went. He had a rooted pique against his marchioness. Apparently, he had conceived this pique from the very first. He showed it passively by supreme neglect. He showed it actively by removing her from all the spheres of power which naturally fall to the wife when the husband shuns the details of business. Evidently he had a dread lest anyone should say Lady Montfort influences my lord. Accordingly, not only the management of his estates fell to Car Vipont, but even of his gardens, his household, his domestic arrangements. It was Car Vipont, or Lady Selina, who said to Lady Montfort, "Give a ball, you should ask so and so to dinner." Montfort was much hurt to see the old lawn at the Twickenham villa broken up by those new Boscays. True, it is settled on you as a jointure house, but for that very reason Montfort is sensitive, etc. In fact, they were virtually as separated, my lord and my lady, as if legally disunited, and as if Car Vipont and Lady Selina were trustees or intermediaries in any polite approach to each other. But on the other hand, it is fair to say that where Lady Montfort's sphere of action did not interfere with her husband's plans, habits, likings, dislikings, jealous apprehensions, that she should be supposed to have any ascendancy over what exclusively belonged to himself, as Roy Faineant of the Viponts, she was left free, as ere no attempt at masculine control or conjugal advice at her disposal, was wealth without stint, every luxury the soft could desire, every gewgaw the vain could covet. Had her pin money, which in itself was the revenue of an ordinary peeress, failed to satisfy her wants, had she grown tired of wearing the family diamonds, and coveted new gems from Galkandar, single word to Car Vipont or Lady Selina would have been answered by a carte blanche on the Bank of England. But Lady Montfort had the misfortune not to be extravagant in her tastes. Strange to say, in the world Lord Montfort's marriage was called a love match. He had married a portionless girl daughter to one of his poorest and obscurest cousins, against the uniform policy of the House of Vipont, which did all it could for poor cousins, except marrying them to its chief, But Lady Montfort's conduct in these trying circumstances was admirable, and rare few affronts can humiliate us unless we resent them, and in vain Lady Montfort had that exquisite dignity which gives to submission the grace of cheerful acquiescence, that in the gay world flatterers should gather round a young wife so eminently beautiful, and so wholly left by her husband to her own guidance, was inevitable. But at the very first insinuated compliment, or pathetic condolence, Lady Montfort, so meek in her household, was haughty enough to have daunted Lovelace. She was thus very early felt to be beyond temptation, and the boldest passed on nor presumed to tempt. She was unpopular, called proud and freezing. She did not extend the influence of the house, she did not confirm its fashion, which necessitates social ease, and which no rank, no wealth, no virtue can of themselves suffice to give, and this failure on her part was a great offence in the eyes of the house of Vipont. She does absolutely nothing for us, said Lady Selina. But Lady Selina in her heart was well pleased that to her in reality thus fell almost without a rival the female representation in the great world of the Vipont honours. Lady Selina was fashion itself. Lady Montfort's social peculiarity was in the eagerness with which she sought the society of persons who enjoyed a reputation for superior intellect, whether statesmen, lawyers, authors, philosophers, artists. Intellectual intercourse seemed as if it was her native atmosphere, from which she was habitually banished, to which she returned with an instinctive yearning and a new zest of life. Yet was she cold even here, nor seemingly without justice capricious and unsteady in her likings. These clever personages, after a little while, all seemed to disappoint her expectations of them. She sought the acquaintance of each with cordial earnestness, slid from the acquaintance with weary languor, never, after all, less alone than when alone. And so wondrous lovely, nothing so rare as beauty of the high type. Genius and beauty indeed are both rare. Genius, which is the beauty of the mind, beauty, which is the genius of the body. But of the two, beauty is the rarer. All of us can count on our fingers some 40 or 50 persons of undoubted and illustrious genius, including those famous in action, letters, art. But can any of us remember to have seen more than 4 or 5 specimens of first-rate ideal beauty? Whosoever had seen Lady Montfort would have ranked her amongst such 4 or 5. In his recollection, there was in her face that lustrous dazzle to which the Latin poet perhaps refers when he speaks of the nitter splendentes pario marmor purius et voltus niminum lubricus ad spissa, and which an English poet with the less sensuous but more spiritual imagination of northern genius has described in lines that an English reader may be pleased to see rescued from oblivion. Her face was like the Milky Way, the sky, a meeting of gentle lights without a name. Suckling ye. The eyes so purely bright, the exquisite harmony of colouring between the dark, not too dark hair, and the ivory of the skin, such sweet radiance, in the lip when it broke into a smile. And it was said that in her maiden day, before Caroline Lindsay became Marchioness of Montfort, that smile was the most joyous thing imaginable. Absurd now, you would not think it, but that stately lady had been a wild, fanciful girl, with the merriest laugh and the quickest tear filling the air round her with April sunshine. Certainly, no beings ever yet lived the life nature intended them to live, nor had fair play for heart and mind, who contrived by hook or by crook to marry the wrong person. Chapter Roman 8. The interior of the great house, the British Constitution at home. In a family party. Great was the family gathering that Christmastide at Montfort Court. Thither flocked the cousins of the house in all degrees, and of various ranks, from dukes who had nothing left to wish for that kings and cousinhoods can give to briefless barristers, and aspiring cornets of equally good blood with the Duchess' superb family, united its motley scions. Such reunions were frequent. They belonged to the hereditary policy of the house of Vipont. On this occasion, the muster of the clan was more significant than usual. There was a crisis in the constitutional history of the British Empire. A new government had been suddenly formed within the last 6 weeks, which certainly portended some direful blow on our ancient institutions, for the house of Vipont had not been consulted in its arrangements, and was wholly unrepresented in the ministry, even by a lordship of the Treasury. Car Vipont had therefore summoned the patriotic and resentful kindred. It is an hour or so after the conclusion of dinner. The gentlemen have joined the ladies in the state suite, a suite which the last Marquis had rearranged and redecorated in his old age, during the long illness that finally conducted him to his ancestors. During his earlier years that princely Marquis had deserted Montfort Court for a seat nearer to London, and therefore much more easily filled with that brilliant society of which he had been long the ornament, and central railways, not then existing for the annihilation of time and space, and a journey to a northern county 4 days, with post-horses making the invitations even of a Marquis of Montfort unalluring to languid beauties and gouty ministers. But nearing the end of his worldly career, this long neglect of the dwelling, identified with his hereditary titles, smote the conscience of the illustrious sinner, and other occupations beginning to pall his lordship, accompanied and cheered by a chaplain who had a fine taste in the decorative arts, came resolutely to Montfort Court, and there, surrounded with architects and gilders and upholsterers, redeemed his errors, and soothed by the reflection of the palace provided for his successor, added to his vaults a coffin. The suite expands before the eye. You are in the grand drawing-room, copied from that of Versailles, that is the picture full length of the late Marquis in his robes. Its pendant is the late Marchioness his wife. That table of malachite is a present from the Russian Emperor Alexander. That vase of Sevres which rests on it was made for Marie Antoinette to see her portrait enamelled. Its centre, through the open door at the far end, your eye loses itself in a vista of other pompous chambers. Music room, the statue hall, the orangery, other rooms. There are appurtening to the suite a ballroom fit for Babylon, a library that might have adorned Alexandria, but they are not lighted nor required on this occasion. It is strictly a family party, 60 guests, and no more. In the drawing-room, 3 Whistables carry off the more elderly, and grave the piano in the music-room attracts a younger group. Lady Selina Vipont's eldest daughter Honoria, a young lady not yet brought out, but about to be brought out the next season, is threading a wonderfully intricate German piece. Linked sweetness long drawn out. With variations, her science is consummate, no pains have been spared on her education, elaborately accomplished. She is formed to be the sympathizing spouse of a wealthy statesman. Lady Montfort is seated by an elderly duchess, who is good-natured, and a great talker. Near her are seated 2 middle-aged gentlemen who had been conversing with her, till the duchess, having cut in, turned dialogue into monologue. The elder of these 2 gentlemen is Mr. Car Vipont, bold, with clipped parliamentary whiskers, values himself on a likeness to Canning, but with a portlier presence, looks a largicrid man. Car Vipont has about a year, has often refused office for himself while taking care that other Viponts should have it. Is a great authority in committee business, and the rules of the House of Commons, speaks very seldom, and at no great length, never arguing, merely stating his opinion, carries great weight with him, and as he vote 15 other members of the House of Vipont besides admiring satellites, he can therefore turn divisions, and has decided the fate of cabinets. A pleasant man, a little consequential, but the reverse of hot, unctuously overbearing. The other gentleman to whom he is listening is our old acquaintance, Colonel Alban Vipont, Morley Darrell's friend, George's uncle, man of importance, not inferior indeed to that of his kinsman Carr, an authority in clubrooms, an oracle in drawing-rooms, a first-rate man of the beau monde. Alban Morley, a younger brother, had entered the Guards, young also from the Guards, with the rank of colonel, and on receipt of a legacy from an old aunt, which with the interest derived from the sum at which he sold his commission allowed him a clear income of a year. This modest income sufficed for all his wants. Fine gentleman though he had refused to go into Parliament, refused a high place in a public department. Single himself, he showed his respect for wedlock by the interest he took in the marriages of other people, just as Earl Warwick, too wise to set up for a king, gratified his passion for royalty by becoming the kingmaker. The colonel was exceedingly accomplished, a very fair scholar, knew most modern languages, in painting an amateur, in music a connoisseur, witty at times, and with wit of a high quality, but thrifty in the expenditure of it, too wise to be known as a wit, manly too, a daring rider, who had won many a fox's brush, a famous deer-stalker, and one of the few English gentlemen who still keep up the noble art of fencing twists, a week to be seen foil in hand against all comers in Angelo's rooms, thin, well-shaped, not handsome, my dear young lady, far from it, but with an air so thoroughbred that had you seen him in the day when the Opera House had a crush-room, and a fop's alla seen him in either of those resorts, surrounded by elaborate dandies and showy beautymen, dandies and beautymen, would have seemed to you second-rate and vulgar, and the eye, fascinated by that quiet form, plain in manner, plain in dress, plain in feature, would have said how very distinguished it is to be so plain, knowing the great world from the core to the cuticle, and on that knowledge basing authority and position. Colonel Morley was not calculating, not cunning, not suspicious, his sagacity the more quick, because its movements were straightforward, intimate with the greatest, but sought not, seeking not a flatterer nor a parasite, but when his advice was asked, even if advice necessitated reproof, giving it with military candour. In fine, a man of such social reputation as rendered him an ornament and prop to the House of Vipont, and with unsuspected depths of intelligence, and feeling which lay in the lower strata of his knowledge of this world, to witness of some other one, and justified Darrell in commending a boy like Lionel Houghton to the Colonel's friendly care and admonitory counsels. The Colonel, like other men, had his weakness, if weakness it can be called. He believed that the house of Vipont was not merely the Corinthian capital, but the embattled keep, not merely the Dulce d'Accuse, but the Presidium Calumenc Rerumoff, the British monarchy. He did not boast of his connection with the house. He did not provoke your spleen by enlarging on its manifold virtues. He would often have his harmless jest against its members or even against its pretensions, but such seeming evidences of forbearance or candour were cunning devices to mitigate envy. His devotion to the house was not obtrusive, it was profound. He loved the house of Vipont for the sake of England. He loved England for the sake of the house of Vipont. Had it been possible, by some tremendous reversal of the ordinary laws of nature, to dissociate the cause of England from the cause of the house of Vipont, the Colonel would have said, save at least the Ark of the Constitution, and rally round the old house. The Colonel had none of Guy Darrell's infirmity of family pride. He cared not a rush for mere pedigrees, much too liberal and enlightened for such obsolete prejudices. No, he knew the world too well not to be quite aware that old family and long pedigrees are of no use to a man if he has not some money or some merit. But it was of use to a man to be a cousin of the house of Vipont, though without any money, without any merit at all. It was of use to be part and parcel of a British institution. It was of use to have a legitimate, indefeasible right to share in the administration and patronage of an empire, on which, to use a novel illustration, the sun never sets. You might want nothing for yourself, the Colonel and the Marquis equally wanted nothing for themselves, but man is not to be a selfish egotist. Man has cousins. His cousins may want something. Demosthenes denounces, in words that inflame every manly breast, the ancient Greek, who does not love his polis or state, even though he take nothing from it, but bear an honour and contribute towards, eat a great many disagreeable taxes, as the polis to the Greek was the house of Vipont to Alban Vipont Morley. It was the most beautiful, touching affection imaginable. Whenever the house was in difficulties, whenever it was threatened by a crisis, the Colonel was by its side, sparing no pains, neglecting no means, to get the Ark of the Constitution back into smooth water. That duty done, he retired again into private life, and scorned all other reward than the still whisper of applauding conscience. Yes, said Alban Morley, whose voice, though low and subdued in tone, was extremely distinct, with a perfect enunciation. Yes, it is quite true. My nephew has taken Audacy's defect in speech, if not quite removed, has ceased to be any obstacle even to eloquence. An occasional stammer may be effectivate, increases interest, and when the right word comes there is the charm of surprise in it. I do not doubt that George will be a very distinguished clergyman. Mr. Carr Vipont, we want one. The house wants a very distinguished clergyman. We have none at this moment, not a bishop, not even a dean, all mere parish parsons, and among them not one. We could push very odd with more than 40 livings too, but the Viponts seldom take to the church. Kindly George must be pushed. The more I think of it, the more we want a bishop. A bishop would be useful in the present crisis. Looking round the rooms proudly, and softening his voice, a numerous gathering. Morley, this demonstration will strike terror in Downing Street. The old house stands firm. Never was a family so united. All here, I think that is all worth Namingol, except Sir James, whom Montfort chooses to dislike, and Georgine. George comes tomorrow. Colonel Morley, you forget the most eminent of all our connections, one who could indeed strike terror into Downing Street, were his voice to be heard again. Carr Vipont, whom do you mean? I know Guy Darrell, his wife was a Vipont, and he is not here, but he has long since ceased to communicate with any of us. The only connection that ever fell away from the house of Vipont, especially in a crisis like the present. Singular man, for all the use he is to us. He might as well be dead, but he has a fine fortune. What will he do with it? The Duchess, my dear Lady Montfort, you have hurt yourself with that paper cutter. Lady Montfort, no, indeed, hush, we are disturbing Mr. Carr Vipont. The Duchess, in awe of Carr Vipont, sinks her voice and gabbles on whisperously. Carr Vipont, resuming the subject, a very fine fortune. What will he do with it? Colonel Morley, I don't know, but I had a letter from him some months ago. Carr Vipont, you had, and never told me. Colonel Morley, of no importance to you, my dear Carr. His letter merely introduced to me a charming young fellow, a kinsman of his own. No, Vipont Lionel Houghton, son of poor Charlie Houghton, whom you may remember. Carr Vipont, yes, a handsome scamp went to the dogs, so Darrell takes up Charlie's son. What is his heir? Colonel Morley, in his letter to me, he anticipated that question in the negative. Car Vipont has Darrell any nearer kinsman? Colonel Morley, not that I know of. Car Vipont, perhaps he will select one of his wife's family for his heir Vipont, I should not wonder. Colonel Morley dryly, I should, but why may not Darrell marry again? I always thought he would, I think so still. Car Vipont, glancing towards his own daughter Honoria, well, a wife well chosen might restore him to society, and to us pity indeed that so great an intellect should be suspended, a voice so eloquent hushed. You are right in this crisis, Guy Darrell once more in the House of Commons. We should have all we require, an orator, a debater, very odd. But at this moment we have no speaker, we the Viponts. Colonel Morley, yourself. Car Vipont, you are too kind, I can speak on occasions, but regularly no, too much drudgery, not young enough to take to it now. So you think Darrell will marry again, a remarkably fine-looking fellow? When I last saw him not old, yet I dare say well preserved. I wish I had thought of asking him here. Montfort, Lord Montfort, with one or two male friends, was passing by towards a billiard-room, opening through a side door from the regular suite. Montfort, only think we forgot to invite Guy Darrell. Is it too late before our party breaks up? Lord Montfort sullenly, I don't choose Guy Darrell to be invited to my house. Car Vipont was literally stunned by a reply so contumacious. Lord Montfort demur at what Car Vipont suggested. He could not believe his senses. Not choose, my dear Montfort, you are joking. A monstrous clever fellow, Guy Darrell, and at this crisis. I hate clever fellows, no such bores, said Lord Montfort, breaking from the caressing clasp of Car Vipont, and stalking away. Spare your regrets, my dear Car, said Colonel Morley. Darrell is not in England, I rather believe he is in Verona. Therewith the Colonel sauntered towards the group gathered round the piano a little time. Afterwards Lady Montfort escaped from the Duchess, and mingling courteously with her livelier guests found herself close to Colonel Morley. Will you give me my revenge at chess? She asked with her rare smile. The Colonel was charmed as they sat down, and ranged their men. Lady Montfort remarked carelessly, I overheard you say you had lately received a letter from Mr. Darrell. Does he write as if well cheerful? You remember that I was much with his daughter, much in his house. When I was a child, he was ever most kind to me. Lady Montfort's voice here faltered. He writes with no reference to himself, his health, or his spirits, but his young kinsman described him to me as in good health, wonderfully young-looking for his years. But cheerful, no, Darrell and I entered the world together. We were friends, as much as a man so busy and so eminent as he could be friends with a man like myself, indolent by habit, and obscure out of Mayfair. I know his nature, we both know something of his family sorrows. He cannot be happy, impossibly lone, childless, secluded. Poor Darrell, abroad now in Verona too, the dullest place in mourning. Still for Romeo and Juliet is your turn to move. In his letter Darrell talked of going on to Greece, Asia, penetrating into the depths of Africa, the wildest schemes. Dear County Guy, as we called him at Eton, what a career his might have been. Don't let us talk of him, it makes me mournful like Goethe. I avoid painful subjects upon principle. Lady Montfort, no, we will not talk of him, no. I take the Queen's pawn, no, we will not talk of him, no. The game proceeded. The Colonel was within 3 moves of checkmating his adversary. Forgetting the resolution come to, he said, as she paused, and seemed despondently meditating a hopeless defence. Pray, my fair cousin, what makes Montfort dislike my old friend Darrell? Dislike, does he? I don't know. Vanquished again, Colonel Morley. She rose, and as he restored the chessmen to their barks, she leaned thoughtfully over the table. This young kinsman, will he not be a comfort to Mr. Darrell? He would be a comfort and a pride to a father, but to Darrell so distant a kinsman comfort we, and how Darrell will provide for him, that is all. A very gentlemanlike young man gone to Paris, by my advice, wants polish and knowledge of life. When he comes back, he must enter society. I have put his name up at White's. May I introduce him to you? Lady Montfort hesitated, and after a pause said almost rudely no. She left the Colonel slightly shrugging his shoulders, and passed into the billiard-room with a quick step. Some ladies were already there, looking at the players. Lord Montfort was chalking his cue. Lady Montfort walked straight up to him. Her colour was heightened, her lip was quivering. She placed her hand on his shoulder with a wife-like boldness. It seemed as if she had come there to seek him from an impulse of affection. She asked with a hurried, fluttering kindness of voice if he had been successful, and called him by his Christian name. Lord Montfort's countenance, before merely apathetic now, assumed an expression of extreme distaste. Come to teach me to make a cannon, I suppose, he said mutteringly, and turning from her contemplated the balls, and missed the cannon. Rather in my way, Lady Montfort, said he then, and retiring to a corner said no more. Lady Montfort's countenance became still more flushed. She lingered a moment, returned to the drawing-room, and for the rest of the evening was unusually animated, gracious, fascinating. As she retired with her lady guests for the night, she looked round, saw Colonel Morley, and held out her hand to him. "Your nephew comes here tomorrow," said she, "my old playfellow, impossible quite, to forget old friends, good night." Chapter Roman 9 Less extremes, see touchant. The next day the gentlemen were dispersed out of doors, a large shooting party. Those who did not shoot walked forth to inspect the racing stud, or the model farm. The ladies had taken their walk somewhere in their own rooms, some in the reception rooms at work or reading or listening to the piano. Honoria Carr-Vipont, again performing Lady Montfort, was absent. Lady Selina kindly supplied the hostess place. Lady Selina was embroidering with great skill and taste a pair of slippers for her eldest boy, who was just entered at Oxford, having left Eton with a reputation of being the neatest dresser, and not the worst cricketer of that renowned educational institute. It is a mistake to suppose that fine ladies are not sometimes very fond mothers and affectionate wives. Lady Selina, beyond her family circle, was trivial, unsympathizing, cold-hearted, supercilious by temperament, never kind, but through policy artificial as clockwork. But in her own home, to her husband, her children, Lady Selina was a very good sort of woman, devotedly attached to Carr-Vipont, exaggerating his talents, thinking him the first man in England careful of his honour, zealous for his interests, soothing in his cares, tender in his ailments, to her girls prudent and watchful, to her boys indulgent and caressing, minutely attentive to the education of the first according to her high-bred ideas of education, and they really were superior girls, with much instruction and well-balanced, mindless, authoritative, with the last, because boys being not under her immediate control, her sense of responsibility allowed her to display more fondness and less dignity in her intercourse with them than with young ladies who must learn from her example, as well as her precepts, the patrician decorum, which becomes the smooth result of impulse restrained and emotion checked. Boys might make a noise in the world, girls should make none. Lady Selina then was working the slippers for her absent son, her heart being full of him at that moment. She was describing his character and expatiating on his promise to 2 or 3 attentive listeners, all interested, as being themselves of the Vipont blood, in the probable destiny of the heir to the Carr-Viponts. "In short," said Lady Selina, winding up, "as soon as Reginald is of age we shall get him into Parliament. Carr has always lamented that he himself was not broken into office. Early Reginald must be nothing so requisite for public men as early training makes them practical, and not too sensitive to what those horrid newspaper men say that was Pitt's great advantage. Reginald has ambition, he should have occupation to keep him out of mischief. It is an anxious thing for a mother when a son is good-looking, such danger of his being spoiled by the women. Yes, my dear, it is a small foot, very small, his father's foot. If Lord Montfort should have no family," said a somewhat distant and subaltern Vipont whisperingly, and hesitating. "Does not the title—" "No, my dear," interrupted Lady Selina, "no, the title does not come to us. It is a melancholy thought, but the marquisate in that case is extinct. No other heir. From Gilbert, the first Marquis Carr, says there is even likely to be some dispute about the earldom. The barony, of course, is safe, goes with the Irish estates, and most of the English, and goes, don't you know, to Sir James Vipont, the last person who ought to have it, the quietest, stupidest creature, not brought up to the sort of thing, a mere gentleman farmer on a small estate in Devonshire. He is not here. No, Lord Montfort does not like him. Very natural, nobody likes his heir if not his own child, and some people don't even like their own eldest sons. Shocking. But so it is. Montfort is the kindest, most tractable being that ever was, except where he takes a dislike. He dislikes 2 or 3 people very much." "True, how he did dislike poor Mrs. Lindsay," said one of the listeners, smiling. "Mrs. Lindsay, yes, dear, Lady Montfort's mother. I can't say I pitied her, though I was sorry for Lady Montfort. How Mrs. Lindsay ever took in Montfort for Caroline, I can't conceive how she had the face to think of it. He, a mere youth at the time, kept secret from all his family, even from his grandmother, the darkest transaction. I don't wonder that he never forgave it." First listener: "Caroline has beauty enough to—" Lady Selina interrupting: "Beauty, of course, no one can deny that, but not at all suited to such a position, not brought up to the sort of thing. Poor Montfort, he should have married a different kind of woman, altogether a woman like his grandmother, the last Lady Montfort. Caroline does nothing for the house, nothing, has not even a child. Most unfortunate affair." Second listener: "Mrs. Lindsay was very poor, was not she? Caroline, I suppose, had no opportunity of forming those tastes and habits which are necessary for her." Lady Selina helping the listener: "For such a position, And such a fortune, you are quite right, my dear, people brought up in one way cannot accommodate themselves to another. And it is odd, but I have observed that people brought up poor can accommodate themselves less to being very rich than people brought up rich can accommodate themselves to being very poor. As Carr says in his pointed way, it is easier to stoop than to climb. Yes, Mrs. Lindsay was, you know, a daughter of Seymour Vipont, who was for so many years in the administration, with a fair income from his salary and nothing out of it. She married one of the Scotch Lindsay's good family, of course, with a very moderate property. She was left a widow young with an only child. Caroline came to town with a small jointure. The late Lady Montfort was very kind to her, so we all took her up. Pretty woman, pretty manners, worldly. Oh, very. I don't like worldly people well. But all of a sudden a dreadful thing happened. The heir-at-law disputed the jointure, denied that Lindsay had any right to make settlements on the Scotch property. Very complicated business. But luckily for her, Vipont Crook's daughter, her cousin and intimate friend, had married Darrell, the famous Darrell, who was then at the bar. It is very useful to have cousins married to clever people. He was interested in her case, took it up. I believe it did not come on in the courts in which Darrell practiced, but he arranged all the evidence, inspected the briefs, spent a great deal of his own money in getting up the case, and in fact he gained her cause, though he could not be her counsel. People did say that she was so grateful that, after his wife's death, she had set her heart on becoming Mrs. Darrell II, but Darrell was then quite wrapped up in politics, the last man to fall in love, and only looked bored when women fell in love with him, which a good many Roman 999 grand-looking creature, my dear. And quite the rage for a year or two. However, Mrs. Lindsay all of a sudden went off to Paris, and there Montfort saw Caroline and was caught. Mrs. Lindsay, no doubt, calculated on living with her daughter, having the run of Montfort House in town, and Montfort Court in the country. But Montfort is deeper than people think, for no, he never forgave her, she was never asked here, took it to heart, went to Rome and died. At this moment the door opened, and George Morley, now the Rev. George Morley, entered, just arrived to join his cousins. Some knew him, some did not. Lady Selina, who made it a point to know all the cousins, rose graciously, put aside the slippers, and gave him 2 fingers. She was astonished to find him not nearly so shy, as he used to be. Wonderfully improved, at his ease, cheerful, animated. The man now was in his right place, and following hope on the bent of inclination. Few men are shy when in their right places. He asked after Lady Montfort. She was in her own small sitting-room writing letter-slitters that Carr Vipont had entreated her to write, correspondence useful to the house of Vipont. Before long, however, a servant entered to say that Lady Montfort would be very happy to see Mr. Morley. George followed the servant into that unpretending sitting-room with its simple chintzes and quiet bookshelves room that would not have been too fine for a cottage. Chapter Roman 10. In every life, go it fast, go it slow, there are critical pausing places when the journey is renewed. The face of the country is changed. How well she suited that simple room herself, so simply dressed, her marvellous beauty, so exquisitely subdued. She looked at home there, as if all of home that the house could give were there collected. She had finished and sealed the momentous letters, and had come with a sense of relief from the table at the farther end of the room on which those letters, ceremonious and conventional, had been written, come to the window, which though midwinter was open, and the redbreast with whom she had made friends hopped boldly almost within reach, looking at her with bright eyes and head curiously aslant by the window. A single chair, and a small reading desk with the book lying open. The short day was not far from its close, but there was ample light still in the skies, and a serene if chilly stillness in the air without. Though expecting the relation she had just summoned to her presence, I fear she had half forgotten him. She was standing by the window deep in reverie, as he entered, so deep that she started when his voice struck her ear, and he stood before her. She recovered herself quickly, however, and said with even more than her ordinary kindliness of tone and manner towards the scholar, I am so glad to see and congratulate you. And I so glad to receive your congratulations, answered the scholar in smooth, slow voice, without a stutter. But George, how is this? Asked Lady Montfort. Bring that chair, sit down here, and tell me all about it. You wrote me word you were cured at least sufficiently to remove your noble scruples. You did not say how your uncle tells me by patient will and resolute practice, under good guidance, but I am going to confide to you a secret, if you will promise to keep it. Oh, you may trust me, I have no female friends. The clergyman smiled and spoke at once of the lessons he had received from the basket-maker. I have his permission, he said in conclusion, to confide the service he rendered me, the intimacy that has sprung up between us. But to you alone, not a word to your guests. When you have once seen him, you will understand why an eccentric man who has known better days would shrink from the impertinent curiosity of idle customers. Contented with his humble livelihood, he asks but liberty and repose. That I already comprehend, said Lady Montfort, half sighing, half smiling, but my curiosity shall not molest him, and when I visit the village I will pass by his cottage. Nay, my dear Lady Montfort, that would be to refuse the favour I am about to ask, which is that you would come with me to that very cottage, it would so please him. Please him, why? Because this poor man has a young female grandchild, and he is so anxious that you should see and be kind to her, and because too he seems most anxious to remain in his present residence. The cottage of course belongs to Lord Montfort, and is let to him by the bailiff, and if you deign to feel interest in him, his tenure is safe. Lady Montfort looked down and coloured. She thought perhaps how false a security her protection, and how slight an influence her interest would be, but she did not say so. George went on, and so eloquently, and so touchingly did he describe both grandsire and grandchild, so skilfully did he intimate the mystery which hung over them, that Lady Montfort became much moved by his narrative, and willingly promised to accompany him across the park to the basket-maker cottage the first opportunity. But when one has 60 guests in one's house, one has to wait for an opportunity to escape from them unremarked. And the opportunity, in fact, did not come for many days, not till the party broke up, save 1 or 2 dowager shecousins, who gave no trouble, and 1 or 2 bachelor hecousins, whom my lord retained to consummate the slaughter of pheasants, and play at billiards in the dreary intervals between sunset and dinner and bedtime. Then one cheerful frosty noon George Morley and his fair cousin walked boldly in evidence before the prying ghostly windows across the broad gravel walks, gained the secluded shrubbery, the solitary deeps of parkland, skirted the wide sheet of water, and passing through a private wicket in the paling, suddenly came upon the patch of osier ground and humble garden which were backed by the basket-maker's cottage. As they entered those lowly precincts, a child's laugh was borne to their ears, a child's silvery, musical, mirthful laugh. It was long since the great lady had heard a laugh like thought a happy child's natural laugh. She paused, and listened with a strange pleasure. Yes, whispered George Morley, stop and hush, there they are. Waif was seated on the stump of a tree, materials for his handicraft, lying beside neglected Sophie, was standing before him, raising his finger as if in reproof, and striving hard to frown. As the intruders listened they overheard that he was striving to teach her the rudiments of French dialogue, and she was laughing merrily at her own blunders, and at the solemn affectation of the shocked schoolmaster. Lady Montfort noted with no unnatural surprise the purity of idiom and of accent with which this singular basket-maker was unconsciously displaying his perfect knowledge of a language which the best-educated English gentleman of that generation, nay, even of this, rarely speaks with accuracy and elegance. But her attention was diverted immediately from the teacher to the face of the sweet pupil. Women have a quick appreciation of beauty in their own sex, and women who are themselves beautiful not the least irresistibly Lady Montfort felt attracted towards that innocent countenance, so lively in its mirth, and yet so softly gay. Sir Isaac, who had hitherto lain perdu watching the movements of a thrush amidst a hollybush, now started up with a bark. Waif rose. Sophie turned half in flight. The visitors approached. Here slowly, lingeringly let fall the curtain in the frank license of narrative years, will have rolled away ere the curtain rise again. Events that may influence a life often date from moments the most serene, from things that appear as trivial and unnoticeable as the great lady's visit to the basket-maker's cottage. Which of those lives will that visit influence hereafter? Woman's, the child's, the vagrant's, whose probably little that passes now would aid conjecture or be a visible link in the chain of destiny. A few desultory questions, a few guarded answers, a look or so, a musical syllable or two exchanged between the lady and the child, a basket bought, or a promise to call again, nothing worth the telling be it, then untold. View only the scene itself, as the curtain drops reluctantly, the rustic cottage, its garden door open, and open its old-fashioned lattice casements. You can see how neat and cleanly, how eloquent of healthful poverty, how remote from squalid penury, the whitewashed walls, the homely furniture within, creepers lately trained around the doorway, Christmas holly, with berries red against the window panes, the beehive, yonder a starling too outside the threshold, in its wicker cage in the background, all the rest of the neighbouring hamlet out of sight, the church spire tapering away into the clear blue wintry sky, all has an air of repose, of safety. Close beside you is the presence of home, that ineffable, sheltering, loving presence, which amidst solitude murmurs not solitary, a presence unvouchsafed to the great lady in the palace. She has left, and the lady herself, she is resting on the rude gnarled root stump, from which the vagrant had risen. She has drawn Sophie towards her, she has taken the child's hand, she is speaking now listening. And on her face kindness looks like happiness perhaps. She is happy that moment, and waif, he is turning aside his weatherby mobile countenance with his hand, anxiously trembling upon the young scholar's arm. The scholar whispers, "Are you satisfied with me?" and waif answers, in a voice as low, but more broken, "God reward you, O joy. If my pretty one has found at last a woman friend, poor vagabond. He has now a calm asylum, a fixed humble livelihood, more than that he has just achieved an object fondly cherished his past life. Allah's. What has he done with it, his actual life, broken fragment though it be, is at rest now, but still, the everlasting question-marking terrible question, with its phrasing of farce, and its enigmas of tragical sensuhat, will he do with it, do with what the all that remains to him? The all he holds, the all which man himself, betwixt free will and predecree, is permitted to do. Ask not the vagrant alone, ask each of the four there assembled, on that flying bridge, called the moment time, before thee, what wilt thou do with it? Ask thyself, ask the wisest out of effort to answer that question. What dream schools have risen never wholly to perish, the science of seers on the Chaldees per Tor, or in the rock caves of Delphi, gasped after, and grasped at by horn-handed mechanics, today in their lanes and alleys, to the heart of the populace sink, down the blurred relics, of what once was the lore of the secretist sages' hieroglyphical tatters, which the credulous vulgar attempt to interpret. What will he do with it? Ask Merle and his crystal. But the curtain descends, yet a moment there they ariage and childhood, poverty, wealth, station, vagabondage, the preacher's sacred learning, and august ambition, fancies of dawning, reason, hopes of intellect, matured memories of existence, wrecked household sorrows, untold, regrets, elegy and epic, in low close human sighs, to which poetry never yet gave voice, all for the moment personified there, before your glimpse for the guess, no more. Lower and lower falls the curtain, all is blank. Book Romans 6, chapter Roman 1. Etchings of Hyde Park in the month of June, which if this history escapes those villains the trunk makers, may be of inestimable value. To unborn antiquarians, characters long absent reappear and give some account of themselves. 5 years have passed away since this history opened. It is the month of June once more, June, which clothes our London in all its glory, fills its languid ballrooms with living flowers, and its stony causeways with human butterflies. It is about the hour of 6 p. Roman 1000, the lounge in Hyde Park is crowded along the road that skirts the Serpentine crawl, the carriages one after the other congregate by the rails, the lazy lookers on, lazy in attitude, but with active eyes and tongues, sharpened on the whetstone of scandaled scalagers of club windows, airing their vocabulary in the park, slowly saunter on foot idlers of all degrees, in the hierarchy of London idlest dandies, of established fame youthful tyros in their first season. Yonder in the ride forms less inanimate seem, condemned to active exercise, young ladies doing penance in a canter, old beaux at hard labour, in a trot sometimes, by a more thoughtful brow a still brisker pace. You recognise a busy member of the Imperial Parliament, who advised by physicians to be as much on horseback as possible, snatches an hour or so in the interval between the close of his committee and the interest of the debate, and shirks the opening speech of a well-known bore among such truant lawgivers. Grief, it is to say, it may be seen that once model member Sir Gregory Stolehead, grim dyspepsia seizing on him at last, relaxation from his duties becomes the adequate punishment for all his sins. Solitary he rides, and, communing with himself, yawns at every second upon chairs beneficently located under the trees. Towards the north side of the walk are interspersed small knots and coteries. In repose there you might see the ladies prim still, the ladies prim Janet and Wilhelmina. Janet has grown fat, Wilhelmina thin. But thin or fat, they are no less prims, they do not lack male attendants, they are girls of high fashion with whom young men think it a distinction to be seen talking of high principle too, and high pretensions unhappily for themselves. They are co-heiresses by whom young men under the rank of earls need not fear to be artfully entrapped into honourable intentions. They coquette majestically, but they never flirt. They exact devotion, but they do not ask in each victim a sacrifice on the horns of the altar. They will never give their hands where they do not give their hearts, and being ever afraid that they are courted for their money, they will never give their hearts save to wooers who have much more money than themselves. Many young men stop to do passing homage to the ladies prim, some linger to converse. Safe young Menthe, or all younger sons farther on, Lady Frost and Mr. Cramp the wit sit amicably side by side, pecking at each other with sarcastic beaks, occasionally desisting in order to fasten nip and claw upon that common enemy, the passing friend. The Slows, a numerous family, but taciturn, sit by themselves, bowed, to much accosted rarely. Note that man of good presence somewhere about 30 or a year or two more, who, recognized by most of the loungers, seems not at home in the lounge he has passed by the various coteries, just described, made his obeisance to the ladies prim, received an icy epigram from Lady Frost and a laconic sneer from Mr. Cramp, and exchanged silent bows with 7 silent slows. He has wandered on, looking high in the air, but still looking for some one not in the air, and, evidently disappointed in his search, comes to a full stop at length, takes off his hat, wipes his brow, utters a petulant prrr pshaw, and seeing a little in the background the chairless shade of a thin emaciated dusty tree thither, he retires and seats himself with as little care whether there to seat himself be the right thing in the right place, as if in the honeysuckle arbour of a village in it. Serves me right, said he to himself, a precocious villain bursts in upon me, breaks my day, makes an appointment to meet me here in these very walks, 10 minutes before 6, decoys me, with the promise of a dinner at Putney Room, looking on the river and fried flounders. I have the credulity to yield, I derange my habits, I leave my cool studio, I put off my easy blouse, I imprison my freeborn throat in a cravat invented by the thugs, the dog days are at hand, and I walk rashly over scorching pavements in a black frock coat and a brimless hat. I annihilate 3/6d in a pair of kid gloves. I arrive at this haunt of spleen, I run the gauntlet of Frost's slows and prims, and my traitor fails me 6:30, not a sign of him. And the dinner at Putneyfried flounders, dreams patience, 5 minutes more if then he comes not, breach for life between him and me. Ah, voila, there he comes, the laggard. But how those fine folks are catching at him. Has he asked them also to dinner at Putney? And do they care for fried flounders? The soliloquist's eye is on a young man much younger than himself, who is threading the motley crowd with a light, quick step, but is compelled to stop at each moment to interchange a word of welcome, a shake of the hand. Evidently, he has already a large acquaintance, evidently, he is popular, on good terms with the world, and himself, what free grace in his bearing, what gay good humour in his smile, powers above. Lady Wilhelmina surely blushes, as she returns his bow. He has passed Lady Frost, unblighted the slows evince emotion, at least the female slows, as he shoots by them with that sliding bow. He looks from side to side with the rapid glance of an eye, in which light seems all dance and sparkle. He sees the soliloquist under the meagre tree. The pace quickens, the lips part, half laughing. Don't scold, Vance, I am late, I know, but I did not make allowance for interceptions. Body owe me interceptions for an absentee just arrived in London. You seem to have no lack of friends. Friends made in Paris, and found again here at every corner, like pleasant surprise, but no friend so welcome and dear as Frank Vance. Sensible of the honour, O Lionello, the magnificent, verily you are born prince. The houses of Valois and of Medici were always kind to artists, but whither would you lead me? Back into that treadmill? Thank you humbly, no. A crowd in fine clothes is of all mobs the dullest. I can look undismayed on the many-headed monster, wild and rampant, but when the many-headed monster buys its hats in Bond Street, and has an eyeglass at each of its inquisitive eyes, I confess I take fright. Besides, it is near 7 o'clock, Putney not visible, and the flounders not fried. My cab is waiting yonder, we must walk to it. We can keep on the turf and avoid the throng. But tell me honestly, Vance, do you really dislike to mix in crowds? You with your fame dislike the eyes that turn back to look again, and the lips that respectfully murmur? Vance the painter, ah, I always said you would be a great painter, and in 5 short years you have soared high. Pooh, answered Vance indifferently, nothing is pure and unadulterated in London. Use not cream nor cayenne pepper, least of all fame mixed up with the most deleterious ingredients. Fame. Did you read the Times critique on my pictures in the present exhibition? Fame, indeed. Change the subject. Nothing so good as flounders. Ho! Is that your cab? Superb car, fit for the Grecian youth of talents rare in Mr. Enfield's speaker. Horse that seems conjured out of the Elgin marbles. Is he quiet? Not very, but trust to my driving. You may well admire the horse. Present from Darrell, chosen by Colonel Morley. When the young men had settled themselves into the vehicle, Lionel dismissed his groom, and touching his horse the animal trotted out briskly. Frank, said Lionel, shaking his dark curls with a petulant gravity, your cynical definitions are unworthy that masculine beard. You despise fame. What sheer affectation! Pulverum olympicum, collegius juvat metac fervides, evitata rhodis. Take care, cried Vance, we shall be over. For Lionel, growing excited, teased the horse with his whip, and the horse, bolting, took the cab within an inch of a water-cart. Fame, fame, cried Lionel, unheeding the interruption. What would I not give to have, and to hold it for an hour? Hold an eel less slippery, a scorpion less stinging. But, added Vance, observing his companion's heightened colour, but, he added seriously, And with an honest compunction I forgot you, or a soldier you follow the career of arms, never heed what is said on the subject. By a querulous painter the desire of fame may be folly in civilians, in soldiers it is wisdom. Twin-born with the martial sense of honor, it cheers the march, it warms the bivouac, it gives music to the whir of the bullet. The roar of the ball, it plants hope in the thick of peril, knits rivals with the bond of brothers. Comforts the survivor when the brother falls, takes from war its grim aspect of carnage, and from homicide itself, extracts lessons that strengthen the safeguards to humanity and perpetuate life. To nations right pant for fame, you are a soldier. This was one of those bursts of high sentiment from Vance, which, as they were very rare with him, had the dramatic effect of surprise. Lionel listened to him with a thrilling delight. He could not answer, he was too moved. The artist resumed, as the cabriolet now cleared the park, and rolled safely and rapidly along the road. I suppose during the 5 years you have spent abroad completing your general education, you have made little study, or none of what specially appertains to the profession you have so recently chosen. You are mistaken there, my dear Vance. If a man's heart be set on a thing, he is always studying it. The books I loved best and most pondered over were such as, if they did not administer lessons, suggested hints that might turn to lessons hereafter in social intercourse. I never was so pleased as when I could fasten myself to some practical veteran question and cross-examine him. One picks up more ideas in conversation than from books, at least I do. Besides, my idea of a soldier who is to succeed some day is not that of a mere mechanician at arms. See how accomplished most great captains have been, what observers of mankind, what diplomatists, what reasoners, what men of action, because men to whom reflection had been habitual before they acted. How many stores of idea must have gone to the judgment which hazards the sortie or decides on the retreat. Gently, gently, cried Vance, we shall be into that omnibus. Give me the whip-toe there, a little more to the left, so. Yes, I am glad to see such enthusiasm in your profession. T is half the battle. Hazlitt said a capital thing. The prentice who does not consider the Lord Mayor in his guilt, coach, the greatest man in the world, will live to be hanged. Pish, said Lionel, catching at the whip. Vance holding it back. No, I apologize, I retract. The Lord Mayor comparisons are odious. I agree with you. Nothing like leather. I mean nothing like a really great soldier, Hannibal. And so forth. Cherish that conviction, my friend. Meanwhile, respect human life. There is another omnibus. The danger past, the artist thought it prudent to divert the conversation into some channel less exciting. Mr. Darrell, of course, consents to your choice of a profession. Consents, approves, encourages, wrote me such a beautiful letter. What a comprehensive intelligence that man has. Necessarily, since he agrees with you. Where is he now? I have no notion. It is some months since I heard from him. He was then at Malta on his return from Asia Minor. So you have never seen him since he bade you farewell at his old manor house? Never. He has not, I believe, been in England. Nor in Paris, where you seem to have chiefly resided. Nor in Paris. Ah, Vance, could I but be of some comfort to him now that I am older, I think I understand in him much that perplexed me as a boy when we parted. Darrell is one of those men who require a home between the great world and solitude. He needs the intermediate filling up which the life domestic alone supplies, a wife to realize the sweet word helpmate, children with whose future he could knit his own toils, and his ancestral remembrances. That intermediate space annihilated the great world, and the solitude are left each frowning on the other. My dear Lionel, you must have lived with very clever people. You are talking far above your years. Am I true? I have lived, if not with very clever people, with people far above my years. That is a secret I learned from Colonel Morley, to whom I must present youth's subtlest intellect under the quietest manner. Once he said to me, would you throughout life be up to the height of your century, always, in the prime of man's reason, without crudeness, and without decline, live habitually, while young with persons older, and when old with persons younger than yourself? Shrewdly said, indeed. I felicitate you on the evident result of the maxim. And so Darrell has no Hamina wife, and no children. He has long been a widower. He lost his only son in boyhood, and his daughter, did you never hear? No. What? Married so ill, a runaway match, and died many years since without issue. Poor man, it was these afflictions then that soured his life, and made him the hermit or the wanderer. There, said Lionel, I am puzzled, for I find that even after his son's death and his daughter's unhappy marriage and estrangement from him, he was still in Parliament and in full activity of career. But certainly he did not long keep it up. It might have been an effort to which, strong as he is, he felt himself unequal, or might he have known, some fresh disappointment, some new sorrow, which the world never guesses. What I have said as to his family afflictions the world knows. But I think he will marry again. That idea seemed strong in his own mind. When we parted, he brought it out bluntly, roughly. Colonel Morley is convinced that he will marry if, but for the sake of an Vance, and if so, my poor Lionel, you are ousted of. Lionel quickly interrupting, hush, do not say, my dear Vance, do not you say one of those low mean things, which if said to me even by men for whom I have no esteem make my ears tingle, and my cheek blush, when I think of what Darrell has already done for me who have no claim on him. It seems to me as if I must hate the man who insinuates fear, lest your benefactor find a smile at his own hearth, a child of his own blood, for you may be richer at his death in proportion as his life is desolate. Vance, you are a fine young fellow, and I beg your pardon. Take care of that milestone. Thank you. But I suspect that at least 2/3 of those friendly hands that detained you on the way to me were stretched out less to Lionel Houghton, a subaltern in the Guards, than to Mr. Darrell's heir presumptive. Lionel, that thought sometimes galls me, but it does me good, for it goads on my desire to make myself someone whom the most worldly would not disdain to know, for his own sake. Oh, for active service. Oh, for a sharp campaign. Oh, for fair trial. How far a man in earnest can grapple fortune to his breast with his own strong hands. You have done so, Vance, you had, but your genius, and your painter's brush. I have no genius, but I have a resolve, and resolve is perhaps as sure of its ends as genius. Genius and resolve have 3 grand elements in common: patience, hope, and concentration. Vance, more and more surprised, looked hard at Lionel. Without speaking, 5 years of that critical age from 17 to 22, spent in the great capital of Europe, kept from its more dangerous vices, partly by a proud sense of personal dignity, partly by a temperament which, regarding love as an ideal for all tender and sublime emotion, recoiled from low profligacy, as being to love what the Yahoo of the mocking satirist was to man, absorbed much by the brooding ambition that takes youth out of the frivolous present into the serious future, and seeking companionship, not with contemporary idlers, but with the highest and maturest intellects that the free commonwealth of good society brought within his reach. 5 years, so spent, had developed a boy nursing noble dreams into a man fit for noble action, retaining freshest youth in its enthusiasm, its elevation of sentiment, its daring, its energy and divine credulity in its own unexhausted resources, but borrowing from maturity compactness and solidity of ideate link between speculation and practice, the power to impress on others a sense of the superiority which has been self-elaborated by unconscious culture. So said Vance after a prolonged pause, I don't know whether I have resolve or genius, but certainly if I have made my way to some small reputation, patience, hope, and concentration of purpose, must have the credit of it, and prudence too, which you have forgotten to name, and certainly don't evince as a charioteer. I hope, my dear fellow, you are not extravagant, no doubt. We do. The question is so like you, frank, thrifty as ever. Do you think I could have painted with a calm mind, if I knew that at my door there was a dun whom I could not pay? Art needs serenity, and if an artist begin his career with as few shirts to his back as I had, he must place economy amongst the rules of perspective. Lionel laughed again, and made some comments on economy which were certainly, if smart, rather flippant, and tended not only to lower the favourable estimate of his intellectual improvement, which Vance had just formed, but seriously disquieted the kindly artist. Vance knew the world, knew the peculiar temptations to which a young man in Lionel's position would be exposed, knew that contempt for economy belongs to that school of peripatetics, which reserves its last lessons for finished disciples in the sacred walks of the Queen's Bench. However, that was no auspicious moment for didactic warnings. Here we are, cried Lionel. Putney Bridge. They reached the little inn by the riverside, and while dinner was getting ready they hired a boat. Vance took the oars. Vance, not so pretty here as by those green quiet banks along which we glided at moonlight 5 years ago. Lionel, no, and that innocent charming child whose portrait you took, yo, have never heard of her since. Vance, never. How should I have you? Lionel, only what Darrell repeated to me. His lawyer had ascertained that she and her grandfather had gone to America. Darrell gently implied that from what he learned of them, they scarcely merited the interest I felt in their fate, but we were not deceived, were we, Vance? Vance, no, the little girl, what was her name? Suki, Sally, Sophie, true Sophie, had something about her extremely prepossessing besides her pretty face, and in spite of that horrid cotton print, I shall never forget it. Lionel, her face, nor Roman one, I see it still before me. Vance, her cotton print, I see it still before me, But I must not be ungrateful, would you believe it, that little portrait, which cost me £3, has made I don't say my fortune but my fashion. Lionel, how you had the heart to sell it. Vance, no, I kept it as a study for young female heads with variations, as they say in music. It was by my female heads that I became the fashion. Every order I have contains the condition. But be sure one of your sweet female heads, Mr. Vance, my female heads, are as necessary to my canvas as a white horse to Wouverman's well. That child who cost me £3 is the original of them all, commencing as a Titania. She has been in turns Psyche, a Beatrice, since I amina a portrait of a nobleman's daughter, burnt Mary in heaven, the young gleaner, and Sabrina fair in Milton's Camus. I have led that child through all history, sacred and profane. I have painted her in all costumes, her own cotton print, excepted my female heads, and my glory. Even the Times critic allows that Mr. Vance, there is inimitable a type of childlike grace, peculiarly his own, etc. I'll lend you the article. Lionel, and shall we never again see the original darling Sophie? You will laugh, Vance, but I have been heartproof against all young ladies. If ever I marry, my wife must have Sophie's eyes in America. Vance, let us hope by this time happily married to a Yankee. Yankees marry girls in their teens, and don't ask for dowries. Married to a Yankee, not a doubt of it, a Yankee who thaws victuals and keeps a store. Lionel, monster, hold your tongue. Apropos of marriage, why are you still single? Vance, because I have no wish to be doubled up. Moreover, man is like a napkin, the more neatly the housewife doubles him, the more carefully she lays him on the shelf. Neither can a man once doubled know how often he may be doubled. Not only his wife folds him in two, but every child quarters him into a new double, till what was a wide and handsome substance, large enough for anything in reason, dwindles into a pitiful square that will not cover one platter. All puckers and creases smaller and smaller with every double, a new crease. Then, my friend, comes the washing bill, and besides all the hurts one receives in the mangle, consider the hourly wear and tear of the linen press. In short, Shakespeare vindicates the single life, and depicts the double in the famous line, which is no doubt intended to be allegorical of marriage. Double, double toil and trouble. Besides, no single man can be fairly called poor. What double man can with certainty be called rich? A single man can lodge in a garret, and dine on a herring. Nobody knows, nobody cares, let him marry, and he invites the world to witness where he lodges, and how he dines. The first necessary a wife demands is the most ruinous, the most indefinite superfluity. It is gentility, according to what her neighbours call genteel gentility, commences with the honeymoon. It is its shadow, and lengthens as the moon declines when the honey is all gone. Your bride says we can have our tea without sugar when quite alone, love. But in case gentility drop in, here's a bill for silver sugar tongs. That's why I am single. Economy again, Vance. Prudence, a dignity, answered Vance seriously, and sinking into a reverie that seemed gloomy, he shot back to shore. Chapter Roman 2. Mr. Vance explains how he came to grind colours and save halfpence. A sudden announcement. The meal was over. The table had been spread by a window that looked upon the river. The moon was up. The young men asked for no other lights. Conversation between them, often shifting, often pausing, had gradually become grave, as it usually does with two companions in youth, while yet long vistas in the future stretch before them deep in shadow, and they fall into confiding talk on what they wish, what they fear, making visionary maps in that limitless obscure. There is so much power in faith, said Lionel, even when faith is applied but to things human and earthly, that let a man be but firmly persuaded that he is born to do some day what at the moment seems impossible, and it is 50-1, but what he does it before he dies. Surely when you were a child at school, you felt convinced that there was something in your fate distinct from that of the other boys, whom the master might call quite as clever. Felt that faith in yourself, which made you sure that you would be one day what you are. Well, I suppose so, but vague aspirations and self-conceits must be bound together by some practical necessity, perhaps, a very homely and a very vulgar one, or they scatter and evaporate. One would think that rich people in high life ought to do more than poor folks in humble life. More pains are taken with their education, they have more leisure for following the bent of their genius, yet it is the poor folks, often half self-educated, and with pinched bellies, that do 3/4 of the world's grand labour. Poverty is the keenest stimulant, and poverty made me say not I will do but I must. You knew real poverty in childhood, Frank? Real poverty covered over with sham affluence. My father was genteel poverty, and my mother was poor gentility. The sham affluence went when my father died. The real poverty then came out in all its ugliness. I was taken from a genteel school, at which long afterwards I genteelly paid the bills, and I had to support my mother somehow or other I succeeded, alas, I fear not genteelly, but before I lost her, which I did in a few years, she had some comforts which were not appearances, and she kindly allowed, dear soul, that gentility and shams do not go well together. Oh, beware of debt, Lionello mio, and never call that economy meanness which is but the safeguard from mean degradation. I understand you at last, Vance, shake hands, I know why you are saving. Habit now, answered Vance, repressing praise of himself as usual, but I remember so well when twopence was a sum to be respected, that to this day I would rather put it by than spend it all. Our ideas like orange eplant spread out in proportion to the size of the box, which imprisons the roots. Then I had a sister. Vance paused a moment as if in pain, but went on with seeming carelessness, leaning over the windowsill, and turning his face from his friend. I had a sister older than myself, handsome, gentle. I was so proud of her, foolish girl. My love was not enough for her, foolish girl. She could not wait to see what I might live to do for her. She married, oh so genteelly, a young man very well born, who had wooed her before my father died. He had the villainy to remain constant, when she had not a farthing, and he was dependent on distant relations, and his own domains in Parnassus. The wretch was a poet, so they married. They spent their honeymoon genteelly, I dare say. His relations cut him Parnassus, paid no rents. He went abroad, such heartrending letters from her. They were destitute. How I worked, how I raged, but how could I maintain her, and her husband too, mere child? That I was no matter. They are dead now, both all dead, for whose sake I first ground colours, and saved halfpence. And Frank Vance is a stingy, selfish bachelor. Never revive this dull subject again, or I shall borrow a crown from you, and cut you dead. Waiter, hath Bill ill? Just go round to the stables, and see the horse put to. As the friends re-entered London, Vance said, set me down anywhere in Piccadilly. I will walk home. You, I suppose, of course, are staying with your mother in Gloucester Place. No, said Lionel, rather embarrassed. Colonel Morley, who acts for me as if he were my guardian, took a lodging for me in Chesterfield Street, Mayfair. My hours, I fear, would ill suit my dear mother, only in town 2 days, and thanks to Morley my table is already covered with invitations. Yet you gave me 1 day, generous friend. You the 2nd day, my mother the 1st, but there are 3 balls before me tonight. Come home with me, and smoke your cigar while I dress. No, but I will at least light my cigar in your hole, prodigal. Lionel now stopped at his lodging. The groom who served him also, as valet, was in waiting at the door. A note for you, sir, from Colonel Morley. Just come. Lionel hastily opened it, and read. My dear Horton, Mr. Darrell has suddenly arrived in London Keep. Yourself free all tomorrow, when no doubt he will see you. I am hurrying off to him. Yours in haste, a Roman 5 Roman 1000 chapter Roman 3, once more Guy Darrell. Guy Darrell was alone, a lofty room in a large house on the 1st floor, his own house in Carlton Gardens, which he had occupied during his brief and brilliant parliamentary career. Since then left contemptuously to the care of a house agent to be let by year or by season, it had known various tenants of an opulence and station suitable to its space, and sight dinners, and concerts, routs and balls had assembled the friends, and jaded the spirits of many a gracious host and smiling hostess. The tenure of one of these temporary occupants had recently expired, and ere the agent had found another, the long-absent owner dropped down into its silenced halls, as from the clouds, without other establishment than his old servant Mills, and the woman in charge of the house there. As in a caravansary the traveller took his rest, stately and desolate, nothing so comfortless as one of those large London houses, all to oneself. In long rows against the walls stood the empty fauteuils, spectral. From the gilded ceiling hung lightless chandeliers, the furniture pompous, but worn by use, and faded by time, seemed mementos of departed revels. When you return to your house in the country, no matter how long the absence, no matter how decayed by neglect the friendly chambers may be, if it has only been deserted in the meanwhile, not let to new races who by their own shifting dynasties have supplanted the rightful lord, and half effaced his memory, else walls may still greet you forgivingly, the character of home be still there. You take up again the thread of associations which had been suspended, not snapped. But it is otherwise with a house in cities, especially in our fast-living London, where few houses descend from father to son, where the title deeds are rarely more than those of a purchased lease for a term of years, after which your property quits you. A house in London, which your father never entered, in which no elbow chair, no old-fashioned work-table recall to you the kind smile of a mother. A house that you have left, as you leave an inn, let to people whose names you scarce know, with as little respect for your family records as you have for theirs. When you return after a long interval of years to a house like that, you stand as stood Darrell, a forlorn stranger under your own roof-tree. What cared he for those who had last gathered round those hearths with their chill, steely grates, whose forms had reclined on those formal couches, whose feet had worn away the gloss from those costly carpets? Histories, in the lives of many, might be recorded within those walls. Lovers there had breathed their first vows, bridal feasts had been held, babes had crowed in the arms of proud young mothers. Politicians, there had been raised into ministers. There had fallen back into independent members through those doors. Corpses had been borne forth to relentless vaults for these races, and their records, what cared the owner? Their writing was not on the walls sponged out, as from a slate, their reckonings with time leaving dim here, and there some chance scratch of his own blurred and bygone. Leaning against the mantelpiece, Darrell gazed round the room with a vague, wistful look, as if seeking to conjure up associations that might link the present hour to that past life which had slipped away elsewhere, and his profile, reflected on the mirror behind, pale and mournful, seemed like that ghost of himself which his memory silently evoked. The man is but little altered externally, since we saw him last, however inly changed, since he last stood on those unwelcoming floors. The form still retained the same vigour and symmetry, the same unspeakable dignity of mien, and bearing the same thoughtful bend of the proud neck, so distinct in its elastic rebound from the stoop of debility or age, thick as ever the rich mass of dark brown hair, though when in the impatience of some painful thought his hand swept the loose curls from his forehead, the silver threads might now be seen shooting here and there, vanishing almost as soon as seen. No, whatever the baptismal register may say to the contrary, that man is not old, not even elderly. In the deep of that clear grey eye, light may be calm, but in calm it is vivid. Not a ray sent from brain or from heart is yet flickering down on the whole. However, there is less composure than of old in his mien, and bearing less of that resignation which seemed to say, I have done with the substances of life. Still there was gloom, but it was more broken and restless. Evidently that human breast was again admitting or forcing itself to court human hopes, human objects returning to the substances of life. Their movement was seen in the shadows, which when they wrap us round at remoter distance seem to lose their trouble as they gain their width. He broke from his musing attitude with an abrupt, angry movement, as if shaking off thoughts which displeased him, and gathering his arms tightly to his breast, in a gesture peculiar to himself, walked to and fro the room, murmuring inaudibly. The door opened. He turned quickly, and with an evident sense of relief, for his face brightened. Alban, my dear Alban. Darrell, old friend, old school friend, dear, dear Guy. Darrell. The two Englishmen stood, hands tightly clasped in each other, in true English greeting, their eyes moistening with remembrances that carried them back to boyhood. Alban was the first to recover self-possession, and when the friends had seated themselves, he surveyed Darrell's countenance deliberately, and said, so little change, wonderful. What is your secret? Suspense from life hibernating, but you beat me. You have been spending life, yet seem as rich in it as when we parted. No, I begin to decry the present, and laud the past, to read with glasses, to decide from prejudice, to recall from change, to find sense in twaddle, to know the value of health from the fear to lose it, to feel an interest in rheumatism, an awe of bronchitis, to tell anecdotes, and to wear flannel to you in strict confidence. I disclose the truth, I am no longer 25. You laugh, this is civilized talk. Does it not refresh you, after the gibberish you must have chattered in Asia Minor? Darrell might have answered in the affirmative with truth. What man, after long years of solitude, is not refreshed by talk, however trivial, that recalls to him the gay time of the world he remembered in his young day, and recalls it to him on the lips of a friend in youth? But Darrell said nothing, only he settled himself in his chair with a more cheerful ease, and inclined his relaxing brows with a nod of encouragement or assent. Colonel Morley continued, but when did you arrive? Whence? How long do you stay here? What are your plans? Darrell Caesar could not be more laconic. When arrived this evening. Whence? Oozleford. How long do I stay? Uncertain. What are my plans? Let us discuss them. Colonel Morley, with all my heart. You have plans, Thena. Good sign. Animals in hibernation form. None. Darrell, putting aside the lights on the table so as to leave his face in shade, and looking towards the floor as he speaks. For the last 5 years I have struggled hard to renew interest in mankind, reconnect myself with common life and its healthful objects. Between Forley and London I desired to form a magnetic medium. I took rather a vast one, nearly all the rest of the known world. I have visited both America's either end, all Asia have I ransacked, and pierced as far into Africa as traveller ever went in search of Timbuktu. But I have sojourned also at long intervals, at least they seemed long, to main the gay capitals of Europe. Paris excepted, mixed too with the gayest hired palaces, filled them with guests, feasted and heard music. Guy. Darrell said, I shake off the rust of years. Thou hadst no youth, while young now a holiday may restore thee to wholesome work, as a holiday, restores the wearied schoolboy. Colonel Morley, I comprehend the experiment succeeded. Darrell, I don't know, not yet, but it may. I am here, and I intend to stay. I would not go to a hotel for a single day, lest my resolution should fail me. I have thrown myself into this castle of care. Without even a garrison, I hope to hold it. Help me to man it in a word. And without metaphor, I am here with the design of re-entering London life. Colonel Morley, I am so glad. Hearty congratulations. How rejoiced all the Vicomtes will be. Another crisis is at hand. You have seen the newspapers regularly. Of course the state of the country interests you. You say that you come from Ousselford, the town you once represented. I guess you will re-enter Parliament. You have but to say the word. Darrell, Parliament? No, I received while abroad so earnest a request from my old constituents to lay the foundation stone of a new town hall, in which they are much interested, and my obligations to them have been so great that I could not refuse. I wrote to fix the day as soon as I had resolved to return to England, making a condition that I should be spared the infliction of a public dinner, and landed just in time to keep my appointment. Reached Ousselford early this morning, went through the ceremony, made a short speech, came on at once to London, not venturing to diverge to Folly, which is not very far from Ousselford, lest once there again I should not have strength to leave it. And here I am. Darrell paused, then repeated in brisk, emphatic tone, Parliament. No labour, no fellowman. I am about to confess to you I would snatch back some days of youth, a wintry likeness of youth. Better than none, old friend, let us amuse ourselves. When I was working hard, it was you who would say, come forth, be amused, you happy butterfly, that you were now, I say to you, show me this flaunting town, that you know so well, initiate me into the joys of polite pleasures, social commune. Dulce mihi furor est amico. You have amusements, let me share them. Faith, quoth the colonel, crossing his legs, you come late in the day. Amusements cease to amuse at last. I have tried all and begin to be tired. I have had my holiday, exhausted its sports. And you coming from books and desk fresh into the playground, say football and leapfrog. Alas, my poor friend, why did not you come sooner? Darrell, one word, one question. You have made ease a philosophy, and a system. No man ever did so with more felicitous grace, nor in following pleasure have you parted company with conscience and shame. A fine gentleman, ever in honour as in elegance. Well, are you satisfied with your choice of life? Are you happy? Happy? Who is satisfied, perhaps? Is there anyone you envy whose choice other than your own you would prefer? Certainly. Who? You. I said, Darrell, opening his eyes with unaffected amaze. I envy me, prefer my choice. Colonel Morley, peevishly, without doubt you have had gratified ambition, a great career. Envy you who would not your own objects in life fulfilled. You coveted distinction, you won it, fortune, our wealth is immense. The restoration of your name and lineage from obscurity and humiliation, not name and lineage again written in the Libro d'Oro. What king would not hail you as his counsellor? What senate not open its ranks to admit you as a chief? What house, though the haughtiest in the land, would not accept your alliance? And withal you stand before me stalwart and unbowed, young blood still in your veins, ungrateful man, who would not change lots with guide. Darrell, fame, fortune, health, and not to flatter you, a form and presence that would be remarked though you stood in that black frock by the side of a monarch in his coronation robes. Darrell, you have turned my question against myself with a kindliness of intention that makes me forgive your belief in my vanity. Pass honour, rather pass back. You say you have tried all in life that distracts or sweetens not. So, lone bachelor, you have not tried wedlock. Has not that been your mistake? Colonel Morley, answer for yourself. You have tried it. The words were scarce out of his mouth ere he repented the retort, for Darrell started as if stung to the quick, and his brow before serene, his lip before playful grew, the one darkly troubled, the other tightly compressed. Pardon me, faltered out the friend. Darrell, oh yes, I brought it on myself. What stuff we have been talking. Tell me the news, not political, any other. But first your report of young Houghton. Cordial thanks for all your kindness to him. You write me word that he is much improved, most likeable. You add that at Paris he became the rage, that in London you are sure he will be extremely popular. Be it so, if for his own sake. Are you quite sure that it is not for the expectations which I come here to disperse? Colonel Morley, much for himself, I am certain, a little perhaps because you hate, for he thinks, and I say to the contrary, people seeing no other heir to your property. I understand, interrupted Darrell quickly, but he does not nurse those expectations. He will not be disappointed. Colonel Morley, verily, I believe that apart from his love for you, and a delicacy of sentiment that would recoil from planting hopes of wealth in the graves of benefactors, Lionel Houghton would prefer carving his own fortunes to all the ingots hewed out of California by another's hand and bequeathed by another's will. Darrell, I am heartily glad to hear and to trust you. Colonel Morley, I gather from what you say that you are here with the intention to marry again, said Darrell firmly. Right, I am. I always felt sure you would marry again. Is the lady here too? What lady? The lady you have chosen. Tush, I have chosen none, I come here to choose. And in this I ask advice from your experience. I would marry again, I at my age ridiculous. But so it is, you know, all the mothers and marriageable daughters that London are a nutrix rears for nuptial altars were amongst them. Shall I guy Darrell, the man whom you think so enviable, find the safe helpmate, whose love he may reward with munificent jointure, to whose child he may bequeath the name that has now no successor, and the wealth he has no heart to spend? Colonel Morley, who, as we know, is by habit a matchmaker, and likes the vocation, assumes a placid but cogitative mien, rubs his brow gently, and says in his softest best-bred accents, you would not marry a mere girl, someone of suitable age. I know several most superior young women on the other side of 30, Wilhelmina Prim, for instance, or Janet. Darrell, old maids, no, decidedly no. Colonel Morley suspiciously, but you would not risk the peace of your old age with a girl of 18, or else I do know a very accomplished, well-brought-up girl, just 18, who Darrell, re-enter life by the side of 18, am I a madman? Colonel Morley, neither old maids nor young maids, the choice becomes narrowed. You would prefer a widow, ha? I have thought of one, a prize indeed. Could you but win her, the widow of Darrell? Ephesus bar suggest no widow to me, a widow with her affections buried in the grave. Morley, not necessarily, and in this case. Darrell, interrupting, and with warmth, in every case I tell you no widow shall doff her weeds for me. Did she love the first man fickle? Is the woman who can love twice, did she not love him? Why did she marry him? Perhaps she sold herself to a rent-roll. Shall she sell herself again to me for a jointure? Heaven forbid. Talk not of widows, no dainty so flavourless as a heart warmed up again. Colonel Morley, neither maids, be they old or young, nor widows. Possibly you want an angel. London is not the place for angels. Darrell, I grant that the choice seems involved in perplexity. How can it be otherwise if one's self is perplexed? And yet, Alban, I am serious, and I do not presume to be so exacting as my words have implied. I ask not fortune, nor rank beyond gentle blood, nor youth, nor beauty, nor accomplishments, nor fashion, but I do ask one thing, and one thing only. Colonel Morley, what is that you have left? Nothing worth the having to ask for. Darrell, nothing. I have left all I ask, someone whom I can love better than all the world, not the marriage de convenance, not the marriage de racine, but the marriage d'amour, all other marriage with vows of love, so solemn with intimacy of commune, so close. All other marriage in my eyes is an acted falsehood, a varnished sin. Ah, if I had thought so always, but away, regret and repentance, the future alone is now before me. Alban Morley, I would sign away all I have in the world, save the old house at Folly Eye, and after signing cut off to boot this right hand. Could I but once fall in love, and be loved again, as any two of heaven's simplest human creatures may love each other, while life is fresh, strange, look out into the world, mark the man of our years who shall be most courted, most adulated or admired, give him all the attributes of power, wealth, royalty, genius, fame, see all the younger generation bow before him with hope, or his word, can make their fortune at his smile a reputation. Dawns well now, let that man say to the young room amongst yourselves, all that wins me this homage I would lay at the feet of beauty. I enter the lists of love, and straightway his power vanishes. The poorest booby of 24 can jostle him aside before the object of reverence. He is now the butt of ridicule the instant he asks right to win the heart of a woman. A boy, whom in all else he could rule as a lackey, cries off, Greybeard, that realm at least is mine. Colonel Morley, this were but eloquent extravagance, even if your beard were grey. Men older than you, and with half your pretensions, even of outward form, have carried away hearts from boys like Adonis. Only choose well, that's the difficulty. If it was not difficult, who would be a bachelor? Darrell, guide my choice, pilot me to the haven. Colonel Morley accepted, but you must remount a suitable establishment, reopen your way to the great world, and penetrate those sacred recesses, where awaiting spinsters weave the fatal web. Leave all to me. Let Mills, I see you have him still, call on me tomorrow about your menage. You will give dinners, of course. Darrell, oh, of course must I dine at them myself. Morley laughed softly and took up his hat. So soon, cried Darrell, if I fatigue you already, what chance shall I have with new friends? So soon? It is past 11, and it is you who must be fatigued. No such good luck. Were I fatigued, I might hope to sleep. I will walk back with you. Leave me not alone in this room, alone, in the jaws of a fish, swallowed up by a creature whose blood is cold. You have something still to say to me, said Alban. When they were in the open air I detected in your manner. What is it? I know not, but you have told me no news. These streets are grown strange to me, who live now in yonder houses. Once the dwellers were my friends. In that house, oh, new people, I forget their names, but rich in a year or two, with luck they may be exclusives, and forget my name in the other house. Car Vipont still. Vipont, those dear Viponts, what of them? All crawl they, sting they, bask they in the sun, or are they in anxious process of a change of skin? Hush, my dear friend, no satire on your own connections, nothing so injudicious. I am a Vipont too, and all for the family maxim, Vipont with Vipont, and come what may. I stand rebuked, but I am no Vipont. I married, it is true, into their house, and they married ages ago into mine, but no drop in the blood of time-servers flows through the veins of the last childless Darrell. Pardon, I allow the merit of the Vipont race. No family more excites my respectful interest. What of their births, deaths, and marriages? Colonel Morley, as to the births, Car has just welcomed the birth of a grandson, the firstborn of his eldest son, who married last year a daughter of the Duke of Halifax. A promising young man, a lord in the Admiralty. Car has a second son in the Hussars, has just purchased his step. The other boys are still at school. He has 3 daughters, 2 fine girls, admirably brought up. Indeed, now I think of it, the eldest, Honoria, might suit you. Highly accomplished, well-read, interests herself in politics, a great admirer of intellect, of a very serious turn of mind too. Darrell, a female politician with a serious turn of mind, farthing rushlight in a London fog. Hasten on to subjects less gloomy, whose funeral achievement is that yonder. Colonel Morley, the late Lord Nytton's father to Lady Montfort. Darrell, Lady Montfort, her father was a Lindsay, and died before the flood. A deluge at least has gone over me and my world since I looked on the face of his widow. Colonel Morley, I speak of the present Lord Montfort's wife of the Earls, you of the poor Marquess. The last Marquess, the Marquisate is extinct. Surely, whatever your wanderings, you must have heard of the death of the last Marquess of Montfort. Yes, I heard of that, answered Darrell in a somewhat husky and muttered voice. So he is dead, the young man. What killed him? Colonel Morley, a violent attack of croup. Quite sudden. He was staying at Carr's at the time. I suspect that Carr made him talk a thing he was not accustomed to do, deranged his system altogether. But don't let us revive painful subjects. Darrell, was she with him at the time? Colonel Morley, Lady Montfort, no, they were very seldom together. Darrell, she is not married again yet. Colonel Morley, no, but still young and so beautiful. She will have many offers. I know those who are waiting to propose. Montfort has been only dead 18 months, died just before young Carr's marriage. His widow lives in complete seclusion at her jointure house near Twickenham. She has only seen even me once since her loss. Darrell, when was that? Morley, about 6 or 7 months ago. She asked after you with much interest. Darrell, after me? Colonel Morley, to be sure. Don't I remember how constantly she and her mother were at your house? Is it strange that she should ask after you? Ought to know her better. Most affectionate, grateful character. Darrell, I dare say, but at the time you refer to I was too occupied to acquire much accurate knowledge of a young lady's character. I should have known her mother's character better, yet I mistook even that. Colonel Morley, Mrs. Lindsay's character you might well mistake charming, but artificial. Lady Montfort is natural indeed, if you had not that illiberal prejudice against widows. She was the very person I was about to suggest to you. Darrell, a fashionable beauty, and young enough to be my daughter. Such is human friendship. So the Marquisate is extinct, and Sir James Vipont, whom I remember in the House of Commons, respectable man, great authority on cattle, timid, and always saying, did you read that article in today's paper, has the estates and the earldom? Colonel Morley, yes, there was some fear of a disputed succession, but Sir James made his claim very clear between you and me. The change has been a serious affliction to the Viponts. The late lord was not wise, but on state occasions he looked his parters grand seigneur and Carr, managed the family influence with admirable tact. The present lord has the habits of a yeoman. His wife shares his tastes. He has taken the management not only of the property, but of its influence out of Carr's hands, and will make a sad mess of it, for he is an impracticable, obsolete politician. He will never keep the family together. Impossible, a sad thing. I remember how our last muster, 5 years ago next Christmas, struck terror into Lord's cabinet. The mere report of it in the newspapers set all people talking and thinking. The result was that 2 weeks after proper overtures were made to Carr, he consented to assist the ministers. And the country was saved now thanks to this stupid new Earl. In 18 months we have lost ground which it took at least a century and a half to gain our votes, are divided our influence, frittered away, Montfort House is shut up. And Carr, grown quite thin, says that in the coming crisis, a cabinet will not only be formed, but will also last less time enough for irreparable mischief without a single vicomte in office. Thus Colonel Morley continued in mournful strain, Darrell silent by his side, till the colonel reached his own door there, while applying his latchkey to the lock. Alban's mind returned from the perils that threatened the house of Vipont and the Star of Brunswick to the petty claims of private friendship. But even these last were now blended with those grander interests, due care for which every true patriot of the house of Vipont imbibed with his mother's milk. Your appearance in town, my dear Darrell, is most opportune. It will be an object with the whole family to make the most of you at this coming crisis. I say coming, for I believe it must come. Your name is still freshly remembered, your position greater, for having been out of all the scrapes of the party the last 16 or 17 years, your house should be the nucleus of new combinations. Don't forget to send Mills to me. I will engage your chef and your house steward tomorrow. I know just the men to suit you. Your intention to marry too, just at this moment, is most seasonable. It will increase the family interest. I may give out that you intend to marry. Oh, certainly, cry it at Charing Cross. A clubroom will do as well. I beg 10,000 pardons, but people will talk about money whenever they talk about marriage. I should not like to exaggerate your fortune. I know it must be very large, and all at your own disposal, eh? Every shilling. You must have saved a great deal since you retired into private life. Take that for granted. Dick Fairthorne receives my rents and looks to my various investments, and I accept him as an indisputable authority when I say that what with the rental of lands I purchased in my poor boy's lifetime, and the interest on my much more lucrative moneyed capital, you may safely whisper to all ladies likely to feel interest in that diffusion of knowledge, 35,000 a year, and an old fool. I certainly shall not say an old fool, for I am the same age as yourself, and if I had £35,000 a year, I would marry too. You would, old fool, said Darrell, turning away. Chapter Roman 4, revealing glimpses of Guy Darrell's past in his envied prime. But deep enough, and under all earth runs water, under all life runs grief. Alone in the streets, the vivacity which had characterized Darrell's countenance as well as his words, while with his old school friend, changed as suddenly and as completely into pensive abstracted gloom as if he had been acting a part, and with the exit the acting ceased. Disinclined to return, yet to the solitude of his home he walked on, at first mechanically, in the restless desire of movement, he cared not whither, but as thus chancelled, he found himself in the centre of that long straight thoroughfare which connects what once were the separate villages of Tyburn and Holborn. Something in the desultory links of reverie suggested an object to his devious feet. He had but to follow that street to his right hand to gain in a quarter of an hour a sight of the humble dwelling-house in which he had first settled down after his early marriage to the arid labours of the bar. He would go now that, wealthy and renowned, he was revisiting the long-deserted focus of English energies, and contemplate the obscure abode in which his powers had been first concentrated on the pursuit of renown and wealth. Who among my readers that may have risen on the glittering steep who can tell how hard it is to climb, has not been similarly attracted towards the roof, at the craggy foot of the ascent, under which golden dreams refreshed his straining sinews? Who can tell how hard it is to climb the steep where fame's proud temple shines afar? Beady, somewhat quickening his steps now that a bourne was assigned to them, the man, growing old in years, but unhappily for himself, too tenacious of youth in its grand discontent and keen susceptibilities to pain, strode noiselessly on under the gaslights, under the stars, gaslights primly marshalled at equidistant stars that seemed to the naked eye darted over space without symmetry or method. Man's order, near and finite, is so distinct, the Maker's order, remote, infinite, is so beyond man's comprehension even of what is order. Darrell paused, hesitating. He had now gained a spot in which improvement had altered the landmarks. The superb broad thoroughfare continued, where once it had vanished abrupt in a labyrinth of courts and alleys. But the way was not hard to find. He turned a little towards the left, recognizing with admiring interest in the gay white wood Grecian edifice, with its French grille bronzed gilded, the transformed museum in the still libraries of which he had sometimes snatched a brief and ghostly respite from books of law onwards, yet through lifeless Bloomsbury, not so far towards the last bounds of Atlas as the desolation of Pardon Place, but the solitude deepening as he passed there. It is a quiet street, indeed not a soul on its gloomy pavements, not even a policeman's soul not stirring, save a stealthy profligate good-for-nothing cat flitting fine through yon area bars down that street. Had he come, I trove, with a livelier, quicker step the day, when by the strange good luck, which had uniformly attended his worldly career of honours, he had been suddenly called upon to supply the place of an absent senior, and in almost his earliest brief, the courts of Westminster had recognised a master come, I trove, with a livelier step knocked at that very door, whereat he is halting now entered the room where the young wife sat, and at sight of her querulous peevish face, and at sound of her unsympathizing languid voice, fled into his cupboard-like back parlour, and muttered courage, courage, to endure the home he had entered, longing for a voice which should invite and respond to a cry of joy. How closed up, dumb and blind, looked the small mean house with its small mean door, its small mean rayless windows, yet a fame had been born there. Who are the residents now buried in slumber? Have they any golden dreams works therein, any struggling brain, to which the prosperous man might whisper courage, or beats there any troubled heart, to which faithful woman should murmur joy, who knows London is a wondrous poem, but each page of it is written in a different languagino lexicon, yet composed for any. Back through the street under the gaslights under the stars went Guy Darrell, more slow and more thoughtful. Did the comparison between what he had been, what he was, the mean home, just revisited the stately home, to which he would return, suggest thoughts of natural pride? It would not seem so. No pride in those close-shut lips, in that melancholy stoop. He came into a quiet square, still Bloomsbury, and right before him was a large respectable mansion, almost as large as that one in courtlier quarters, to which he loiteringly delayed the lone return thereto had been for a time the dwelling which was called his home there, when gold was rolling in like a tide distinction, one position assured there not yet in Parliament, but foremost at the barrel ready pressed by constituencies already wooed by ministers there still young. O luckiest of lawyers there, had he moved his household gods fit residence for a prince of the gown? Is it, when living there, that you would envy the prosperous man? Yes, the moment his step quits that door, but envy him, when he enters its threshold, nay envy, rather that roofless Savoyard who has crept under yonder portico, asleep with his ragged arm round the cage of his stupid dormice there. In that great barren drawing-room sits a pale and elegant Aspasia. Well, but the wife's face is not querulous now. Look again, anxious, fearful, secret, sly. Oh, that fine lady, a Vipont Crook, is not contented to be wife to the wealthy great Mr. Darrell. What wants she that he should be spouse to the fashionable fine Mrs. Darrell? Pride in him, not a jot of it. Such pride were unchristian. Were he proud of her as a Christian husband ought to be of so elegant a wife, would he still be in Bloomsbury? Envy him, the high gentleman so true to his blood, all gold, and blistered by the moral vulgarities of a tough-thunting, toadiating mimic of the Lady Selina's. Envy him well. Why, not all women have their foibles. Wise husbands must bear and forbear. Is that all? Wherefore then is her aspect so furtive? Wherefore on his a wild vigilant sternness? Tut, what so brings into coveted fashion a fair lady exiled to Bloomsbury, as the marked adoration of a lord not her own, who gives law to St. James, untempted by passion, cold as ice to affection, if thawed to the gush of a sentiment, secretly preferring the husband she chose wooed, and one to idlers less gifted even in outward attraction soul, this yet seeking coquetting for the eclat of dishonour to elope. Oh no, too wary for that, but to be gazed at and talked of as the fair Mrs. Darrell, to whom the Lovelace of London was so fondly devoted. Walk in, haughty son of the Dariel, darest thou ask, who has just left thy house? Darest thou ask, what and whence is the note that sly hand has secreted? Darest thou perhaps? Yes, what then? Canst thou lock up thy wife? Canst thou, poniard the Lovelace, lock up the heir? Poniard all whose light word in St. James can bring into fashion the matron of Bloomsbury? Go lawyer, go study briefs, and be parchment. Agonies, agonies shot again through Guy Darrell's breast as he looked on that large, most respectable house, and remembered his hourly campaign against disgrace. He has triumphed. Death fights for him on the very brink of the last scandal. A cold caught at some Vipont's ball became fever, and so from that door the black horses bore away the Bloomsbury dame, ere she was yet the fashion happy in grief, the widower who may with confiding hand ransack the lost wife's harmless desk, sure that no thought concealed from him in life will rise accusing from the treasured papers, but that pale proud mourner hurrying the eye over sweet-scented billets, compelled in very justice to the dead to convince himself that the mother of his children was corrupt only at heart, that the black horses had come to the door in time, and, wretchedly consoled by that niggardly conviction, flinging into the flames the last flimsy tatters on which his honour, rock-like in his own keeping, had been fluttering to and fro in the charge of a vain treacherous fool envy, You that mourner know not even in his release memory, is not nailed down in the velvet coffin, and to great loyal natures less bitter is the memory of the lost when hallowed by tender sadness, than when coupled with scorn and shame. The wife is dead too long years ago, the Lothario, the world has forgotten them, they fade out of this very record. When ye turn the page, no influence, no bearing have they on such future events as may mark what yet rests of life to Guy Darrell. But as he there stands and gazes into space, the two forms are before his eye as distinct, as if living still slowly, he gazes them down, the false smiles flicker away from their feeble lineaments, woe and terror on their aspects, they sink, they shrivel, they dissolve. Chapter Roman 5. The wreck cast back from Charybdis. Suvian stoida to Gabrielle. Guy Darrell turned hurriedly from the large house in the great square, and more absorbed in reverie, he wandered out of his direct way homeward, clear and broad though it was, and did not rouse himself till he felt as it were that the air had grown darker, and looking vaguely round he saw that he had strayed into a dim maze of lanes and passages. He paused under one of the rare lamp-posts, gathering up his recollections of the London he had so long quitted, and doubtful for a moment or two which turned to take just then up from an alley fronting him at right angles, came suddenly warily a tall, sinewy, ill-boding tatterdemalion figure, and seeing Darrell's face under the lamp, halted abrupt at the mouth of the narrow passage, from which it had emerged a dark form, filling up the dark aperture. Does that ragged wayfarer recognize a foe by the imperfect ray of the lamplight, or is he a mere vulgar footpad, who is doubting whether he should spring upon a prey hostile? His look, his gestures, the sudden cowering down of the strong frame, as if for a bound, but still he is irresolute. What awes him? What awes the tiger who would obey his blood instinct without fear in his rush on the Negro, the Hindu, but who halts and hesitates at the sight of the white man? The lordly son of Europe. Darrell's eye was turned towards the dark passage, towards the dark figure, carelessly, neither recognizing nor fearing, nor diffing carelessly, as at any harmless object in crowded streets, and at broad day. But while that eye was on him, the tatterdemalion halted, and indeed whatever his hostility or whatever his daring, the sight of Darrell took him by so sudden a surprise that he could not at once recollect his thoughts, and determine how to approach the quiet, unconscious man who, in reach of his spring, fronted his overwhelming physical strength with the habitual air of dignified command. His first impulse was that of violence, his second impulse curbed the first, but Darrell now turns quickly and walks straight on the figure, quits the mouth of the passage, and follows with a long and noiseless stride. It has nearly gained Darrell. With what intent? A fierce one, perhaps, for the man's face is sinister, and his state evidently desperate, when there emerges unexpectedly from an ugly-looking court or cul-de-sac, just between Darrell and his pursuer, a slim, long-backed, buttoned-up, weasel-faced policeman. The policeman eyes the tatterdemalion instinctively, then turns his glance towards the solitary, defenseless gentleman in advance, and walks on, keeping himself between the two. The tatterdemalion stifles an impatient curse, be his purpose force, be it only supplication, be it colloquy of any kind, impossible to fulfill it. While that policeman is there, true that in his powerful hands he could have clutched that slim, long-backed officer and broken him in two as a willow wand, but that officer is the personation of law, and can stalk through a legion of tatterdemalions. Ferret may glide through a barn full of rats. The prowler feels he is suspected, unknown as yet to the London police. He has no desire to invite their scrutiny. He crosses the way, he falls back. He follows from afar. The policeman may yet turn away before the safer streets of the metropolis be gained. No, the cursed incarnation of law, with eyes in its slim back, continues its slow strides at the heels of the unsuspicious Darrell. The more solitary defiles are already passed. No, that dimly, with its dead wall on one side, by the dead wall skulks the prowler on the other side. Still walks the law. No hours for the prowler shine out the thoroughfares, no longer dim nor deserted Leicester Square, the Haymarket, Pall Mall, Carlton Gardens. Darrell is at his door. The policeman turns sharply round there at the corner near the learned clubhouse, halts the tatterdemalion towards the tatterdemalion. The policeman now advances quickly. The tatterdemalion is quicker still, fled like a guilty thought. Back into that maze of passages, and courts back to the mouth of that black alley. There he halts again. Look at him, he has arrived in London. But that very night, after an absence of more than 4 years, he has arrived from the seaside on foot. See, his shoes are worn into holes. He has not yet found a shelter for the night. He has been directed towards that quarter thronged with adventurers, native and foreign, for a shelter safe, if squalid. It is somewhere near that court at the mouth of which he stands. He looks round. The policeman is baffled. The coast clear, he steals forth, and pauses under the same gaslight as that under which Guy Darrell had paused before, under the same gaslight, under the same stars. From some recess in his rags He draws forth a large, distended pocket-booklast relic of sprucer dacelether of dainty Morocco, once elaborately tooled patent springs fairy lock fit, receptacle for banknotes, billets du memoranda of debts of honour or pleasurable engagements, now how worn tarnished greasy rascallion-like, the costly bauble filled with what motley unlovable contents, stale pontificates of foreign monts de paix, pledges never henceforth to be redeemed scrolls by villainous hands, in thievish hieroglyphics, ugly implements replacing the malachite penknife, the golden toothpick, the jewelled pencil case, once so neatly set within their satin lappets, ugly implements, indeed a file, a gimlet-loaded dice pell-mell, with such more hideous and recent contents, dishonoured evidences of gaudier summer lifelocks, of ladies' hair love-notes treasured mechanically not from amorous sentiment, but perhaps from some vague idea that they might be of use if those who gave the locks or wrote the notes should be raised in fortune, and could buy back the memorials of shame diving amidst these miscellaneous documents, and treasures the prowler's hand rested on some old letters in clerk-like fair calligraphy tied round with a dirty string, and on them in another and fresher writing, a scrap that contained an address Samuel Adolphus Poole, Esq Alhambra Villa Regent's Park, tomorrow nix my darly tomorrow muttered the tatterdemalion but tonite plague on it, whereas the other blackguards direction are here, and he extracted from the thievish scrolls a peculiarly thievish-looking hieroglyph now, as he lifts it up to read by the gaslight survey him well do you not know him, is it possible what the brilliant sharper the ruffian exquisite Jasper Loosely can it be once before in the fields of folly, we beheld him out at elbows seedy shabby ragged, but then it was the decay of a foppish spendthrift clothes disdained ill-assorted, yet still of fine cloth shoes, in holes yet still, pearl-coloured brodequins, but now it is the decay of no foppish spendthrift, the rags are not of fine cloth, the tattered shoes are not the brodequins the man has fallen far below the politer grades of knavery, in which the sharper affects the bow, and the countenance as we last saw it if it had lost much of its earlier beauty was still incontestably handsome, what with vigour and health, and animal spirits then on the aspect still lingered light now from corruption, the light itself was gone in that Herculean constitution excess of all kinds had at length forced its ravage, and the ravage was visible in the ruined face, the once sparkling eye was dull, and bloodshot the colours of the cheek once clear, and vivid to which fiery drink had only sent the blood in. Warmer glow were now of a leaden dullness relieved, but by broken streaks of angry red like gleams of flame, struggling through gathered smoke. The profile once sharp and delicate like Apollo's, was now confused in its swollen outline a few years more, and it would be gross as that of Silenus nostrils, distended with incipient carbuncles, which betray the gnawing fang that alcohol fastens into the liver. Evil passions had destroyed the outlines of the once beautiful lips, arched as a cupid's, by the sidelong lowering villainous expression, which had formerly been but occasional, was now habitual and heightened. It was the look of the bison before it gores. It is true, however, that even yet on the countenance there lingered the trace of that lavish favour bestowed on it by nature. An artist would still have said how handsome that ragamuffin must have been, and true is it also that there was yet that about the bearing of the man which contrasted his squalor, and seemed to say that he had not been born to wear rags and loiter at midnight amongst the haunts of thieves. Nay, I am not sure that you would have been as incredulous now, if told that the wild outlaw before you had some claim by birth or by nurture to the rank of gentleman, as you would had you seen the gay spendthrift in his gaudy day. For then he seemed below, and now he seemed above the grade in which he took place, and all this made his aspect yet more sinister, and the impression that he was dangerous yet more profound. Muscular strength often remains to a powerful frame long after the constitution is undermined, and Jasper Loosely's frame was still that of a formidable athlete. Nay, its strength was yet more apparent now that the shoulders and limbs had increased in bulk, than when it was half disguised in the lissom symmetry of exquisite proportionless, active, less supple, less capable of endurance, but with more crushing weight in its rush or its blow. It was the figure in which brute force seems so to predominate that in a savage state it would have worn a crowned figure, which secures command and authority in all societies, where force alone gives the law. Thus under the gaslight, and under the stars stood the terrible animala strong man, imbruted Souvienstoy de tar Gabriel, there still uneffaced though the gold threads are all tarnished and ragged are the ominous words on the silk of the she-devil's love token, but Jasper has now inspected the direction on the paper. He held to the lamplight, and satisfying himself that he was in the right quarter, restored the paper to the bulky distended pocket-book, and walked sullenly on towards the court from which had emerged the policeman who had crossed his prowling chase. It is the most infernal shame, said Loosely between his grinded teeth, that I should be driven to these wretched dens, For a lodging while, that man who ought to feel bound to maintain me should be rolling in wealth, and cottoned up in a palace, but he shall fork out Sophie, must be hunted up, I will clothe her in rags like these, she shall sit at his street door, I will shame the miserly hunks. But how track the girl, have I no other hold over him, can I send Darley Poole to him? How addled my brains ere want of food, want of sleep, is this the place pew? Thus murmuring, he now reached the arch of the court, and was swallowed up in its gloom a few strides, and he came into a square open space, only lighted by the skies. A house larger than the rest, which were of the meanest order, stood somewhat back, occupying nearly one side of the quadrangular. Dingy, dilapidated at the door of this house stood another man, applying his latchkey to the lock. As Loosely approached, the man turned quickly, half in fear, half in menacia, small, very thin, impish-looking man, with peculiarly restless features, that seemed trying to run away from his face. Thin as he was, he looked all skin and no bones, a goblin of a man whom it would not astonish you to hear could creep through a keyhole, seeming still more shadowy and impalpable by his slight thin sable dress, not of cloth, but a sort of stuff like alpaca. Nor was that dress ragged nor as seen, but in starlight did it look worn or shabby. Still you had but to glance at the creature to feel that it was a child in the same family of night as the ragged felon that towered by its side. The two outlaws stared at each other. Cuts, said Loosely in the old rollicking voice, but in a hoarser, rougher key, Cuts, my boy, here I am welcome me. What, General Jas, returned Cuts in a tone which was not without a certain respectful awe, and then proceeded to pour out a series of questions in a mysterious language, which may be thus translated and abridged. How long have you been in England? How has it fared with you? You seem very badly off coming here to hide nothing very bad, I hope. What is it? Jasper answered in the same language, though with less practiced mastery of it, and with that constitutional levity, which, whatever the time or circumstances, occasionally gave a strange sort of wit, or queer uncanny devil-may-care vein of drollery, to his modes of expression. 3 months of the worst luck man ever had a row with the Genstar. Long story. 3 of our pals seized a fare of the galleys for them, I suspect French frogs, can't seize me fricasseed. 1 or 2 of them broke away, crossed the country, reached the coast, found an honest smuggler landed off Sussex with a few other kegs of brandy, remembered you preserved the address you gave me, and condescend to this rat hole for a night or so. Let me in, knock up, somebody break open the larder, I want to eat, I am famished. I should have eaten you by this time, only there's nothing on your bones. The little man opened the door a passage black, as Erebus, give me your hand. General Jasper was led through the pitchy gloom for a few yards, then the guide found a gascock, and the place broke suddenly into light. A dirty narrow staircase on one side, facing it a sort of lobby in which an open door showed a long sanded parlour like that in public houses, several tables, benches, the walls whitewashed, but adorned with sundry ingenious designs made by charcoal or the smoked ends of claypipes, a strong smell of stale tobacco, and of gin and rum. Another gaslight swinging from the centre of the ceiling sprang into light as Cuts touched the tapcock. Wait here, said the guide, I will go and get you some supper. And some brandy, said Jasper. Of course. The bravo threw himself at length on one of the tables, and closing his eyes moaned. His vast strength had become acquainted with physical pain in its stout knots and fibres, aches and sharp twinges, the dragon teeth of which had been sown years ago in revels or brawls, which then seemed to bring but innocuous joy and easy triumph, now began to gnaw and grind. But when Cuts reappeared with coarse viands, and the brandy bottle, Jasper shook off the sense of pain as does a wounded wild beast that can still devour, and after regaling fast and ravenously, he emptied half the bottle at a draught, and felt himself restored and fresh. Shall you fling yourself amongst the swell fellows who hold their club here? General asked. Cuts, tea's a bad trade, every year it gets worse, or have you not some higher game in your eye? I have higher game in my eye. One bird I marked down this very night, but that may be slow work, and uncertain. I have in this pocketbook a bank to draw upon meanwhile. How forged French billets de bank dangerous? Pooh, better than that letters, which prove theft against a respectable rich man. Ah, you expect hush money. Exactly so. I have good friends in London. Among them, I suppose, that affectionate adopted mother, who would have kept you in such order. Thousand thunders, I hope not. I am not a superstitious man, but I fear that woman as if she were a witch, and I believe she is one. You remember Black Jean, whom we call Sansculotte? He would have filled a churchyard with his own brats for a 5-franc piece, but he would not have crossed a churchyard alone at night for 1,000 naps. Well, that woman to me is what a churchyard was to Black Jean. No, if she is in London I have but to go to her house and say food, shelter, money, and I would rather ask Jack Ketch for a rope. How do you account for it, General? She does not beat you, she is not your wife. I have seen many a stout fellow, who would stand fire without blinking, show the white feather at a scold's tongue, but then he must be spliced to her. Cuts that Griffin does not scold. She preaches she wants to make me spoony cuts, she talks of my young days, cuts. She wants to blight me into what she calls an honest man, cuts. Virtuous dodge, she snubs and cows me and frightens me out of my wits, cuts, for I do believe that the witch is determined to have me body and soul, and to marry me some day in spite of myself, cuts. And if ever you see me about to be clutched in those horrible paws, poison me with ratsbane or knock me on the head, cuts. The little man laughed a little laugh sharp and eldritch at the strange cowardice of the stalwart daredevil, but Jasper did not echo the laugh. Hush, he said timidly, and let me have a bed if you can. I have not slept in one for a week, and my nerves are shaky. The imp lighted a candle at the gas lamp, and conducted loosely up the stairs to his own sleeping room, which was less comfortless than might be supposed. He resigned his bed to the wanderer, who flung himself on it rags, and all but sleep was no more at his command than it is at a king's. Why the did you talk of that witch? He cried peevishly to Cuts, who was composing himself to rest on the floor. I swear I feel her sitting on my chest like a nightmare. He turned with a vehemence which shook the walls, and wrapped the coverlet round him, plunging his head into its folds. Strange, though it seemed to the novice in human nature, to Jasper loosely the woman who had so long lived, but for one object, namely to save him from the gibbet, was as his evil genius, his haunting fiend. He had conceived a profound terror of her. From the moment he perceived that she was resolutely bent upon making him honest, he had broken from her years ago, fled, resumed his evil courses, hid himself from Heron. Vain wherever he went, there went she. He might baffle the police, not her hunger had often forced him to accept her aid. As soon as he received it, he hid from her again, burying himself deeper and deeper in the mud like a persecuted tench. He associated her idea with all the ill luck that had befallen him several times. Some villainous scheme, on which he had counted to make his fortune, had been baffled in the most mysterious way. And just when baffled and there seemed no choice but to cut his own throat, or someone else's, upturned grim Arabella Crane in the iron-grey gown, and with the iron-grey ringled shatefully, awfully beneficent, offering food, shelter, gold, and some demoniacal honourable work. Often had he been in imminent peril from watchful law or treacherous accomplice. She had warned and saved him as she had saved him from the fell Gabrielle Desmarets, who, unable to bear the sentence of penal servitude after a long process, defended with astonishing skill, and enlisting the romantic sympathies of young France, had contrived to escape into another world by means of a subtle poison concealed about her distinct person, and which she had prepared years ago with her own bloodless hands, and no doubt scientifically tested its effects on others. The Cobra di Capella is gone at last. Souvienstoi de ta Gabrielle o Jasper, loosely. But why Arabella Crane should thus continue to watch over him, whom she no longer professed to love, how she should thus have acquired the gift of ubiquity, and the power to save him, Jasper loosely could not conjecture. The whole thing seemed to him weird and supernatural. Most truly did he say that she had cowed him. He had often longed to strangle her when absent from her, had often resolved upon that act of gratitude the moment he came in sight of her stern, haggard face, her piercing, lurid eyes, the moment he heard her slow, dry voice in some such sentences as these: again you come to me in your trouble, and ever shall am I not still as your mother, but with a wife's fidelity, till death us do part. There's the portrait of what you will look at it. Jasper now turned to the glass. See what you are think of the fate of Gabrielle Desmarets, but for me what long since had been your own. But I will save you, I have sworn it. You shall be wax in these hands at last. Moment that voice thus claimed and insisted on redeeming him, the ruffian felt a cold shudder. His courage oozed. He could no more have nerved his arm against her than a thug would have lifted his against the dire goddess of his murderous superstition. Jasper could not resist a belief that the life of this dreadful protectress was somehow or other made essential to his, that were she to die he should perish in some ghastly and preternatural expiation. But for the last few months he had at length escaped from her, diving so low, so deep into the mud, that even her net could not mesh him. Hence perhaps the imminence of the perils from which he had so narrowly escaped, hence the utterness of his present destitution. But man, however vile, whatever his peril, whatever his destitution, was born free, and love's liberty to go to Satan in his own way, was to Jasper loosely a supreme blessing compared to that benignant, compassionate espionage, with its relentless eye and restraining hand. Alas and alas, deem not this perversity unnatural in that headstrong self-destroyer. How many are there whom not a grim, hard-featured Arabella Crane, but the long-suffering, divine, omniscient, gentle Providence itself seeks to warn, to aid, to save? and is shunned and loathed, and fled from as if it were an evil genius. How many are there who fear nothing so much as the being made good in spite of themselves? A show, many who can count them. Chapter Romans 6. The public man needs but one patron, namely the lucky moment. At his house in Carlton Gardens, Guy Darrell-esque for the season. Simple insertion in the pompous list of fashionable arrivals, the name of a plain commoner, embedded in the amber which glitters with so many coronets and stars, yet such is England with all its veneration for titles, that the eyes of the public passed indifferently over the rest of that chronicle of illustrious whereabouts, to rest with interest, curiosity, speculation on the unemblazoned name, which but a day before had seemed slipped out of date, obsolete as that of an actor who figures no more in playbills. Unquestionably, the sensation excited was due in much to the ambiguous voices which Colonel Morley had disseminated throughout the genial atmosphere of clubrooms arrived in London for the season. The orator, once so famous, long so forgotten, who had been out of the London world for the space of more than half a generation. Why now? Why for the season, quoth the Colonel. He is still in the prime of life as a public man, and a crisis is at hand. But that which gave weight and significance to Alban Morley's hints was the report in the newspapers of Guy Darrell's visit to his old constituents, and of the short speech he had addressed to them, to which he had so slightly referred in his conversation with Alban. True, the speech was short, true, it touched but little on passing topics of political interest, rather alluding with modesty and terseness to the contests and victories of a former day. But still in the few words there was the swell of the old clarion, the wind of the paladin's horn, which woke Fontarabian echoes. It is astonishing how capricious, how sudden, are the changes in value of a public man. All depends upon whether the public want or believe they want the man, and that is a question upon which the public do not know their own minds a week before, nor do they always keep in the same mind when made up for a week together. If they do not want a man, if he do not hit the taste, nor respond to the exigency of the time, whatever his eloquence, his abilities, his virtues, they push him aside or cry him down. Is he wanted? Does the mirror of the moment reflect his image? That mirror is an intense magnifier. His proportions swell, they become gigantic at that moment. The public wanted some man, and the instant the hint was given, why not Guy Darrell? Guy Darrell was seized upon as the man wanted. It was one of those times in our parliamentary history when the public are out of temper with all parties, when recognized leaders have contrived to damage themselves, when a cabinet is shaking, and the public neither care to destroy nor to keep it. A time too when the country seemed in some danger, and when mere men of business held unequal to the emergency. Whatever name suggested associations of vigor, eloquence, genius, rose to a premium above its market price, in times of tranquility and tape, without effort of his own, by the mere force of the undercurrent. Guy Darrell was thrown up from oblivion into note. He could not form a cabinet, certainly not, but he might help to bring a cabinet together, reconcile jarring elements, adjust disputed questions, take in such government, some high place, influence its councils, and delight a public weary of the oratory of the day, with the eloquence of a former race. For the public is ever laudator temporis acti, and whatever the authors or the orators immediately before it, were those authors and orators, Homers and Ciceros, would still shake a disparaging head and talk of these degenerate days, as Homer himself talked ages before Leonidas stood in the pass of Thermopylae, or Miltiades routed Asian armaments at Marathon. Guy Darrell belonged to a former race. The fathers of those young members rising now into fame had quoted to their sons his pithy sentences, his vivid images, and added as Fox added when quoting Burke, "But you should have heard and seen them." Heard and seen the man, but there he was again, come up as from a grave, come up to the public, just when such a man was wanted. Wanted, how wanted? Where? Oh, somehow and somewhere there he is. Make the most of him. The house in Carlton Gardens is prepared. The establishment mounted thither flock all the Viponts, nor they alone, all the chiefs of all parties, nor they alone, all the notabilities of our grand metropolis. Guy Darrell might be startled at his own position, but he comprehended its nature, and it did not discompose his nerves. He knew public life well enough to be aware how much the popular favour is the creature of an accident by chance. He had nicked the time had he thus come to town the season, before he might have continued obscure. A man like Guy Darrell, not being wanted then, whether with or without design, his bearing confirmed and extended the effect produced by his reappearance. Gracious, but modestly reserved, he spoke little, listened beautifully. Many of the questions which agitated all around him had grown up into importance since his day of action, nor in his retirement had he traced their progressive development with their changeful effects upon men and parties. But a man who has once gone deeply into practical politics might sleep in the cave of Trophonius for 20 years, and find on waking very little to learn. Darrell regained the level of the day, and seized upon all the strong points on which men were divided with the rapidity of a prompt and comprehensive intellect, his judgment perhaps the clearer from the freshness of long repose, and the composure of dispassionate survey. When partisans wrangled as to what should have been done, Darrell was silent. When they asked what should be done, out came one of his terse sentences, and a knot was cut meanwhile. It is true this man round whom expectations grouped, and rumour buzzed, was in neither House of Parliament, but that was rather a delay to his energies than a detriment to his consequence. Important constituencies anticipating a vacancy were already on the lookout for him. A smaller constituency in the interim Vicomte undertook to procure him any day. There was always a Vicomte ready to accept something, even the Chiltern Hundreds, but Darrell not without reason demurred at re-entering the House of Commons. After an absence of 17 years, he had left it with one of those rare reputations which no wise man likes rashly to imperil. The Vicomte's side. He would certainly be more useful in the Commons than the Lords, but still in the Lords he would be of great use. They would want a debating lord, perhaps a lord acquainted with law in the coming corrosive. He preferred the peerage. Darrell demurred still. The man's modesty was insufferable. His style of speaking might not suit that august assembly. And as to law, he could never now be a law lord. He should be but a sidevant advocate, affecting the part of a judicial amateur. In short, without declining to re-enter public life, seeming on the contrary to resume all his interest in it, Darrell contrived with admirable dexterity to elude for the present all overtures pressed upon him, and even to convince his admirers not only of his wisdom, but of his patriotism in that reticence, for certainly he thus managed to exercise a very considerable influence. His advice was more sought, his suggestions more heeded, and his power in reconciling certain rival jealousies was perhaps greater than would have been the case if he had actually entered either House of Parliament and thrown himself exclusively into the ranks not only of one party, but of one section of a party. Nevertheless, such suspense could not last very long. He must decide at all events before the next session. Once he was seen in the arena of his old triumphs, on the benches devoted to strangers, distinguished by the Speaker's order there, recognized by the older members, eagerly gazed at by the younger guy. Darrell listened calmly throughout a long field night to voices that must have roused from forgotten graves kindling and glorious memories, voices of those veterans Nobi whose side he had once struggled for some cause which he had then, in the necessary exaggeration of all honest enthusiasm, identified with a nation's lifeblood, voices too of the old antagonists over whose rooted arguments he had marched triumphant amidst applauses, that the next day rang again through England from side to side. Hark! The very man with whom in the old battle days he had been the most habitually pitted is speaking now. His tones are embarrassed, his argument confused. Does he know who listens? Yonder old members, think Sosmal, whisper each other, and glance significantly where Darrell sits as became him, tranquil, respectful, intent, seemingly perhaps really unconscious of the sensation he excites. What an eye for an orator! How like the eye in a portrait! It seems to fix on each other, eye that seeks its study. Fascinating. Yon distant members behind the speaker's chair at the far distance feel the light of that eye travel towards them. How lofty and massive among all those rows of human heads seems that forehead, bending slightly down with the dark strong line of the weighty eyebrow. But what is passing within that secret mind? Is there mournfulness in the retrospect? Is there eagerness to renew the strife? Is that interest in the hour's debate feigned or real? Impossible for him who gazed upon that face to say, and that eye would have seemed to the gazer to read himself through and through to the heart's core, long ere the gazer could hazard a single guess as to the thoughts beneath that marble forehead, as to the emotions within the heart, over which in old senatorial fashion the arms were folded with so conventional an ease. Chapter Romans 7. Darrell and Lionel. Darrell had received Lionel with some evident embarrassment, which soon yielded to affectionate warmth. He took to the young man, whose fortunes he had so improved. He felt that with the improved fortunes, the young man's whole being was improved. Assured position, early commune with the best social circles, in which the equality of fashion smooths away all disparities in rank, had softened in Lionel much of the wayward and morbid irritability of his boyish pride, but the high spirit, the generous love of independence, the scorn of mercenary calculation, were strong as ever. These were in the grain of his nature, in common with all who in youth aspire to be one day noted from the undistinguishable. Many Lionel had formed to himself a certain ideal, standard above the ordinary level of what the world is contented to call honest or esteem clever. He admitted into his estimate of life the heroic element not undesirable even in the most practical point of view for the world. is so in the habit of decrying, of disbelieving, in high motives and pure emotions of daguerreotyping itself, with all its ugliest wrinkles, stripped of the true bloom that brightens of the true expression, that redeems those defects, which it invites the sun to limn, that we shall never judge human nature aright if we do not set out in life with our gaze on its fairest beauties, and our belief in its latent good. In a word, we should begin with the heroic if we would learn the human. But though to himself Lionel thus secretly prescribed a certain superiority of type, to be sedulously aimed at, even if never actually attained, he was wholly without pedantry and arrogance towards his own contemporaries from this. He was saved not only by good-nature animal spirit's frank hardihood, but by the very affluence of ideas which animated his tongue, coloured his language, and whether to young or old, wise or dull, made his conversation racy and original. He was a delightful companion, and if he had taken much instruction from those older and wiser than himself, he so bathed that instruction in the fresh fountain of his own lively intelligence, so warmed it at his own beating impulsive heart, that he could make an old man's gleanings from experience seem a young man's guesses into truth. Faults he had, of course, chiefly the faults common at his age. Amongst them, perhaps the most dangerous were firstly carelessness in money matters, secondly a distaste for advice in which prudence was visibly predominant. His tastes were not in reality extravagant, but money slipped through his hands leaving little to show for it, and when his quarterly allowance became due ample, though it was too ample, perhaps debts wholly forgotten started up to seize hold of it, and debts as yet being manageable were not regarded with sufficient horror paid, or put aside as the case might be. They were merely looked upon, as bore's youth is in danger, till it learned to look upon them as furies for advice. He took it with pleasure when clothed with elegance and art, when it addressed ambition, when it exalted the loftier virtues, but advice practical and prosy went in at one ear and out at the other. In fact, with many talents, he had yet no adequate ballast of common sense, and if ever he get enough to steady his bark through life's trying voyage, the necessity of so much dull weight must be forcibly stricken home, less to his reason than his imagination or his heart. But if somehow or other he get it not, I will not insure his vessel. I know not if Lionel Houghton had genius. He never assumed that he had, but he had something more like genius than that prototype resolve of which he boasted to the artist. He had youth of mind, youth of heart, youth of soul, lithe and supple, as he moved before you with the eye to which light or dew sprang at once from a nature vibrating to every lofty, every tender thought. He seemed more than young, the incarnation of youth. Darrell took to him at once. Amidst all the engagements crowded on the important man, he contrived to see Lionel daily, and what may seem strange, Darrell felt more at home with Lionel Houghton than with any of his own contemporaries, than even with Alban Morley to the last. Indeed, he opened speech with less reserve of certain portions of the past, or of certain projects in the future, but still even there he adopted a tone of half-playful, half-mournful satire, which might be in itself disguise. Alban Morley, with all his good qualities, was a man of the world. As a man of the world, Darrell talked to him, but it was only a very small part of Darrell, the man of which the world could say mine. To Lionel he let out, as if involuntarily, the more amiable, tender, poetic attributes of his varying, complex, uncomprehended character, not professedly confiding, but not taking pains to conceal hearing what worldlings would call sentiment in Lionel. He seemed to glide softly down to Lionel's own years, and talk sentiment in return. After all, this skilled lawyer, this noted politician, had a great dash of the boy still in him. Reader, did you ever meet a really clever man who had not? Chapter Roman 8 saith, a very homely proverb, pardon its vulgarity, you cannot make a silk purse out of a sow's ear, but a sow's ear is a much finer work of art than a silk purse, and grand indeed the mechanician who could make a sow's ear out of a silk purse, or conjure into creatures of flesh and blood the sarcenet and tool of a London drawing groom. Mamma asked Honoria Carr Vipont what sort of a person was Mrs. Darrell. She was not in our set, my dear, answered Lady Selina. The Vipont crooks are just one of those connections with which, though of course one is civil to all connections, one is more or less intimate according as they take after the Viponts, or after the crook's poor woman. She died just before Mr. Darrell entered Parliament and appeared in society. But I should say she was not an agreeable person, not nice, added Lady Selina after a pause, and conveying a world of meaning in that conventional monosyllable. I suppose she was very accomplished, very clever. Quite the reverse, my dear. Mr. Darrell was exceedingly young when he married, scarcely of age. She was not the sort of woman to suit him. But at least she must have been very much attached to him, very proud of him. Lady Selina glanced aside from her work, and observed her daughter's face, which evinced an animation not usual to a young lady of a breeding so lofty, and a mind so well disciplined. "I don't think," said Lady Selina, "that she was proud of him. She would have been proud of his station, or rather of that, to which his fame and fortune would have raised her had she lived to enjoy it. But for a few years after her marriage they were very poor, and though his rise at the bar was sudden and brilliant, he was long wholly absorbed in his profession, and lived in Bloomsbury. Mrs. Darrell was not proud of that. The Crooks are generally fine, give themselves airs merry into great houses if they can, but we can't naturalize them. They always remain crookus-useful connections. Very Carr says we have not a more useful but third-rate, my dear. All the Crooks are bad wives, because they are never satisfied with their own homes, but are always trying to get into great people's homes. Not very long before she died, Mrs. Darrell took her friend and relation Mrs. Lindsay to live with her. I suspect it was not from affection or any great consideration for Mrs. Lindsay's circumstances, which were indeed those of actual destitution, till thanks to Mr. Darrell won her lawsuit, but simply because she looked to Mrs. Lindsay to get her into our set. Mrs. Lindsay was a great favourite with all of us, charming manners, perfectly correct, too thorough, vipont, thorough gentlewoman, but artful, oh so artful. She humoured poor Mrs. Darrell's absurd vanity, but she took care not to injure herself. Of course Darrell's wife, and a vipont though, only a vipont crookie, had free passport into the outskirts of good society, the great parties, and so forth, but there it stopped. Even I should have been compromised if I had admitted into our set a woman who was bent on compromising herself, handsome, in a bad style, not the vipont tournure, and not only silly and flirting, but we are alone, keep the secret, decidedly vulgar, might. You amaze me. How such a man. Honoria stopped, colouring up to the temples. Clever men, said Lady Selina, as a general rule, do choose the oddest wives. The cleverer a man is, the more easily I do believe a woman can take him in. However, to do Mr. Darrell justice, he has been taken in only once after Mrs. Darrell's death. Mrs. Lindsay, I suspect, tried her chance, but failed. Of course, she would not actually stay in the same house with a widower who was then young, and who had only to get rid of a wife to whom one was forced to be shy in order to be received into our set with open arms, and in short to be of the very best monde. Mr. Darrell came into Parliament, immensely rich, a legacy from an old East Indian besides his own professional savings, took the house he has now close by us. Mrs. Lindsay was obliged to retire to a cottage at Fulham, but as she professed to be a second mother to poor Matilda Darrell, she contrived to be very much at Carlton Gardens. Her daughter Caroline was nearly always there, profiting by Matilda's masters, and I did think that Mrs. Lindsay would have caught Darrell, but your papa said no, and he was right, as he always is. Nevertheless, Mrs. Lindsay would have been an excellent wife to a public man, so popular, knew the world so well, never made enemies, till she made an enemy of poor dear Montfort. But that was natural. By the by, I must write to Caroline, sweet creature. But how absurd, shutting herself up as if she were fretting for Montfort, that so like her mother, heartless, but full of propriety. Here Carr Vipont and Colonel Morley entered the room. We have just left Darrell, said Carr. He will dine here today to meet our cousin Alban. I have asked his cousin young Houghton and your cousins, Selina, a small party of cousins so lucky to find Darrell disengaged. I ventured to promise, said the Colonel, addressing Honoria, in an under voice, that Darrell should hear you play Beethoven. Honoria, is Mr. Darrell so fond of music then? Colonel Morley, one would not have thought it. He keeps a secretary at Fawley who plays the flute. There's something very interesting about Darrell. I wish you could hear his ideas on marriage and domestic life, more freshness of heart than in the young men one meets nowadays. It may be prejudice, but it seems to me that the young fellows of the present race, if more sober and staid than we were, are sadly wanting in character and spirit, no warm blood in their veins. But I should not talk thus to a demoiselle who has all those young fellows at her feet. Oh, said Lady Selina, overhearing, and with a half-laugh, Honoria thinks much as you do. She finds the young men so insipid, all like one another, the same set phrases, the same stereotyped ideas, added Honoria, moving away with a gesture of calm disdain. A very superior mind, has whispered the Colonel to Carr Vipont, shall never marry a fool. Guy Darrell was very pleasant at the small family dinner party. Carr was always popular in his manners, the true old House of Commons manner, which was very like that of a gentleman-like public school. Lady Selina, as has been said before, in her own family circle, was natural and genial. Young Carr there, without his wife, more pretentious than his father, being a lord of the Admiralty, felt a certain awe of Darrell, and spoke little, which was much to his own credit, and to the general conviviality. The other members of the symposium, besides Lady Selina, Honoria, and a younger sister, were but Darrell Lionel and Lady Selina's two cousins, elderly Pearson with the garter, the other in the cabinet, jovial men, who had been wild fellows, once in the same mess-room, and still joked at each other whenever they met, as they met now. Lionel, who remembered Vance's description of Lady Selina and who had since heard her spoken of in society as a female despot, who carried to perfection the arts by which despots flourish with majesty, to impose, and caresses to deceive an Aurangzeb in petticoats, was sadly at a loss to reconcile such portraiture with the good-humoured motherly woman who talked to him of her home, her husband, her children with open fondness and becoming pride, and who, far from being so formidably clever as the world cruelly gave out, seemed to Lionel rather below par in her understanding. Strike from her talk its kindliness, and the residue was very like twaddle after dinner. Various members of the Vipont family dropped in, asked impromptu by Carr or by Lady Selina in hasty three-cornered notes, to take that occasion of renewing their acquaintance with their distinguished connection. By some accident amongst those invited there were but few young single ladies, and by some other accident those few were all plain. Honoria Vipont was unequivocally the belle of the room. It could not but be observed that Darrell seemed struck with her, talked with her more than with any other lady, and when she went to the piano and played that great air of Beethoven's in which music seems to have got into a knot that only fingers the most artful can unravel, Darrell remained in his seat aloof, and alone, listening no doubt with ravished attention, but just as the air ended, and Honoria turned round to look for him, he was gone. Lionel did not linger long after him. The gay young man went thence to one of those vast crowds, which seemed convened for a practical parody of Mr. Bentham's famous proposition, contriving the smallest happiness for the greatest number. It was a very good house belonging to a very great person. Colonel Morley had procured an invitation for Lionel, and said, "Go, you should be seen there." Colonel Morley had passed the age of growing into society. No such cares for the morrow could add a cubit to his conventional stature. One amongst a group of other young men, by the doorway, Lionel beheld Darrell, who had arrived before him, listening to a very handsome young lady, with an attention quite as earnest as that which had gratified the superior mind of the well-educated Honoria. Very handsome young lady certainly, but not with a superior mind, nor supposed hitherto to have found young gentlemen insipid. Doubtless she would henceforth do so a few minutes after. Darrell was listening again, this time to another young lady, generally called fast if his attentions to her were not marked hers to him, where she rattled on to him, volubly laughed pretty hoyden at her own sallies, and seemed at last so to fascinate him by her gay spirits that he sat down by her side, and the playful smile on his lips that had learned to be so gravely firm showed that he could enter still into the mirth of childhood, for surely to the time-worn man the fast young lady must have seemed but a giddy child. Lionel was amused. Could this be the austere recluse whom he had left in the shades of folly? Guy Darrell, at his years, with his dignified repute, the object of so many nods and becks and wreathed smiles, could he descend to be that most frivolous of characters, a male coquette? Was he in earnest? Was his vanity duped? Looking again, Lionel saw in his kinsman's face a sudden return of the sad, despondent expression which had moved his own young pity in the solitudes of folly. But in a moment the man roused himself. The sad expression was gone. Had the girl's merry laugh again chased it away? But Lionel's attention was now drawn from Darrell himself to the observations murmured round him, of which Darrell was the theme. "Yes, he is bent on marrying again. I have it from Alban Morley, immense fortune, and so young-looking any girl might fall in love with such eyes and forehead. Besides, what a jointure he could settle. Do look at that girl, Flora, Vivian, trying to make a fool of him. She can't appreciate that kind of man, and she would not be caught by his money, does not want it. I wonder she is not afraid of him. He is certainly quizzing her. The men think her pretty, I don't they say he is to return to Parliament and have a place in the cabinet. No, he has no children, living very natural. He should marry again. A nephew? You are quite mistaken. Young Houghton is no nephew, a very distant connection, could not expect to be the heir. It was given out, though at Paris the Duchess thought so, and so did Lady Jane Thale. Not be so civil to young Houghton now, hush." Lionel, wishing to hear no more, glided by and penetrated farther into the throng, and then, as he proceeded with those last words on his ear, the consciousness came upon him that his position had undergone a change, difficult to define it to an ordinary bystander. People would have seemed to welcome him cordially, as ever the gradations of respect in polite society are so exquisitely delicate that it seems only by a sort of magnetism that one knows from day to day whether one has risen or declined. A man has lost high office, patronage, power, never perhaps to regain them. People don't turn their backs on him. Their smiles are as gracious, their hands as flatteringly extended. But that man would be dull as a rhinoceros if he did not feel as everyone who accosts him feels that he has descended in the ladder, so with all else lose even your fortune, it is not the next day in a London drawing-room that your friends look as if you were going to ask them for £5 weight a year or so for that. But if they have just heard you are ruined, you will feel that they have heard it. Let them bow ever so courteously, smile ever so kindly. Lionel at Paris in the last year or so had been more than fashionable. He had been the fashion-courted run, after petted, quoted, imitated that evening. He felt as an author may feel who has been the rage and without fault of his own, is so no more. The rays that had gilded him had gone back to the orb that lent, and they who were most genial still to Lionel Houghton were those who still most respected £35,000 a year in Guy Darrell. Lionel was angry with himself that he felt gold, but in his wounded pride there was no mercenary regret, only that sort of sickness which comes to youth, when the hollowness of worldly life is first made clear to it from the faces round him. There fell that glamour by which the amour propre is held captive in large assemblies, where the amour propre is flattered, magnificent, intelligent audience, thinks the applauded actor delightful party, murmurs the worshipped beauty glamour, glamour, let the audience yawn, while the actor mouths let the party neglect the beauty to adore another, and straightway the magnificent audience is an ignorant public, and the delightful party a heartless world. Chapter Roman 9. Escaped from a London drawing-room. Flesh once more tingles and blood flows. Guy Darrell explains to Lionel Houghton why he holds it a duty to be an old fool. Lionel Houghton glided through the disenchanted rooms, and breathed a long breath of relief when he found himself in the friendless streets. As he walked slow and thoughtful on, he suddenly felt a hand upon his shoulder, turned, and saw Darrell. "Give me your arm, my dear Lionel, I am tired out. What a lovely night, what sweet scorn in the eyes of those stars, that we have neglected for yon flaring lights." Lionel, is it scorn, is it pity, is it but serene indifference? Darrell, as we ourselves interpret, if scorn be present in our own hearts, it will be seen in the disk of Jupiter. Man, egotist, though he be, exact sympathy from all the universe joyous. He says to the sun, life-giver, rejoice with me grieving. He says to the moon, pensive one, thou sharest my sorrow. Hope for fame, a star is its promise. Mourn for the dead, a star is the land of reunion. Say to earth, I have done with thee, to time thou hast naught to bestow, and all space cries aloud, the earth is a speck, thine inheritance infinity. Time melts, while thou sighest, the discontent of a mortal is the instinct that proves the immortal. Thus, construing nature, nature is our companion, our consoler, benign as the playmate she lends herself to our shifting humours, serious as the teacher she responds to the steadier inquiries of reason, mystic and hallowed as the priestess she keeps alive by dim oracles that spiritual yearning within us, in which, from savage to saga, through all dreams, through all creeds, thrills the sense of a link with divinity. Never, therefore, while conferring with nature, is man wholly alone, nor is she a single companion with uniform shape. Ever new, ever various, she can pass from gay to severe, from fancy to science, quick as thought passes from the dance of a leaf, from the tint of a rainbow to the theory of motion, the problem of light. But lose nature, forget or dismiss her, make companions by hundreds of men who ignore her. And I will not say with the poet, this is solitude, but in the commune, what stale monotony, what weary sameness. Thus Darrell continued to weave together sentence with sentence the intermediate connection of meaning, often so subtle that when put down on paper it requires effort to discern it. But it was his peculiar gift to make clear, when spoken, what in writing would seem obscure. Look, manner, each delicate accent, in a voice wonderfully distinct in its unrivaled melody, also aided the sense of mere words, that it is scarcely extravagant to say he might have talked an unknown language, and a listener would have understood, but understood or not those sweet intonations. It was such delight to hear that anyone with nerves alive to music would have murmured, talk on forever. And in this gift lay one main secret of the man's strange influence over all who came familiarly into his intercourse, so that if Darrell had ever bestowed confidential intimacy on anyone not, by some antagonistic idiosyncrasy, steeled against its charm, and that intimacy had been withdrawn a void, never to be refilled, must have been left in the life thus robbed. Stopping at his door as Lionel, rapt by the music, had forgotten the pain of the reverie so bewitchingly broken, Darrell detained the hand held out to him, and said, "No, not yet, I have something to say to you. Come in, let me say it now." Lionel bowed his head, and in surprised conjecture followed his kinsman up the lofty stairs into the same comfortless, stately room that has been already described. When the servant closed the door, Darrell sank into a chair, fixing his eye upon Lionel with almost parental kindness, and motioning his young cousin to sit by his side close, he thus began. Lionel, before I was your age I was married, I was a father, I am lonely, and childless now. My life has been moulded by a solemn obligation which so few could comprehend, that I scarce know a man living beside yourself, to whom I would frankly confide it. Pride of family is a common infirmity, often petulant with the poor, often insolent with the rich, but rarely perhaps out of that pride do men construct a positive binding duty, which at all self-sacrifice should influence the practical choice of life. As a child, before my judgment could discern how much of vain superstition may lurk in our reverence for the dead, my whole heart was engaged in a passionate dream which my waking existence became vowed to realize. My father, me lip quivers, my eyes moisten, as I recall him. Even know me father, I loved him so intense, a lithe love of childhood, how fearfully strong it is all in him, was so gentle, yet so sensitive, a chivalry without its armor. I was his constant companion. He spoke to me unreservedly as a poet to his muse. I wept at his sorrows, I chafed at his humiliations. He talked of ancestors. As he thought of them, to him they were beings like the old lares, not dead in graves, but images ever present on household hearths. Doubtless he exaggerated their worth, as their old importance obscure indeed in the annals of empire, their deeds and their power, their decline, and full not so thought he they were to his eyes the moon track in the ocean of history, light on the waves over which they had gleamed, all the ocean elsewhere dark. With him thought I, as my father spoke his child believed, but what to the eyes of the world was this inheritor of a vaunted name, a threadbare slighted rustic pedant, no station in the very province in which mouldered away the last lowly dwelling place of his line-by lineage, high above most nobles in position, below most yeomen. He had learning, he had genius, but the studies to which they were devoted only served yet more to impoverish his scanty means, and led rather to ridicule than to honor. Not a day but what I saw on his soft features the smart of a fresh sting, the gnawing of a new care. Thus, as a boy feeling in myself a strength inspired by affection, I came to him one day as he sat grieving, and kneeling to him, said, Father, courage, yet a little while I shall soon be a man, and I swear to devote myself as man to revive the old fading race, so prized by you, to rebuild the house that by you so loved is loftier in my eyes than all the heraldry of kings. And my father's face brightened, and his voice blessed me, and I rose. You ambitious Darrell paused, heaved a short quick sigh, and then rapidly continued. I was fortunate at the university. That was a day when chiefs of party looked for recruits amongst young men who had given the proofs, and won the first fruits of emulation and assiduity for statesmanship. Then was deemed an art which, like that of war, needs early discipline. I had scarcely left college when I was offered a seat in Parliament by the head of the Vicomtes, an old Lord Montfort. I was dazzled, but for one moment I declined the next. The fallen house of Darrell needed wealth, and parliamentary success, in its higher honours, often requires wealth, never gives it. It chanced that I had a college acquaintance with a young man named Vicomte Crook. His grandfather, one of the numberless Vicomtes, had been compelled to add the name of Crook to his own, on succeeding to the property of some rich uncle who was one of the numberless Crooks. I went with this college acquaintance to visit the old Lord Montfort at his villa near London, and thence to the country house of the Vicomte Crooks. I stayed at the last 2 or 3 weeks. While there, I received a letter from the elder Fairthorn, my father's bailiff, entreating me to come immediately to Fawley, hinting at some great calamity on taking leave of my friend and his family. Something in the manner of his sister startled and pained me in evident confusion. A burst of tears. I know not what. I had never sought to win her affections. I had an ideal of the woman I could love. It did not resemble her. On reaching Fawley, conceived the shock that awaited me. My father was like one heart-stricken. The principal mortgage was about to foreclose. Fawley about to pass forever from the race of the Darrells. I saw that the day my father was driven from the old house would be his last on earth. What means to save him? How raise the pitiful sum? But a few thousands be which to release from the spoiler's gripe those barren acres which all the lands of the Seymour or the Gower could never replace. In my poor father's eyes, my sole income was a college fellowship adequate to all my wants, but useless for sale or loan. I spent the night in vain consultation with Fairthorn. There seemed not a hope. Next morning came a letter from young Vicomte Crook. It was manly and frank, though somewhat coarse. With the consent of his parents, he offered me his sister's hand, and a dowry of L. He hinted in excuse for his bluntness that perhaps from motives of delicacy, if I felt a preference for his sister, I might not deem myself rich enough to propose. And but it matters not what else, he said. You foresee the rest. My father's life could be saved from despair. His beloved home be his shelter. To the last that dowry would more than cover the paltry debt upon the lands. I gave myself not an hour to pause. I hastened back to the house to which fate had led me, but said Darrell proudly, do not think I was base enough even with such excuses to deceive the young lady. I told her what was true, that I could not profess to her the love painted by Roman writers and poets, but that I loved no other, and that if she deigned to accept my hand, I should studiously consult her happiness, and gratefully confide to her my own. I said also what was true, that if she married me, ours must be for some years a life of privation, and struggle, that even the interest of her fortune must be devoted to my father, while he lived, though every shilling of its capital would be settled on herself, and her children. How I blessed her, when she accepted me despite my candour, how earnestly I prayed that I might love and cherish and requite her. Darrell paused in evident suffering, and thank heaven I have nothing on that score wherewith to reproach myself, and the strength of that memory enabled me to bear and forbear more than otherwise would have been possible to my quick spirit. And my man's heart, my dear father, his death was happy, his home was saved. He never knew at what sacrifice to his son. He was gladdened by the first honours my youth achieved. He was resigned to my choice of a profession, which, though contrary to his antique prejudices that allowed to the representative of the Darrells no profession, but the sword still promised the wealth which would secure his name from perishing. He was credulous of my future, as if I had uttered not a vow, but a prediction. He had blessed my union, without foreseeing its sorrows. He had embraced my firstborn. True, it was a girl, but it was one link onward from ancestors to posterity, and almost his last words were these: you will restore the race, you will revive the name, and my son's children will visit the antiquary's grave and learn gratitude to him for all that his idle lessons taught to your healthier vigour. And I answered, Father, your line shall not perish from the land, and when I am rich and great, and lordships spread far round the lowly hole that your life ennobled, I will say to your grandchildren, honour ye and your sons' sons. While a Darrell yet treads the earth, honour him, to whom I owe every thought which nerved me to toil for what you who come after me may enjoy. And so the old man whose life had been so smileless died smiling. By this time Lionel had stolen Darrell's hand into his own, his heart swelling with childlike tenderness, and the tears rolling down his cheeks. Darrell gently kissed his young kinsman's forehead, and extricating himself from Lionel's clasp, paced the room and spoke on while pacing it. I made then a promise, it is not kept, no child of mine survives to be taught reverence to my father's grave. My wedded life was not happy, its record needs no words of 2 children born to me, both are gone. My son went first, I had thrown my life's life into him, a boy of energy, of noble promise. T was for him, I began to build that baffled fabric sepulchre imima for him. I bought acre on acre all the land within reach of Follolands, 12 miles distant. I had meant to fill up the intervening space to buy out a mushroom earl whose woods and cornfields lie between. I was scheming the purchase, scrawling on the county map, when they brought the news that the boy I had just taken back to school was drowned bathing on a calm summer eve. No, Lionel, I must go on that grief I have wrestled with conquered. I was widowed then, a daughter still left, the firstborn, whom my father had blessed on his deathbed. I transferred all my love, all my hopes to her. I had no vain preference for male heirs. Is a race less pure that runs on through the female line? Well, my son's death was merciful compared to. Again Darrell stopped, again hurried on. Enough, all is forgiven in the grave. I was then still in the noon of man's life, free to form new ties. Another grief that I cannot tell you, it is not all conquered yet. And by that grief the last verdure of existence was so blighted that in short I had no heart for nuptial altars. For the social world years went by, each year I said, next year the wound will be healed, I have time. Yet now age is near, the grave not far now, if ever I must fulfill the promise that cheered my father's deathbed. Nor does that duty comprise all my motives. If I would regain healthful thought, manly action for my remaining years, I must feel that one haunting memory is exorcised, and forever laid at rest. It can be so only whatever my risk of new cares, whatever the folly of the hazard at my age ebb, so only by be once more. Darrell paused, fixed his eyes steadily on Lionel, and opening his arms cried out, Forgive me, my noble Lionel, that I am not contented with an heir like you, and do not you mock at the old man, who dreams that woman may love him yet, and that his own children may inherit his father's home. Lionel sprang to the breast that opened to him, and if Darrell had planned how best to remove from the young man's mind forever the possibility of one selfish pang, no craft could have attained his object like that touching confidence before which the disparities between youth and age literally vanished, and both made equal, both elevated alike. Verily, I know not which at the moment felt the elder or the younger. 2 noble hearts intermingled in one emotion are set free from all time save the present par. Each with each they meet as brothers twin-born. Book Romans 7, chapter Roman 1. Vignettes for the next book of beauty. I quite agree with you, Alban. Honoria Vipont is a very superior young lady. I knew you would think so, cried the colonel, with more warmth than usual to him. Many years since, resumed Darrell with reflective air, I read Miss Edgeworth's novels, and in conversing with Miss Honoria Vipont, methinks I confer with one of Miss Edgeworth's heroines, rational, so prudent, so well-behaved, so free from silly romantic notions, so replete with solid information, moral philosophy, and natural history, so sure to regulate her watch and her heart to the precise moment for the one to strike, and the other to throwbend, to marry at last a respectable, steady husband, whom she will win with dignity, and would lose with decorum, a very superior girl indeed. Darrell speaks not, the author Darrell is unjust to the more exquisite female characters of a novelist, admirable for strength of sense, correctness of delineation, terseness of narrative, and lucidity of style, less admirable for the unexaggerated nobleness of sentiment by which some of her heroines are notably distinguished. Though your description of Miss Vipont is satirical, said Alban Morley, smiling, in spite of some irritation, yet I will accept it as panegyric, for it conveys unintentionally a just idea of the qualities that make an intelligent companion and a safe wife, and those are the qualities we must look to, if we marry at our age. We are no longer boys, added the Colonel sententiously. Darrell, alas, no, I wish we were, but the truth of your remark is indisputable. Our look, is not that a face which might make an octogenarian forget that he is not a boy? What regular featuresque, and what a blush! The friends were riding in the park, and as Darrell spoke he bowed to a young lady, who with one or two others passed rapidly by in a barouche. It was that very handsome young lady to whom Lionel had seen him listening so attentively in the great crowd, for which Carr Vipont's family party had been deserted. Yes, Lady Adela is one of the loveliest girls in London, said the Colonel, who had also lifted his hat, as the barouche whirled by, and amiable too. I have known her ever since she was born. Her father and I are great friends, an excellent man, but stingy. I had much difficulty in arranging the eldest girl's marriage with Lord Bolton, and am a trustee in the settlement. If you feel a preference for Lady Adela, though I don't think she would suit you so well as Miss Vipont, I will answer for her father's encouragement, and her consent tease no drawback to you, though it is to most of her admirers, when I add there's nothing with her, and nothing in her which is worse, said Darrell. Still it is pleasant to gaze on a beautiful landscape, even though the soil be barren. Colonel Morley, that depends upon whether you are merely the artistic spectator of the landscape, or the disappointed proprietor of the soil. Admirable, said Darrell, you have disposed of Lady Adela. So ho, so ho. Darrell's horse, his old high-nettled horse, freshly sent to him from Fawley, and in spite of the 5 years that had added to its age of spirit, made friskier by long repose, here put down its ears, lashed out, and indulged in a bound which would have unseated many a London rider. A young Amazon followed hard by some 2 or 3 young gentlemen, and their grooms shot by swift and reckless as a hero at Balaclava, but with equal suddenness as she caught sight of Darrell, whose hand and voice had already soothed the excited nerves of his steed. The Amazon wheeled round and gained his side. Throwing up her veil, she revealed a face so prettily arched, so perversely gay, with eye of radiant hazel, and fair locks half loosened from their formal braid, that it would have beguiled resentment from the most insensible, reconciled to danger the most timid, and yet there was really a grace of humility in the apologies she tendered for her discourtesy and thoughtlessness, as the girl reined her light palfrey by Darrell's side, turning from the young companions who had now joined her, their hackneys in a foam, and devoting to his ear all her lively overflow of happy spirits, not untempered by a certain deference, but still apparently free from dissimulation. Daxrell's grand face lighted up, High's mellow laugh, unrestrained though low, echoed her sportive tones. Her youth, her joyousness were irresistibly contagious. Alban Morley watched observant, while interchanging talk with her attendant comrades, young men of high ton, but who belonged to that jeunesse dorée with which the surface of life patrician is fretted over. Young men with few ideas, fewer duties, but with plenty of lesser, plenty of health, plenty of money in their pockets, plenty of debts, to their tradesmen daring at Melton, scheming at Tattersallspride, to maiden Antsplague, to thrifty fathers, fickle lovers, but solid matches in brief fast livers, who get through their youth betimes, and who for the most part are middle-aged before they are 30, tamed by wedlock, sobered by the responsibilities that come with the cares of property and the dignities of rank, undergo abrupt metamorphosis into chairmen of quarter sessions, county members, or decorous peers, their ideas enriched as their duties grow, their opinions once loose as willows to the wind, stiffening into the palisades of fenced propriety. Valuable busy men changed as Henry Roman V, when coming into the cares of state, he said to the Chief Justice, "There is my hand," and to Sir John Falstaff, I know thee not, old roe. Fall to thy prayers. But meanwhile the elite of this June story glittered round Flora Vivian, not a regular beauty, like Lady Adela, not a fine girl like Miss Vipont, but such a light faultless figure as such, a pretty radiant face more womanly for affection to be manlike he be aping Thalestris. Flora too, was an heiress and only child sport wilful not, at all accomplished me belief, is that accomplishments are thought great bores by the June Dorino accomplishment, except horsemanship with a slight knack at billiards, and the capacity to take 3 whiffs from a Spanish cigarette, that last was adorable for offers, had been advanced to her hand on that merit, alone NB young ladies do themselves, no good with the June story, which in our time is a lover that rather smokes than sighs like furnace, by advertising their horror of cigars. You would suppose that Flora Vivian must be coarse vulgar, perhaps not at all, she was pignity original, and did the oddest things with the air and look of the highest breeding. Fairies cannot be vulgar, no matter what they do. They may take the strangest liberties, pinch the maidster and the house topsy-turvy, but they are ever the darlings of grace and poetry. Flora Vivian was a fairy, not peculiarly intellectual herself. She had a veneration for intellect. Those fast young men were the last persons likely to fascinate. That fast young lady women are so perverse, they always prefer the very people you would least suspect antithesis to themselves. Yet is it possible that Flora Vivian can have carried her crotchets to so extravagant a degree as to have designed the conquest of Guy Darrell years older than her own father? She too, an heiress, certainly not mercenary, she, who had already refused better worldly matches than Darrell himself, was young men, handsome men with coronets on the margin of their notepaper, and the panels of their broughams. The idea seemed preposterous, nevertheless. Alban Morley, a shrewd observer, conceived that idea and trembled for his friend. At last the young lady and her satellites shot off, and the colonel said cautiously, Miss Vivian is alarming. Darrell, alarming, the epithet requires construing. Colonel Morley, the sort of girl who might make a man of our years, really and literally an old fool. Darrell, old fool, such a man must be, if girls of any sort are permitted to make him a greater fool than he was before. But I think that with those pretty hands resting on one's armchair, or that sunny face shining into one's study windows, one might be a very happy old fool, and that is the most one can expect. Colonel Morley, checking an anxious groan, I am afraid, my poor friend, you are far gone already. No wonder Honoria Vipont fails to be appreciated, but Lady Selina has a maxim, the truth of which my experience attests. Moment it comes to woman, the most sensible men are the oldest fools, put in Darrell. If Mark Antony made such a goose of himself for that painted Herodin Cleopatra, what would he have done for a blooming Juliet? Youth and high spirit, alas, why are these to be unsuitable companions for us, as we reach that climax in time and sorrow when to the one we are grown the most indulgent, and of the other have the most need? Alban, that girl, if her heart were really won, her wild nature wisely mastered, gently guided, would make a true, prudent, loving, admirable wife. Heavens, cried Alban Morley. To such a husband, pursued Darrell, unheeding the ejaculation as Lionel Houghton. What say you, Lionel? I have no objection at all to that, but he's too young yet to think of marriage, a mere boy. Besides, if you yourself, Mary Lionel, could scarcely aspire to a girl of Miss Vivian's birth and fortune. Oh, not aspire, that boy at least shall not have to woo in vain from the want of fortune the day I marry. If ever that day come, I settle on Lionel Houghton and his heirs, 5,000 a year. And if with gentle blood, youth, good looks, and a heart of gold, that fortune does not allow him to aspire to any girl whose hand he covets, I can double it, and still be rich enough to buy a superior companion in Honoria Vipont. Morley, don't say buy. Darrell, I, and still be young enough to catch a butterfly in Lady Adela, still be bold enough to chain a panther in Flora Vivian. Let the world know your world in each nook of its gaudy auction mart that Leonie Houghton is no pauper casino penniless fortune hunter. I wish that world to be kind to him, while he is yet young, and can enjoy it. Our Morley, pleasure like punishment hobbles after us, peed Clodagh. What would have delighted us yesterday does not catch us up till tomorrow, and yesterday's pleasure is not the more as a pennyworth of sugar plums would have made our eyes sparkle when we were scrawling pothooks at a preparatory school. But no one gave us sugar plums then. Now, every day at dessert France heaps before us her daintiest sugar plums in gilt bonbonnières. Do you ever covet them? I never do. Let Lionel have his sugar plums in time. And as we talk there, he comes. Lionel, how are you? I resign you to Lionel's charge now, said the colonel, glancing at his watch. I have an engagement trouble. Some 2 silly friends of mine have been quarrelling high words in an age when duels are out of the question. I have promised to meet another man and draw up the form for a mutual apology. High words are so stupid nowadays, no option. but to swallow them up again, if they were as high as steeples ado for the present, we meet tonight at Lady Dulcet's concert. Yes, said Darrell, I promised Miss Vivian to be there, and keep her from disturbing the congregation. You Lionel will come with me. Lionel embarrassed. No, you must excuse me, I have long been engaged elsewhere. That's a pity, said the Colonel gravely. Lady Dulcet's conceit is just one of the places where a young man should be seen. Colonel Morley waved his hand with his usual languid elegance, and his hack cantered off with him stately as a charger, easy as a rocking horse. Unalterable man, said Darrell, as his eye followed the horseman's receding figure through all the mutations on time's dusty highroad stable, as a milestone, just what Alban Morley was as a schoolboy he is now. And if mortal span were extended to the age of the patriarchs, just what Alban Morley is now Alban Morley would be 1,000 years hence. I don't mean externally, of course. Wrinkles will come, cheeks will fade, but these are trifles. Man's body is a garment, as Socrates said before me, and every 7 years, according to the physiologists, man has a new suit fiber and cuticle from top to toe. The interior being that wears the clothes is the same in Alban Morley, as he loved, hated, rejoiced, suffered, whereas the sign not one at school as in life, doing nothing, but decidedly somebody, respected by small boys, petted by big boyson authority, withal never getting honours, arm and arm with those who did never in scrapes advising, those who were imperturbable, immovable, calm above mortal cares, as an Epicurean deity. What can wealth give that he has not got in the houses of the richest? He chooses his room. Talk of ambition, talk of power, has their rewards without an effort. True Prime Minister of all the realm, he cares for good society, has not a vote against him, transacts its affairs, he knows its secret, yields its patronage, ever requested to do a favour, no loan great enough to do him one, incorruptible yet versed to a fraction in each man's price, impeccable yet confident in each man's foibles, smooth as silk, hard as adamant, impossible to wound, vex, annoy him, but not insensible, thoroughly kind. Dear Alban, nature never polished a finer gentleman out of a solider block of man. Darrell's voice quivered a little as he completed in earnest affection the sketch begun in playful irony, and then with a sudden change of thought he resumed lightly. But I wish you to do me a favour, Lionel, aid me to repair a fault in good breeding of which Alban Morley would never have been guilty. I have been several days in London, and not yet called on your mother. Will you accompany me now to her house and present me? Thank you, you will make her so proud and happy, but may I ride on and prepare her for your visit? Certainly, her address is Gloucester Place. No, I will meet you there in half an hour. Chapter II. Let observation with expansive view survey mankind from China to Peru, and observation will everywhere find indispensable to the happiness of woman a visiting acquaintance. Lionel knew that Mrs. Houghton would that day need more than usual for warning of a visit from Mr. Darrell, for the evening of that day Mrs. Houghton proposed to give a party. When Mrs. Houghton gave a party, it was a serious affair. A notable and bustling housewife, she attended herself to each preparatory detail. It was to assist at this party that Lionel had resigned Lady Dulcet's concert, the young man reluctantly acquiescing in the arrangements by which Alban Morley had engaged him a lodging of his own. Seldom or never let a day pass without gratifying his mother's proud heart by an hour or two spent in Gloucester Place, often to the forfeiture of a pleasant ride or other tempting excursion with gay comrades, difficult in London life, and at the full of its season to devote an hour or two to visits apart from the track, chalked out by one's very mode of existence. Difficult to cut off an hour so as not to cut up a day, and Mrs. Houghton was exactingness in her choice as to the exact slice in the day. She took the prime of the joint. She liked her neighbours to see the handsome, elegant young man dismount from his charger or descend from his cabriolet, just at the witching hour, when Gloucester Place was fullest. Did he go to a levee, he must be sure to come to her before he changed his dress, that she and Gloucester Place might admire him in uniform. Was he going to dine at some very great house, he must take her in his way, though no street could be more out of his way, that she might be enabled to say in the parties to which she herself repaired, "There is a great dinner at Lord So-and-so's. Today my son called on me before he went there. If he had been disengaged, I should have asked permission to bring him here." Not that Mrs. Houghton honestly designed, nor even wished to draw the young man from the dazzling vortex of high life into her own little currents of dissipation. She was much too proud of Lionel to think that her friends were grand enough for him to honour their houses by his presence. She had in this too a lively recollection of her lost captain's doctrinal views of the great world's creed. The captain had flourished in the time when impertinence installed by Brummel though her influence was waning, still schooled her oligarchs and maintained the etiquette of her court. And even when his misalliance and his debts had cast him out of his native sphere, he lost not all the original brightness of an exclusive, in moments of connubial confidence, when owning his past errors, and tracing to his sympathizing Jessie the causes of his decline, he would say, "'Tis not a man's birth, nor his fortune, that gives him his place in society, it depends on his conduct, Jessie. He must not be seen bowing to snobs, nor should his enemies track him to the haunts of vulgarians. I date my fall in life to dining with a horrid man who lent me L, and lived in Upper Baker Street. His wife took my arm from a place they called a drawing-room. The captain, as he spoke, was on a fourth floor to share some unknown food, which they called a dinner. The captain at that moment would have welcomed a rasher. The woman went about blabbing, "Thing got wind for the first time my character received a soil. What is a man without character, and character once sullied, Jessie, man becomes reckless. Teach my boy to beware of the first false step. No association with parvenus. Don't cry, Jessie. I don't mean that he is to cut. Your relations are quite different from other people. Nothing so low as cutting relations. I continued, for instance, to visit Guy Darrell, though he lived at the back of Holborn, and I actually saw him once in brown beaver gloves. But he was a relation. I have even dined at his house, and met odd people there, people who lived also at the back of Holborn, but he did not ask me to go to their houses, and if he had I must have cut him by reminiscences of this kind of talk. Lionel was safe from any design of Mrs. Houghton's to attract his orbit into the circle within which she herself moved. He must come to the parties she gave illumin or odd people. There, that was a proper tribute to maternal pride. But had they asked him to their parties, she would have been the first to resent such a liberty. Lionel found Mrs. Houghton in great bustle. A gardener's cart was before the street door. Men were bringing in a grove of evergreens, intended to border the staircase, and make its exiguous ascent still more difficult. The refreshments were already laid out in the dining room. Mrs. Houghton, with scissors in hand, was cutting flowers to fill the eperine, but darting to and fro like a dragonfly from the dining room to the hall, from the flowers to the evergreens. Dear me, Lionel, is that you just tell me, you who go to all those grandees, whether the ratafia cakes should be opposite to the sponger cakes, or whether they would not go better thus at cross corners. My dear mother, I never observed. I don't know, but make haste to take off that apron. Have those doors shut. Come upstairs. Mr. Darrell will be here very shortly. I have ridden on to prepare you. Mr. Darrell, Toddy, how could you let him come? Oh, Lionel, how thoughtless you are. You should have some respect for your mother. I am your mother, sir. Yes, my own dear mother. Don't scold. I could not help it. He is so engaged, so sought after. If I had put him off today, he might never have come. And never have come. Who is Mr. Darrell, to give himself such airs? Only a lawyer, after all, said Mrs. Houghton with majesty. Oh, mother, that speech is not like you. He is our benefactor. Don't say very more. I was very wrong, quite wickedly. My temper, Lionel, dear, good Mr. Darrell. I shall be so happy to see him too in this house, that I owe to him. See him by your side. I think I shall fall down on my knees to him. And her eyes began to stream. Lionel kissed the tears away fondly. That's my own mother. Now indeed, no, I am proud of you, mother. And how well you look. I am proud of that too. Look well. I am not fit to be seen this figuretto. Perhaps an elderly quiet gentleman like good Mr. Darrell does not notice ladies much. John makes haste with those plants. Gracious me, you've got your coat off. Put it on. I expect a gentleman im at home in the front drawing-room. That's all set out the back drawing-room. John, send Susan to me. Lionel, do just look at the supertable. And what is to be done with the flowers? And the rest of Mrs. Houghton's voice, owing to the rapidity of her ascent, which affected the distinctness of her utterance, was lost in air. She vanished at culminating point within her chamber. Chapter III. Mrs. Houghton at home to Guy Darrell. Thanks to Lionel's activity, the hall was disencumbered, the plants hastily stowed away, the parlour closed on the festive preparations, and the footman in his livery waiting at the door. When Mr. Darrell arrived, Lionel himself came out and welcomed his benefactor's footstep across the threshold of the home which the generous man had provided for the widow. If Lionel had some secret misgivings as to the result of this interview, they were soon and most happily dispelled, for at the sight of Guy Darrell leaning so affectionately on her son's arm, Mrs. Houghton mechanically gave herself up to the impulse of her own warm, grateful, true woman's heart, and her bound forward, her seizure of Darrell's hand, her first fervent blessing, her afterwards simple but eloquent with feeling, made that heart so transparent that Darrell looked it through with respectful eyes. Mrs. Houghton was still a pretty woman, and with much of that delicacy of form and outline which constitutes the gentility of person. She had a sweet voice too, except when angry her defects of education of temper, or of conventional polish, were not discernible in the overflow of natural emotion. Darrell had come resolved to be released, if possible pleased. He was much more than he had expected. He even inly accepted for the deceased captain excuses which he had never before admitted to himself. The linen-draper's daughter was no coarse presuming dowdy, and in her candid rush of gratitude there was not that underbred civility which Darrell had thought perceptible in her epistolary compositions. There was elegance too, void both of gaudy ostentation and penurious thrift, in the furniture and arrangements of the room. The income he gave to her was not spent with slatternly waste, or on tawdry gewgaws to ladies. General Darrell's manner was extremely attractive, and not the less winning because of a certain shyness, which, implying respect for those he addressed, and a modest undervaluing of his own merit, conveyed compliment and soothed self-love, and to that lady in especial such gentle shyness was the happiest good-breeding. In short, all went off without a hitch, till as Darrell was taking leave, Mrs. Houghton was reminded by some evil genius of her evening party, and her very gratitude, longing for some opportunity to requite obligation, prompted her to invite the kind man to whom the facility of giving parties was justly due. She had never realized to herself, despite all that Lionel could say, the idea of Darrell's station in the world, a lawyer, who had spent his youth at the back of Holborn, whom the stylish captain had deemed it a condescension not to cut, might indeed become very rich, but he could never be the fashion-poor man. She thought he must be very lonely. He is not like Lionel, a young dancing man. A quiet little party, with people of his own early rank and habits, would be more in his way than those grand places to which Lionel goes. I can but ask him. I ought to ask him. What would he say if I did not ask him? Black ingratitude, indeed, if he were not asked. All these ideas rushed through her mind in a breath, and as she clasped Darrell's extended hand in both her own, she said, "I have a little party tonight," and paused. Darrell remaining mute, and Lionel not suspecting what was to ensue, she continued, "There may be some good music, young friends of mine sing charmingly Italians." Darrell bowed. Lionel began to shudder. "And if I might presume to think it would amuse you, Mr. Darrell, oh, I should be so happy to see you so happy." "Would you?" said Darrell briefly. "Then I should be a churl if I did not come. Lionel will escort me. Of course you expect him to." "Yes, indeed, though he has so many fine places to go toned, it can't be exactly what he is used to it. He is such a dear good boy that he gives up all to gratify his mother." Lionel in agonies turned an unfilial back, and looked steadily out of the window, but Darrell, far too august to take offence, where none was meant, only smiled at the implied reference to Lionel's superior demand in the fashionable world, and replied without even a touch of his accustomed irony, "And to gratify his mother is a pleasure. I thank you for inviting me to share with him." More and more at her ease, and charmed with having obeyed her hospitable impulse, Mrs. Houghton, following Darrell to the landing-place, added, "And if you like to play a quiet rubber—" "I never touch cards. I abhor the very name of them, ma'am," interrupted Darrell, somewhat less gracious in his tones. He mounted his horse, and Lionel, breaking from Mrs. Houghton, who was assuring him that Mr. Darrell was not at all what she expected, but really quite the gentleman, a much grander gentleman than even Colonel Morley, regained his kinsman's side, looking abashed and discomfited. Darrell, with the kindness which his fine quick intellect enabled him so felicitously to apply, hastened to relieve the young guardsman's mind. "I like your mother much, very much," said he in his most melodious accents. "Good boy, I see now why you gave up Lady Dulcet. Go and take a canter by yourself, or with younger friends, and be sure you call on me, so that we may be both at Mrs. Houghton's by 10 o'clock. I can go later to the concert if I feel inclined." He waved his hand, wheeled his horse, and trotted off towards the fair suburban lanes that still proffer to the denizens of London glimpses of rural fields and shadows from quiet hedgerows. He wished to be alone. The sight of Mrs. Houghton had revived recollections of bygone days, memory linking memory in painful chain-gay talk with his younger schoolfellow that wild Charlie, now in his grave highs, own laborious youth, resolute aspirings, secret sorrow sand. The strong man felt the want of the solitary self-commune, without which self-conquest is unattainable. Chapter Roman 4. Mrs. Houghton at home. Miscellaneously, little parties are useful. Bringing people together, one never knows whom one may meet. Great kingdoms grew out of small beginnings. Mrs. Houghton's social circle was described from a humble centre on coming into possession of her easy income and her house in Gloucester Place. She was naturally seized with the desire of an appropriate visiting acquaintance. The accomplishment of that desire had been deferred a while by the excitement of Lionel's departure for Paris, and the immense temptation to which the attentions of the spurious Mr. Courtenay Smith had exposed her widowed solitude. But no sooner had she recovered from the shame and anger with which she had discarded that showy impostor happily in time than the desire became the more keen, because the good lady felt that with a mind so active and restless as hers a visiting acquaintance might be her best preservative from that sense of loneliness which disposes widows to lend the incautious ear to adventurous wooers after her experience of her own weakness in listening to a sharper. And with a shudder at her escape, Mrs. Houghton made a firm resolve never to give her beloved son a father-in-law. No, she would distract her thoughts, would have a visiting acquaintance. She commenced by singling out such families as at various times had been her genteelest lodging elsewhere. She informed them by polite notes of her accession of consequence and fortune, which she was sure they would be happy to hear. And these notes, left with the card of Mrs. Houghton, Gloucester Place, necessarily produced respondent notes, and correspondent cards, Gloucester Place, then prepared itself for a party. The Sidevant lodgers urbanely attended the summons in their turn. They gave parties. Mrs. Houghton was invited from each such party. She bore back a new draft into her social circle. Thus, long before the end of 5 years, Mrs. Houghton had attained her object. She had a visiting acquaintance. It is true that she was not particular, so that there was a new somebody at whose house a card could be left, or a morning call achieved, who could help to fill her rooms, or whose rooms she could contribute to fill in turn. She was contented. She was no tuft-hunter. She did not care for titles. She had no visions of a column in the Morning Post. She wanted, kind lady, only a vent for the exuberance of her social instincts. And being proud, she rather liked acquaintances who looked up to instead of looking down on her. Thus Gloucester Place was invaded by tribes not congenial to its natural civilized atmosphere. Hengists and horses from remote Anglo-Saxon districts crossed the intervening channel and insulted the British nationality of that salubrious district. To most of such immigrators, Mrs. Houghton of Gloucester Place was a personage of the highest distinction, a few others of prouder status in the world, though they owned to themselves that there was a sad mixture at Mrs. Houghton's house. Still, once seduced, there came again, being persons who, however independent in fortune or gentle by blood, had but a small visiting acquaintance in town, fresh from economical colonization on the continent, or from distant provinces in these 3 kingdoms. Mrs. Houghton's rooms were well lighted. There was music for some, whist for others, tea, ices, cakes, and a crowd for all. At 10 o'clock the rooms already nearly filled, and Mrs. Houghton, as she stood at the door anticipating with joy that happy hour when the staircase would become inaccessible, the head attendant, sent with the ices from the neighbouring confectioner, announced in a loud voice, "Mr. Houghton, Mr. Darrell." At that latter name, a sensation thrilled the assembled, name so much in everyone's mouth at that period, nor least in the mouths of the great middle class, on whom, though the polite may call them a sad mixture, cabinets depend, could not fail to be familiar to the ears of Mrs. Houghton's visiting acquaintance. The interval between his announcement and his ascent from the hall to the drawing-room was busily filled up by murmured questions to the smiling hostess. "Darrell, what the Darrell guy? Darrell, greatest man of the day. A connection of yours, bless me, you don't say." So Mrs. Houghton began to feel nervous. Was Lionel right? Could the man who had only been a lawyer at the back of Holborn really be now such a very, very great greatest man of the day? Nonsense. "Ma'am," said one pale, puff-cheeked, flat-nosed gentleman in a very large white waistcoat who was waiting by her side, "till a vacancy in one of the 2 Whistables should occur, ma'am, I am an enthusiastic admirer of Mr. Darrell. You say he is a connection of yours. Present me to him." Mrs. Houghton nodded flutteringly for as the gentleman closed his request, and tapped a large gold snuff-box. Darrell stood before her, Lionel close at his side. Looking positively sheepish, the great man said a few civil words, and was gliding into the room to make way for the press behind him, when he of the white waistcoat, touching Mrs. Houghton's arm and staring Darrell full in the face, said very loud, "In these anxious times, public men dispense with ceremony. I crave an introduction to Mr. Darrell." Thus pressed, poor Mrs. Houghton, without looking up, muttered out, "Mr. Adolphus Poole, Mr. Darrell," and turned to welcome fresh comers. "Mr. Darrell," said Mr. Poole, bowing to the ground, "this is an honour." Darrell gave the speaker one glance of his keen eye, and thought to himself, "If I were still at the bar, I should be sorry to hold a brief for that fellow." However, he returned the bow formally, and bowing again at the close of a highly complimentary address with which Mr. Poole followed up his opening sentence, expressed himself much flattered, and thought he had escaped. But wherever he went through the crowd, Mr. Poole contrived to follow him and claim his notice by remarks on the affairs of the day. Whether the funds, the crops, at length Darrell perceived sitting aloof in a corner, an excellent man, whom indeed it surprised him to see in a London drawing-room, but who many years ago, when Darrell was canvassing the enlightened constituency of Ousselford, had been on a visit to the chairman of his committee. Influential Traderand, having connections in the town and being a very high character, had done him good service in the canvass. Darrell rarely forgot a face, and never a service at any time. He would have been glad to see the worthy man once more, but at that time he was grateful indeed. "Excuse me," he said bluntly to Mr. Poole, "but I see an old friend." He moved on, and thick, as the crowd had become, it made way with respect as to royalty for the distinguished orator. The buzz of admiration as he passed louder than in drawing-rooms more refined would have had sweeter music than Grissy's most artful quaver to a vainer man. Once on a time to him, but sugar plums come too late. He gained the corner and roused the solitary sitter. "My dear Mr. Hartop, do you not remember me, Guy Darrell?" "Mr. Darrell," cried the ex-mayor of Gatesborough, rising, "who could think that you would remember me? What, not remember those 10 stubborn voters on whom all and singly I had lavished my powers of argument? In vain you came, and with the brief words, 'John Ned Dick oblige me vote,' for Darrell the men were convinced. Votes won, that's what I call eloquence sotto voce. Confound that fellow." Still after me, aside to Hartop, "Oh, may I ask, who is that Mr. Watchisnamither in the white waistcoat?" Poole answered. "Hartop, who is he, sir? A speculative man. He is connected with a new company I am told it," answers Williams. "That's my foreman, a very long head. He has taken shares in the company, and wanted me to do the same, but 'tis not in my way, and Mr. Poole may be a very honest man, but he does not impress me with that idea. I have grown careless. I know I am liable to be taken in. I was so unseen, therefore I avoid companies upon principally, specially when they promise 30% and work copper mines. Mr. Poole has a copper mine, and deals in brass. You may see it in his face. But you are not in town for good, Mr. Hartop. If I remember right, you were settled at Gatesborough when we last met." "And so I am still, or rather in the neighbourhood. I am gradually retiring from business and grown more and more fond of farming. But I have a family, and we live in enlightened times, when children require a finer education than their parents. Had Mrs. Hartop thought my daughter Anna Maria was in need of some finishing lessons, very fond of the harp is Anna Mariond, so we have taken a house in London for 6 weeks. That's Mrs. Hartop yonder with the bird on her head, bird of paradise. I believe Williams says birds of that kind never rest. That bird is an exception. It has rested on Mrs. Hartop's head for hours together every evening since we have been in town. Significant of your connubial felicity, Mr. Hartop. May it be so of Anna Maria S. She is to be married when her education is finished. Married, by the by, to a son of your old friend Jessup of Ousselford, and between you and me, Mr. Darrell, that is the reason why I consented to come to town. Do not suppose that I would have a daughter finished, unless there was a husband at hand who undertook to be responsible for the results. You retain your wisdom, Mr. Hartop, and I feel sure that not even your fair partner could have brought you up to London, unless you had decided on the expediency of coming. Do you remember that I told you the day you so admirably settled a dispute in our committee-room? It was well you were not born a king, for you would have been an irresistible tyrant." "Hush, hush," whispered Hartop in great alarm. "If Mrs. H. should hear you, what an observer you are, sir. I thought I was a judge of character, but I was once deceived. I dare say you never were." "You mistake," answered Darrell, wincing. "You deceived how?" "Oh, a long story, sir. It was an elderly man, the most agreeable, interesting companion, a vagabond, nevertheless, and such a pretty, bewitching little girl with him, his grandchild. I thought he might have been a wild, harum-scarum chap in his day, but that he had a true sense of honour." Darrell, wholly uninterested in this narrative, suppressed a yawn, and wondered when it would end. "Only think, sir, just as I was saying to myself, I know character. I never was taken in. Down comes a smart fellow, the man's own son, and tells me, or rather he suffers a lady who comes with him to tell me that this charming old gentleman of high sense of honour was a returned convict, been transported for robbing his employer." Pale, breathless Darrell listened, not unheeding now what was the name of the convict. He called himself Chapman, but the son's name was loosely Jasper. "Ah," faltered Darrell, recoiling, "and you spoke of a little girl." "Jasper Loosely's daughter. He came after her with a magistrate's warrant. The old miscreant had carried her off to teach her his own swindling ways, I suppose. Luckily she was then in my charge. I gave her back to her father, and the very respectable-looking lady, he brought with him some relation, I presume." "What was her name, do you remember?" "Crane." Crane, muttered Darrell, as if trying in vain to tax his memory with that name. "So he said the child was his daughter. Are you sure?" Oh, of course he said so, and the lady too, but can you be acquainted with their sir? No strangers to me except by repute liars infamous liars, but have the accomplices quarrelled? I mean the son, and father that the father should be exposed and denounced by the son. I conclude so. I never saw them again, but you believe the father really was then a felon? A convict? No excuse for him, no extenuating circumstances. There was something in that man, Mr. Darrell, that made one love him, positively love him, and when I had to tell him that I had given up the child he trusted to my charge, and saw his grief, I felt a criminal myself. Darrell said nothing, but the character of his face was entirely altered. Red, stern, hard, relentless face of an inexorable Judge Hartop, lifting his eyes suddenly to that countenance, recoiled in awe. You think I was a criminal, he said piteously. I think we are both talking too much, Mr. Hartop, of a gang of miserable swindlers, and I advise you to dismiss the whole remembrance of intercourse with any of them from your honest breast, and never to repeat to other ears the tale you have poured into mine. Men of honour should crush down the very thought that approaches them to knaves. Thus saying, Darrell moved off with abrupt rudeness, and passing quickly back through the crowd scarcely noticed Mrs. Houghton by a retreating nod, nor heeded Lionel at all, but hurried down the stairs. He was impatiently searching for his cloak in the back parlour, when a voice behind said, "Let me assist you, Surdo," and turning round with petulant quickness, he beheld again Mr. Adolphus Poole. It requires an habitual intercourse with equals to give perfect and invariable control of temper to a man of irritable nerves and frank character, and though where Daxrell really liked, he had much sweet forbearance, and where he was indifferent, much stately courtesy, yet when he was offended, he could be extremely uncivil. Sir, he cried, almost stamping his foot, your importunities annoy me. I request you to cease them. Oh, I ask your pardon, said Mr. Poole, with an angry growl. I have no need to force myself on any man, but I beg you to believe that if I presumed to seek your acquaintance it was to do you a service. Sir, it's a private service. Sir, he lowered his voice into a whisper, and laid his finger on his nose. There's one Jasper loosely, sire. Oh, sir, I am no mischief maker. I respect family secrets. Perhaps I might be of use, perhaps not. Certainly not to me, sir, said Darrell, flinging the cloak he had now found across his shoulders, and striding from the house. When he entered his carriage, the footman stood waiting for orders. Darrell was long in giving them anywhere for half an hour to St. Paul's, then home. But on returning from this objectless plunge into the city, Darrell pulled the check-string to Belgrave Square. Lady Dulcet's. The concert was half over, but Flora Vivian had still guarded, as she had promised, a seat beside herself for Darrell, by lending it for the present to one of her obedient vassals. Her face brightened as she saw Darrell enter, and approach. The vassal surrendered the chair. Darrell appeared to be in the highest spirits, and I firmly believe that he was striving to the utmost in his power to make himself agreeable to Flora Vivian. No, to make Flora Vivian agreeable to himself. The man did not presume that a fair young lady could be in love with him. Perhaps he believed that at his years to be impossible, but he asked what seemed much easier, and was much harder asked, to be himself in love. Chapter Roman 5. It is asserted by those learned men who have devoted their lives to the study of the manners and habit of insect society, that when a spider has lost its last web, having exhausted all the glutinous matter wherewith to spin another, it still protracts its innocent existence by obtruding its nippers on some less warlike but more respectable spider, possessed of a convenient home and an airy larder. Observant moralists have noticed the same peculiarity. The Mainator or pocket cannibal. 11 O'clock A. Roman 1000. Samuel Adolphus Poole-esque is in his parlour house, one of those new dwellings which yearly spring up north of the Regent's Park, dwellings that, attesting the eccentricity of the national character, task the fancy of the architect, and the gravity of the beholder. Each tenement so tortured into contrast with the other, that on one little rood of ground all ages seemed blended, and all races encamped. No one is an Egyptian tomb, pharaohs may repose there. No two is a Swiss chalet, William Tell may be shooting in its garden low. The severity of Doric columns, Sparta, is before you. Behold that Gothic portico, a rap to the Norman days. How those Elizabethan mullions, Sidney and Raleigh, rise again. Ho, the trellises of China come forth. Confucius and Commissioner, passing a few paces, we are in the land of the Zegri and Abencerrage, land of the dark-eyed maid and dusky moor. Mr. Poole's house is called Alhambra Villa. Moorish verandas, plate glass windows with cusped heads and mahogany sashes. A garden behind, a smaller one in front. Stairs ascending to the doorway under a Saracenic portico between two pedestaled lions that resemble poodles, the whole new and lustrous semblance, stone in substance stucco cracks, the stucco denoting settlements, but the house being let for 99 years relit again, on a running lease of 7, 14 and 20 owneth builder, is not answerable for duration, nor the original lessee for repairs, take it altogether, than Alhambra villa masonry, could devise no better type of modern taste and metropolitan speculation. Mr. Poole, since we saw him between 4 and 5 years ago, has entered the matrimonial state, he has married a lady of some money, and become a reformed man. He has eschewed the turf, relinquished Belcher neckcloths, and Newmarket coats, dropped his old Basheller acquaintances. When a man marries and reforms, especially when marriage and reform are accompanied with increased income, and settled respectably in Alhambra villa relations, before estranged, tender, kindly overtures, the world before austere becomes indulgent. It was so with Paulino Longer Darley Grant, that in earlier life he had fallen into bad ways, and among equivocal associates had been led on by that taste for sporting which is a manly though a perilous characteristic of the true-born Englishman. He who loves horses is liable to come in contact with blacklegs. The racer is a noble animal, but it is his misfortune that the better his breeding the worse his company. Grant, that in the stables Adolphus Samuel Poole had picked up some wild oats, had sown them. Now bygones were bygones. He had made a very prudent marriage. Mrs. Poole was a sensible woman, had rendered him domestic, and would keep him straight. His uncle Samuel, a most worthy man, had found him that sensible woman, and having found her had paid his nephew's debts, and adding a round sum to the lady's fortune, had seen that the whole was so tightly settled on wife and children that Poole had the tender satisfaction of knowing that, happen what might to himself, those dear ones were safe, nay, that if in the reverses of fortune he should be compelled by persecuting creditors to fly his native shores, law could not impair the competence it had settled upon Mrs. Poole, nor destroy her blessed privilege to share that competence with a beloved spouse. Insolvency itself, thus protected by a marriage settlement, realizes the sublime security of virtue immortalized by the Roman muse. Repulse nescia sordidi, intaminatis fulgit honoribus, nec sumit ant ponit secures, arbitrio popularis ori. Mr. Poole was an active man in the parish vestry, was a sound politician, subscribed to public charities, attended public dinners. He had votes in 6 public institutions, talked of the public interests, and called himself a public man. He chose his associates amongst gentlemen in business, speculative it is true, but steady. A joint stock company was set up. He obtained an official station at its board, coupled with a salary, not large indeed, but still a salary. The money, said Adolphus Samuel Poole, is not my object, but I like to have something to do. I cannot say how he did something, but no doubt somebody was done. Mr. Poole was in his parlour reading letters and sorting papers before he departed to his office in the West End. Mrs. Poole entered leading an infant who had not yet learned to walk alone, and denoting by an interesting enlargement of shape a kindly design to bless that infant at no distant period with a brother or sister, as the case might be. Come and kiss Pa Johnny, said she to the infant. Mrs. Poole, I am busy, growled Pa. Pa busy working hard for little Johnny. Johnny will be better for it some day, said Mrs. Poole, tossing the infant half up to the ceiling, in compensation for the loss of the paternal kiss. Mrs. Poole, what do you want? May I hire Jonas Brougham for 2 hours today to pay visits? There are a great many cards we ought to leave. Is there any place where I should leave a card for you, lovely person of consequence you were introduced to at Mrs. Houghton's last night, that great man they were all talking about, to whom you seem to take such a fancy, Samuel Duck? Do get out, that man insulted me, I tell you. Insulted you? No, you never told me. I did tell you last night coming home. Dear me, I thought you meant that Mr. Hardup. Well, he almost insulted me too. Mrs. Poole, you are stupid and disagreeable. Is that all you have to say? Pa cross Johnny dear, poor Paypapple have vexed Pa Johnny. Naughty people, we must go, or we shall vex him too. Such heavenly sweetness on the part of a forbearing wife would have softened Tamburlaine Poole's sullen brow. Relaxed, if women knew how to treat men, not a husband unhenpecked would be found from Indos to the and Poole, for all his surly demeanour, was as completely governed by that angel as a bear by his keeper. Well, Mrs. Poole, excuse me, I own I am out of sorts. Tade, give me little Jonathan, kissing the infant, who in return makes a dig at Pa left eye, and begins to cry on finding that he has not succeeded in digging it out. Take the Brougham. Hush, Johnny, hush, and you may leave a card for me at Mr. Peckham's, Harley Street. My eye smarts horribly. That baby will gouge me one of these days. Mrs. Poole had succeeded in stilling the infant and confessing that Johnny's fingers are extremely strong for his age, but adding that babies will catch at whatever is very bright and beautiful, such as gold and jewels. And Mr. Poole's eyes administers to the wounded orb, so soothing a lotion of pity and admiration, that Poole growls out quite mildly, "Nonsense, Blarnaby. The by I did not say this morning that you should not have the rosewood chiffony. No, you said you could not afford it, duck. And when Pa says he can't afford it, Pa must be the judge, must not he, Johnny? But perhaps I can afford it. Yes, you may have it. Yes, I say you shall have it. Don't forget to leave that card on Peckham's. A moneyed man. There's a ring at the bell. Who is it? Run and see." Mrs. Poole obeyed with great activity, considering her interesting condition. She came back in half a minute. "Oh, my Adolphus, oh, my Samuel. It is that dreadful-looking man who was here the other evening, stayed with you so long. I don't like his looks at all. Pray don't be at home." "I must," said Poole, turning a shade paler. "If that were possible, stop, don't let that girl go to the door, and you leave me." He snatched his hat and gloves, and putting aside the parlour maid who had emerged from the shades below, in order to answer the ring, walked hastily down the small garden. Jasper Loosely was stationed at the little gate. Jasper was no longer in rags, but he was coarsely clad, as if he had resigned all pretence to please a lady's eye, or to impose upon a West End tradesman. Check shirt, a rough pea-jacket, his hands buried in its pockets. Poole started with well-simulated surprise. "What, you? I am just going to my office in a great hurry at present." "Hurry or not, I must, and will speak to you," said Jasper doggedly. "What now then? Step in, only remember, I can't give you more than 5 minutes." The rude visitor followed Poole into the back parlour, and closed the door after him. Leaning his arm over a chair, his hat still on his head, Loosely fixed his fierce eyes on his old friend, and said in a low-set, determined voice, "Now mark me, Dolly Poole, if you think to shirk my business or throw me over, you'll find yourself in Queer Street. Have you called on Guy Darrell, and put my case to him, or have you not?" "I met Mr. Darrell only last night at a very genteel party." Poole deemed it prudent not to say by whom that genteel party was given, for it will be remembered that Poole had been Jasper's confidant in that adventurer's former designs upon Mrs. Houghton, and if Jasper knew that Poole had made her acquaintance, might he not insist upon Poole's reintroducing him as a visiting acquaintance? "A very genteel party," repeated Poole. "I made a point of being presented to Mr. Darrell, and very polite he was at first." "Curse his politeness, get to the point." "I sounded my way very carefully, as you may suppose, and when I had got him into friendly chat, you understand, I began, my poor Loosely, nothing to be done." Their hair flew off in a tangent, as much as desired me to mind my own business and hold my tongue, and upon my life, I don't think there is a chance for you in that quarter. "Very well, we shall see next. Have you taken any steps to find out the girl, my daughter?" "I have, I assure you, but you give me so slight a clue. Are you quite sure she is not in America after all?" "I have told you before that story about America was all bosh, a stratagem of the old gentleman's, to deceive me." "Poor old man," continued Jasper, in a tone that positively betrayed feeling. "I don't wonder that he dreads and flies me, yet I would not hurt him more than I have done, even to be as well off as you are, blinking at me from your mahogany perch like a pet owl with its crop full of mice. And if I would take the girl from him, it is for her own good, for if Darrell could be got to make a provision on her and through her on myself, why, of course, the old man should share the benefit of it. And now that these infernal pains often keep me awake half the night, I can't always shut out the idea of that old man wandering about the world, and dying in a ditch, and that runaway girl whom I dare swear he would give away his last crumb of bread out, to be an annuity to us both. Basta. As to the American story, I had a friend at Paris who went to America on a speculation. I asked him to inquire about this William Waif and his granddaughter Sophie, who were said to have sailed for New York nearly 5 years ago, and he saw the very person settled in New York no longer under the name of Waif, but their true name of Simpson, and got out from the man that they had been induced to take their passage from England in the name of Waif at the request of a person whom the mail would not give up, but to whom he said he was under obligations. Perhaps the old gentleman had done the fellow a kind turn in early life. The description of this soy-decent Waif and his grandchild settles the matter wholly, unlike those I seek, so that there is every reason to suppose they must still be in England, and it is your business to find them. Continue your search, quicken your wits, let me be better pleased with your success when I call again this day weekend. Meanwhile, £4, if you pleases, much more as you like." "Why, I gave you £4 the other day, besides £6 for clothes. It can't be gone." "Every penny." Dear, can't you maintain yourself anyhow? Can't you get anyone to play at cards? £4, why, with your talent for whist, £4 are a capital. Whom can I play with? Whom can I herd with? Cracksmen and pickpockets. Fit me out, ask me to your own house, invite your own friends, make up a rubber, and you will then see what I can do with £4, and may go shares if you like, as we used to do. Don't talk so loud, loosely. You know very well that what you ask is impossible. I've turned over a new leaf. But I've still got your handwriting on the old leaf. What's the good of these stupid threats? If you really wanted to do me a mischief, where could you go to, and who'd believe you? I fancy your wife would ill try. Hillo. Stop, no row here, sir, no scandal. Hold your tongue, or ill send for the police. Do nothing I should like better. I'm tired out. I want to tell my own story at the Old Bailey, and have my revenge upon you, upon Darrell, upon all. Send for the police. Loosely threw himself at length on the Safinu morocco, with spring-cushioned sand, folded his arms. You could only give me 5 minutes. They are gone, I fear. I am more liberal. I give you your own time to consider. I don't care if I stay to dine. I dare say Mrs. Poole will excuse my dress. Loosely, you are such a fellow. If I do give you the £4 you ask, will you promise to shift for yourself somehow, and molest me no more? Certainly not. I shall come once every week for the same sum. I can't live upon less until what? Until either you get Mr. Darrell to settle on me a suitable provision, or until you place me in possession of my daughter, and I can then be in a better condition to treat with him myself, for if I would make a claim on account of the girl, I must produce the girl, or he may say she is dead. Besides, if she be as pretty as she was when a child, the very sight of her might move him more than all my talk. And if I succeed in doing anything with Mr. Darrell, or discovering your daughter, you will give up all such letters and documents of mine, as you say you possess. Say I possess. I have shown them to you in this pocket-book. Darley Poole own proposition to rob old Latham's safe. Poole eyed the book which the ruffian took out, and tapped. Had the ruffian been a slighter man, Poole would have been a braver one, as it wash-eyed and grown turn against one's own crony, so unhandsome, so unlike what I thought you were. It is you who would turn against me, but stick to Darrell, or find me my daughter, and help her and me to get justice out of him, and you shall not only have back these letters, but ill pay you handsomely. Darley Poole, zooks, sir, I am fallen, but I am always a gentleman. Therewith Loosely gave a vehement slap to his hat, which, crushed by the stroke, improved his general appearance into an aspect so outrageously raffish that, but for the expression of his countenance, the contrast between the boast and the man would have been ludicrous even to Mr. Poole. The countenance was too dark to permit laughter in the dress, but the ruin of Fortunine, the face the ruin of man. Poole heaved a deep sigh, and extended 4 sovereigns. Loosely rose and took them carelessly this day week. He said, shook himself, and went his way. Chapter Romans 6. Fresh touches to the 3 vignettes for the Book of Beauty. Weeks passed. The London season was beginning. Darrell had decided nothing. The prestige of his position was undiminished in politics, perhaps higher. He had succeeded in reconciling some great men. He had strengthened it, might be saved a jarring cabinet. In all this, he had shown admirable knowledge of mankind, and proved that time and disuse had not lessened his powers of perception in his matrimonial designs. Darrell seemed more bent than ever upon the hazarder resolute as ever on the choice of a partner. Still the choice appeared to be circumscribed to the fair 3, who had been subjected to Colonel Morley's speculative criticism. Lady Adela, Miss Vipont Flora Vivian much pro, and con might be said in respect to each. Lady Adela was so handsome that it was a pleasure to look at her, and that is much when one sees the handsome face every day, provided the pleasure does not wear off. She had the reputation of a very good temper, and the expression of her countenance confirmed it. Their panegyric stopped, but detraction did not commence. What remained was inoffensive commonplace. She had no salient attribute, and no ruling passion. Certainly, she would never have wasted a thought on Mr. Darrell, nor have discovered a single merit in him, if he had not been quoted as a very rich man of high character in search of a wife, and if her father had not said to her, Adela, Mr. Darrell has been greatly struck with your appearance, told me so. He is not young, but he is still a very fine-looking man, and you are 27. 'Tis a greater distinction to be noticed by a person of his years and position than by a pack of silly young fellows who think more of their own pretty faces than they would ever do of yours. If you did not mind a little disparity of years, he would make you a happy wife, and in the course of nature, a widow not too old to enjoy liberty, and with a jointure that might entitle you to a still better match. Darrell thus put into Lady Adela's head, he remained there, and became an idée fixe viewed in the light of a probable husband. He was elevated into an interesting man. She would have received his addresses with gentle complacency, and being more the creature of habit than impulse would no doubt in the intimacy of connubial life have blessed him, or any other admiring husband, with a reasonable modicum of languid affection. Nevertheless, Lady Adela was an unconscious impostor, for owing to a mild softness of eye, and a susceptibility to blushes, a victim ensnared by her beauty would be apt to give her credit for a nature far more accessible to the romance of the tender passion than happily perhaps for her own peace of mind she possessed, and might flatter himself that he had produced a sensation which gave that softness to the eye, and that damask to the blush. Honoria Vipont would have been a choice far more creditable to the good sense of so mature a wooer. Few better specimens of a young lady, brought up to become an accomplished woman of the world. She had sufficient instruction to be the companion of an ambitious manselid judgment, to fit her for his occasional adviser. She could preside with dignity over a stately household, receive with grace distinguished guests, fitted to administer an ample fortune. Ample fortune was necessary to the development of her excellent qualities. If a man of Darrell's age were bold enough to marry a young wife, a safer wife amongst the young ladies of London, he could scarcely find, for though Honoria was only 23, she was as staid, as sensible, and as remote from all girlish frivolities, as if she had been 38. Certainly had Guy Darrell been of her own years, his fortunes unmade his fame, to win a lawyer residing at the back of Holborn, or a pretty squire in the petty domains of Fawley, he would have had no charm in the eyes of Honoria Vipont. Disparity of years was in this case no drawback, but his advantage, since to that disparity Darrell owed the established name, and the eminent station which made Honoria think she elevated her own self in preferring him. It is but justice to her to distinguish here between a woman's veneration for the attributes of respect which a man gathers round him, and the more vulgar sentiment which sinks the man altogether. Except as the necessary fixture to be taken in with general valuation, it is not fair to ask if a girl who entertains a preference for one of our toiling, stirring, ambitious sex, who may be double her age or have a snub nose, but who looks dignified and imposing on a pedestal of state, whether she would like him as much if stripped of all his accessories, and left unredeemed to his baptismal register, or unbecoming nose. Just as well ask a girl in love with a young Lothario if she would like him as much if he had been ugly and crooked. The high name of the one man is as much a part of him as good looks are to the other. Thus, though it was said of Madame de la Vallière that she loved Louis Roman XIV for himself, and not for his regal grandeur, is there a woman in the world, however disinterested, who believes that Madame de la Vallière would have liked Louis Roman XIV as much if Louis Roman XIV had been Mr. John Jones? Honoria would not have bestowed her hand on a brainless, worthless nobleman, whatever his rank or wealth. She was above that sort of ambition, but neither would she have married the best-looking and worthiest John Jones, who ever bore that British appellation, if he had not occupied the social position which brought the merits of a Jones within range of the eyeglass of a Vipont. Many girls in the nursery say to their juvenile confidants, "I will marry the man I love." Honoria had ever said, "I will only marry the man I respect." Thus it was her respect for Guy Darrell that made her honour him by her preference. She appreciated his intellect, fell in love with the reputation which the intellect had acquired. And Darrell might certainly choose worse. His cool reason inclined him much to Honoria. When Alban Morley argued in her favour, he had no escape from acquiescence except in the turns and doubles of his ironical humour, but his heart was a rebel to his reason, and between you and me, Honoria was exactly one of those young women by whom a man of grave years ought to be attracted, and by whom somehow or other he never is, I suspect, because the older we grow the more we love youthfulness of character. When Alcides, having gone through all the fatigues of life, took a bride in Olympus, he ought to have selected Minerva, but he chose Hebe. Will Darrell find his Hebe in Flora Vivian? Alban Morley became more and more alarmed by the apprehension he was shrewd enough to recognize in her, the girl of all others formed to glad the eye and plague the heart of a grave and reverend seigneur, and it might well not only flatter the vanity, but beguile the judgment of a man who feared his hand, would be accepted only for the sake of his money, that Flora just at this moment refused the greatest match in the kingdom, young Lord Vipont, son of the new Earl of Montfort, a young man of good sense, high character, well-looking as men go, heir to estates almost royal, a young man whom no girl on earth is justified in refusing. But would the whimsical creature accept Darrell? Was she not merely making sport of him? And if caught by her arts, he, sage and elder, solemnly offered homage and hand to that belle Dédainus, who had just doomed to despair a comely young magnate with 5 times his fortune, would she not hasten to make Hira the ridicule of London? Darrell had perhaps his secret reasons for thinking otherwise, but he did not confide them even to Alban Morley this much, only will the narrator more candid say to the reader if out of the three whom his thoughts fluttered round Guy, Darrell wished to select the one who would love him, beslove him, with the whole fresh unreasoning heart of a girl whose childish forwardness sprang from childlike innocence. Let him dare the hazard of refusal and of ridicule. Let him say to Flora Vivian, in the pathos of his sweet deep voice, "Come and be the spoiled darling of my gladdened age. Let my life ere it sink into night be rejoiced by the bloom and fresh breeze of the morning." But to say it he must wish it, he himself must love with all the lavish indulgence, all the knightly tenderness, all the grateful sympathizing joy, in the youth of the beloved, when youth for the lover is no more, which alone can realize what we sometimes see though loth to own it, congenial unions with unequal years. If Darrell feel not that love, woe to him, woe and thrice shame, if he allure to his hearth one, who might indeed be a Hebe to the spouse who gave up to her his whole heart in return for hers, but to the spouse who had no heart to give or gave, but the chips of it, the Hebe indignant would be worse than Erin's. All things considered, then, they who wish well to Guy Darrell must range with Alban Morley in favour of Miss Honoria Vipont, she proffering affectionate respect, Darrell responding by rational esteem. So perhaps Darrell himself thought, for whenever Miss Vipont was named, he became more taciturn, more absorbed in reflection, and sighed heavily like a man who slowly makes up his mind to a decision wise but not tempting. Chapter Romans 7, containing much of that information which the wisest men in the world could not give but which the author can. Darrell said, "Colonel Morley, you remember my nephew George as a boy. He is now the rector of Humberston. Marietta, very nice sort of woman, suits him. Humberston is a fine living, but his talents are wasted there. He preached for the first time in London last year, and made a considerable sensation. This year he has been much out of town. He has no church here as yet. I hope to get him one. Carr is determined that he shall be a bishop meanwhile. He preaches at chapel tomorrow. Come and hear him with me, and then tell me frankly, is he eloquent or not?" Darrell had a prejudice against fashionable preachers, but to please Colonel Morley, he went to hear George. He was agreeably surprised by the pulpit oratory of the young divine. It had that rare combination of impassioned earnestness with subdued tones and decorous gesture, which suits the ideal of ecclesiastical eloquence, conceived by an educated English churchman. Strong without rage, without overflowing. Occasionally the old defect in utterance was discernible. There was a gasp, as for breath, or a prolonged dwelling upon certain syllables, which, occurring in the most animated passages, and apparently evincing the preacher's struggle with emotion, rather served to heighten the sympathy of the audience. But for the most part the original stammer was replaced by a felicitous pause, the pause, as of a thoughtful reasoner, or a solemn monitor knitting ideas, that came too quick into method, or chastening impulse into disciplined zeal. The mind of the preacher, thus not only freed from trammel, but armed for victory, came forth with that power, which is peculiar to an original intellect, power, which suggests more than it demonstrates. He did not so much preach to his audience, as wind himself through unexpected ways into the hearts of the audience, and they who heard suddenly found their hearts preaching to themselves. He took for his text cast down but not destroyed, and out of this text he framed a discourse full of true gospel tenderness, which seemed to raise up comfort as the saving against despair, as the evil principle of mortal life. The congregation was what is called brilliant statesmen, and peers, and great authors, and fine ladyspeople, whom the inconsiderate believed to stand little in need of comfort, and never to be subjected to despair. In many an intent or drooping farce in that brilliant congregation might be read a very different tale, but of all present there was no one whom the discourse so moved as a woman who, chancing to pass that way, had followed the throng into the chapel, and with difficulty obtained a seat at the far end. A woman who had not been within the walls of a chapel or church for long years, a grim woman in iron grey. There she sate unnoticed in her remote corner, and before the preacher had done her face was hidden behind her clasped hands, and she was weeping such tears as she had not wept since childhood. On leaving church Darrell said little more to the colonel than this: "Your nephew takes me by surprise. The church wants such men. He will have a grand career if life be spared to him." Then he sank into a reverie from which he broke abruptly. "Your nephew was at school with my boy. Had my son lived, what had been his career?" The colonel, never encouraging painful subjects, made no rejoinder. "Bring George to see me tomorrow." I shrunk from asking it. Before I thought the sight of him would too much revive old sorrows, but I feel I should accustom myself to face every memory. Bring him. The next day the colonel took George to Darrell's, but George had been pre-engaged till late at noon, and Darrell was just leaving home, and at his street door when the uncle and nephew came. They respected his time too much to accept his offer to come in, but walked beside him for a few minutes as he bestowed upon George those compliments which are sweet to the ears of rising men from the lips of those who have risen. "I remember you, George, as a boy," said Darrell, "and thanked you then for good advice to a schoolfellow who is lost to your counsels now." He faltered an instant, but went on firmly. "You had then a slight defect in utterance which I understand from your uncle increased as you grew older, so that I never anticipated for you the fame that you are achieving. Orator fit you must have been admirably taught in the management of your voice, in the excellence of your delivery. I see that you are one of the few who deem that the divine word should not be unworthily uttered. The debater on beer bills may be excused from studying the orator's effects, but all that in force dignify adorn make the becoming studies of him who strives by eloquence to people heaven, whose task it is to adjure the thoughtless, animate the languid, soften the callous, humble the proud, alarm the guilty, comfort the sorrowful, call back to the fold the lost. Is the culture to be slovenly, where the glebe is so fertile, the only field left in modern times for the ancient orator's sublime conceptions? But laborious training is the preacher's, and I own, George, that I envy the masters who skilled to the preacher's art, an intellect like yours." "Masters," said the Colonel, "I thought all those elocution masters failed with you, George. You cured and taught yourself. Did not you know? Why then, who was your teacher?" George looked very much embarrassed, and attempting to answer began horribly to stutter. Darrell, conceiving that a preacher whose fame was not yet confirmed might reasonably dislike to confess those obligations to elaborate study, which if known might detract from his effect, or expose him to ridicule, hastened to change the subject. "You have been to the country, I hear, George, at your living, I suppose?" "No, I have not been there. Very lately travelling about." "Have you seen Lady Montfort since your return?" asked the Colonel. "I only returned on Saturday night. I go to Lady Montfort's at Twickenham this evening." "She has a delightful retreat," said the Colonel, "but if she wished to avoid admiration, she should not make the banks of the river her favourite haunt. I know some romantic admirers who, when she reappears in the world, may be rival aspirants, and who have much taken to rowing since Lady Montfort has retired to Twickenham. They catch a glimpse of her, and return to boast of it, but they report that there is a young lady seen walking with her, an extremely pretty one. Who is she? People ask me as if I knew everything." "A companion, I suppose," said George, more and more confused. "But pardon me, I must leave you now. Goodbye, uncle. Good day, Mr. Darrell." Darrell did not seem to observe George take leave, but walked on, his hat over his brows, lost in one of his frequent fits of abstracted gloom. "If my nephew were not married," said the Colonel, "I should regard his embarrassment with much suspicion. Embarrassed at every point, from his travels about the country to the question of a young lady at Twickenham. I wonder who that young lady can be. Not one of the Viponts, or I should have heard. Are there any young ladies on the Lindsay side?" "What do I care? Your head runs on young ladies," answered Darrell with peevish vivacity, as he stopped abruptly at Car Vipont's door. "And your feet do not seem to run from them," said the Colonel, and with an ironical salute walked away, while the expanding portals engulfed his friend. As he sauntered up St. James Street, nodding towards the thronged windows of its various clubs, the Colonel suddenly encountered Lionel, and taking the young gentleman's arm said, "If you are not very much occupied, will you waste half an hour on me? I am going homewards." Lionel readily assented, and the Colonel continued, "Are you in want of your cabriolet today, or can you lend it to me? I have asked a Frenchman, who brings me a letter of introduction, to dine at the nearest restaurants to which one can ask a Frenchman. I need not say that is Greenwich, and if I took him in a cabriolet, he would not suspect that he was taken 5 miles out of town." "Alas, my dear Colonel, I have just sold my cabriolet. What old-fashioned already true. It has been built 3 months, perhaps the horse too has become an antique, in some other collection. Silentum cabriolet and horse, both sold." "Both," said Lionel shamefully. "Nothing surprises me that man can do," said the Colonel, "or I should be surprised when acting on Darrell's general instructions for your outfit. I bought that horse. I flattered myself that I had chosen well, but rare a good horse, rarer still a good judge of them. I suppose I was cheated, and the brute proved a screw. The finest cab horse in London, my dear Colonel, and every one knows how proud I was of him. But I wanted money, and had nothing else that would bring the sum I required. Oh, Colonel Morley, do hear me. Certainly I am not deaf, nor is St. James Street. When a man says I have parted with my horse because I wanted money, I advise him to say it in a whisper. I have been imprudent, at least unlucky, and I must pay the penalty. A friend of mine that is not exactly a friend, but an acquaintance you whom I see every day, one of my own set, asked me to sign my name at Paris to a bill at 3 months' date, as his security, he gave me his honour that I should hear no more of either, would be sure to take up the bill when due. A man whom I supposed to be as well off as myself, you will allow that I could scarcely refuse. At all events, I did not. The bill became due 2 days ago, my friend does not pay it, and indeed says he cannot, and the holder of the bill calls on me. He was very civil, offered to renew it, pressed me to take my time, Roman 100, but I did not like his manner, and as to my friend, I find that instead of being well off as I supposed, he is hard up, and that I am not the first he has got into the same scrape, not intending it. I am sure he's really a very good fellow, and if I wanted security would be it tomorrow to any amount. I've no doubt of it. Oh, any amount, said the Colonel. So I thought it best to conclude the matter at once. I had saved nothing from my allowance, munificent as it is. I could not have the face to ask Mr. Darrell to remunerate me for my own imprudence. I should not like to borrow from my mother. No, it would be inconvenient to her. I sold both horse and cabriolet this morning. I had just been getting the cheque cashed when I met you. I intend to take the money myself to the billholder. I have just the sum. The horse alone was worth that, said the Colonel with a faint sigh, not to be replaced. France and Russia have the pick of our stables, however. If it is sold, it is sold. Talk no more of it. I hate painful subjects. You did right not to renew the bill. It is opening an account with ruin. And though I avoid preaching on money matters, or indeed any other preaching, is my nephew's vocation, not mine, yet allow me to extract from you a solemn promise never again to sign bills nor to draw them. Be to your friend what you please, except security for him. Orestes never asked Pylades to help him to borrow at 50%. Promise me a word of honour as a gentleman. Do you hesitate? My dear Colonel, said Lionel frankly, I do hesitate. I might promise not to sign a moneylender's bill on my own account, though really I think you take rather an exaggerated view of what is after all a common occurrence. Do I, said the Colonel meekly. I am sorry to hear it. I detest exaggeration. Go on. You might promise not to ruin yourself, but you object to promise not to help in the ruin of your friend. That is exquisite irony, Colonel, said Lionel, piqued, but it does not deal with the difficulty, which is simply this. When a man whom you call friend, whom you walk with, ride with, dine with almost every day, says to you, I am in immediate want of a few hundreds, I don't ask you to lend them to me, perhaps you can't, but assist me to borrow, trust to my honour that the debt shall not fall on Yowie, then it seems as if to refuse the favour was to tell the man you call friend that you doubt his honour. And though I have been caught once in that way, I feel that I must be caught very often before I should have the moral courage to say no. Don't ask me then to promise. Satisfied with my assurance that in future at least I will be more cautious, and if the loss fall on me, why, the worst that can happen is to do again what I do now. Nay, you would not perhaps have another horse and cab to sell in that case. You would do the reverse of what you do know. You would renew the billed debt, would run on like a snowball. In a year or two you would owe not hundreds, but thousands. But come in here, we are at my door. The Colonel entered his drawing-room, a miracle of exquisite neatness. The room was rather effeminate perhaps in its attributes, but that was no sign of the Colonel's tastes, but of his popularity with the ladies. All those pretty things were their gifts: the tapestry on the chairs, their work, the severs on the console's clock, on the mantel-shelf the inkstand, paper-cutter, tapper-stand on the writing-table, their birthday presents, even the white woolly Maltese dog that sprang from the rug to welcome Heimven, the flowers in the jardiniere, even the tasteful cottage piano, and the very music-stand beside it, and the card-trays piled high with invitations were contributions from the forgiving sex to the unrequiting bachelor. Surveying his apartment with a complacent air, the Colonel sank into his easy fauteuil, and drawing off his gloves leisurely said, No man has more friends than I have. Never did I lose one, never did I sign a bill. Your father pursued a different policy, signed many bills and lost many friends. Lionel, much distressed, looked down, and evidently desired to have done with the subject. Not so the Colonel. That shrewd man, though he did not preach, had a way all his own, which was perhaps quite as effective as any sermon by a fashionable layman can be to an impatient youth. Yes, resumed the Colonel, it is the old story. One always begins by being security to a friend. The discredit of the thing is familiarized to one's mind by the false show of generous confidence in another. There, what you have done for a friend should do for you. 100 or 2 would be useful. Know you are sure to repay it in 3 months. To youth, the future seems safe as the Bank of England, and distant as the peaks of Himalaya. You pledge your honour that in 3 months you will release your friend. The 3 months expire. To release the one friend, you catch hold of another. The bill is renewed, premium and interest thrown into the next payday. Soon the account multiplies, and with it the honor dwindlesier name circulates from hand to hand on the back of doubtful paperier name, which in all money transactions should grow higher and higher each year. You live falling down every month like the shares in a swindling speculation. You begin by what you call trusting a friend that is aiding him to self-destruction, buying him arsenic to clear his complexion. You end by dragging all near you into your own abyss, as a drowning man would clutch at his own brother. Lionel Houghton, the saddest expression I ever saw in your father's face was when but you shall hear the story. No, sir, spare me, since you so insist on it. I will give the promise. 8 is enough, and my father was as honourable as you when he first signed his name to a friend's bill, and perhaps promised to do so no more as reluctantly as you do. You had better let me say on. If I stop now, you will forget all about it by this day 12-month. If I go on, you will never forget. There are other examples besides your father. I am about to name one. Lionel resigned himself to the operation, throwing his handkerchief over his face, as if he had taken chloroform. When I was young, resumed the colonel, I chanced to make acquaintance with a man of infinite whim and humour, fascinating as Darrell himself, though in a very different way. We called him Willie. You know the kind of man one calls by his Christian name, cordially abbreviate that kind of man seems never to be quite grown up and therefore never rises in life. I never knew a man called Willie after the age of 30 who did not come to a melancholy end. Willie was the natural son of a rich helter-skelter, cleverish, maddish, stylish, raffish, four-in-hand baronet, by a celebrated French actress. The title is extinct now, and so I believe is that genus of stylish, raffish, four-in-hand baronet, Sir Julian Loseley. Loseley echoed Lionel. Yes, do you know the name? I never heard it till yesterday. I want to tell you what I did hear then, but after your story. Go on. Sir Julian Loseley, Willie's father, lived with the French lady as his wife, and reared Willie in his house with as much pride and fondness as if he intended him for his heir. The poor boy, I suspect, got but little regular education, though of course he spoke his French mother's tongue like a native, and thanks also perhaps to his mother, he had an extraordinary talent for mimicry and acting. His father was passionately fond of private theatricals, and Willie had early practice in that line. I once saw him act Falstaff in a country house, and I doubt if Quin could have acted it better well when Willie was still a mere boy. He lost his mother, the actress. Sir Julian married, had a legitimate daughter, deed intestate, and the daughter of course had the personal property, which was not much. The heir-at-law got the land and poor Willie nothing, but Willie was an universal favourite with his father's old friends, swilled fellows like Sir Julian himself amongst them. There were 2 cousins with large country houses, sporting men and bachelors. They shared Willie between them, and quarrelled which should have the most of him, so he grew up to be man with no settled provision, but always welcome not only to the 2 cousins but at every house in which, like Milton's lark, he came to startle the dull night. Most amusing companion, a famous shota, capital horseman, knew the ways of all animals, fishes and birds. I verily believe he could have coaxed a pugdog to point, and an owl to sing, void of all malice up to all fun. Imagine how much people would court, and how little they would do for a Willie of that sort. Do I bore you? On the contrary, I am greatly interested. One thing a Willie, if a Willie could be wise, ought to do for himself, keep single. A wedded Willie is in a false position. My Willie wedded for love to an amiable girl. I believe I never saw her. It was long afterwards that I knew Willie, but as poor as himself. The friends and relatives then said, this is serious, something must be done for Willie. It was easy to say something must be done, and monstrous difficult to do it while the relations were consulting. His half-sister, the baronet's lawful daughter, died unmarried, and though she had ignored him in life, left him ill. I have hit it now, cried one of the cousins. Willie is fond of a country life. I will let him have a farm on a nominal rent. His earl will stock it, and his farm, which is surrounded by woods, will be a capital hunting meet. As long as I live, Willie shall be mounted. Willie took the farm and astonished his friends by attending to it. It was just beginning to answer when his wife died, leaving him only one child, a boy, and her death made him so melancholy that he could no longer attend to his farm. He threw it up, invested the proceeds as a capital, and lived on the interest as a gentleman at large. He travelled over Europe for some time, chiefly on foot, came back, having recovered his spirits, resumed his old desultory, purposeless life at different country houses, and at one of those houses, I and Charles Houghton met him. Here I pause to state that Willie Loseley at that time impressed me with the idea that he was a thoroughly honest man, though he was certainly no formalist, though he had lived with wild sets of convivial scapegrace, though, out of sheer high spirits, he would now and then make conventional proprieties laugh at their own long faces. Yet I should have said that Bayard himself, and Bayard was no saint could not have been more incapable of a disloyal, rascally, shabby action. Nay, in the plain matter of integrity, his ideas might be called refined. Almost quixotic if asked to give or to lend, Willie's hand was in his pocket in an instant. But though thrown among rich men careless, as himself Willie never put his hand into their pockets, never borrowed, never owed, he would accept hospitality, make frank use of your table, your horses, your dogs, but your money, no, he repaid all he took from a host, by rendering himself the pleasantest guest that host ever entertained poor Willie. I think I see his quaint smile brimming over with sly sport. The sound of his voice was like a cry of "Oh, have holiday." In a schoolroom he dishonest, I should as soon have suspected the noonday sun of being a dark lantern. I remember, when he and I were walking home from wild duck shooting, in advance of our companions, a short conversation between us that touched me greatly, for it showed that under all his levity there was sound sense and right feeling. I asked him about his son, then a boy at school, why, as it was the Christmas vacation, he had refused our host's suggestion to let the lad come down there. Said he, don't fancy that I will lead my son to grow up a scatterbrained, good-for-naught like his father. His society is the joy of my life. Whenever I have enough in my pockets to afford myself that joy, I go and hire a quiet lodging close by his school, to have him with me from Saturday till Monday, all to myself, where he never hears wild fellows call me Willie, and ask me to Roman 2098. I had hoped to have spent this vacation with him in that way, but his school bill was higher than usual, and after paying it I had not a guinea to spare, obliged to come here where they lodge and feed me for nothing. The boy's uncle on the mother's side, respectable man in business, kindly takes him home for the holidays, but did not ask me because his wife, and I don't blame her, thinks I'm too wild for a city clerk's sober household. I asked Willie loosely what he meant to do with his son, and hinted that I might get the boy a commission in the army without purchase. No, said Willie, I know what it is to set up for a gentleman on the capital of a beggar. It is to be a shuttlecock between discontent and temptation. I would not have my lost wife's son waste his life. As I have done, he would be more spoiled too than I have been. The handsomest boy you ever saw, and bold as a lion once in that set, pointing over his shoulder towards some of our sporting comrades whose loud laughter every now and then reached our earsaunts in that set. He would never be out of it fit for nothing. I swore to his mother on her deathbed that I would bring him up to avoid my errors, that he should be no hangeron and lead captain, swore to her that he should be reared according to his real station of his mother's kin. I have no station, and if I can but see him an honest British traddy, respectable, upright, equal to the highest beckers, no rich man's dependent, and no poor man's jest, me ambition will be satisfied. And now you understand, sir, why my boy is not here. You would say a father who spoke thus had a man's honest stuff in him, Lionel? Yes, and a true gentleman's heart too. So I thought, yet I fancied I knew the world after that conversation. I quitted our host's roof, and only once or twice afterwards at country houses met William loosely again. To say truth, his chief patrons and friends were not exactly in my set, but your father continued to see Willie pretty often. They took a great fancy to each other. Charlie, you know, was jovial, fond of private theatricals too. In short, they became great allies. Some years after, as luck would have it, Charles Houghton, while selling off his Middlesex property, was in immediate want of he could get it on a bill, but not without security. His bills were already rather down in the market, and he had already exhausted most of the friends whose security was esteemed by accommodators any better than his own. In an evil hour, he had learned that poor Willie had just out upon mortgage, and the moneylender who was lawyer for the property on which the mortgage was new. It was on the interest of this that Willie lived, having spent the rest of his little capital in settling his son as a clerk in a first-rate commercial house. Charles Houghton went down to shoot at the house, where Willie was a guest, chat with him, drank with him, talked with him, proved to him, no doubt, that long before the 3 months were over the Middlesex property would be sold, the bill taken up. Willie might trust to his honour. Willie did trust, like you, my dear Lionel. He had not moral courage to say no. Your father, I am certain, meant to repay him. Your father never in cold blood meant to defraud any human being. Beauty, your father gambled a debt of honour at piquet, preceded the claim of a bill discounter. The were forestolid. Your father was penniless. The moneylender came upon Willie, sure that Charles Houghton would yet redeem his promise. Willie renewed the bill another 3 months on usurious terms. Those months over, he came to town to find your father hiding between 4 walls, unable to stir out for fear of arrest. Willie had no option but to pay the money, and when your father knew that it was so paid, and that the usury had swallowed up the whole of Willie's little capital, then I saw upon Charles Houghton's once radiant face the saddest expression I ever saw on mortal man's, and sure I am that all the joys your father ever knew as a man of pleasure were not worth the agony and remorse of that moment. I respect your emotion, Lionel, but you begin as your father began, and if I had not told you this story, you might have ended as your father ended. Lionel's face remained covered, and it was only by choking gasps that he interrupted the Colonel's narrative. Certainly, resumed Alban Morley in a reflective tone, certainly, that villain, I mean William Loseley, for villain, he afterwards proved to have had the sweetest, most forgiving temper. He might have gone about to his kinsmen and friends denouncing Charles Horton, and saying by what solemn promises he had been undone, but no such a story just at that moment would have crushed Charles Horton's last chance of ever holding up his head again, and Charles told me, for it was through Charles that I knew the tale, that Willie's parting words to him were, "Do not fret, Charles, after all my boy is now settled in life, and I am a cat with 9 lives, and should fall on my legs if thrown out of a garret window. Don't fret." So he kept the secret and told the moneylender to hold his tongue. Poor Willie. I never asked a rich friend to lend me money, but once in my life, it was then I went to Guy Darrell, who was in full practice, and said to him, "Lend me £1,000, I may never repay you £5,000, if you like it," said he. "One will do." I took the money and sent it to Willie. Alas, he returned it, writing word that Providence had been very kind to him. He had just been appointed to a capital place, with a magnificent salary. The cat had fallen on its legs. He bade me comfort Horton with that news. The money went back into Darrell's pocket, and perhaps wandered thence to Charles Horton's creditors. Now for the appointment at the country house to which Willie had returned destitute. He had met a stranger, no relation, who said to him, "You live with these people, shoot their game break in their horse to their farmsand. They give you nothing, you are no longer very young, you should lay by your little income, and add to it, live with me, and I will give you ire. I am parting with my steward, take his place, but be my friend." William Loseley, of course, closed with the proposition. This gentleman, whose name was Gunston, I had known slightly in former times. People say I know everybody, a soured, bilious, melancholy, indolent, misanthropical old bachelor, with a splendid place universally admired and a large estate universally envied. He lived much alone, ruminating on the bitterness of life, and the nothingness of worldly blessings, meeting Willie at the country house to which, by some predestined relaxation of misanthropy, he had been decoyed for the first time for years. Mr. Gunston was heard to laugh. He said to himself, "Here is a man who actually amuses me." William Loseley contrived to give the misanthrope a new zest of existence, and when he found that business could be made pleasant, the rich man conceived an interest in his own house gardens property for the sake of William's merry companionship. He would even ride over his farms, and actually carried a gun meanwhile. The property, I am told, was really well managed. That fellow Willie was a born genius, and could have managed everybody's affairs, except his own. I heard of all this with pleasure. People say I hear everything when one day a sporting man seizes me by the button at Tattersall's. Do you know the news? Will Loseley is in prison on a charge of robbing his employer. Robbing? Incredible, exclaimed Lionel. My dear Lionel, it was after hearing that news that I established as invariable my grand maxim, nil admirarem, to be astonished at anything. But of course he was innocent. On the contrary, he confessed, was committed, pleaded guilty, and was transported. People who knew Willie said that Gunston ought to have declined to drag him before a magistrate, or at the subsequent trial, have abstained from giving evidence against him. That Willie had been, till then, a faithful steward. The whole proceeds of the estate lead passed through his hands. He might, in transactions for timber, have cheated undetected to twice the amount of the alleged robbery. It must have been a momentary aberration of reason. The rich man should have let him off. But I side with the rich man. His last belief in his species was annihilated. He must have been inexorable. He could never be amused, never be interested again. He was inexorable and vindictive. But what were the facts? What was the evidence? Very little came out on the trial, because in pleading guilty, the court had merely to consider the evidence which had sufficed to commit him. The trial was scarcely noticed in the London papers. William Loseley was not like a man known about town. His fame was confined to those who resorted to old-fashioned country houses, chiefly single men, for the sake of sport. But stay, I felt such an interest in the case that I made an abstract or precis, not only of all that appeared, but all that I could learn of its leading circumstances. 'Tis a habit of mine. Whenever any of my acquaintances embroil themselves with the Crown, the Colonel rose, unlocked a small glazed bookcase, selected from the contents a MS volume, reseated himself, turning the pages, found the place sought, and reading from it resumed his narrative. One evening, Mr. Gunston came to William Loseley's private apartment. Loseley had 2 or 3 rooms appropriated to himself in one side of the house, which was built in a quadrangle round a courtyard. When Loosely opened his door to Mr. Gunston's knock, it struck Mr. Gunston that his manner seemed confused after some talk on general subjects. Loosely said that he had occasion to go to London next morning for a few days on private business of his own. This annoyed Mr. Gunston. He observed that Loosely's absence just then would be inconvenient. He reminded him that a tradesman who lived at a distance was coming over the next day to be paid for a vinery he had lately erected, and on the charge for which there was a dispute could not Loosely at least stay to settle it. Loosely replied that he had already by correspondence adjusted the dispute, having suggested deductions which the tradesman had agreed to, and that Mr. Gunston would only have to give a cheque for the balance of his L. Thereon Mr. Gunston remarked, if you were not in the habit of paying my bills for me out of what you receive, you would know that I seldom give cheques. I certainly shall not give one now, for I have the money in the house. Loosely observed, that is a bad habit of yours, keeping large sums in your own house. You may be robbed. Gunston answered, safer than lodging large sums in a country bank. Country banks break. My grandfather lost L by the failure of a country bank, and my father therefore always took his payments in cash, remitting them to London from time to time, as he went thither himself. I do the same, and I have never been robbed of a farthing that I know of. Who would rob a great house like this full of manservants? That's true, said Loosely. So if you are sure you have as much by you, you will pay the bill and have done with it. I shall be back before sparks. The builder comes to be paid for the new barn to the home farm. That will be L, but I shall be taking money for timber next week. He can be paid out of that. Gunston, no, I will pay Sparks too out of what I have in my bureau, and the timber merchant can pay his debt into my London bankers. Loosely, you mean that you have enough for both these bills actually in the house? Gunston, certainly in the bureau in my study. I don't know how much I've got. It may be L 1500. It may be L. I have not counted. I am such a bad man of business. But I am sure it is more than L. Loosely made some jocular observation to the effect that if Gunston never kept an account of what he had, he could never tell whether he was robbed, and therefore never would be robbed, since according to Othello, he that is robbed not wanting what is stolen, let him not know it, and he's not robbed at all. After that Loosely became absent in manner, and seemed impatient to get rid of Mr. Gunston, hinting that he had the labour book to look over and some orders to write out for the bailiff, and that he should start early the next morning. Here the Colonel looked up from his MS, and said episodically, perhaps, you will fancy that these dialogues are invented by me, after the fashion of the ancient historians. Not so. I give you the report of what passed, as Gunston repeated it verbatim, and I suspect that his memory was pretty accurate. Well, here Alban returned to his MS. Gunston left Willie, and went into his own study, where he took tea by himself. When his valet brought it in, he told the man that Mr. Loosely was going to town early the next morning, and ordered the servant to see himself that coffee was served to Mr. Loosely. Before he went, the servant observed that Mr. Loosely had seemed much out of sorts lately, and that it was perhaps some unpleasant affair connected with the gentleman who had come to see him 2 days before. Gunston had not heard of such a visit. Loosely had not mentioned it when the servant retired. Gunston, thinking over Loosely's quotation respecting his money, resolved to ascertain what he had in his bureau. He opened it, examined the drawers, and found stowed away in different places at different times a larger sum than he had supposed, gold, and notes to the amount of L, of which nearly L sovereigns. He smoothed the notes carefully, and for want of other occupation, and with a view of showing Loosely that he could profit by a hint, he entered the numbers of the notes in his pocket-book, placed them all together in one drawer with the gold, relocked his bureau, and went shortly afterwards to bed. The next day, Loosely having gone in the morning, the tradesman came to be paid for the vinery. Gunston went to his bureau, took out his notes, and found L were gone. He could hardly believe his senses. Had he made a mistake in counting? No, there was his pocket-book, the missing notes entered duly. Therein then he recounted the sovereigns. 142 were gone of them, nearly L in all thus abstracted. He refused at first to admit suspicion of Loosely, but on interrogating his servants, the valet deposed that he was disturbed about 2 o'clock in the morning by the bark of the house-dog, which was let loose of a night within the front courtyard of the house, not apprehending robbers, but fearing the dog might also disturb his master. He got out of his window, being on the ground floor, to pacify the animal that he then saw in the opposite angle of the building, a light moving along the casement of the passage between Loosely's rooms and Mr. Gunston's study. Surprised at this at such an hour, he approached that part of the building, and saw the light very faintly through the chinks in the shutters of the study. The passage windows had no shutters, being old-fashioned stone mullions. He waited by the wall a few minutes when the light again reappeared in the passage, and he saw a figure in a cloak, which being in a peculiar colour he recognized at once as Loosely's pass rapidly along. But before the figure had got half through the passage, the light was extinguished, and the servant could see no more, but so positive was he, from his recognition of the cloak, that the man was Loosely, that he ceased to feel alarm or surprise, thinking on reflection that Loosely, sitting up later than usual to transact business before his departure, might have gone into his employer's study for any book or paper which he might have left there. The dog began barking again, and seemed anxious to get out of the courtyard to which he was confined, but the servant gradually appeased him, went to bed, and somewhat overslept himself. When he awoke, he hastened to take the coffee into Loosely's room, but Loosely was gone. Here there was another suspicious circumstance. It had been a question how the bureau had been opened, the key being safe in Gunston's possession, and there being no sign of force. The lock was one of those rude old-fashioned ones which are very easily picked, but to which a modern key does not readily fit. In the passage there was found a long nail crooked at the end, and that nail the superintendent of the police, who had been summoned, had the wit to apply to the lock of the bureau, and it unlocked and relocked it easily. It was clear that whoever had so shaped the nail could not have used such an instrument for the first time, and must be a practised picklock, that one would suppose at first might exonerate Loosely. But he was so clever a fellow at all mechanical contrivances, that coupled with the place of finding the nail made greatly against him, and still more so when some nails precisely similar were found on the chimney-piece of an inner room in his apartment, a room between that in which he had received Guaston and his bedchamber, and used by him both as study and workshop. The nails indeed, which were very long and narrow, with a Gothic ornamental head, were at once recognized by the carpenter on the estate as having been made according to Loosely's directions for a garden bench to be placed in Gunston's favourite walk. Gunston having remarked some days before that he should like a seat there, and Loosely having undertaken to make one from a design by Pugin, still loth to believe in Loosely's guilt, Gunston went to London with the police superintendent, the valet, and the neighbouring attorney. They had no difficulty in finding Loosely. He was at his son's lodgings in the city near the commercial house, in which the son was a clerk. On being told of the robbery, he seemed at first unaffectedly surprised, evincing no fear. He was asked whether he had gone into the study about 2 o'clock in the morning. He said no. Why should I? The valet exclaimed, but I saw you, I knew you by that old grey cloak, with the red lining. Why, there it is, known that chair yonder, ill swear, it is the same. Loosely then began to tremble visibly, and grew extremely pale. A question was next put to him as to the nail, but he secured quite stupefied, muttering, good heavens, the cloak! You mean to say you saw that cloak? They searched his person, found on him some sovereigns silver, and one banknote for £5. The number on that banknote corresponded with a number in Gunston's pocketbook. He was asked to say where he got that £5 note. He refused to answer. Gunston said, it is one of the notes stolen from me. Loosely cried fiercely, take care what you say. How do you know? Gunston replied, I took an account of the numbers of my notes on leaving your room. Here is the memorandum in my pocketbook. See. Loosely looked and fell back as if shot. Loosely's brother-in-law was in the room at the time, and he exclaimed, oh, William, you can't be guilty. You are the honestest fellow in the world. There must be some mistake. Gentlemen, where did you get the note? William say. Loosely made no answer, but seemed lost in thought or stupefaction. I will go for your son, William, perhaps he may help to explain. Loosely then seemed to wake up. My son? What would you expose me before my son? He's gone into the country, as you know. What has he to do with it? I took the notes there. I have confessed, have done with iter words to that effect. Nothing more of importance, said the colonel, turning over the leaves of his MS, except to account for the crime. And here we come back to the moneylender. You remember the valet said that a gentleman had called on Loosely 2 days before the robbery. This proved to be the identical bill discounter to whom Loosely had paid away his fortune. This person deposed that Loosely had written to him some days before, stating that he wanted to borrow £200 or £300, which he could repay by instalments out of his salary. What would be the terms? The moneylender, having occasion to be in the neighbourhood, called to discuss the matter in person, and to ask if Loosely could not get some other person to join in security, suggesting his brother-in-law. Loosely replied that it was a favour he would never ask of anyone, that his brother-in-law had no pecuniary means beyond his salary as a senior clerk, and, supposing that he Loosely lost his place, which he might any day if Gunston were displeased with him, how, then, could he be sure that his debt would not fall on the security? Upon which the moneylender remarked that the precarious nature of his income was the very reason why a security was wanted, and loosely. Answered I, but you know that you incur that risk and charge accordingly between me and you the debt, and the hazard are mere matter of business. But between me and my security, it would be a matter of honour finally. The moneylender agreed to find the sum required, though asking very high terms. Loosely said he would consider, and let him know there the conversation ended, but Gunston inquired if Loosely had ever had dealings with the moneylender before, and for what purpose it was likely he would lend the money now, and the moneylender answered that probably Loosely had some sporting or gaming speculations on the sly, for that it was to pay a gambling debt that he had joined Captain Houghton in a bill for L, and Gunston afterwards told a friend of mine that this it was that decided him to appear as a witness at the trial, and you will observe that if Gunston had kept away there would have been no evidence sufficient to ensure conviction, but Gunston considered that the man who could gamble away his whole fortune must be incorrigible, and that Loosely having concealed from him that he had become destitute by such transactions must have been more than a mere security in a joint bill with Captain Houghton. Gunston could never have understood such an inconsistency in human nature, that the same man who broke open his bureau should have become responsible to the amount of his fortune for a debt of which he had not shared the discredit, and still less that such a man should, in case he had been so generously imprudent, have concealed his loss out of delicate tenderness for the character of the man to whom he owed his ruin. Therefore, in short, Gunston looked on his dishonest steward not as a man tempted by a sudden impulse in some moment of distress at which a previous life was belied, but as a confirmed dissimulating sharper to whom public justice allowed no mercy, and thus Lionel William Loosely was prosecuted, tried, and sentenced to 7 years' transportation by pleading guilty. The term was probably made shorter than it otherwise would have been. Lionel continued too agitated for words. The colonel, not seeming to heed his emotions again, ran his eye over the MS. I observe here that there are some queries entered as to the evidence against Loosely the solicitor whom, when I heard of his arrest, I engaged and sent down to the place on his behalf. You did, heaven reward you, sobbed out Lionel, but my father, where was he? Then in his grave. Lionel breathed a deep sigh as of thankfulness. The lawyer, I say, a sharp fellow, was of opinion that if Loosely had refused to plead guilty, he could have got him off in spite of his first confession, turned the suspicion against someone else in the passage where the nail was picked up. There was a door into the park. That door was found unbolted in the inside the next morning. A thief might therefore have thus entered, and passed at once into the study. The nail was discovered close by the door. The thief might have dropped it on putting out his light, which by the valet's account he must have done when he was near the door in question, and required the light no more. Another circumstance in Loosely's favour. Just outside the door, near a laurel bush, was found the fagend of one of those small rose-coloured waxlights, which are often placed in lucifer match boxes. If this had been used by the thief, it would seem as if, extinguishing the light before he stepped into the air, he very naturally jerked away the morsel of taper left, when in the next moment he was out of the house. But Loosely would not have gone out of the house, nor was he nor anyone about the premises ever known to make use of that kind of taper, which would rather appertain to the fashionable fopperies of a London dandy. You will have observed, too, the valet had not seen the thief's face. His testimony rested solely on the colours of a cloak, which on cross-examination might have gone for nothing. The dog had barked before the light was seen. It was not the light that made him bark. He wished to get out of the courtyard, that looked as if there were some stranger in the grounds beyond. Following up this clue, the lawyer ascertained that a strange man had been seen in the park towards the grey of the evening, walking up in the direction of the house, and here comes the strong point. At the railway station, about 5 miles from Mr. Gunston's, a strange man had arrived just in time to take his place in the night train from the north towards London, stopping there at 4 o'clock in the morning. The station master remembered the stranger buying the ticket, but did not remark his appearance. The porter did, however, so far notice him, as he hurried into a first-class carriage, that he said afterwards to the station master, "Why, that gentleman has a grey cloak, just like Mr. Loosely's. If he had not been thinner and taller, I should have thought it was Mr. Loosely." Well, Loosely went to the same station the next morning, taking an early train, going thither on foot with his carpet-bag in his hand, and both the porter and station master declared that he had no cloak on him at the time. And as he got into a second-class carriage, the porter even said to him, "'Tis a sharp morning, sir, I am afraid you'll be cold." Furthermore, as to the purpose for which Loosely had wished to borrow of the moneylender, his brother-in-law stated that Loosely's son had been extravagant, had contracted debts, and was even hiding from his creditors in a county town, at which William Loosely had stopped for a few hours on his way to London. He knew the young man's employer had written kindly to Loosely several days before lamenting the son's extravagance, intimating that unless his debts were discharged, he must lose the situation in which otherwise he might soon rise to competence, for that he was quick and sharp, and that it was impossible not to feel indulgent towards him, he was so lively, and so good-looking. The trader added that he would forbear to dismiss the young man, as long as he could. It was on the receipt of that letter that Loosely had entered into communication with the moneylender whom he had come to town to seek, and to whose house he was actually going at the very hour of Gunston's arrival. But why borrow of the moneylender if he had just stolen more money than he had any need to borrow? The most damning fact against Loosely, by the discovery in his possession of the L5 note, of which Mr. Gunston deposed to have taken the number, was certainly hard to get over. Still, an ingenious lawyer might have thrown doubt on Gunston's testimony. A man, confessedly so careless, might have mistaken the number Roman 100. The lawyer went with these hints for defense to see Loosely himself in prison, but Loosely declined his help, became very angry, said that he would rather suffer death itself than have suspicion transferred to some innocent man, and that as to the cloak, it had been inside his carpet-bag. So you see, bad as he was, there was something inconsistently honourable left in him. Still, poor Willie, he would not even subpoena any of his old friends as to his general character. But even if he had, what could the court do, since he pleaded guilty? And now dismiss that subject, it begins to pain me extremely. You were to speak to me about someone of the same name when my story was concluded. What is it? I am so confused, faltered Lionel, still quivering with emotion, that I can scarcely answer. You scarcely recollect myself. But while you were describing this poor William Loosely, his talent for mimicry and acting, I could not help thinking that I had seen him. Lionel proceeded to speak of Gentleman Waif. Can that be the man? Alban shook his head incredulously. He thought it so like a romantic youth to detect imaginary resemblances. No, said he, my dear boy, my William Loosely could never become a strolling player in a village fair. Besides, I have good reason to believe that Willie is well off, probably made money in the colony by some lucky hit. For when do you say you saw your stroller? 5 years ago. Well, not very long before that date, perhaps a year or two, less than 2 years. I am sure this eccentric rascal sent Mr. Gunston, the man who had transported him, L. Gunston, you must know, feeling more than ever bored and hipped. When he lost Willie, tried to divert himself by becoming director in some railway company. The company proved bubble. All turned their indignation on the one rich man who could pay where others cheated. Gunston was ruinpurse and characterful to Calais, and there less than 7 years ago, when in great distress he received from poor Willie a kind, affectionate, forgiving letter, and I have this from Gunston's nearest relation, to whom he told it crying like a child. Willie gave no address, but it is clear that at the time he must have been too well off to turn mountebank at your miserable exhibition. Poor dear rascally infamous big-hearted Willie, burst out the colonel. I wish to heaven he had only robbed me. So said Lionel, rely upon it, that man you described never robbed any one. 'Tis impossible. No, very possible, human nature, said Alban Morley. And after all, he really owed Gunston that L, for out of the sum stolen, Gunston received anonymously even before the trial all the missing notes minus about that L, and Willie therefore owed Gunston the money, but not perhaps that kind forgiving letter. Pass on quick. The subject is worse than the gout. You have heard before the name of Loosely. Possibly there are many members of the old baronet's family, but when or where did you hear it? I will tell you. The man who holds the bill, the word sickens me, reminded me when he called that I had seen him at my mother's house. A chance acquaintance of hers professed great regard for me, great admiration for Mr. Darrelland, then surprised me by asking if I had never heard Mr. Darrell speak of Mr. Jasper Loosely. Jasper, said the colonel. Jasper, well, go on. When I answered no, Mr. Poole, that is his name, shook his head and muttered a sad affair, very bad business. I could do Mr. Darrell a great service if he would let me, and then went on talking what seemed to me impertinent gibberish about family exposures and poverty making men desperate, and better compromise matters, and finally wound up by begging me if I loved Mr. Darrell, and wished to guard him from very great annoyance and suffering, to persuade him to give Mr. Poole an interview. Then he talked about his own character in the city and so forth, and entreating me not to think of paying him till quite convenient, that he would keep the bill in his desk. Nobody should know of it. Too happy to do me a favour, laid his card on the table, and went away. Tell me, should I say anything to Mr. Darrell about this or not? Certainly not till I have seen Mr. Poole myself. You have the money to pay him about. You give it to me with Mr. Poole's address. I will call and settle the matter. Just ring the bell to the servant entering. Order my horse round. Then, when they were again alone, turning to Lionel, abruptly laying one hand on Leigh's shoulder, with the other grasping his hand warmly. Cordially, young man, said Alban Morley, I love you, I am interested in Yahoo would not be I have gone through this story put myself positively to pain which I hate solely for your good. You see what usury and moneylenders bring men to look me in the face. Do you feel now that you would have the moral courage you before doubted of? Have you done with such things forever? Forever, so help me heaven. The lesson has been cruel, but I do thank and bless you for it. I knew you would mark this. Never treat money affairs with levity. Money is character. Stop. I have bared a father's fault to a son. It was necessarier, even in his grave, those faults might have revived in you. Now I add this. If Charles Houghton, like you, handsome, high-spirited, favoured by men, spoiled by women, if Charles Houghton, on entering life, could have seen in the mirror I have held up to you the consequences of pledging the morrow to pay for today, Charles Houghton would have been shocked as you are cured, as you will be humbled by your own first error. Be lenient to all his, take up his life, where I first knew it, when his heart was loyal, his lips truthful, raise out the interval, imagine that he gave birth to you in order to replace the leaves of existence. We thus blot out and tear away in every error avoided. Say thus the father warns the son in every honourable action or hard self-sacrifice. Say thus the son pays a father's debt. Lionel, clasping his hands together, raised his eyes streaming with tears, as if uttering inly a vow to heaven. The colonel bowed his soldier crest with religious reverence, and glided from the room noiselessly. Chapter Roman 8 being but one of the considerate pauses in a long journey, charitably afforded to the reader, Colonel Morley found Mr. Poole at home, just returned from his office. He stayed with that gentleman nearly an hour, and then went straight to Darrell, as the time appointed to meet the French acquaintance who depended on his hospitalities for a dinner was now nearly arrived. Alban's conference with his English friend was necessarily brief, and hurried, though long enough to confirm one fact in Mr. Poole's statement, which had been unknown to the colonel before that day, and the admission of which inflicted on Guy Darrell a pang as sharp as ever wrenched confession from the lips of a prisoner in the cells of the Inquisition on returning from Greenwich, and depositing his Frenchman in some melancholy theatre, time enough for that resentful foreigner to witness theft and murder committed upon an injured countryman's vaudeville. Alban hastened again to Carlton Gardens. He found Darrell alone, pacing his floor to and fro in the habit he had acquired in earlier life, perhaps, when meditating some complicated law case or wrestling with himself against some secret sorrow. There are men of quick nerves who require a certain action of the body for the better composure of the mind. Darrell was one of them. During these restless movements, alternated by abrupt pauses, equally inharmonious to the supreme quiet which characterized his listeners' tastes and habits, the haughty gentleman disburdened himself of at least one of the secrets which he had hitherto guarded from his early friend. But as that secret connects itself with the history of a person about whom it is well that the reader should now learn more than was known to Darrell himself, we will assume our privilege to be ourselves the narrator, and at the cost of such dramatic vivacity as may belong to dialogue, but with the gain to the reader of clearer insight into those portions of the past which the occasion permits us to reveal, we will weave into something like method the more imperfect and desultory communications by which Guy Darrell added to Alban Morley's distasteful catalogue of painful subjects. The reader will allow perhaps that we thus evince a desire to gratify his curiosity when we state that of Arabella Crane Darrell spoke, but in one brief and angry sentence, and that not by the name in which the reader as yet alone knows her, and it is with the antecedents of Arabella Crane that our explanation will tranquilly commence. Chapter Roman 9 Grim Arabella Crane. Once on a time, there lived a merchant named Fawcett, a widower with 3 children, of whom a daughter Arabella was by some years. The eldest he was much respected, deemed a warm man, and as if he tended diligently to his business, suffered no partner, no foreman to dictate or intermeddle, liked his comforts, but made no pretence to fashion. His villa was at Clapham, not a showy, but a solid edifice with large lawn and gardens, chiefly notable for what is technically called glassviz, a range of glass houses on the most improved principles, the heaviest pines, the earliest strawberries. I am no judge of flowers, quoth Mr. Fawcett, meekly give me a plain lawn, provided it be close-shaven. But I say to my gardener, forcing is my hobby, a cucumber with my fish all the year round. Yet do not suppose Mr. Fawcett ostentatious, quite the reverse. He would no more ruin himself for the sake of dazzling others than he would for the sake of serving them. He liked a warm house, spacious rooms, good living, old wine for their inherent merits. He cared not to parade them to public envy when he dined alone, or with a single favoured guest, the best Lafitte, the oldest sherry one, extending the rights of miscellaneous hospitality to neighbours, relations, or other slight acquaintances for Lafitte Julian, and for sherry cape, thus not provoking vanity nor courting, Notice Mr. Fawcett was without an enemy, and seemed without a care formal, were his manners formal, his household formal, even the stout cob that bore him from Cheapside to Clapham, from Clapham to Cheapside, that cob could not even prick up its ears, if it wished to its ears were cropped, so were its mane, and its tail. Arabella early gave promise of beauty, and more than ordinary power of intellect and character. Her father bestowed on her every advantage of education. She was sent to a select boarding school of the highest reputation, the strictest discipline, the best masters, the longest bills. At the age of 17, she had become the show pupil of the seminary. Friends wondered somewhat why the prim merchant took such pains to lavish on his daughter the worldly accomplishments which seemed to give him no pleasure, and of which he never spoke with pride. But certainly, if she was so clever, first-rate musician, exquisite artist, accomplished linguist, it was very nice in old Fawcett to bear it so meekly, never crying her up, nor showing her off to less fortunate parents. Very nice in him, good sense, a greatness of mind. Arabella, said the worthy man one day a little time after his eldest daughter had left school for good, Arabella, said he, Mrs. Naming, the head teacher in that famous school, pays you a very high compliment in a letter I received from her this morning. She says it is a pity you are not a poor man's daughter, that you are so steady and so clever that you could make a fortune for yourself as a teacher. Arabella at that age could smile gaily, and gaily she smiled at the notion conveyed in the compliment. No one can guess, resumed the father, twirling his thumbs, and speaking rather through his nose, the ups and downs in this mortal sphere of trial, specially in the mercantile community. If ever, when I am dead and gone, adversity should come upon you, you will gratefully remember that I have given you the best of education, and take care of your little brother and sister, who are both stupid. These doleful words did not make much impression on Arabella, uttered, as they were in a handsome drawing-room, opening on the neat-shaven lawn. It took 3 gardeners to shave with a glittering side view of those galleries of glass, in which strawberries were ripe at Christmas, and cucumbers never failed to fish. Time went on. Arabella was now 23, a very fine girl, with a decided manner, much occupied by her music, her drawing, her books, and her fancies for, like most girls with very active heads and idle hearts, she had a vague yearning for some excitement beyond the monotonous routine of a young lady's life, and the latent force of her nature inclined her to admire whatever was out of the beaten track, whatever was wild and daring. She had received 2 or 3 offers from young gentlemen in the same mercantile community as that which surrounded her father in this sphere of trial, but they did not please her, and she believed her father when he said that they only courted her under the idea that he would come down with something handsome, whereas, said the merchant, I hope you will marry an honest man who will like you for yourself, and wait for your fortune till my will is read, as King William says to his son in the History of England. I don't mean to strip till I go to bed. One night at a ball in Clapham, Arabella saw the man who was destined to exercise so baleful an influence over her existence. Jasper Loosely had been brought to this ball by a young fellow clerk in the same commercial house as himself, and then, in all the bloom of that conspicuous beauty to which the miniature Arabella had placed before his eyes so many years afterwards did but feeble justice, it may well be conceived that he consented on himself the admiring gaze of the assembly. Jasper was younger than Arabella, but what with the height of his stature and the self-confidence of his air, he looked 4 or 5 and 20 certainly, in so far as the distance from childhood may be estimated by the loss of innocence. Jasper might have been any age. He was told that old Fawcett's daughter would have a very fine fortune, that she was a strong-minded young lady who governed her father and would choose for herself, and accordingly he devoted himself to Arabella the whole of the evening. The effect produced on the mind of this ill-fated woman by her dazzling admirer was as sudden as it proved to be lasting. There was a strange charm in the very contrast between his rattling audacity and the bashful formalities of the swains who had hitherto wooed her, as if she frightened them. Even his good looks fascinated her less than that vital energy and power about the lawless brute, which to her seemed the elements of heroic character, though but the attributes of riotous spirits, magnificent formation, flattered vanity and imperious egotism. She was a bird gazing spellbound on a gay young boa constrictor, darting from bough to bough, sunning its brilliant hues, and showing off all its beauty just before it takes the bird for its breakfast. When they parted that night, their intimacy had so far advanced that arrangements had been made for its continuance. Arabella had an instinctive foreboding that her father would be less charmed than herself with Jasper Loosely, that if Jasper were presented to him, he would possibly forbid her farther acquaintance with a young clerk, however superb his outward appearance. She took the first false step. She had a maiden aunt by the mother's side who lived in Bloomsbury, gave and went to small parties to which Jasper could easily get introduced. She arranged to pay a visit for some weeks to this aunt, who was then very civil to her, accepting with marked kindness seasonable presents of strawberries, pines, spring chickens, and so forth, and offering in turn, whenever it was convenient, a spare room, and whatever amusement, a round of small parties and the innocent flirtations incidental thereto could bestow. Arabella said nothing to her father about Jasper Loosely, and to her aunts she went. Arabella saw Jasper very often, they became engaged to each other, exchanged vows, and love tokens. Locks of hair. Roman 100. Jasper, already much troubled by duns, became naturally ardent to ensure his felicity, and Arabella's supposed fortune. Arabella at last summoned courage, and spoke to her father. To her delighted surprise, Mr. Fawcett, after some moralizing more on the uncertainty of life in general than her clandestine proceedings in particular, agreed to see Mr. Jasper Loosely, and asked him down to dinner. After dinner, over a bottle of Lafitte in an exceedingly plain, but exceedingly weighty silver jug, which made Jasper's mouth water. I mean the jug, Mr. Fawcett, commencing with that somewhat coarse, though royal saying of William the Conqueror, with which he had before edified his daughter, assured Jasper that he gave his full consent to the young gentleman's nuptials with Arabella, provided Jasper or his relations would maintain her in a plain, respectable way, and wait for her fortune till his Fawcett's will was read. What that fortune would be Mr. Fawcett declined even to hint. Jasper went away very much cooled. Still, the engagement remained in force. The nuptials were tacitly deferred. Jasper and his relations maintain a wife. Preposterous idea! It would take a clan of relations, and as an honor of wives, to maintain in that state, to which he deemed himself entitled, Jasper himself. But just as he was meditating the possibility of a compromise with old Fawcett, by which he would agree to wait till the will was read for contingent advantages, provided Fawcett in his turn would agree in the meanwhile to afford lodging and board with a trifle for pocket money to Arabella and himself in the Clapham villa, which, though not partial to rural scenery, Jasper preferred on the whole to a second floor in the city. Old Fawcett fell ill, took to his bed, was unable to attend to his business, someone else attended to it, and the consequence was that the house stopped payment, and was discovered to have been insolvent for the last 10 years. Not a discreditable bankruptcy, there might perhaps be 7 shillings in the pound ultimately paid, and not more than 40 families irretrievably ruined. Old Fawcett, safe in his bed, bore the affliction with philosophical composure, observed to Arabella that he had always warned her of the ups and downs in this sphere of trial, referred again with pride to her first-rate education, commended again to her care Tom and Biddy, and declaring that he died in charity with all men, resigned himself to the last slumber. Arabella at first sought a refuge with her maiden aunt, but that lady, though not hit in pocket by her brother-in-law's failure, was more vehement against his memory than his most injured creditor, not only that she deemed herself unjustly defrauded of the pines, strawberries, and spring chickens, by which she had been enabled to give small parties at small cost though with ample show, but that she was robbed of the consequence she had hitherto derived from the supposed expectations of her niece. In short, her welcome was so hostile, and her condolences so cutting, that Arabella quitted her door with a solemn determination never again to enter it. And now the nobler qualities of the bankrupt's daughter rose at once into play. Left penniless, she resolved by her own exertions to support and to rear her young brother and sister. The great school, to which she had been the ornament, willingly received her as a teacher, until some more advantageous place in a private family, and with a salary worthy of her talents and accomplishments, could be found. Her intercourse with Jasper became necessarily suspended. She had the generosity to write offering to release him from his engagement. Jasper considered himself fully released without that letter, but he deemed it neither gallant nor discreet to say, so Arabella might obtain a situation with larger salary than she could possibly need. The superfluities whereof Jasper might undertake to invest her aunt had evidently something to leave, though she might have nothing to give. In fine, Arabella, if not rich enough for a wife, might be often rich enough for a friend at need, and so long as he was engaged to her for life, it must be not more her pleasure than her duty to assist him to live. Besides, independently of these prudential, though not ardent motives for declaring unalterable fidelity to troth, Jasper at that time really did entertain what he called love for the handsome young woman, flattered that one of attainments so superior to all the girls he had ever known should be so proud even less of his affection for her than her own affection for himself. Thus the engagement lasted. Interviews, letters, frequent. Arabella worked hard, looking to the future. Jasper worked as little as possible, and was very much bored by the present. Unhappily, as it turned out, so great a sympathy not only amongst the teachers, but amongst her old schoolfellows was felt for Arabella's reverse, her character for steadiness, as well as talent, stood so high. And there was something so creditable in her resolution to maintain her orphan brother and sister that an effort was made to procure her a livelihood much more lucrative and more independent than she could obtain either in a school or a family. Why not take a small house of her own, live there with her fellow orphans, and give lessons out by the hour? Several families at once agreed so to engage her, and an income adequate to all her wants was assured. Arabella adopted this plan. She took the house. Bridget Greggs, the nurse of her infancy, became her servant, and soon to that house stealthily in the shades of evening glided Jasper Loosely. She could not struggle against his influence, had not the heart to refuse his visage, was so poor in such scrapes, and professed himself to be so unhappy there. Now became someone else to toil for besides the little brother and sister. But what were Arabella's gains to a man who already gambled? New afflictions smote her. A contagious fever broke out in the neighborhood. Her little brother caught it, her little sister sickened the next day. In less than a week, 2 small coffins were borne from her door by the black horse spawn to that plot of sunny turf in the pretty suburban cemetery, bought with the last earnings made for the little ones by the mother-like sister. Motherless, lone survivor, what no friend on earth, no soother, but that direful Jasper. Alas, the truly dangerous Venus is not that Urisin around whom circle jest and laughter, sorrow, and that sense of solitude which makes us welcome a footstep, as a child left in the haunting dark welcomes the entrance of light, weaken the outworks of female virtue more than all the vain levities of mirth, or the flatteries which follow the path of beauty through the crowd. Alas and alas, let the tale hurry on. Jasper Loosely has still more solemnly sworn to marry his adored Arabella, but when they are rich enough she feels as if her spirit was gone, as if she could work no more. She was no weak commonplace girl whom love can console for shame. She had been rigidly brought up. Her sense of female rectitude was keen, her remorse was noiseless, but it was stern harassments of a more vulgar nature beset her. She had forestalled her sources of income. She had contracted debts for Jasper's sacking. Vain her purse was emptied, yet his no fuller. His creditors pressed him. He told her that he must hide one winter's day. He thus departed. She saw him no more for a year. She heard a few days after he left her of his father's crime and committal. Jasper was sent abroad by his maternal uncle at his father's prayer, sent to a commercial house in France, in which the uncle obtained him a situation. In fact, the young man had been dispatched to France under another name, in order to save him from the obloquy which his father had brought upon his own. Soon came William Loosely's trial and sentence. Arabella felt the disgrace acutely, felt how it would affect the audacious, insolent Jasper, did not wonder that he forbore to write to her. She conceived him bowed by shame, but she was buoyed up by her conviction that they should meet again for good or for ill. She held herself bound to him for life, but meanwhile the debts she had incurred on his account came upon her. She was forced to dispose of her house, and at this time Mrs. Lindsay, looking out for some first-rate superior governess for Matilda Darrell, was urged by all means to try and secure for that post Arabella Fawcett, the highest testimonials from the school at which she had been reared, from the most eminent professional masters from the families at which she had recently taught, being all brought to bear upon Mr. Darrell. He authorized Mrs. Lindsay to propose such a salary as could not fail to secure a teacher of such rare qualifications, and thus Arabella became governess to Miss Darrell. There is a kind of young lady of whom her nearest relations will say, "I can't make that girl out." Matilda Darrell was that kind of young lady. She talked very little, she moved very noiselessly. She seemed to regard herself as a secret which she had solemnly sworn not to let out. She had been steeped in slyness from her early infancy by a sly mother. Mrs. Darrell was a woman who had always something to conceal. There was always some note to be thrust out of sight, some visit not to be spoken of, something or other which Matilda was not on any account to mention to Papa. When Mrs. Darrell died, Matilda was still a child, but she still continued to view her father as a person against whom prudence demanded her to be constantly on her guard. It was not that she was exactly afraid of him. He was very gentle to her, as he was to all children, but his loyal nature was antipathetic to hers. She had no sympathy with him. How confide her thoughts to him? She had an instinctive knowledge that those thoughts were not such as could harmonize with his, yet, though taciturn, uncaressing, undemonstrative, she appeared mild and docile. Her reserve was ascribed to constitutional timidity. Timid to a degree she usually seemed, yet, when you thought you had solved the enigma, she said, or did something so coolly determined, that you were forced again to exclaim, "I can't make that girl out." She was not quick at her lessons. You had settled in your mind that she was dull, when by a chance remark you were startled to find that she was very sharp, keenly observant, when you had fancied her fast asleep. She had seemed since her mother's death more fond of Mrs. Lindsay and Caroline than of any other human being. Always appeared sullen or out of spirits, when they were absent, yet she confided to them no more than she did to her father. You would suppose from this description that Matilda could inspire no liking in those with whom she lived. Not so. Her very secretiveness had a sort of attraction, a puzzle, always creates some interest. Then her face, though neither handsome nor pretty, had in it a treacherous softness, a subdued, depressed expression. A kind observer could not but say with an indulgent pity, there must be a good deal of heart in that girl, if one could but make her out. She appeared to take at once to Arabella more than she had taken to Mrs. Lindsay, or even to Caroline, with whom she had been brought up as a sister, but who then, joyous and quick, and innocently fearless, with her soul in her eyes, and her heart on her lips, had no charm for Matilda, because there she saw no secret to penetrate, and her she had no object in deceiving. But this stranger of accomplishments, so rare of character, so decided, with a settled gloom on her lip, a gathered care on her brow, there was someone to study, and someone with whom she felt a sympathy, for she detected at once that Arabella was also a secret. At first Arabella, absorbed in her own reflections, gave to Matilda but the mechanical attention which a professional teacher bestows on an ordinary pupil, but an interest in Matilda sprung up in her breast in proportion as she conceived a venerating gratitude for Darrell. He was aware of the pomp and circumstance which had surrounded her earlier years. He respected the creditable energy with which she had devoted her talents to the support of the young children thrown upon her care, compassionated her bereavement of those little fellow orphans for whom toil had been rendered sweet, and he strove by a kindness of forethought and a delicacy of attention, which were the more prized in a man so eminent and so preoccupied, to make her forget that she was a salaried teacher, to place her saliently, and as a matter of course, in the position of a gentlewoman, guest and friend, recognizing in her a certain vigor and force of intellect apart from her mere accomplishments. He would flatter her scholastic pride by referring to her memory in some question of reading, or consulting her judgment on some point of critical taste. She in return was touched by his chivalrous kindness to the depth of a nature that, though already seriously injured by its unhappy contact with a soul like Jasper's, retained that capacity of gratitude, the loss of which is humanity's last deprivation. Nor this alone. Arabella was startled by the intellect and character of Darrell into that kind of homage which a woman who has hitherto met but her own intellectual inferiors renders to the first distinguished personage in whom she recognizes, half with humility and half with awe and understanding, and a culture to which her own reason is but the flimsy glass-house and her own knowledge but the forced exotic. Arabella, thus roused from her first listlessness, sought to requite Darrell's kindness by exerting every energy to render his insipid daughter an accomplished woman, so far as mere ornamental education extends. The teacher was more successful than with all her experience, her skill, and her zeal. She had presumed to anticipate Matilda, without ear or taste or love for music, became a very fair mechanical musician, without one artistic predisposition. She achieved the science of perspective, attained even to the mixture of colour, filled a portfolio with drawings which no young lady need have been ashamed to see circling round a drawing-room. She carried Matilda's thin mind to the farthest bound it could have reached, without snapping through an elegant range of selected histories and harmless feminine classics, through Gallic dialogues, through Tuscan themes, through Teuton verbsia, across the invaded bounds of astonished science into the elementary ologies. And all this being done, Matilda Darrell was exactly the same creature that she was before in all that related to character, to inclinations, to heart. Even that consummate teacher could give no intelligible answer when Mrs. Lindsay, in her softest accents, and no accents ever were softer, sighed, "Poor dear Matilda, can you make her out, Miss Fawcett?" Miss Fawcett could not make her out. But after the most attentive study, Miss Fawcett had inly decided that there was nothing to make out, that, like many other very nice girls, Matilda Darrell was a harmless nullity, what you call a Miss White Deal or Willow, to which Miss Fawcett had done all in the way of increasing its value as ornamental furniture, when she had veneered it over with rosewood or satinwood, enriched its edges with ormolu, and strewed its surface with knickknacks and albums. But Arabella firmly believed Matilda Darrell to be a quiet, honest, good sort of miss, on the whole very fond of her. Arabella, the teacher, had been several months in Darrell's family when Caroline Lindsay, who had been almost domesticated with Matilda, sharing the lessons bestowed on the latter whether by Miss Fawcett or visiting masters, was taken away by Mrs. Lindsay on a visit to the old Marchioness of Montfort. Matilda, who was to come out the next year, was thus almost exclusively with Arabella, who redoubled all her pains to veneer the white deal, and protect with ormolu its feeble edge, so that when it came out all should admire that thoroughly fashionable piece of furniture, It was the habit of Miss Fawcett and her pupil to take a morning walk in the quiet retreats of the Green Park, and one morning, as they were thus strolling nurserymaids and children and elderly folks, who were ordered to take early exercises, undulating round their unsuspecting way suddenly right upon their path unlooked for as the wolf that startled Horace in the Sabine wood, but infinitely more deadly than that runaway animal came Jasper loosely Arabella, uttered a faint scream. She could not resist that, no thought of resisting the impulse to bound forward, lay her hand on his arm. She was too agitated to perceive whether his predominant feeling was surprise or rapture. A few hurried words were exchanged, while Matilda Darrell gave one sidelong glance towards the handsome stranger and walked quietly by them on his part. Jasper said that he had just returned to London, that he had abandoned for ever all idea of a commercial life, that his father's misfortune, he gave that gentle appellation to the incident of penal transportation, had severed him from all former friends' ties, habits, that he had dropped the name of loosely for ever entreated Arabella, not to betray Ithi's name now, was Hammond. His prospects, he said, fairer than they had ever been under the name of Hammond, as an independent gentleman. He had made friends more powerful than he could ever have made under the name of Loosely as a city clerk. He blushed to think he had ever been a city clerk. No doubt he should get into some government office, and then with assured income and a certainty to rise, he might claim the longed-for hand of the best of creatures. On Arabella's part, she hastily explained her present position. She was governess to Miss Darrell, that was Miss Darrell. Arabella must not leave her walking on by herself. She would write to him. Addresses were exchanged. Jasper gave a very neat card, Mr. Hammond, No Duke Street, St. James. Arabella, with a beating heart, hastened to join her friend. At the rapid glance she had taken of her perfidious lover, she thought him, if possible, improved. His dress, always studied, was more to the fashion of polished society, more simply correct, his air more decided altogether. He looked prosperous, and his manner had never been more seductive in its mixture of easy self-confidence and hypocritical coaxing. In fact, Jasper had not been long in the French commercial household, which he had been sent out of the way, while his father's trial was proceeding, and the shame of it, fresh before certain licenses of conduct, had resulted in his dismissal. But meanwhile, he had made many friends amongst young men of his own age, those loose wild viveurs, who without doing anything the law can punish as dishonest contrive for a few fast years to live very surely on their wits, in that strange social fermentation, which still prevails in a country where an aristocracy of birth, exceedingly impoverished, and exceedingly numerous so far as the right to prefix a de to the name, or to stamp a coronet on the card, can constitute an aristocracies diffused amongst an ambitious, adventurous, restless, and not inelegant young democracy, each cemented with the other by that fiction of law called egalite, in that yet unsettled and struggling society, in which so much of the old has been irretrievably destroyed, and so little of the new has been solidly constructed. There are much greater varieties, infinitely more subtle grades and distinctions in the region of life which lies between respectability and disgrace than can be found in a country like ours. The French novels and dramas may apply less a mirror than a magnifying glass to the beings that move through that region, but still, those French novels and dramas do not unfaithfully represent the classifications of which they exaggerate the types, those strange combinations into one tableau: students and grisettes, opera dancers, authors, viscounts, swindlers, romantic laureates, gamblers on the bourse, whose pedigree dates from the Crusades, impostors, taking titles from villages in which their grandsires might have been saddlers, and, if detected, the detection, but a matter of delicate women, living like lawless men, men making trade out of love, like dissolute women, yet with point of honour so nice that doubt their truth or their courage. And if you are in Karen's, both humanity, in every civilized land, may present single specimens more or less answering to each thus described, but where save in France find them all, if not precisely in the same salons, yet so crossing each other to and fro as to constitute a social phase, and give colour to a literature of unquestionable genius, and where over orgies so miscellaneously Berecynthian an atmosphere so elegantly Horatian, and where can coarseness so vanish into polished expression, as in that diamond-like languageal terseness and sparkluhitch, as friendly to wit in its airiest prose, as hostile to passion, in its torrent of cloudrack of poetry, seems invented by the grace out of spite to the muse. Into circles such as those of which the dim outline is here so imperfectly sketched, Jasper loosely niched himself, as la belle Anglaise, pleasant representative of the English nation. Not that those circles are to have the sole credit of his corruption. No, justice is justice. Stand we up for our native land. La belle Anglaise entered those circles a much greater knave, than most of those whom he found there, but there at least he learned to set a yet higher value on his youth and strength, and Camelenessen his readiness of resourcen, the reckless audacity that browbeat timid, and some even valiant Menon the 6 feet one of faultless symmetry that captivated foolish, and some even sensible women gaming, was however his vice by predilection. A month before Arabella met him, he had had a rare run of luck. On the strength of it he had resolved to return to London, and wholly oblivious of the best of creatures, till she had thus startled him hunt out, and swoop off with an heiress. 3 French friends accompanied him, each had the same object, each believed that London swarmed with heiresses. They were all 3 fine-looking men, one was a count, at least he said so, but proud of his ran not a bit of it all for liberty, no man more likely to lose it all for fraternity, no man you would less love as a brother. And as for Egelite, the son of a shoemaker who was harmed letters and wrote in a journal inserted a jest on the count's courtship, all men are equal before the pistol, said the count, and knowing that in that respect he was equal to most, having practised at poopies from the age of 14, he called out the son of Crispin, and shot him through the lungs. Another of Jasper's travelling friends was an infant die pupil, boasted that he was a foundling. He made verses of lugubrious strain and taught Jasper how to shuffle at whist. The third, like Jasper, had been designed for trade, and like Jasper, he had a soul above it in politics. He was a communist in talk, philanthropist. He was the cleverest man of them all, and is now at the galleys. The fate of his 2 compatriots, more obscure, it is not my duty to discover in that peculiar walk of life. Jasper is as much as I can possibly manage. It need not be said that Jasper carefully abstained from reminding his old city friends of his existence. It was his object, and his hope, to drop all identity with that son of a convict, who had been sent out of the way to escape humiliation. In this resolve he was the more confirmed, because he had no old city friends, out of whom anything could be well got. His poor uncle, who alone of his relations in England had been privy to his change of name, was dead, his end hastened by grief for William Loseley's disgrace, and the bad reports he had received from France of the conduct of William Loseley's son, that uncle had left in circumstances too straitened to admit the waste of a shilling, a widow of very rigid opinions, who, if ever by some miraculous turn in the wheel of fortune she could have become rich enough to slay a fatted calf, would never have given the shinbone of it to a prodigal like Jasper, even had he been her own penitent son, instead of a graceless stepnephew. Therefore, as all civilization proceeds westward, Jasper turned his face from the east, and had no more idea of recrossing Temple Bar in search of fortune, friends, or kindred, than a modern Welshman would dream of a pilgrimage to Asian shores, to re-embrace those distant relatives, whom Gadern left behind him, countless centuries ago, when that mythical chief conducted his faithful Cimmerians over the hazy sea to this happy island of honey. Mel Innes Isle of Honey, one of the poetic names given to England, in the language of the ancient Britons. 2 days after his rencontre with Arabella in the Green Park, the soi-disant Hammond, having in the interim learned that Darrell was immensely rich, and that Matilda was his only surviving child, did not fail to find himself in the Green Park, Aginand again. Arabella of course felt how wrong it was to allow him to accost her and walk by one side of her, while Miss Darrell was on the other, but she felt also as if it would be much more wrong to slip out and meet him alone. Not for worlds would she again have placed herself in such peril to refuse to meet him at all. She had not strength enough for that. Her joy at seeing him was so immense, and nothing could be more respectful than Jasper's manner and conversation. Whatever of warmer and more impassioned sentiment was exchanged between them passed in notes. Jasper had suggested to Arabella to represent him to Matilda as some near relation, but Arabella refused all such disguise. Her sole claim to self-respect was in considering him solemnly engaged to her man she was to marry. And after the second time they thus met, she said to Matilda, who had not questioned her by a word, a look, I was to be married to that gentleman before my father died. We are to be married as soon as we have something to live upon. Matilda made some commonplace but kindly rejoinder, and thus she became raised into Arabella's confidence, so far as that confidence could be given without betraying Jasper's real name, or one darker memory in her self-luxury. Indeed, it was to Arabella to find at last someone to whom she could speak of that betrothal in which her whole future was invested of, that affection which was her heart's sheeting carafe, that home, humble it might be and far off, but to which time rarely fails to bring the two, if never weary of the trust, to become as one. Talking thus, Arabella forgot the relationship of pupil and teacher. It was as woman to woman, girl to girl, friend to friend. Matilda seemed touched by the confidence, if flattered, to possess at last another's secret. Arabella was a little chafed that she did not seem to admire Jasper as much as Arabella thought the whole world must admire Matilda. Excused herself. She had scarcely noticed Mr. Hammond. Yes, she had no doubt he would be considered handsome, but she owned, though it might be bad taste, that she preferred a pale complexion with auburn hair. And then she sighed and looked away as if she had in the course of her secret life encountered some fatal pale complexion with never-to-be-forgotten auburn hair. Not a word was said by either Matilda or Arabella as to concealing from Mr. Darrell these meetings with Mr. Hammond. Perhaps Arabella could not stoop to ask that secrecy, but there was no necessity to ask. Matilda was always too rejoiced to have something to conceal. Now in these interviews Jasper scarcely ever addressed himself to Matilda. Not 20 spoken words could have passed between them, yet in the very third interview Matilda's sly fingers had closed on a sly note. And from that day in each interview Arabella walking in the centre, Jasper on one side, Matilda the other, behind Arabella's back passed the sly fingers, and the sly notes which Matilda received, and answered not more than 12 or 14 times, was even this interchange effected. Darrell was about to move to Fawley. All such meetings would be now suspended. 2 or 3 mornings before that fixed for leaving London, Matilda's room was found vacant. She was gone. Arabella was the first to discover her flight, the first to learn its cause. Matilda had left on her writing table a letter for Miss Fawcett. It was very short, very quietly expressed, and it rested her justification on a note from Jasper, which she enclosed, a note in which that gallant hero, ridiculing the idea that he could ever have been in love with Arabella, declared that he would destroy himself if Matilda refused to fly. She need not fear such angelic confidence in him, no, even had he a heart for falsehood framed, he ne'er could injure her. Stifling each noisier cry, but panting, gasping, literally half out of her mind, Arabella rushed into Darrell's study. He, unsuspecting man, calmly bending over his dull books, was startled by her apparition. Few minutes sufficed to tell him all that it concerned him to learn. Few brief questions, few passionate answers brought him to the very worst. Who and what was this Mr. Hammond, heaven of heavens, the son of William Luzelioff, a transported Arabella exulted in a reply which gave her a moment's triumph over the rival who had filched from her such a prize. Roused from his first misery and sense of abasement in this discovery, Darrell's wrath was naturally poured not on the fugitive child, but on the frontless woman who, buoyed up by her own rage and sense of wrong, faced him, and did not cower. She, the faithless governess, had presented to her pupil this convict son. In another name she owned, itch had trepanned into the snares of so vile a fortune hunter, an ignorant child. She might feign amazement, remorse must have been the man's accomplice, stung, amidst all the bewilderment of her anguish, by this charge, which at least she did not deserve. Arabella tore from her bosom Jasper's recent letters, to her Silflitter's all devotion and passion, placed them before Darrell and bade him read nothing. Thought she then of name and fame nothing, but of her wrongs and of her woes. Compared to herself, Matilda seemed the perfidious criminal, the injured victim. Darrell but glanced over the letters. They were signed, "Your loving husband." "What is this?" he exclaimed. "Are you married to the man?" "Yes," cried Arabella, "in the eyes of heaven." To Darrell's penetration there was no mistaking the significance of those words, and that look, and his wrath redoubled anger in him, when once roused, was terrible. He had small need of words to vent it. His eye withered, his gesture appalled, conscious but of one burning firebrand in brain and heart, off a sense that youth, joy and hope were forever gone, that the world could never be the same again. Arabella left the house, her character lost, her talents useless, her very means of existence stopped. Who henceforth would take her to teach? Who henceforth place their children under her charge? She shrank into a gloomy lodging, shut herself up alone with her despair. Strange though it may seem, her anger against Jasper was slight as compared with the intensity of her hate to Matilda, and stranger still, it may seem that as her thoughts recovered from their first chaos, she felt more embittered against the world, more crushed by a sense of shame, and yet galled by a no less keen sense of injustice, in recalling the scorn with which Darrell had rejected all excuse for her conduct in the misery it had occasioned her, than she did by the consciousness of her own lamentable errors. As in Darrell's esteem there was something that to those who could appreciate it seemed invaluable, so in his contempt to those who had cherished that esteem there was a weight of ignominy, as if a judge had pronounced a sentence that outlaws the rest of life. Arabella had not much left out of her munificent salary. What she had hitherto laid by had passed to Jasper, defraying perhaps the very cost of his flight with her treacherous rival. When her money was gone, she pawned the poor relics of her innocent, happy girlhood which she had been permitted to take from her father's home, and had borne with her wherever she went like household guards the prize books, the lute, the costly workbox, the very birdcage, all which the reader will remember to have seen in her later life. The books never opened, the lute broken, the bird long vanished from the cage. Never did she think she should redeem those pledges from that Golgotha, which takes rarely to give back so many hallowed tokens of the dreamland called better days, trinkets worn at the first ball, the ring that was given with the earliest love for year, even the very bells and choral that pleased the infant in his dainty cradle, and the very Bible in which the lips that now bargain for sixpence more read to some grey-haired father on his bed of death. Soon the sums thus miserably raised were as miserably doled away. With a sullen apathy the woman contemplated famine. She would make no effort to live appeal to no relations, no friends. It was a kind of vengeance she took on others to let herself drift on to death. She had retreated from lodging to lodging, each obscurer, more desolate than the other now. She could no longer pay rent for the humblest room now. She was told to go forthwither. She knew not, cared not, took her way towards the river, as by that instinct which when the mind is diseased tends towards self-destruction scarce less involuntarily than it turns in health towards self-preservation. Just as she passed under the lamplight at the foot of Westminster Bridge, a man looked at her and seized her arm. She raised her head with a chilly melancholy scorn, as if she had received an insult, as if she feared that the man knew the stain upon her name, and dreamed in his folly that the dread of death might cause her to sin again. "Do you not know me?" said the man, more strange, "that I should recognize you, dear, and what a dress show you are altered, poor thing." At the words poor thing, Arabella burst into tears, and in those tears the heavy cloud on her brain seemed to melt away. "I have been inquiring, seeking for you, everywhere, miss," resumed the man. "Surely you know me now, your poor aunt's lawyer. She is no more dead last week. She has left you all she had in the world, and a very pretty income it is too for a single lady." Thus it was that we find Arabella installed in the dreary comforts of Pardon Place. She exchanged, she said, in honour to her aunt's memory, her own name for that of Crane, which her aunt had borne her own mother's maiden name. She assumed, though still so young, that title of Mrs. which spinsters grown venerable moodily adopt, when they desire all mankind to know that henceforth they relinquish the vanities of tender Mrs. that become mistress of themselves. They defy and spit upon our worthless sex, which, whatever its repentance, is warned that it repents in vain. Most of her aunt's property was in houses in various districts of Bloomsbury. Arabella moved from one to the other of these tenements, till she settled for good into the dullest of all. To make it duller, yet by contrast with the past, the Golgotha for once gave up its buried treasure, broken lute, birdless cage. Somewhere about 2 years after Matilda's death, Arabella happened to be in the office of the agent who collected her house rents, when a well-dressed man entered and, leaning over the counter, said, "There is an advertisement in today's Times about a lady who offers a home education, and so forth, to any little motherless girl, terms moderate, as said lady loves children for their own sake. Advertiser refers to your office for particulars, give them." The agent turned to his books, and Arabella turned towards the inquirer. "For whose child do you want a home, Jasper Loosely?" "Jasper," started Arabella, "best of creatures, and can you deign to speak to such a vil?" "Hush, let us walk. Never mind the advertisement of a stranger. I may find a home for a motherless child, a home that will cost you nothing." She drew him into the street. "But can this be the child of Matilda Darrell?" Bella replied in coaxing accents, "That most execrable of lady-killers. Can I trust you? Can you be my friend, in spite of my having been such a very sad dog? But money, what can one do without money in this world? Had I a heart for falsehood framed, it would near have injured you if I had not been so cursedly hard up. And indeed now, if you would but condescend to forgive and forget, perhaps some day or other we may be Darby and Joan. Only you see, just at this moment I am really not worthy of such a Joan. You know, of course, that I am a widower, not inconsolable." "Yes, I read of Mrs. Hammond's death in an old newspaper." "And you did not read of her baby's death too, some weeks afterwards?" "No, it is seldom that I see a newspaper. Is the infant dead?" "You shall hear," and Jasper entered into a recital to which Arabella listened with attentive interest. At the close she offered to take herself the child for whom Jasper sought a home. She informed him of her change of name, and addressed the wretch promised to call that evening with the infant, but he sent the infant, and did not call, nor did he present himself again to her eyes, until several years afterwards those eyes so luridly welcomed him to Pardon Place. But though he did not even condescend to write to her in the mean, while it is probable that Arabella contrived to learn more of his habits and mode of life at Paris than she intimated when they once more met face to face. And now the reader knows more than Alban Morley or Guy Darrell, perhaps ever will know of the grim woman in Irongry. Chapter Roman 10 Sweet are the uses of adversity, which like the toad ugly and venomous, bears yet a precious jewel in its head. Most persons will agree that the toad is ugly and venomous, but few, indeed, are the persons who can boast of having actually discovered that precious jewel in its head which the poet assures us is placed there. But calamity may be classed in two great divisions. First, the afflictions which no prudence can avert. Second, the misfortunes which men take all possible pains to bring upon themselves. Afflictions of the first class may but call forth our virtues and result in our ultimate good. Such is the adversity which may give us the jewel, but to get at the jewel we must kill the toad. Misfortunes of the second class but too often increase the errors or the vices by which they were created. Such is the adversity which is all toad, and no jewel if you choose to breed and fatten your own toads. The increase of the venom absorbs every bit of the jewel. Never did I know a man who was an habitual gambler otherwise than notably inaccurate in his calculations of probabilities in the ordinary affairs of life. Is it that such a man has become so chronic a drunkard of hope that he sees double every chance in his favour? Jasper Loosely had counted upon two things as matters of course. First, Darrell's speedy reconciliation with his only child. Second, that Darrell's only child must of necessity be Darrell's heiress. In both these expectations the gambler was deceived. Darrell did not even answer the letters that Matilda addressed to him from France, to the shores of which Jasper had borne her, and where he had hastened to make her his wife under the assumed name of Hammond, but his true Christian name of Jasper. In the disreputable marriage Matilda had made all the worst parts of her character seemed suddenly revealed to her father's eye, and he saw what he had hitherto sought not to see, the true child of a worthless mother, a mere mesalliance, if palliated by long or familiar acquaintance with the object. However it might have galled him, his heart might have pardoned, but here without even a struggle of duty, without the ordinary coyness of maiden pride to be won with so scanty a wooing by a man who she knew was betrothed to another, dissimulation, the perfidy, the combined effrontery and meanness of the whole transaction, left no force in Darrell's eyes to the commonplace excuses of experience and youth. Darrell would not have been Darrell if he could have taken back to his home or his heart a daughter so old in deceit, so experienced in thoughts that dishonour. Darrell's silence, however, little saddened the heartless bride, and little dismayed the sanguine bridegroom. Both thought that pardon and plenty were but the affair of time, a little more, a little less, but their funds rapidly diminished. It became necessary to recruit them. One can't live in hotels entirely upon hope. Leaving his bride for a while in a pleasant provincial town, not many hours distant from Paris, Jasper returned to London intent upon seeing Darrell himself, and, should the father-in-law still defer articles of peace, Jasper believed that he could have no trouble in raising a present supply upon such an Eldorado of future expectations. Darrell at once consented to see Jasper not at his own house, but at his solicitor's. Smothering all opposing disgust, the proud gentleman deemed this condescension essential to the clear and definite understanding of those resolves upon which depended the worldly station and prospects of the wedded pair. When Jasper was shown into Mr. Gartaub's office, Darrell was alone, standing near the hearth, and by a single quiet gesture repelled that tender rush towards his breast which Jasper had elaborately prepared, and thus for the first time the two men saw each other. Darrell perhaps yet more resentfully mortified, while recognizing those personal advantages in the showy profligate which had rendered a daughter of his house so facile a conquest. Jasper, who had chosen to believe that a father-in-law so eminent must necessarily be old and broken, shocked into the most disagreeable surprise by the sight of a man still young, under 40, with a countenance, a port, a presence that in any assemblage would have attracted the general gaze from his own brilliant self, and looking altogether as unfavourable an object, whether for pathos or for postobits, as unlikely to breathe out a blessing, or to give up the ghost, as the worst brute of a father-in-law could possibly be. Nor were Darrell's words more comforting than his aspect. "Sir, I have consented to see you partly that you may learn from my own lips once for all that I admit no man's right to enter my family without my consent, and that consent you will never receive, and partly that thus knowing each other by sight each may know the man it becomes him most to avoid. The lady who is now your wife is entitled by my marriage settlement to the reversion of a small fortune at my death, nothing more from me. Is she likely to inherit, as I have no desire that she to whom I once gave the name of daughter should be dependent wholly on yourself for bread. My solicitor will inform you on what conditions I am willing during my life to pay the interest of the sum which will pass to your wife at my death. Sir, I return to your hands the letters that lady has addressed to me, and which it is easy to perceive were written at your dictation. No letter from her will I answer across my threshold. Her foot will never pass. Thus, sir, concludes all possible intercourse between you and myself. What rests is between you and that gentleman. Darrell had opened a side door. In speaking the last words pointed towards the respectable form of Mr. Gutenberg, standing tall beside his tall desk-hand. Before Jasper could put in a word, the father-in-law was gone. With becoming brevity, Mr. Gutenberg made Jasper fully aware that not only all Mr. Darrell's funded or personal property was entirely at his own disposal, that not only the large landed estates he had purchased, and which Jasper had vaguely deemed inherited, and in strict entail were in the same condition enviable to the proprietor, odious to the bridegroom of the proprietor's sole daughter, but that even the fee simple of the poor Fawley Manor house and lands were vested in Darrell, encumbered only by the portion of L which the late Mrs. Darrell had brought to her husband, and which was settled at the death of herself, and Darrell on the children of the marriage. In the absence of marriage settlements between Jasper and Matilda, that sum at Darrell's death was liable to be claimed by Jasper in right of his wife, so as to leave no certainty that provision would remain for the support of his wife and family, and the contingent reversion might in the meantime be so dealt with as to bring eventual poverty on them all. So said the lawyer, I will be quite frank with you, it is my wish, acting for Mr. Darrell, so to settle this sum of L on your wife, and any children she may bear you, as to place it out of your power to anticipate or dispose of it, even with Mrs. Hammond's consent. If you part with that power, not at present a valuable one, you are entitled to compensation. I am prepared to make that compensation liberal. Perhaps you would prefer communicating with me through your own solicitor, but I should tell you that the terms are more likely to be advantageous to you in proportion as negotiation is confined to us two. It might, for instance, be expedient to tell your solicitor that your true name, I beg you 1,000 pardons, is not Hammond. That is a secret which the more you can keep it to yourself, the better I think it will be for you. We have no wish to blab it out. Jasper by this time had somewhat recovered the first shock of displeasure and disappointment, and with that quickness which so erratically darted through a mind that contrived to be dull when anything honest was addressed to its apprehension, he instantly divined that his real name of Loosely was worth something. He had no idea of Roosing, was, indeed, at that time, anxious altogether to ignore and eschew it, but he had a right to it, and a man's rights are not to be resigned for nothing. Accordingly he said with some asperity, I shall resume my family name whenever I choose it, if Mr. Darrell does not like his daughter to be called Mrs. Jasper Looselier. All the malignant tittle-tattle which my poor father's unfortunate trial might provoke, he must at least ask me as a favour to retain the name. I have temporarily adopted a name in my family. Sir A. Loosely married a Hammond, I forget when generations. I'll see it in the baronetage. My grandfather, Sir Julian, was not a crack lawyer, but he was a baronet of as good birth as any in the country, and my father, Sir Jasper's voice trembled, my father, he repeated fiercely, striking his clenched hand on the table, was a gentleman, every inch of his body, and ill pitch any man out of the window who says a word to the contrary. So said Mr. Gutenberg, shrinking towards the bell-pull. I think on the whole I had better see your solicitor. Jasper cooled down at that suggestion, and with a slight apology for natural excitement, begged to know what Mr. Gutenberg wished to propose to make an end of this part of the story. After 2 or 3 interviews, in which the two negotiators learned to understand each other, a settlement was legally completed, by which the sum of L was inalienably settled on Matilda and her children by her marriage with Jasper. In case he survived her, the interest was to be his for life. In case she died childless, the capital would devolve to himself at Darrell's decease. Meanwhile Darrell agreed to pay L a year as the interest of the L at 5% to Jasper Hammond, or his order, provided always that Jasper and his wife continued to reside together, and fixed that residence abroad. By a private verbal arrangement, not even committed to writing, to this sum was added another L a year wholly at Darrell's option and discretion, it being clearly comprehended that these words meant so long as Mr. Hammond kept his own secret, and so long too as he forbore directly or indirectly to molest, or even to address the person at whose pleasure it was held. On the whole, the conditions to Jasper were sufficiently favourable. He came into an income immeasurably beyond his right to believe that he should ever enjoy, and sufficient well managed for even a fair share of the elegancies, as well as comforts of life, to a young couple blessed in each other's love and remote from the horrible taxes and emulous gentilities of this opulent England, where out of fear to be thought too poor nobody is ever too rich. Matilda wrote no more to Darrell, but some months afterwards he received an extremely well-expressed note in French, the writer whereof represented herself as a French lady, who had very lately seen Madame Hammond, who was now in London, but for a few days, and had something to communicate of such importance as to justify the liberty she took in requesting him to honour her with a visit. After some little hesitation, Darrell called on this lady. Though Matilda had forfeited his affection, he could not contemplate her probable fate without painful anxiety. Perhaps Jasper had eluced her, perhaps she had need of shelter elsewhere, though that shelter could not again be under a father's roof, and though Darrell would have taken no steps to separate her from the husband she had chosen still in secret, he would have felt comparative relief and ease had she herself sought to divide her fate from one whose path downwards in dishonour his penetration instinctively divined with an idea that some communication might be made to him, to which he might reply that Matilda, if compelled to quit her husband, should never want the home and subsistence of a gentlewoman. He repaired to the house, a handsome house in a quiet street, temporarily occupied by the French lady. A tall chasseur in full costume opened the door. A page ushered him into the drawing-room. He saw a lady young and with all the grace of a Parisienne in her manner, who, after some exquisitely turned phrases of excuse, showed him as a testimonial of the intimacy between herself and Madame Hammond a letter she had received from Matilda in a very heartbroken filial strain, full of professions of penitency of a passionate desire for her father's forgiveness, but far from complaining of Jasper or hinting at the idea of deserting a spouse with whom, but for the haunting remembrance of a beloved parent, her lot would be blessed indeed. Whatever of pathos was deficient in the letter the French lady supplied by such apparent fine feeling, and by so many touching little traits of Matilda's remorse, that Darrell's heart was softened in spite of his reason. He went away, however, saying very little, and intending to call no more. But another note came. The French lady had received a letter from a mutual friend. Matilda, she feared, was dangerously Roman 99. This took him again to the house, and the French lady seemed so agitated by the news she had heard, and yet so desirous not to exaggerate nor alarm him needlessly, that Darrell suspected his daughter was really dying, and became nervously anxious himself for the next report. Thus about 3 or 4 visits in all necessarily followed the first one. Then Darrell abruptly closed the intercourse and could not be induced to call again, not that he for an instant suspected that this amiable lady who spoke so becomingly, and whose manners were so high-bred, was other than the well-born Baroness she called herself, and looked to be, but partly because in the last interview the charming Parisienne had appeared a little to forget Matilda's alarming illness in a not forward but still coquettish desire to centre his attention more upon herself, and the moment she did so, he took a dislike to her which he had not before conceived, and partly because his feelings having recovered the first effect which the vision of a penitent pining dying daughter could not fail to produce, his experience of Matilda's duplicity and falsehood made him discredit the penitence, the pining, and the dying. The Baroness might not wilfully be deceiving him. Matilda might be wilfully deceiving the Baroness. To the next note, therefore dispatched to him by the feeling and elegant foreigner, he replied, but by a dry, excusier, stately hint that family matters could never be satisfactorily discussed except in family councils, and that if her friend's grief or illness were really in any way occasioned by a belief in the pain her choice of life might have inflicted on himself, it might comfort her to know that that pain had subsided, and that his wish for her health and happiness was not less sincere, because henceforth he could neither watch over the one nor administer to the other. To this note, after a day or two, the Baroness replied by a letter so beautifully worded I doubt whether Madame de Sévigné could have written in purer French, or Madame de Staël, with a finer felicity of phrase. Stripped of the graces of diction, the substance was but small anxiety for a friend so beloved, so unhappy, more pitied even than before, now that the Baroness had been enabled to see how fondly a daughter must idolize a father in the man whom the nation revered. Her 2 lines, devoted to compliment personnel, compelled by that anxiety to quit even sooner than she had first intended the metropolis of that noble country. Roman 100 here, 4 lines, devoted to compliment national, and then proceeding through some charming sentences about patriot altars and domestic hearths, the writer suddenly checked herself, would intrude no more on time sublimely dedicated to the human race, and concluded with the assurance of sentiments the most distinct. Little thought Darrell that this complimentary stranger, whom he never again beheld, would exercise an influence over that portion of his destiny, which then seemed to him most secure from evil towards, which then he looked for the balm to every wound, the compensation to every loss. Darrell heard no more of Matilda, till not long afterwards her death was announced to him. She had died from exhaustion shortly after giving birth to a female child. The news came upon him at a moment when from other causes, the explanation of which forming no part of his confidence to Alban it will be convenient to reserve his mind, was in a state of great affliction and disorder when he had already buried himself in the solitudes of folly. Ambition resigned, and the world renounced, and the intelligence saddened and shocked him more than it might have done some months before if, at that moment of utter bereavement, Matilda's child had been brought to him, given up to him, to rear. Would he have rejected it? Would he have forgotten that it was a felon's grandchild? I dare not say, but his pride was not put to such a trial. One day he received a packet from Mr. Gutenberg, enclosing the formal certificates of the infant's death, which had been presented to him by Jasper, who had arrived in London for that melancholy purpose with which he combined a pecuniary proposition by the death of Matilda, and her only child. The sum of L absolutely reverted to Jasper in the event of Darrell's decease, as the interest meanwhile was continued to Jasper. That widowed mourner suggested that it would be a great boon to himself, and no disadvantage to Darrell, if the principal were made over to him. At once he had been brought up originally to commerce. He had abjured all thoughts of resuming such vocation during his wife's lifetime out of that consideration for her family and ancient birth which motives of delicacy imposed. Now that the connection with Mr. Darrell was dissolved, it might be rather a relief than otherwise to that gentleman to know that a son-in-law so displeasing to him was finally settled not only in a foreign land, but in a social sphere in which his very existence would soon be ignored by all who could remind Mr. Darrell that his daughter had once a husband. An occasion that might never occur again now presented itself. A trading firm at Paris, opulent, but unostentatiously quiet in its mercantile transactions, would accept him as a partner could he bring to it the additional capital of L. Not without dignity did Jasper add that since his connection had been so unhappily distasteful to Mr. Darrell, and since the very payment each quarter of the interest on the sum in question must in itself keep alive the unwelcome remembrance of that connection, he had the less scruple in making a proposition which would enable the eminent personage, who so disdained his alliance, to get rid of him altogether. Darrell closed at once with Jasper's proposal, pleased to cut off from his life each tie that could henceforth link it to Jasper's, nor displeased to relieve his hereditary acres from every shilling of the marriage portion which was imposed on it as a debt, and associated with memories of unmingled bitterness. Accordingly, Mr. Gutenberg, taking care first to ascertain that the certificates as to the poor child's death were genuine, accepted Jasper's final release of all claim on Mr. Darrell's estate. There still, however, remained the L a year which Jasper had received during Matilda's life on the tacit condition of remaining Mr. Hammond, and not personally addressing Mr. Darrell. Jasper inquired if that annuity was to continue. Mr. Gutenberg referred the inquiry to Darrell, observing that the object for which this extra allowance had been made was rendered nugatory by the death of Mrs. Hammond and her child, since Jasper henceforth could have neither power nor pretext to molest Mr. Darrell, and that it could signify but little what name might in future be borne by one whose connection with the Darrell family was wholly dissolved. Darrell impatiently replied that nothing having been said as to the withdrawal of the said allowance in case Jasper became a widower, he remained equally entitled in point of honour to receive that allowance or an adequate equivalent. This answer being intimated to Jasper, that gentleman observed that it was no more than he had expected from Mr. Darrell's sense of honour, and apparently quite satisfied, carried himself and his L back to Paris. Not long after, however, he wrote to Mr. Gutenberg that Mr. Darrell, having alluded to an equivalent for the L a year allowed to him, evidently implying that it was as disagreeable to Mr. Darrell to see that sum entered quarterly in his banker's books as it had been to see there the quarterly interest of the L, so Jasper might be excused in owning that he should prefer an equivalent. The commercial firm to which he was about to attach himself required a somewhat larger capital on his part than he had anticipated. Roman 100. Without presuming to dictate any definite sum, he would observe that L or even L would be of more avail to his views and objects in life than an annuity of L a year, which being held only at will was not susceptible of a temporary loan. Darrell, wrapped in thoughts wholly remote from recollections of Jasper, chafed at being thus recalled to the sense of that person's existence, wrote back to the solicitor, who transmitted to him this message, that an annuity held on his word was not to be calculated by Mr. Hammond's notions of its value, that the L a year should therefore be placed on the same footing as the L a year that had been allowed on a capital of L, that accordingly it might be held to represent a principal of L, for which he enclosed a cheque begging Mr. Gotobed not only to make Mr. Hammond fully understand that there ended all possible accounts or communication between them, but never again to trouble him with any matters whatsoever in reference to affairs that were thus finally concluded. Jasper receiving the L left Darrell, and Gotobed in peace till the following year. He then addressed to Gotobed an exceedingly plausible business-like letter. The firm he had entered in the silk trade was in the most flourishing state. He, an opportunity occurred to purchase a magnificent mulberry plantation in Provence with all requisite magnaries Roman 100, which would yield an immense increase of profit, that if to ensure him a share in this lucrative purchase Mr. Darrell could accommodate him for a year with a loan of L or L, he sanguinely calculated on attaining so high a position in the commercial world, as though it could not render the recollection of his alliance more obtrusive to Mr. Darrell, would render it less humiliating. Mr. Gotobed, in obedience to the peremptory instructions he had received from his client, did not refer this letter to Darrell, but having occasion at that time to visit Paris on other business, he resolved, without calling on Mr. Hammond, to institute there some private inquiry into that rising trader's prospects and status. He found on arrival at Paris these inquiries difficult. No one in either the Beau Monde or in the Haute Commerce seemed to know anything about this Mr. Jasper Hammond. A few fashionable English rows, remembered to have seen once or twice during Matilda's life, and shortly after her decease, a very fine-looking man shooting meteoric across some equivocal salons, or lounging in the Champs-Élysées, or dining at the Café de Paris. But of late that meteor had vanished. Mr. Gotobed, then anxiously employing a commissioner to gain some information of Mr. Hammond's firm at the private residence from which Jasper addressed his letter, ascertained that, in that private residence, Jasper did not reside. He paid the porter to receive occasional letters for which he called or sent, and the porter, who was evidently a faithful and discreet functionary, declared his belief that Monsieur Hammond lodged in the house in which he transacted business, though where was the house, or what was the business? The porter observed, with well-bred implied rebuke, Monsieur Hammond was too reserved to communicate. He himself too incurious to inquire at length Mr. Gotobed's business, which was in fact a commission from a distressed father, to extricate an imprudent son, a mere boy, from some unhappy associations, having brought him into the necessity of seeing persons who belonged neither to the Beau Monde nor to the Haute Commerce. He gleaned from them the information he desired. Mr. Hammond lived in the very heart of a certain circle in Paris, which but few Englishmen ever penetrate. In that circle, Mr. Hammond had, on receiving his late wife's dowry, become the partner in a private gambling hell. In that hell had been engulfed all the moneys he had received, a hell that ought to have prospered with him if he could have economized his villainous gains. His senior partner in that firm retired into the country with a fine fortunino, doubt the very owner of those mulberry plantations which were now on sale, but Jasper scattered Napoleons faster than any croupier could rake them away. And Jasper's natural talent for converting solid gold into thin air had been assisted by a lady who, in the course of her amiable life, had assisted many richer men than Jasper to lodgings in St. Pelagie or cells in the Maison des Fous. With that lady he had become acquainted during the lifetime of his wife, and it was supposed that Matilda's discovery of this liaison had contributed perhaps to the illness which closed in her decease. The name of that lady was Gabrielle Desineret. She might still be seen daily at the Bois de Boulogne, nightly at opera house or theatre. She had apartments in the Chaussée d'Antin, far from inaccessible to Mr. Gotobed, if he coveted the honour of her acquaintance. But Jasper was less before an admiring world. He was supposed now to be connected with another gambling house of lower grade than the last in which he had contrived to break his own bank and plunder his own, till it was supposed also that he remained good friends with Mademoiselle Desmarets. But if he visited her at her house, he was never to be seen there. In fact, his temper was so uncertain, his courage so dauntless, his strength so prodigious, that gentlemen who did not wish to be thrown out of the window, or hurled down a staircase, shunned any salon or boudoir in which they had a chance to encounter him. Mademoiselle Desmarets had thus been condemned to the painful choice between his society and that of nobody else, or that of anybody else, with the rigid privation of his not being a turtle-dove. She had chosen the latter alternative. It was believed, nevertheless, that if Gabrielle Desmarets had known the weakness of a kind sentiment, it was for this turbulent lady-killer, and that with a liberality she had never exhibited in any other instance, when she could no longer help him to squander, she would still at a pinch help him to live, though of course in such a reverse of the normal laws of her being. Mademoiselle Desmarets set those bounds on her own generosity which she would not have imposed upon his, and had said with a sigh, I could forgive him if he beat me and beggared my friends, but to beat my friends, and to beggar method, is not the kind of love which makes the world go round. Scandalized to the last nerve of his respectable system, by the information thus gleaned, Mr. Gotobed returned to London, more letters from Jasper becoming urgent, and at last even insolent Mr. Gotobed, worried into a reply, wrote back shortly that he could not even communicate such applications to Mr. Darrell, and that he must peremptorily decline all further intercourse epistolary or personal with Mr. Hammond. Darrell, on returning from one of the occasional rambles on the continent, remote unfriended melancholy, by which he broke the monotony of his Forley life, found a letter from Jasper, not fawning, but abrupt, addressed to himself, complaining of Mr. Gotobed's improper tone, requesting pecuniary assistance, and intimating that he could in return communicate to Mr. Darrell an intelligence that would give him more joy than all his wealth could purchase. Darrell enclosed that note to Mr. Gotobed. Mr. Gotobed came down to Forley to make those revelations of Jasper's mode of life, which were too delicate, or too much the reverse of delicatito, commit to paper. Great as Darrell's disgust at the memory of Jasper had hitherto been, it may well be conceived how much more bitter became that memory now no answer was of course vouchsafed to Jasper, who after another extremely forcible appeal for money, and equally enigmatical boast of the pleasurable information it was in his power to bestow, relapsed into sullen silence. One day, somewhat more than 5 years after Matilda's death, Darrell, coming in from his musing walks, found a stranger waiting for him. This stranger was William Loseley, returned from penal exile, and while Darrell, on hearing this announcement, stood mute with haughty wonder that such a visitor could cross the threshold of his father's house, the convict began what seemed to Darrell a story equally audacious and incomprehensible. Infant Matilda had borne to Jasper, and the certificates of whose death had been so ceremoniously produced and so prudently attested, lived still, sent out to nurse as soon as born. The nurse had in her charge another babe, and this last was the child who had died and been buried as Matilda Hammond's. The elder Loseley went on to stammer out a hope that his son was not at the time aware of the fraudulent exchange, but had been deceived by the nurse, that it had not been a premeditated imposture of his own to obtain his wife's fortune. When Darrell came to this part of his story, Alban Morley's face grew more seriously interested. Stop, he said. William Loseley assured you of his own conviction that this strange tale was true. What proofs did he volunteer? Proofs, death man. Do you think that at such moments I was but a bloodless lawyer to question and cross-examine? I could but bid the impostor leave the house which his feet polluted. Alban heaved a sigh, and murmured too low for Darrell to overhear. Poor Willie, then aloud, but my dear friend, bear with me one moment. Suppose that by the arts of this diabolical Jasper, the exchange really had been effected, and a child to your ancient line lived still, would it not be a solace, a comfort? Comfort, cried Darrell, comfort in the perpetuation of infamy, the line I promised my father to restore to its rank in the land, to be renewed in the grandchild of a felon, the child of the yet viler, sharper, of a hell. You gentleman and soldier call that thought comfort? O Alban, out on you, fie, fie, no lave such a thought to the lips of a William Loseley. He indeed, clasping his hands, faltered forth some such word. He seemed to count on my forlorn privation of kith and kindred, no heir to my wealth, no representative of my race would I deprive myself of, your very words of, a Silesia comfort. He asked me at least to inquire. And you answered so as to quell and crush in the bud all hopes in the success of so flagrant a falsehood. Answered, why inquire? Know that even if your tale were true, I have no heir, no representative, no descendant in the child of Jasper, the grandchild of William Loseley. I can at least leave my wealth to the son of Charles Haughton. True, Charles Haughton was a spendthrift, a gamester, but he was neither a professional cheat nor a convicted felon. You said that, oh Darrell. The colonel checked himself, but for Charles Haughton, the spendthrift and gamester, would William Loseley have been the convicted felon? He checked that thought and hurried on. And how did William Loseley reply? He made no reply, skulked away without a word. Darrell then proceeded to relate the interview which Jasper had forced on him at Forley during Lionel's visit. Thereon Jasper's part an attempt to tell the same tale as William had told, and Darrell's part the same scornful refusal to hear it out, and added, Darrell, the man, finding it thus impossible to dupe my reason, had the inconceivable meanness to apply to me for alms. I could not better show the disdain in which I held himself and his story than in recognizing his plea as a mendicant, I threw my purse at his feet, and so left him. But continued Darrell, his brow growing darker and darker but wild and monstrous, as the story was still the idea that it might be true a supposition, which derived its sole strength from the character of Jasper Lusalifrom, the interest he had in the supposed death of a child that alone stood between himself, and the money he longed to grasp, an interest which ceased when the money itself was gone, or rather changed into the counter-interest of proving a life that he thought would re-establish a hold on Mestil. I say an idea that the story might be true would force itself on my fears, and if so, though my resolution never to acknowledge the child of Jasper Lusley as a representative, or even as a daughter of my house, would of course be immovable, yet it would become my duty to see that her infancy was sheltered, her childhood reared, her youth guarded, her existence amply provided for. Rightier plain duty, said Alban bluntly. Intricate sometimes are the obligations imposed on us, as gentlemen noblesse oblige, is a motto which involves puzzles for a casuist, but our duties as men are plain. The idea very properly haunted Yuand, and I hastened to exorcise the spectre. I left England, I went to the French town, in which poor Matilda died. I could not of course make formal or avowed inquiries of a nature to raise into importance the very conspiracy, if conspiracy there were, which threatened me, but I saw the physician who had attended both my daughter and her child. I sought those who had seen them both when living, seen them both when dead. The doubt on my mind was dispelled, not a pretext left for my own self-torment. The only person needful in evidence whom I failed to see was the nurse to whom the infant had been sent. She lived in a village some miles from the town. I called at her house, was out. I left word I should call the next day. I did so. She had absconded. I might doubtless have traced her, but to what end if she were merely Jasper's minion and tool? Did not her very flight prove her guilt and her terror? Indirectly I inquired into her antecedents and character. The inquiry opened a field of conjecture from which I hastened to turn my eyes. This woman had a sister who had been in the service of Gabrielle Desmarets, and Gabrielle Desmarets had been in the neighborhood during my poor daughter's lifetime, and just after my daughter's death, and the nurse had had 2 infants under her charge. The nurse had removed with one of them to Paris, and Gabrielle Desmarets lived in Paris. And oh, Alban, if there be really in flesh and life a child by Jasper Lusley to be forced upon my purse or my pities, it his child not by the ill-fated Matilda, but by the vile woman for whom Matilda, even in the first year of wedlock, was deserted. Conceive how credulity itself would shrink appalled from the horrible snare I to acknowledge, adopt, proclaim, as the last of the Darrells, the adulterous offspring of a Jasper Lusley and a Gabrielle Desmarets, when I am in my grave some claim advanced upon the sum settled by my marriage articles on Matilda's issue, and which, if a child survived, could not have been legally transferred to its father. A claim, with witnesses suborned, a claim that might be fraudulently established, a claim that would leave the representative not, indeed, of my lands and wealth, but more precious far of my lineage and bloodenin, the person off. Darrell paused, almost stifling, and became so pale that Alban started from his seat in alarm. It is nothing, resumed Darrell faintly, and ill or well, I must finish this subject now so that we need not reopen it. I remained abroad, as you know, for some years. During that time, 2 or 3 letters from Jasper Lusley were forwarded to me, the latest in date more insolent than all preceding ones. It contained demands, as if they were rights, and insinuated threats of public exposure, reflecting on myself and my pride. He was my son-in-law after all, and if he came to disgrace, the world should know that I enough. This is all I knew, until the man who now, it seems, thrusts himself forward as Jasper Lusley's friend or agent spoke to me the other night at Mrs. Houghton's. That man you have seen, and you say that he represents Jasper's poverty as extreme, his temper unscrupulous, and desperate, that he is capable of any amount of scandal or violence. It seems that though at Paris he has, Poole believes, still preserved the name of Hammond, yet that in England he has resumed that of Lusley, and seems by Poole's date of the time at which Poole made Jasper's acquaintance to have done so, after his baffled attempt on you at Follyweather. In so doing, he intimated the commencement of hostilities, or whether, as is more likely, the sharper finds it convenient to have one name in one country and one in another. 'Tis useless to inquire enough that the identity between the Hammond who married poor Matilda and the Jasper Lusley, whose father was transported, that unscrupulous rogue, has no longer any care to conceal it, is true that the revelation of this identity would now be of slight moment to a man of the world as thick-skinned as myself, for instance, but to you it would be disagreeable. There is no denying that, and therefore, in short, when Mr. Poole advises a compromise by which Jasper could be secured from want and yourself from annoyance, I am of the same opinion as Mr. Poole is. You are. Certainly, my dear Darrell, if in your secret heart there was something so galling in the thought that the man who had married your daughter, though without your consent, was not merely the commonplace adventurer whom the world supposed, but the son of that poor dear, I mean that rascal who was transported Jasper to himself, a cheat and a sharper, if this galled you so that you have concealed the true facts from myself, your oldest friend, till this day, if it has cost you even now so sharp a pang to divulge the true name of that Mr. Hammond, whom our society never saw, whom even gossip has forgotten in connection with yourself, how intolerable would be your suffering to have this man watching for you in the streets, some wretched girl in his hand, and crying out a penny for your son-in-law, and your grandchild, pardon me, I must be blunt, you can give him to the police, send him to the treadmill. Does that mend the matter, or worse? Still, suppose the man commits some crime that fills all the newspapers with his life and adventures, including, of course, his runaway marriage with the famous Guy Darrells. Eresno, one would blame you, no one respect you less, but do not tell me that you would not be glad to save your daughter's name from being coupled with such a miscreants at the price of half your fortune. Alban, said Darrell gloomily, you can say nothing on this score that has not been considered by myself, but the man has so placed the matter that honor itself forbids me to bargain with him for the price of my name. So long as he threatens, I cannot buy off a threat. So long as he persists in a story by which he would establish a claim on me on behalf of a child, whom I have every motive as well as every reason to disown, as inheriting my blood, whatever I bestowed on himself would seem like hush money to suppress that claim. Of course I understand and entirely agree with you, but if the man retract all threats, confess his imposture in respect to this pretended offspring, and consent to retire for life to a distant colony, upon an annuity that may suffice for his wants, but leave no surplus beyond to render more glaring his vices or more effective his powers of evil, if this could be arranged between Mr. Poole and myself, I think that your peace might be permanently secured without the slightest sacrifice of honor. Will you leave the matter in my hands on this assurance that I will not give this person a farthing, except on the conditions I have premised? On these conditions, yes, and most gratefully, said Darrell. Do what you will, but one favor more, never again speak to me unless absolutely compelled, in reference to this dark portion of my inner life. Alban pressed his friend's hand, and both were silent for some moments. Then said the colonel with an attempt at cheerfulness, Darrell, more than ever now do I see that the new house at Fawley, so long suspended, must be finished merry again. You can never banish old remembrances, unless you can supplant them by fresh hopes. I feel it, I know it, cried Darrell passionately, and oh, if one remembrance could be wrenched away, but it shall. Thought Alban the remembrance of his former conjugal life, a remembrance which might well make the youngest and the boldest Benedict shrink from the hazard of a similar experiment. In proportion to the delicacy, the earnestness, the depth of a man's nature, will there be a something in his character which no male friend can conceive, and a something in the secrets of his life which no male friend can ever conjecture. Chapter Roman 11. Our old friend, the pocket cannibal, evinces unexpected patriotism and philosophical moderation, contented with a stake off his own succulent friend in the airs of his own native sky. Colonel Morley had a second interview with Mr. Poole. It needed not Alban's knowledge of the world to discover that Poole was no partial friend to Jasper Loosely, that for some reason or other Poole was no less anxious than the colonel to get that formidable client whose cause he so warmly advocated pensioned, and packed off into the region most remote from Great Britain, in which a spirit hitherto so restless might consent to settle. And although Mr. Poole had evidently taken offence at Mr. Darrell's discourteous rebuff of his amiable intentions, yet no grudge against Darrell furnished a motive for conduct equal to his Christian desire that Darrell's peace should be purchased by Loosely's perpetual exile. Accordingly, Colonel Morley took leave with a well-placed confidence in Poole's determination to do all in his power to induce Jasper to listen to reason. The colonel had hoped to learn something from Poole of the elder Loosely's present residence and resources. Poole, as we know, could give him there no information. The colonel also failed to ascertain any particulars relative to that female pretender on whose behalf Jasper founded his principal claim to Darrell's aid, and so great was Poole's embarrassment in reply to all questions on that score. Where was the young person? With whom had she lived? What was she like? Could the colonel see her and hear her own Talitha? Alban entertained a strong suspicion that no such girl was in existence, that she was a pure fiction and myth, or that if Jasper were compelled to produce some petticoated fair, she would be an artful baggage hired for the occasion. Poole waited Jasper's next visit with impatience and sanguine delight. He had not a doubt that the ruffian would cheerfully consent to allow that on further inquiry he found he had been deceived in his belief of Sophie's parentage, and that there was nothing in England so peculiarly sacred to his heart but what he might consent to breathe the freer air of Columbian skies, or even to share the shepherd's harmless life amidst the pastures of auriferous Australia. But to Poole's ineffable consternation, Jasper declared sullenly that he would not consent to expatriate himself merely for the sake of living. "I am not so young as I was," said the bravo. "I don't speak of years, but feeling I have not the same energy. Once I had high spirits, they are broken. Once I had hope, I have none. I am not up to exertion. I have got into lazy habits to go into new scenes, form new plans, live in a horrid raw new world. Everybody round me bustling and pushing. That may suit your thin dapper light hopomythms. Look at me, see how I have increased in weight the last 5 years, all solid bone and muscle. I defy any 4 drayman to move me an inch if I am not in the mind to it, and to be blown off to the antipodes, as if I were the down of a pestilent thistle. I am not in the mind for that, Darley Poole." "Hum," said Poole, trying to smile. "This is funny talk. You always were a funny fellow, but I am quite sure from Colonel Morley's decided manner that you can get nothing from Darrell if you choose to remain in England." "Well, when I have nothing else left, I may go to Darrell myself, and have that matter out with him. At present I am not up to it, Darley, don't bore." And the bravo, opening a jaw strong enough for any carnivorous animal yonadioned, much as a bored tiger does in the face of a philosophical student of savage manners in the zoological gardens. "Bore," said Poole, astounded and recoiling from that expanded jaw, "but I should have thought no subject could bore you less than the consideration of how you are to live." "Why, Darley, I have learned to be easily contented, and you see at present I live upon you." "Yes," groaned Poole, "but that can't go on for ever, and besides you promised that you would leave me in peace as soon as I had got Darrell to provide for you." "So I will, zounds, sir, do you doubt my word? So I will, but I don't call exile a provision, basta. I understand from you that Colonel Morley offers to restore the niggardly L a year Darrell, formerly allowed to me, to be paid monthly or weekly through some agent in Van Diemen's Land, or some such uncomfortable halfway house to eternity that was not even in the atlas when I studied geography at school. But L a year is exactly my income in England, paid weekly too by your agreeable self, with whom it is a pleasure to talk over old times. Therefore that proposal is out of the question. Tell Colonel Morley with my compliments that if he will double the sum and leave me to spend it where I please, I scorn haggling, and say done. And as to the girl, since I cannot find her, which on penalty of being threshed to a mummy you will take care not to let out, I would agree to leave Mr. Darrell free to disown her. But are you such a dolt as not to see that I put the ace of trumps on my adversary's pitiful deuce if I depose that my own child is not my own child, when all I get for it is what I equally get out of you with my ace of trumps still in my hands? Basta, I say again, basta. It is evidently an object to Darrell to get rid of all fear that Sophie should ever pounce upon him tooth and claw if he be so convinced that she is not his daughter's child. Why make a point of my saying that I told him a fib when I said she was? Evidently, too, he is afraid of my power to harass and annoy him, or why make it a point that I shall only nibble his cheese in a trap at the world's end, stared at by bushmen and wombats and rattlesnakes and alligators, and other American citizens or British settlers, L a year and my wife's father a millionaire? The offer is an insult, ponder. This put on the screw, make them come to terms, which I can do them the honour to accept. Meanwhile, I will trouble you for my 4 sovereigns. Poole had the chagrin to report to the Colonel Jasper's refusal of the terms proposed, and to state the counter-proposition he was commissioned to make. Alban was at first surprised, not conjecturing the means of supply in his native land, which Jasper had secured in the coffers of Poole himself. On sounding the unhappy negotiator as to Jasper's reasons, he surmised, however, one part of the truth, viz. That Jasper built hopes of better terms precisely on the fact that terms had been offered to him at all, and this induced Alban almost to regret that he had made any such overtures, and to believe that Darrell's repugnance to open the door of conciliation a single inch to so sturdy a mendicant was more worldly wise than Alban had originally supposed, yet partly even for Darrell's own security and peace, from that persuasion of his own powers of management, which a consummate man of the world is apt to entertain, and partly from a strong curiosity to see the audacious soil of that poor dear rascal Willie, and examine himself into the facts he asserted, and the objects he aimed at. Alban bade Poole inform Jasper that Colonel Morley would be quite willing to convince him in a personal interview of the impossibility of acceding to the propositions Jasper had made, and that he should be still more willing to see the young person whom Jasper asserted to be the child of his marriage. Jasper, after a moment's moody deliberation, declined to meet Colonel Morley, actuated to some extent in that refusal by the sensitive vanity which once had given him delight, and now only gave him pain. Meet the usalted fallen imbruted fine gentleman whose calm eye had quelled him in the widow's drawing-room in his day of comparative splendour. That in itself was distasteful to the degenerated bravo, but he felt as if he should be at more disadvantage in point of argument with a cool and wary representative of Darrell's interests than he should be even with Darrell himself, and unable to produce the child whom he arrogated the right to obtrude. He should be but exposed to a fire of cross-questions without a shot in his own locker. Accordingly, he declined point-blank to see Colonel Morley, and declared that the terms he himself had proposed were the lowest he would accept. Tell Colonel Morley, however, that if negotiations fail, I shall not fail sooner or later to argue my view of the points in dispute with my kind father-in-law, and in person. Yes, hang it, cried Poole, exasperated. Go and see Darrell yourself. He is easily found. I answered Jasper with the hardest look of his downcast sidelong. Aye, some day or other it may come to that. I would rather not. If possible, I might not keep my temper. It is not merely a matter of money between us. If we two meet, there are affronts to a face banished his house, like a mangy dog treated by a jackanapes lawyer, like the dirt in the kennel. The Loosleys, I suspect, would have looked down on the Darrells 50 years ago. And what if my father was born out of wedlock? Is the blood not the same? Does the breed dwindle down for want of a gold ring and priest? Look at me. No, not what I now am, not even as you saw me 5 years ago. But as I leapt into youth, was I born to cast sums and nib pens as a city clerk? Ah, my poor father, you were wrong. Their blood will out. Mad devil, indeed, is a racer in a citizen's gig, spavand and windgold, and founderedlet the brute go at last to the knockers. But by his eye and his pluck and his bone the brute shows the stock that he came from. Darley opened his eyes and blinked. Never in his gaudy days had Jasper half so openly revealed what perhaps had been always a sore in his pride, and his outburst now may possibly aid the reader to a subtler comprehension of the arrogance and levity and egotism which accompanied his insensibility to honour, and had converted his very claim to the blood of a gentleman into an excuse for a cynic's disdain of the very virtues for which a gentleman is most desirous of obtaining credit. But by a very ordinary process in the human mind, as Jasper had fallen lower and lower into the lees and dregs of fortune, his pride had more prominently emerged from the group of the other and gaudier vices by which in health and high spirits it had been pushed aside and outshone. Humph, said Poole after a pause, if Darrell was as uncivil to you as he was to me, I don't wonder that you owe him a grudge. But even if you do lose temper in seeing him, it might rather do good than not. You can make yourself cursedly unpleasant if you choose it, and perhaps you will have a better chance of getting your own terms if they see you can bite as well as bark set at Darrell, and worry him. It is not fair to worry nobody but me. Darley, don't bluster. If I could stand at his door or stop him in the streets with the girl in my hand, your advice would be judicious. The world would not care for a row between a rich man and a penniless son-in-law, but an interesting young lady who calls him grandfather and falls at his niche could not send her to hard labour, and if he does not believe in her birth, let the thing but just get into the newspapers, and there are plenty who will, and I should be in a very different position for treating tease, just because if I meet Darrell again, I don't wish that again it should be all bark and no bite, that I postpone the interview. All your own laziness, exit yourself and find the girl. But I can't find the girl, and you know it, and I tell you what, Mr. Loosely, Colonel Morley, who is a very shrewd man, does not believe in the girl's existence. Does not he? I begin to doubt it myself, but at all events, you can't doubt of mine, and I am grateful for yours. And since you have given me the trouble of coming here to no purpose, I may as well take the next week's pay in advance for sovereigns, if you please. Darley Poole. Chapter Roman 12. Another halt, change of horse and a turn on the road. Colonel Morley, on learning that Jasper declined a personal conference with himself, and that the proposal of an interview with Jasper's alleged daughter was equally scouted or put aside, became still more confirmed in his belief that Jasper had not yet been blessed with a daughter sufficiently artful to produce, and pleased to think that the sharper was thus unprovided with a means of annoyance which, skilfully managed, might have been seriously harassing, and convinced that when Jasper found no farther notice taken of him, he himself would be compelled to petition for the terms. He now rejected. The colonel dryly informed Poole that his interference was at an end, that if Mr. Loosely, either through himself or through Mr. Poole or anyone else, presumed to address Mr. Darrell, direct the offer previously made, would be peremptorily and irrevocably withdrawn. I myself, added the colonel, shall be going abroad very shortly for the rest of the summer, and should Mr. Loosely in the meanwhile think better of a proposal which secures him from want, I refer him to Mr. Darrell's solicitor to that proposal. According to your account of his destitution, he must come sooner or later, and I am glad to see that he has in yourself so judicious an adviser a compliment, which by no means consoled the miserable Poole. In the briefest words, Alban informed Darrell of his persuasion that Jasper was not only without evidence to support a daughter's claim, but that the daughter herself was still in that part of Virgil's Hades appropriated to souls that have not yet appeared upon the upper earth, and that Jasper himself, although holding back, as might be naturally expected in the hope of conditions more to his taste, had only to be left quietly to his own meditations, in order to recognize the advantages of emigration another ire, or so it is true he might bargain for, and such a demand might be worth conceding. But on the whole Alban congratulated Darrell upon the probability of hearing very little more of the son-in-law, and no more at all of the son-in-law's daughter. Darrell made no comment nor reply, a grateful look, a warm pressure of the hand, and when the subject was changed, a clearer brow and livelier smile, thanked the English Alban better than all words. Chapter Roman 13. Colonel Morley shows that it is not without reason that he enjoys his reputation of knowing something about everybody. Well met, said Darrell the day after Alban had conveyed to him the comforting assurances which had taken one thorn from his side, dispersed one cloud in his evening sky. Well met, said Darrell, encountering the colonel a few paces from his own door. Pray walk with me as far as the new road. I have promised Lionel to visit the studio of an artist friend of his in whom he chooses to find a Raphael, and in whom I suppose at the price of truth I shall be urbanely compelled to compliment a daub. Do you speak of Frank Vance? The same. You could not visit a worthier man, nor compliment a more promising artist. Vance is one of the few who unite gusto and patience, fancy and brushwork. His female heads in especial are exquisite, though they are all, I confess, too much like one another. The man himself is a thoroughly fine fellow. He has been much made of in good society and remains unspoiled. You will find his manner rather offhand, the reverse of shy, partly perhaps because he has in himself the racy freshness and boldness which he gives to his colours, partly perhaps also because he has in his art the self-esteem that patricians take from their pedigree, and shakes a duke by the hand to prevent the duke holding out to him a finger. Good, said Darrell with his rare manly laugh. Being shy myself, I like men who meet one halfway. I see that we shall be at our ease with each other, and perhaps still more when I tell you that he is connected with an old Eton friend of ours, and deriving no great benefit from that connection. You remember poor Sidney Branthwaite? To be sure, he and I were great friends at Eton, somewhat in the same position of pride and poverty of all the boys in the school. We too had the least pocket money. Poor Branthwaite, I lost sight of him afterwards. He went into the church, got only a curacy, and died young, and left a son poorer than himself, who married Frank Vance's sister. You don't say so? The Branthwaites were of good old family. What is Mr. Vance's? Respectable enough. Vance's father was one of those clever men who have too many strings to their bow. He too was a painter, but he was also a man of letters, in a sort of a way had a share in a journal, in which he wrote criticisms on the fine arts, a musical composer too. Rather a fine gentleman, I suspect, with a wife who was rather a fine lady. Their house was much frequented by artists and literary men. Old Vance, in short, was hospitable. His wife extravagant, believing that posterity would do that justice to his pictures which his contemporaries refused. Vance left to his family no other provision after selling his pictures and paying his debts. There was just enough left to bury him. Fortunately, sir, the great painter of that day had already conceived a liking to Frank Vance, then a mere boy who had shown genius from an infant, as all true artists do. Sir took him into his studio and gave him lessons. It would have been unlike Sir, who was open-hearted but close-fisted, to give anything else. But the boy contrived to support his mother and sister. That fellow who is now as arrogant a stickler for the dignity of art as you or my Lord Chancellor may be for that of the bar, stooped then to deal clandestinely with fancy shops and imitate Watteau on fans. I have 2 handscreens that he painted for a shop in Rathbone Place. I suppose he may have got 10 shillings for them, and now any admirer of Frank's would give L a piece for them. That is the true soul in which genius lodges, and out of which fire springs, cried Darrell cordially. Give me the fire that lurks in the flint and answers by light the stroke of the hard steel. I am glad Lionel has won a friend in such a man. Sidney Branthwaite's son married Vance's sister. After Vance had won reputation, No, while Vance was still a boy, young Arthur Branthwaite was an orphan. If he had any living relations, they were too poor to assist him. He wrote poetry much praised by the critics. They deserved to be hanged. Those critics scribbled, I suppose, in old Vance's journal, saw Mary Vance a little before her father died, fell in love with her, and on the strength of a volume of verse, in which the critics all solemnly deposed to his surpassing riches of imagination, rushed to the altar, and sacrificed a wife to the muses. Those villainous critics will have a dark account to render in the next world. Poor Arthur Branthwaite, for the sake of our old friend his father, I bought a copy of his little volume. Little as the volume was, I could not read it through. What below contempt? On the contrary, above comprehension, all poetry praised by critics nowadays is as hard to understand as a hieroglyphic. I own a weakness for Pope and common sense. I could keep up with our age as far as Byron. After him, I was thrown out. However, Arthur was declared by the critics to be a great improvement on Byron, more poetical in form, more aesthetically artistic, more objective, or subjective, I am sure I forget which, but it was one or the other, nonsensical, and not English in his views of man and nature, very possibly. All I know is I bought the poems, but could not read them. The critics read them, but did not buy all that Frank Vance could make by painting handscreens and fans and album scraps. He sent, I believe, to the poor poet, but I fear it did not suffice. Arthur, I suspect, must have been publishing another volume on his own account. I saw a monody on something or other by Arthur Branthwaite advertised, and no doubt Frank's fans and handscreens must have melted into the printer's bill, but the monody never appeared. The poet died, his young wife too. Frank Vance remains a bachelor, and sneers at gentility abhors poesis. Insulted if you promise posthumous fame, gets the best price he can for his picturesque, and is proud to be thought a miser. Here we are at his door. Chapter Roman 14, Romantic Love, pathologically regarded by Frank Vance and Alban. Morally, Vance was before his easel, Lionel looking over his shoulder. Never was Darrell more genial than he was that day to Frank Vance. The two men took to each other at once, and talked as familiarly as if the retired lawyer and the rising painter were old fellow-travellers along the same road of life. Darrell was really an exquisite judge of art, and his praise was the more gratifying because, discriminating of course, he gave the due meed of panegyric to the female heads, by which the artist had become so renowned. Lionel took his kinsman aside, and with a mournful expression of face, showed him the portrait by which all those varying ideals had been suggested, the portrait of Sophie as Titania. And that is Lionel, said the artist, pointing to the rough outline of bottom. Pish, said Lionel angrily, then turning to Darrell, this is the Sophie we have failed to find. Series it not a lovely face? It is indeed, said Darrell, but that nameless refinement in expression, that arch yet tender elegance in the simple watchful attitude, these, Mr. Vance, must be your additions to the original. No, I assure you, sir, said Lionel, besides that elegance, that refinement, there was a delicacy in the look and air of that child, to which Vance failed to do justice. Own it, Frank. Reassure yourself, Mr. Darrell, said Vance, of any fears which Lionel's enthusiasm might excite. He tells me that Titania is in America, yet after all I would rather he saw her again. No cure for love at first sight, like a second sight of the beloved object after a long absence. Darrell, somewhat gravely, a hazardous remediate might kill if it did not cure. Colonel Morley, I suspect from Vance's manner that he has tested its efficacy on his own person. Lionel, no, moaned Colonel, ill answer, for Vance he in love never. Vance, colour red, gave a touch to the nose of a Roman senator in the famous classical picture, which he was then painting for a merchant at Manchester, and made no reply. Darrell looked at the artist with a sharp and searching glance. Colonel Morley, then, all the more credit to Vance for his intuitive perception of philosophical truth. Suppose, my dear Lionel, that we light one idle day on a beautiful novel, a glowing romance. Suppose that by chance we are torn from the book in the middle of the interest. We remain under the spell of the illusion we recall, the scenesse we try to guess what should have been the sequel. We think that no romance ever was so captivating, simply because we were not allowed to conclude it well. If some years afterwards the romance fall again in our way, and we open at the page where we left off, we cry in the maturity of our sober judgment, mawkish stuff, is this the same thing that I once thought so beautiful? How one's tastes do alter. Darrell, does it not depend on the age in which one began the romance? Lionel, rather, let me think, sir, upon the real depth of the interest, true beauty of the Vance, interrupting heroine, not at all, Lionel. I once fell in love, incredible as it may seem to Younen, years ago, last January. I was too poor then to aspire to any young lady's hand, therefore I did not tell my love, but let concealment etc. etc. She went away with her mamma to complete her education on the continent. I remained patience on monument. She was always before my eyes slenderest, shyest creature. Just 18, I never had an idea that she could grow any older, less slender, or less shy. Well, 4 years afterwards, just before we made our excursion into Surrey Lionel, she returned to England, still unmarried. I went to a party at which I knew she was to besaw her, and was cured. Bad case of smallpox, or what? Asked the Colonel, smiling. Vance, nay, everybody said she was extremely improved. That was the mischief. She'd improved herself out of my fancy. I had been faithful as wax to one settled impression. And when I saw a fine, full-formed young Frenchified lady quite at her ease, armed with eyeglass and bouquet, and bustle away, went my dream of the slim, blushing maiden. The Colonel is quite right, Lionel. The romance once suspended tease a haunting remembrance till thrown again in our way, but complete disillusion if we try to renew it, though I swear that in my case the interest was deep, and the heroine improved in her beauty. So with you, and that dear little creature, see her again, and y'all tease me no more to give you that portrait of Titania at watch over bottoms, soft slumbers, all a midsummer night's dream. Lionel, Titania fades back into the arms of Oberon, and would not be Titania if you could make her Mrs. Bottom. Chapter Roman 15. Even Colonel Morley, knowing everybody and everything, is puzzled. When it comes to the plain question, what will he do with it? I am delighted with Vance, said Darrell, when he and the Colonel were again walking arm-in-arm. His is not one of those meagre intellects, which have nothing to spare out of the professional line. He has humour strength's rich superfluity. I like your definition, said the Colonel, and humour in Vance, though fantastic, is not without subtlety. There was much real kindness in his obvious design to quiz Lionel out of that silly enthusiasm for a pretty child reared up to be a strolling player. Interrupted Darrell. Don't call it silly enthusiasm, I call it chivalrous compassion. Were it other than compassion, it would not be enthusiasm, it would be degradation. But do you believe then that Vance's confession of first love and its cure was but a whimsical invention? Colonel Morley, not so many a grave truth is spoken jestingly. I have no doubt that, allowing for the pardonable exaggeration of a raconteur, Vance was narrating an episode in his own life. Darrell, do you think that a grown man who has ever really felt love can make a jest of it, and to mere acquaintances? Colonel Morley, yes, if he be so thoroughly cured that he has made a jest of it to himself, and the more lightly he speaks of it, perhaps the more solemnly at one time he felt it. Levity is his revenge on the passion that fooled him. Darrell, you are evidently an experienced philosopher in the lore of such folly consulters in sapientes sapientiae, yet I can scarcely believe that you have ever been in love. Yes, I have, said the Colonel bluntly, and very often everybody at my age has except yourself. So like a man's observation, that, continued the Colonel with much tartness, no man ever thinks another man capable of a profound and romantic sentiment. Darrell, true, I own my shallow fault, and beg you 10,000 pardons. So then you really believe from your own experience that there is much in Vance's theory, and your own very happy illustration. Could we after many years turn back to the romance at the page at which we left off, we should. Colonel Morley not care a straw to read on. Certainly half the peculiar charm of a person beloved must be ascribed to locality and circumstance. Darrell, I don't quite understand you. Colonel Morley, then, as you liked my former illustration, I will explain myself by another one more homely. In a room to which you are accustomed, there is a piece of furniture or an ornament which so exactly suits the place that you say, the prettiest thing I ever saw. You go away, you return, the piece of furniture or the ornament has been moved into another room. You see it there, and you say, bless me, is that the thing I so much admired? The strange room does not suit it, losing its old associations and accessories. It has lost its charm. So it is with human beings. Seen in one place, the place would be nothing without them. Seen in another, the place without them would be all the better. Darrell, musingly, there are some puzzles in life which resemble the riddles a child asks you to solve. Your imagination cannot descend low enough for the right guess, yet when you are told, you are obliged to say, how clever man lives to learn. Since you have arrived at that conviction, replied Colonel Morley, amused by his friend's gravity, I hope that you will rest satisfied with the experiences of Vance and myself, and that if you have a mind to propose to one of the young ladies, whose merits we have already discussed, you will not deem it necessary to try what effect a prolonged absence might produce on your good resolution. No, said Darrell with sudden animation, before 3 days are over my mind shall be made up bravo as to whom of the 3 you would ask in marriage. Or as to the idea of ever marrying again, adieu, I am going to knock at that door. Mr. Vivian's is it so indeed? Verily you are a true Dariel. Do not be alarmed, I go afterwards to an exhibition with Lady Adela, and I dine with the Carr-Vipponts. My choice is not yet made, and my hand still free. His hand still free, muttered the colonel, pursuing his walk alone. Yes, but 3 days, hence, so what will he do with it? Chapter Romans 16. Guy Darrell's decision. Guy Darrell returned home from Carr-Vippont's dinner at a late hour. On his table was a note from Lady Adela's father, cordially inviting Darrell to pass the next week at his country house. London was now emptying fast. On the table, too, was a parcel containing a book, which Darrell had lent to Miss Vivian some weeks ago, and a note from herself. In calling at her father's house that morning, he had learned that Mr. Vivian had suddenly resolved to take her into Switzerland with the view of passing the next winter. In Italy, the room was filled with loungers of both sexes. Darrell had stayed but a short time. The leave-taking had been somewhat formal. Flora, unusually silent. He opened her note, and read the first lines listlessly. Those that followed, with a changing cheek and an earnest eye, he laid down the note very gently again, took it up, and reperused. Then he held it to the candle, and it dropped from his hand in tinder. The innocent child murmured, he with a soft paternal tenderness, she knows not what she writes. He began to pace the room with his habitual restlessness, when in solitary thought, often stopping, often sighing heavily. At length his face cleared, his lips became firmly set. He summoned his favourite servant Mills. Said he, I shall leave town on horseback as soon as the sun rises. Put what I may require for a day or two into the saddlebags. Possibly, however, I may be back by dinner-time. Call me at 5 o'clock, and then go round to the stables. I shall require no groom to attend me. The next morning, while the streets were deserted, no houses as yet astir, but the sun bright, the air fresh, Guy Darrell rode from his door. He did not return the same day, nor the next, nor at all, but late in the evening of the second day. His horse reeking hot, and evidently Hardredon stopped at the porch of Folly Manor House, and Darrell flung himself from the saddle and into Fairthorn's arms. Back again, and to leave no more, said he, looking round, spes et fortuna valet. Chapter Romans 17. A man's letter unsatisfactory and provoking as a man's letters always are. Guy Darrell to Colonel Morley. Folly Manor House, August 11, 18. I have decided, my dear Alban. I did not take 3 days to do so, though the 3rd day may be just over ere you learn my decision. I shall never marry again. I abandoned that last dream of declining years. My object in returning to the London world was to try whether I could not find amongst the fairest and most attractive women that the world produces, at least to an English eye, someone who could inspire me with that singleness of affection which could alone justify the hope that I might win in return a wife's esteem and a contented home. That object is now finally relinquished, and with it all idea of resuming the life of cities. I might have re-entered a political career, had I first secured to myself a mind sufficiently serene and healthful for duties that need the concentration of thought and desire. Such a state of mind I cannot secure. I have striven for it, I am baffled. It is said that politics are a jealous mistress, that they require the whole man. The saying is not invariably true in the application it commonly receiveth. That is, a politician may have some other employment of intellect, which rather enlarges his powers than distracts their political uses. Successful politicians have united with great parliamentary toil and triumph legal occupations or learned studies, but politics do require that the heart should be free and at peace from all more absorbing private anxieties, from the gnawing of a memory or a care, which dulls ambition and paralyses energy. In this sense, politics do require the whole man. If I return to politics now, I should fail to them, and they to me. I feel that the brief interval between me and the grave has need of repose. I find that repose here. I have therefore given the necessary orders to dismiss the pompous retinue which I left behind me, and instructed my agent to sell my London house, for whatever it may fetch. I was unwilling to sell it before unwilling to abandon the hope, however faint, that I might yet regain strength for action, but the very struggle to obtain such strength leaves me exhausted more. You may believe that it is not without a pang less of pride than of remorse that I resign unfulfilled the object towards which all my earlier life was so resolutely shaped, the house. I promised my father to refound dies to dust in my grave to my father's blood. No heir to my wealth can trace, yet it is a consolation to think that Lionel Houghton is one on whom my father would have smiled approvingly at my death. Therefore at least the old name will not die. Lionel Houghton will take, and be worthy to bear it. Strange weakness of mine, you will say. But I cannot endure the thought that the old name should be quite blotted out of the land. I trust that Lionel may early form a suitable and happy marriage. Sure, that he will not choose ignobly, I impose no fetters on his choice. One word only on that hateful subject, confided so tardily to your friendship, left so thankfully to your discretion, now that I have once more buried myself in folly. It is very unlikely that the man it pains me to name will seek me here. If he does, he cannot molest me as if I were in the London world. Continue, then, I pray you to leave him alone, and in adopting your own shrewd belief that after all there is no such child as he pretends to claim, my mind becomes tranquilized on all that part of my private griefs. Farewell, old school friend. Here, so far as I can foretell her where my life began, it returns, when heaven pleases to close here. I could not ask you to visit me. What is rest to me would be loss of time to you. But in my late and vain attempt to re-enter that existence in which you have calmly and wisely gathered round yourself all that should accompany old age, honor, love, obedience, troops of friends, nothing so repaid the effort, nothing now so pleasantly remains to recollectioners, the brief renewal of that easy commune which men like me never know save with those whose laughter brings back to them a gale from the old playground vive vale. I will not add cis memor may so many my obligations to your kindness, that you will be forced to remember me, whenever you recall the not painful subjects of early friendship and lasting gratitude. Recall only those when reminded of Guy Darrell. Chapter Roman 18. No coinage in circulation so fluctuates in value as the worth of a marriageable man. Colonel Morley was not surprised that we know he could not be by any fresh experience of human waywardness and caprice, but much disturbed and much vexed by the unexpected nature of Darrell's communication schemes, for Darrell's future lead become plans of his own talk with his old schoolfellow, had within the last 3 months entered into the pleasures of his age. Darrell's abrupt and final renunciation of this social world made at once a void in the business Alban's mind and in the affections of Alban's heart, and no adequate reason assigned for so sudden a flight, and so morbid a resolve, some tormenting remembrance, some rankling grief distinct from those of which Alban was cognizant, from those in which he had been consulted, was implied, but by vague and general hints. But what was the remembrance or the grief? Alban Morley, who knew everything, was quite persuaded that Darrell would never suffer him to know. Could it be in any way connected with those 3 young ladies to whom Darrell's attentions had been so perversely impartial? The Colonel did not fail to observe that to those young ladies Darrell's letter made no allusion. Was it not possible that he had really felt for one of them a deeper sentiment than a man advanced in years ever likes to own? Even to his nearest friend hazarded a proposal, and met with a rebuff. If so, Alban conjectured the female culprit by whom the sentiment had been inspired and the rebuff administered, that mischievous kitten Flora Vivian. Growled the Colonel. I always felt that she had the claws of a tigress under her patte de velours. Roused by this suspicion, he sallied forth to call on the Vivians. Mr. Vivian, a widower, one of those quiet gentleman-like men who sit much in the drawing-room, and like receiving morning visitors, was at home to him. So Darrell has left town for the season, said the Colonel, pushing straight to the point. Yes, said Mr. Vivian, I had a note from him this morning to say he had renounced all hope of. What? Cried the Colonel. Joining us in Switzerland. I am so sorry. Flora still more sorry. She is accustomed to have her own way, and she had set her heart on hearing Darrell read Manfred in sight of the Jungfrau. Said the Colonel, what might be sport to her might be death to him. A man at his age is not too old to fall in love with a young lady of hers, but he is too old not to be extremely ridiculous to such a young lady if he does. Colonel Morley, fie, cried an angry voice behind him. Flora had entered the room unobserved. Her face was much flushed, and her eyelids looked as if tears had lately swelled beneath them, and were swelling still. What have I said to merit your rebuke? Asked the Colonel composedly. Said, coupled the thought of ridicule with the name of Mr. Darrell. Take care, Morley, said Mr. Vivian, laughing. Flora is positively superstitious in her respect for Guy Darrell, and you cannot offend her more than by implying that he is mortal. Nay, child, it is very natural, quite apart from his fame. There is something in that man's familiar talk, or rather perhaps in the very sound of his voice, which makes most other society seem flat and insipid. I feel it myself, and when Flora's young admirers flutter and babble round her just after Darrell has quitted his chair beside her, they seem very poor company. I am sure, Flora, continued Vivian kindly, that the mere acquaintance of such a man has done you much good, and I am now in great hopes that whenever you marry it will be a man of sense. Again, said the Colonel, eyeing Flora aslant, but with much attention. How I wish for my friend's sake that he was of an age which inspired Miss Vivian with less veneration. Flora turned her back on the Colonel, looking out of the window, and her small foot beating the ground with nervous irritation. It was given out that Darrell intended to marry again, said Mr. Vivian. A man of that sort requires a very superior, highly educated woman. And if Miss Carr-Vipont had been a little more of his age, she would have just suited him, but I am patriot enough to hope that he will remain single, and have no wife but his country like Mr. Pitt. The Colonel, having now satisfied his curiosity, and assured himself that Darrell was there at least no rejected suitor, rose and approached Flora to make peace, and to take leave as he held out his hand. He was struck with the change in a countenance usually so gay in its aspect. It spoke of more than dejection, it betrayed distress. When she took his hand, she retained it, and looked into his eyes wistfully. Evidently, there was something on her mind which she wished to express, and did not know how. At length she said in a whisper, "You are Mr. Darrell's most intimate friend. I have heard him say so. Shall you see him soon?" "I fear not, but why?" "Why, you his friend, do you not perceive that he is not happy? I, a mere stranger, saw it at the first. You should cheer and comfort him. You have that right. It is a noble privilege." "My dear young lady," said the Colonel, touched, "you have a better heart than I thought, for it is true Darrell is not a happy man. But can you give me any message that might cheer him more than an old bachelor's commonplace exhortations to take heart, forget the rains of yesterday, and hope for some gleam of sun on the morrow?" "No," said Flora sadly, "it would be a presumption indeed in me to affect the consoler's part." Her lips quivered. "But, if I may judge by his letter, I may never see him again." "His letter? He has written to you, then, as well as to your father?" "Yes," said Flora, confused, and colouring a few lines in answer to a silly note of mine. "Yes, tell him that I shall never forget his kind counsels, his delicate, indulgent construction, in short, tell him my father is right, and that I shall be better and wiser all my life for the few short weeks in which I have known Guy Darrell." "What secrets are you two whispering there?" asked Mr. Vivian from his easy-chair. "Ask her 10 years hence," said the Colonel as he retreated to the door. "The fairest leaves in the flower are the last that the bud will disclose." From Mr. Vivian, the Colonel went to Lord S. His lordship had also heard from Darrell that morning. Darrell declined the invitation to whole business at Fawley. Lady Adela had borne the disappointment with her wonted serenity of temper, and had gone out shopping. Darrell had certainly not offered his hand in that quarter. Had he done so, Heather refused or accepted. All persons yet left in London would have heard the news. Thence the Colonel repaired to Carr-Vipont's. Lady Selina was at home, and exceedingly cross. Carr had been astonished by a letter from Mr. Darrell dated Fawley left town for the season without even calling to take leave. A most eccentric man. She feared his head was a little touched, that he knew it, but did not like to own it. Perhaps the doctors had told him he must keep quiet and not excite himself with politics. "I had thought," said Lady Selina, "that he might have felt a growing attachment for Honoria, and considering the disparity of years, and that Honoria certainly might marry anyone, he was too proud to incur the risk of refusal. But I will tell you in confidence as a relation and dear friend that Honoria has a very superior mind, and might have overlooked the mere age congenial tastes, you understand. But on thinking it all over, I begin to doubt whether that be the true reason for his running away in this wild sort of manner. My maid tells me that his house steward called to say that the establishment was to be broken up. That looks as if he had resigned London for good, just too, when Carr says the crisis so long put off is sure to burst on us. I'm quite sick of clever men. One never knows how to trust them if they are not dishonest. They are eccentric. I have just been telling Honoria that clever men are after all the most tiresome husbands. Well, what makes you so silent? What do you say? Why don't you speak?" "I am slowly recovering from my shock," said the Colonel. "So Darrell shirks the crisis, and has not even hinted a preference for Honoria, the very girl in all London that would have made him a safe, rational companion. I told him so, and he never denied it. But it is a comfort to think he is no loss, old monster." "Nay," said Lady Selina, mollified by so much sympathy, "I don't say he is no loss. Honestly speaking, between ourselves, I think he is a very great loss. An alliance between him and Honoria would have united all the Vipont influence. Lord Montfort has the greatest confidence in Darrell, and if this crisis comes, it is absolutely necessary for the Vipont interest that it should find somebody who can speak. Really, my dear Colonel Morley, you who have such an influence over this very odd man, should exert it. Now, one must not be over-nice in times of crisis. The country is at stake, Cousin Alban." "I will do my best," said the Colonel. "I am quite aware that an alliance which would secure Darrell's talents to the House of Vipont, and the House of Vipont to Darrell's talents, would but tease. No use talking. We must not sacrifice Honoria, even on the altar of her country's interest." "Sacrifice nonsense. The man is not young, certainly, but then what a grand creature, and so clever." "Cleverize, but that was your very objection to him 5 minutes ago." "I forgot the crisis. One don't want clever men every day, but there are days when one does want them. I envy you that aphorism, but from what you now imply I fear that Honoria may have allowed her thoughts to settle upon what may never take place, and if so she may fret. Fret, a daughter of mine, fret, and of all my daughters, Honoria a girl of the disciplined mind, fret, what a word, vulgar. Colonel Morley, so it is, I blush for it, but let us understand each other. If Darrell proposed for Honoria, you think, ambition apart, she would esteem him sufficiently for a decided preference. Lady Selina, if that be his doubt, reassure him, he is shyman of genius, or Honoria would esteem him, till he has actually proposed. It would compromise her to say more even to you. Colonel Morley, and if that be not the doubt, and if I ascertain that Darrell has no idea of proposing, Honoria would. Lady Selina, despise him, I see by your countenance that you think I should prepare her, is it so, frankly? Colonel Morley, frankly then, I think Guy Darrell, like many other men, has been so long in making up his mind to marry again, that he has lost the right moment, and will never find it. Lady Selina smells at her vinaigrette, and replies in her softest, affectedest, civilest, and crushingest manner, poor dear old man. Chapter Roman 19. Man is not permitted with ultimate impunity to exasperate the envies and insult the miseries of those around him by a systematic perseverance in wilful celibacy. In vain may he scheme in the marriage of injured friends to provide armchairs and footstools, and prattling babies for the luxurious delectation of his indolent age, the avenging Eumenides being themselves ancient virgins. Neglected shall humble his insolence, baffle his projects, and condemn his declining years to the horrors of solitude, or rarely even wakening his soul to the grace of repentance. The colonel, before returning home, dropped into the clubs, and took care to give to Darrell's sudden disappearance a plausible and commonplace construction. The season was just over. Darrell had gone to the country. The town establishment was broken up, because the house in Carlton Gardens was to be sold. Darrell did not like the situation, found the air relaxing. Park Lane or Grosvenor Square were on higher ground, besides the staircase was bad for a house of such pretensions, not suited to large parties. Next season, Darrell might be in a position when he would have to give large parties Roman 100, as no one is inclined to suppose that a man will retire from public life just when he has a chance of office, so the clubs took Alban Morley's remarks unsuspiciously, and generally agreed that Darrell showed great tact in absenting himself from town during the transition state of politics that always precedes a crisis, and that it was quite clear that he calculated on playing a great part when the crisis was over by finding his house had grown too small for him, thus paving the way to Darrell's easy return to the world, should he repent of his retreat, a chance which Alban by no means dismissed from his reckoning. The colonel returned home to find his nephew George awaiting him there. The scholarly clergyman had ensconced himself in the back drawing-room, fitted up as a library, and was making free with the books. "What have you there, George?" asked the colonel, after shaking him by the hand. "You seemed quite absorbed in its contents, and would not have noticed my presence but for Gyp's bark." "A volume of poems I never chanced to meet before, full of true genius." "Bless me, poor Arthur Branthwaite's poems, and you were positively reading those?" "Not induced to do so by respect for his father. Could you make head or tail of them?" "There is a class of poetry which displeases middle age by the very attributes which render it charming to the young, for each generation has a youth with idiosyncrasies peculiar to itself, and a peculiar poetry by which those idiosyncrasies are expressed." Here George was beginning to grow metaphysical and somewhat German, when his uncle's face assumed an expression which can only be compared to that of a man who dreads a very severe and long operation. George humanely hastened to relieve his mind. "But I will not bore you at present." "Thank you," said the colonel, brightening up. "Perhaps you will lend me the book. I am going down to Lady Montfort's by-and-by, and I can read it by the way." "Yes, I will lend it to you, till next season. Let me have it again then, to put on the table when Frank Vance comes to breakfast with me." The poet was his brother-in-law, and though for that reason poets and poetry are a sore subject with Frank, yet the last time he breakfasted here, I felt by the shake of his hand, in parting, that he felt pleased by a mark of respect to all that is left of poor Arthur Branthwaite. "So you are going to Lady Montfort? Ask her why she chits me." "My dear uncle, you know how secluded her life is at present, but she has charged me to assure you of her unalterable regard for you, and whenever her health and spirits are somewhat more recovered, I have no doubt that she will ask you to give her the occasion to make that assurance in person." Colonel Morley, can her health and spirits continue so long affected by grief? for the loss of that distant acquaintance, whom the law called her husband. George, she is very far from well, and her spirits are certainly much broken, and now, uncle, for the little favour I came to ask since you presented me to Mr. Darrell, he kindly sent me 2 or 3 invitations to dinner which my frequent absence from town would not allow me to accept. I ought to call on him, and as I feel ashamed not to have done so before, I wish you would accompany me to his house. One happy word from you would save me a relapse into stutter. When I want to apologize, I always stutter. Darrell has left town, said the colonel roughly. You have missed an opportunity that will never occur again. The most charming companion and intellect, so manly, yet so sweet, I shall never find such another. And for the first time in 30 years, a tear stole to Alban Morley's eye. George, when did he leave town? Colonel Morley, 3 days ago. George, 3 days ago, and for the continent again. Colonel Morley, no, for the Hermitage. George, I have such a letter from him. You know how many years he has been absent from the world. When this year he reappeared, he and I grew more intimate than we had ever been since we had left school, for though the same capital held us before, he was then too occupied for much familiarity with an idle man like me. But just when I was intertwining what is left of my life with the bright threads of his, he snaps the web asunder. He quits this London world again, says he will return to it no more. Georgette, I did hear that he proposed to renew his parliamentary career, nay, that he was about to form a second marriage with Honoria Vipont. Colonel Morley, mere gossip, not true. No, he will never marry again. 3 days ago I thought it certain that he would certain that I should find for my old age a nook in his homeward easiest chair, in his social circle, that my daily newspaper would have a fresh interest in the praise of his name, or the report of his speech, that I should walk proudly into White's, sure to hear there of Guy Darrell, that I should keep from misanthropical rust my dry knowledge of life, planning shrewd panegyrics to him of a young happy wife, needing all his indulgence, epinegyrics to her of the Hymanded, sensitive man, claiming tender respect and delicate soothing, that, thus day by day, I should have made more pleasant the home in which I should have planted myself, and found in his children boys to lecture and girls to spoil. Don't be jealous, George. I like your wife, I love your little ones, and you will inherit all I have to leave, but to an old bachelor who would keep young to the last, there is no place so sunny as the hearth of an old school friend. But my house of cards is blown down, talk of it. No, Morty's a painful subject. You met Lionel Houghton here the last time you called. How did you like him? Very much indeed. Well then, since you cannot call on Darrell, call on him. George, with animation, it is just what I meant to Dowhat. Is his address? Colonel Morley, there is his card, take it. He was here last night to inquire if I knew where Darrell had gone, though no one in his household, nor I either suspected, till this morning, that Darrell had left town for good. You will find Lionel at home, for I sent him word I would call, but really I am not up to it now. Tell him from me that Mr. Darrell will not return to Carlton Gardens this season, and is gone to Fawley at present. Lionel need not know more, you understand. And now, my dear George, good. Chapter Roman 20. Each generation has its own critical canons in poetry, as well as in political creeds, financial systems, or whatever other changeable matters of taste are called settled questions and fixed opinions. George, musing much over all that his uncle had said respecting Darrell, took his way to Lionel's lodgings. The young man received him with the cordial greeting due from Darrell's kinsman to Colonel Morley's nephew, but tempered by the respect no less due to the distinction and the calling of the eloquent preacher. Lionel was perceptibly affected by learning that Darrell had thus suddenly returned to the gloomy beechwoods of Fawley, and he evinced his anxious interest in his benefactor with so much spontaneous tenderness of feeling that George, as if in sympathy, warmed into the same theme. I can well conceive, said he, your affection for Mr. Darrell. I remember when I was a boy how powerfully he impressed me, though I saw but little of him. He was then in the zenith of his career, and had but few moments to give to a boy like me, but the ring of his voice and the flash of his eye sent me back to school dreaming of fame and intent on prizes. I spent part of one Easter vacation at his house in town. He bade his son, who was my schoolfellow, invite me. Lionel, you knew his son, how Mr. Darrell has felt that loss. George, heaven often veils its most provident mercy in what to man seems its sternest inflictions. That poor boy must have changed his whole nature if his life had not, to a father like Mr. Darrell, occasioned grief sharper than his death. Lionel, you amaze me. Mr. Darrell spoke of him as a boy of great promise. George, he had that kind of energy which to a father conveys the idea of promise, and which might deceive those older than himself. A fine, bright-eyed, bold-tongued boy, with just enough awe of his father to bridle his worst qualities before him. Lionel, what were those? George headstrong arrogance, a relentless cruelty. He had a pride which would have shamed his father out of pride had Guy. Darrell detected its nature. Epus pride, I remember his father, said to me with a half-laugh, my boy must not be gold and mortified, as I was every hour at school clothes patched, and pockets empty, and so out of mistaken kindness, Mr. Darrell ran into the opposite extreme, and the son was proud not of his father's fame, but of his father's money, and withal not generous nor exactly extravagant, but using money as power that allowed him to insult an equal, or to buy a slave. In a word, his nickname at school was Sir Giles Overreach. His death was the result of his strange passion for tormenting others. He had a fag who could not swim, and who had the greatest terror of the water. And it was while driving this child into the river out of his depth, that cramp seized himself, and he was drowned. Yes, when I think what that boy would have been as a man succeeding to Darrell's welt hand, had Darrell persevered, as he would perhaps if the boy had lived in his public careerto, the rank and titles he would probably have acquired and bequeathed. Again I say, in man's affliction is often heaven's mercy. Lionel listened aghast. George continued, would that I could speak as plainly to Mr. Darrell himself, for we find constantly in the world that there is no error that misleads us like the error that is half a truth wrenched from the other half, and nowhere is such an error so common as when man applies it to the judgment of some event in his own life, and separates calamity from consolation. Lionel, true, but who could have the heart to tell a mourning father that his dead son was worthless? George, alas, my young friend, the preacher must sometimes harden his own heart if he would strike home to another's soul, but I am not sure that Mr. Darrell would need so cruel a kindness. I believe that his clear intellect must have divined some portions of his son's nature, which enabled him to bear the loss with fortitude, and he did bear it bravely. But now, Mr. Houghton, if you have the rest of the day free, I am about to make you an unceremonious proposition for its disposal. A lady who knew Mr. Darrell when she was very young has a strong desire to form your acquaintance. She resides on the banks of the Thames, a little above Twickenham. I have promised to call on her this evening. Shall we dine together at Richmond, and afterwards we can take a boat to her villa? Lionel at once accepted, thinking so little of the lady that he did not even ask her name. He was pleased to have a companion with whom he could talk of Darrell. He asked but delay to write a few lines of affectionate inquiry to his kinsman at Fawley, and while he wrote, George took out Arthur Branthwaite's poems, and resumed their perusal. Lionel, having sealed his letter, George extended the book to him. Here are some remarkable poems by a brother-in-law of that remarkable artist Frank Vance. Frank Vance, true, he had a brother-in-law a poet. I admire Frank so much, and though he professes to sneer at poetry, he is so associated in my mind with poetical images that I am prepossessed beforehand in favor of all that brings him despite himself in connection with poetry. Tell me then, said George, pointing out a passage in the volume, what you think of these lines. My good uncle would call them gibberish. I am not sure that I can construe them, but when I was your age I think I could. What say you? Lionel glanced. Exquisite indeed. Nothing can be clearer. They express exactly a sentiment in myself that I could never explain. Just so, said George, laughing. Youth has a sentiment that it cannot explain, and the sentiment is expressed in a form of poetry that middle age cannot construe. It is true that poetry of the grand order interests equally all ages, but the world ever throws out a poetry not of the grandest, not meant to be durable, not meant to be universal, but following the shifts and changes of human sentiment, and just like those pretty sundials formed by flowers, which bloom to tell the hour, open their buds to tell it, and telling it fade themselves from time. Not listening to the critic, Lionel continued to read the poems, exclaiming how exquisite, how true. Chapter Roman 21. In life, as in art, the beautiful moves in curves. They have dined. George Morley takes the oars, and the boat cuts through the dance of waves, flushed by the golden sunset. Beautiful river, which might furnish the English tattler with legends wild, as those culled on shores licked by hydasps, and sweet as those which Cephasus blended with the songs of nightingales and the breath of violets. But what true English poet ever names thee, O Father Thames, without a melodious tribute? And what child ever whiled away summer noons along thy grassy banks, nor hallowed thy remembrance among the fairy days of life? Silently Lionel bent over the side of the gliding boat, his mind carried back to the same soft stream 5 years ago. How vast a space in his short existence those 5 years seemed to fill, and how distant from the young man rich in the attributes of wealth, armed with each weapon of distinction, seemed the hour when the boy had groaned aloud. Fortune is so far, fame so impossible, farther, and farther yet, than his present worldly station from his past. seemed the image that had first called forth in his breast the dreamy sentiment which the sternest of us in after-life never utterly forget passion's rage and vanish, and when all their storms are gone, yea, it may be at the verge of the very grave we look back and see like a star the female face, even though it be a child's, that first set us vaguely wondering at the charm in a human presence at the void in a smile withdrawn. How many of us could recall a Beatrice through the gaps of ruined hope, seen as by the Florentine on the earth, a guileless infant in the heavens, a spirit glorified? Yes, Laura, was an affectation, Beatrice a reality. George's voice broke somewhat distastefully on Lionel's. Reverie, we near our destination, and you have not asked me even the name of the lady to whom you are to render homage. It is Lady Montfort, widow to the last Marquis. You have no doubt heard Mr. Darrell speak of her. Never Mr. Darrell, Colonel Morley often, and in the world I have heard her cited as perhaps the handsomest, and certainly the haughtiest woman in England. Never heard Mr. Darrell mention her. That is strange indeed, said George Morley, catching at Lionel's first words, and unnoticing his after comment. She was much in his house as a child, shared in his daughter's education. Perhaps for that very reason he shuns her name. Never, but once did I hear him allude to his daughter, nor can I wonder at that if it be true, as I have been told by people who seem to know very little of the particulars, that while yet scarcely out of the nursery, she fled from his house, with some low adventurer Mr. Hammond did abroad the first year of that unhappy marriage. Yes, that is the correct outline of the story, and as you guess it explains why Mr. Darrell avoids mention of one whom he associates with his daughter's name, though if you desire a theme dear to Lady Montfort, you can select none that more interests her grateful heart than praise of the man who saved her mother from penury, and secured to herself the accomplishments and instruction which have been her chief solace. Chief solace? Was she not happy with Lord Montfort? What sort of man was he? I owe to Lord Montfort the living I hold, and I can remember the good qualities alone of a benefactor. If Lady Montfort was not happy with him, it is just to both to say that she never complained, but there is much in Lady Montfort's character which the Marquis apparently failed to appreciate. At all events, they had little in common, and what was called Lady Montfort's haughtiness was perhaps but the dignity with which a woman of grand nature checks the pity that would debase her, the admiration that would sullyguards her own beauty, and protects her husband's name. Here we are. Will you stay for a few minutes in the boat, while I go to prepare Lady Montfort for your visit? George leapt ashore, and Lionel remained under the covert of mighty willows that dipped their leaves into the wave. Looking through the green interstices of the foliage, he saw at the far end of the lawn, on a curving bank, by which the glittering tide shot oblique, a simple arbour, an arbour like that from which he had looked upon summer stars 5 years, agonies so densely covered with the honeysuckle. Still the honeysuckle, recently trained there, was fast creeping up the sides, and through the trellis of the woodwork, and the leaves of the flowering shrub he just caught a glimpse of some form within the white robe of a female form, in a slow gentle movement ending. Perhaps the flowers that wreathed the arbour. Now it was still, now it stirred again, now it was suddenly lost to view. Had the inmate left the arbour? Was the inmate Lady Montfort? George Morley's step had not passed in that direction. Chapter Roman 22, a quiet scene, an unquiet heart. Meanwhile, not far from the willow bank which sheltered Lionel, but far enough to be out of her sight, and beyond her hearing, George Morley found Lady Montfort, seated alone. It was a spot on which Milton might have placed the lady in commuse. A circle of the smoothest sward ringed everywhere, except at one opening, which left the glassy river in full view, with thick basks of dark evergreens and shrubs of livelier verdure, oak and chestnut backing and overhanging all flowers too raised on rustic tiers, and stages a tiny fountain shooting up from a basin, starred with the water lily, a rustic table, on which lay hooks and the implements of woman's graceful work, so that the place had the home look of a chamber, and spoke that intense love of the outdoor life, which abounds in our old poets from Chaucer down to the day when minstrels polished into wits took to Will's coffee house, and the lark came no more to bid bards good morrow from his watchtower in the skies. But long since, thank heaven, we have again got back the English poetry, which chimes to the babble of the waters and the riot of the birds, and just as that poetry is the freshest, which the outdoor life has the most nourished, so I believe that there is no surer sign of the rich vitality which finds its raciest joys in sources the most innocent than the childlike taste for that same outdoor life, whether you take from fortune the palace, or the cottage, add to your chambers a hall in the courts of nature. Let the earth but give you room to stand on. Well, look up, is it nothing to have for your rooftree heaven? Caroline Montfort, be her titles dropped, is changed since we last saw her. The beauty is not less in degree, But it has gained in one attribute, lost in another, it commands less, it touches more still in deep mourning. The sombre dress throws a paler shade over the cheek, the eyes more sunken beneath the brow appear larger, softer. There is that expression of fatigue, which either accompanies impaired health or succeeds to mental struggle and disquietude. But the coldness or pride of mien, which was peculiar to Caroline, as a wife is Garnier's, if in widowhood it was no longer needed, a something like humility prevailed over the look, and the bearing which had been so tranquilly majestic, as at the approach of her cousin she started from her seat. There was a nervous tremor in her eagerness, a rush of colour to the cheeks, an anxious quivering of the lip, a flutter in the tones of the sweet low voice. Well, George, Mr. Darrell is not in London. He went to Fawley 3 days ago at least. He is there now. I have this from my uncle, to whom he wrote, and whom his departure has vexed and saddened. 3 days ago it must have been he. Then I was not deceived, murmured Caroline, and her eyes wandered. Mound. There is no truth in the report you heard that he was to marry Honoria Vipont. My uncle thinks he will never marry again, and implies that he has resumed his solitary life at Fawley, with a resolve to quit it no more. Lady Montfort listened silently, bending her face over the fountain, and dropping amidst its playful spray the leaves of a rose, which she had abstractedly plucked, as George was speaking. I have therefore fulfilled your commission so far, renewed George. Morley, I have ascertained that Mr. Darrell is alive and doubtless well, so that it could not have been his ghost that startled you amidst yonder thicket. But I have done more. I have forestalled the wish you expressed to become acquainted with young Houghton, and your object, postponing the accomplishment of that wish, while Mr. Darrell himself was in town, having ceased with Mr. Darrell's departure. I have ventured to bring the young man with me. He is in the boat yonder. Will you receive him? Or, but my dear cousin, are you not too unwell today? What is the matter? Oh, I can easily make an excuse for you to Houghton. I will run and do so. No, George, no, I am as well as usual. I will see Mr. Houghton. All that you have heard of him, and have told me, interests me so much in his favour. And besides, she did not finish the sentence, but led away by some other thought, asked, have you no news of our missing friend? None as yet, but in a few days I shall renew my search. Now, then I will go for Houghton. Do so, and George, when you have presented him to me, will you kindly join that dear anxious child yonder? She is in the new arbour, or near either favourite spot. You must sustain her spirits, and give her hope. You cannot guess how eagerly she looks forward to your visits, and how gratefully she relies on your exertions. George shook his head half despondingly, and saying briefly, my exertions have established no claim to her gratitude, as yet went quickly back for Lionel. Chapter Roman 23, something on an old subject which has never been said before. Although Lionel was prepared to see a very handsome woman in Lady Montfort, the beauty of her countenance took him by surprise. No preparation, by the eulogies of description, can lessen the effect that the first sight of a beautiful object produces upon a mind, to which refinement of idea gives an accurate and quick comprehension of beauty, be it a work of art, a scene in nature, or rarest of all a human face, divine, a beauty never before beheld, strikes us with hidden pleasure like a burst of light. And it is a pleasure that elevates the imagination, feels itself richer by a new idea of excellence, for not only is real beauty wholly original, having no prototype, but its immediate influence is spiritual. It may seem strange, I appeal to every observant artist, if the assertion be not true, but the first sight of the most perfect order of female beauty, rather than courting rebukes, and strikes back every grosser instinct that would alloy admiration, there must be some meanness and blemish in the beauty, which the sensualist no sooner beholds than he covets in the higher incarnation of the abstract idea, which runs through all our notions of moral good and celestial purity. Even if the moment the eye sees, the heart loves, the image of love has in it something of the reverence which it was said the charms of virtue would produce, could her form be made visible, nor could mere human love obtrude itself, till the sweet awe of the first effect had been familiarized away. And I apprehend that it is this exalting or etherealizing attribute of beauty, to which all poets, all writers who would poetize the realities of life, have unconsciously rendered homage in the rank, to which they elevate what stripped of such attribute would be but a gaudy idol of painted clay. If from the loftiest epic to the tritest novel, a heroine is often little more than a name to which we are called upon to bow as to a symbol representing beauty, and if we ourselves be we ever so indifferent in our common life, to fair faces feel that in art at least imagination needs an image of the beautiful. If, in a word, both poet and reader here would not be left excuseless, it is because in our inmost hearts there is a sentiment which links the ideal of beauty with the supersensual. Wouldst thou, for instance, form some vague conception of the shape worn by a pure soul released, Wouldst thou give to it the likeness of an ugly hag? Or wouldst thou not ransack all thy remembrances and conceptions of forms most beauteous to clothe the holy image? Do so now, bring it thus robed with the richest graces before thy mind's eye. Well, seest thou now the excuse for poets in the rank they give to beauty? Seest thou now how high from the realm of the senses soars the mysterious archetype? Without the idea of beauty, couldst thou conceive a form in which to clothe a soul that has entered heaven? Chapter Roman 24. Agreeable surprises are the perquisites of youth. If the beauty of Lady Montfort's countenance took Lionel by surprise, still more might he wonder at the winning kindness of her address, a kindness of look, manner, voice, which seemed to welcome him not as a chance acquaintance, but as a new-found relation. The first few sentences in giving them a subject of common interest introduced into their converse a sort of confiding household familiarity, for Lionel, ascribing Lady Montfort's gracious reception to her early recollections of his kinsman, began at once to speak of Guy Darrell, and in a little time they were walking over the turf or through the winding alleys of the garden, linking talk to the same theme, she by question, he by answer, charmed to expatiate, pleased to listen, and liking each other more and more as she recognized in all, he said, a bright young heart overflowing with grateful and proud affection, and as he felt instinctively that he was with one who sympathized in his enthusiasm, who had known the great man in his busy day, ere the rush of his career had paused, whose childhood had lent a smile to the great man's home before childhood and smile had left it. As they thus conversed, Lionel now and then in the turns of their walk caught a glimpse of George Morley in the distance, walking also side by side with some young companion, and ever as he caught that glimpse a strange restless curiosity shot across his mind, and distracted it even from praise of Guy Darrell. Who could that be with George? Was it a relation of Lady Montfort's? The figure was not in mourning. Its shape seemed slight and youthful. No, it passes by that acacia tree, standing for a moment apart and distinct from George's shadow, but its own outline dim in the deepening twilight. No, it has passed on lost amongst the laurels. A turn in the walk brought Lionel and Lady Montfort before the windows of the house, which was not large for the rank of the owner, but commodious with no pretence to architectural beauty. Dark brick, a century and a half older, regular, jutting forth here, receding there so as to produce that depth of light and shadow which lends a certain picturesque charm even to the least ornate buildings, a charm to which the Gothic architecture owes half its beauty. Jessamine roses, woodbine ivy trained up the angles, and between the windows altogether the house had that air of home which had been wanting to the regal formality of Mountfort. Caught one of the windows raised above the ground by a short winding stair, stood open. Lights had just been brought into the room within, and Lionel's eye was caught by the gleam. Lady Montfort turned up the stair, and Lionel followed her into the apartment. A harp stood at one corner not far from it, a piano and music stand on one of the tables. There were the implements of drawing a sketch in watercolours half finished. Our workroom, said Lady Montfort with a warm cheerful smile, and yet Lionel could see that tears were in her eyes. Mine, and my dear pupils, yes, that harp is hers. Is he still fond of music? I mean, Mr. Darrell. Yes, though he does not care for it in crowds, but he can listen for hours to Fairthorn's flute. You remember Mr. Fairthorn? I remember him, answered Lady Montfort softly. Mr. Darrell then likes his music still. Lionel here uttered an exclamation of more than surprise. He had turned to examine the watercolour sketch, a rustic, in a honeysuckle arbour, a river in front, a boat yonder just begun. I know the spot, he cried. Did you make the sketch of it? I know it is hers, me pupils, me adopted child's. Lionel's dark eyes turned to Lady Montfort's wistfully, inquiringly. They asked what his lips could not presume to ask. Your adopted child, what is Shuho? As if answering to the eyes, Lady Montfort said, wait here a moment, I will go for her. She left him, descended the stairs into the garden, joined George Morley, and his companion took aside the former, whispered him, then drawing the arm of the latter within her own, led her back into the room, while George Morley remained in the garden, throwing himself on a bench, and gazing on the stars, as they now came forth fast and frequent, though one by one. Chapter Roman 25. Quem, fors dirum cunc dabit. Lucro upon horat. Lionel stood expectant in the centre of the room, and as the two female forms entered, the lights were full upon their faces. That younger face, it is shite. Is she the unforgotten, long lost? Instinctively, as if no years had rolled between us, if she were still the little child, he, the boy who had coveted such a sister, sprang forward and opened his arms, and as suddenly halted, dropped the arms to his side. Blushing, confused, abashed, she, that vagrant child, that form so elegant, that great peeress, pupil, adopted daughter, she, the poor wandering Sophie, shamepassable. But her eyes, at first downcast, are now fixed on him. She too starts not forward, but in recall she too raises her arms not to open, but to press them to her breast, and she too as suddenly checks an impulse, and stands like him, blushing, confused, abashed. "Yes," said Caroline Montfort, drawing Sophie nearer to her breast, "yes, you will both forgive me for the surprise. Yes, you do see, before you grown up to become the pride of those who cherish her, that Sophie who—" "Sophie," cried Lionel, advancing it, "is so then I knew you were no stroller's grandchild." Sophie drew up. I am his grandchild, and as proud to be so as I was then." Pardon me, I meant to say that he too was not what he seemed. You forgive me," extending his hand, and Sophie's soft hand fell into his forgivingly. "But he lives, is well, is here, is." Sophie burst into tears, and Lady Montfort made a sign to Lionel to go into the garden, and leave them reluctantly, and dizzily, as one in a dream. He obeyed, leaving the vagrant's grandchild to be soothed in the fostering arms of her whom an hour or two ago he knew, but by the titles of her rank, and the reputation of her pride. It was not many minutes before Lady Montfort rejoined him. "You touched unawares," said she, "upon the poor child's most anxious cause of sorrow. Her grandfather, for whom her affection is so sensitively keen, has disappeared. I will speak of that later. And if you wish, you shall be taken into our consultations." But she paused, looked into his face, open, loyal face, face of gentleman with heart of man, in its eyes soul of man, on its brow face formed to look up to the stars which now lighted it, and laying her hand lightly on his shoulder, resumed with hesitating voice, "But I feel like a culprit in asking you, what nevertheless I must ask as an imperative condition, if your visits here are to be renewed, if your intimacy here is to be established, and unless you comply with that condition, come no more, we cannot confide in each other." "Oh, Lady Montfort, impose any condition, I promise beforehand." "Not beforehand. The condition is this: inviolable secrecy. You will not mention to anyone your visits, here your introduction to me, your discovery of the stroller's grandchild in my adopted daughter. Not to Mr. Darrell. To him least of all, but this, I add it, is for Mr. Darrell's sake, that I insist on such concealment, and I trust the concealment will not be long protracted." "For Mr. Darrell's sake." "For the sake of his happiness," cried Lady Montfort, clasping her hands. "My debt to him is larger far than yours, and in thus appealing to you, I scheme to pay back a part of it. Do you trust me?" I do. And from that evening, Lionel Horton became the constant visitor in that house. 2 or 3 days afterwards, Colonel Morley, quitting England for a German spa, at which he annually recruited himself for a few weeks, relieved Lionel from the embarrassment of any questions which that shrewd observer might otherwise have addressed to him. London itself was now empty. Lionel found a quiet lodging in the vicinity of Twickenham, and when his foot passed along the shady lane through yon wicket gate into that region of turf and flowers, he felt as might have felt that famous minstrel of Ercildown, when blessed with the privilege to enter fairyland at will. The rhymer stole to the grassy hillside, and murmured the spell that unlocks the gates of Oberon. Book Roman 8 Chapter Roman 1 A little fire burns up a great deal of corn-old proverb. Guy Darrell resumed the thread of solitary life at Forley, with a calm which was deeper in its gloom than it had been before the experiment of return to the social world. Had failed, the resolutions which had induced the experiment were finally renounced 5 years nearer to death, and the last hope that had flitted across the narrowing passage to the grave, fallen like a faithless torch from his own hand, and trodden out by his own foot. It was peculiarly in the nature of Darrell to connect his objects with posterity, to regard eminence in the present, but as a beacon height from which to pass on to the future, the name he had taken from the past. All his early ambitions, sacrificing pleasure to toil, had placed its goal at a distance remote from the huzzas of bystanders, and ambition, halted now, baffled and despairing, childless, his line would perish with himself, who had so vaunted its restoration in the land. His genius was childless, also it would leave behind it no offspring of the brain. By toil he had amassed ample wealth, by talent he had achieved a splendid reputation, but the reputation was as perishable as the wealth. Let a half-century pass over his tomb, and nothing would be left to speak of the successful lawyer, the applauded orator, save traditional anecdotes, a laudatory notice in contemporaneous memoirs, perhaps at most quotations of eloquent sentences, lavished on forgotten cases and obsolete debate estudes, and fragments of a great intellect, which another half-century would sink without a bubble into the depths of time. He had enacted no laws, had administered, no state had composed, no books like the figure on a clock which adorns the case, and has no connection with the movement he so prominent an ornament to time. had no part in its works removed, the eye would miss him for a while, but a nation's literature or history was the same whether with him or without. Some with a tithe of his abilities have the luck to fasten their names to things that endure. They have been responsible for measures they did not invent, and which for good or evil influence long generations. They have written volumes out of which a couplet of verse, a period in prose, may cling to the rock of ages as a shell that survives a deluge, but the orator whose effects are immediate, who enthralls his audience in proportion as he nicks the hour, who were he speaking like Burke, what apart from the subject matter closet students would praise, must like Burke thin his audience and exchange present oratorical success for ultimate intellectual renown. A man, in short, whose oratory is emphatically that of the debater, is like an actor rewarded with a loud applause, and a complete oblivion waif on the village stage might win applause, no less loud, followed by oblivion not more complete. Darrell was not blind to the brevity of his fame in his previous seclusion. He had been resigned to that conviction. Oh, it saddened him then, unconfessed by himself, the idea that he might yet reappear in active life, and do something which the world would not willingly let die, had softened the face of that tranquil nature, from which he must soon now pass out of reach, and sight on the tree of time. He was a leaf already sere upon the bough knot, an inscription graven into the rind. Ever slow to yield to weak regrets, ever seeking to combat his own enemies within, Darrell said to himself, one night, while Fairthorn's flute was breathing an air of romance through the melancholy walls, is it too late yet to employ this still busy brain upon works that will live when I am dust, and make posterity supply the air that fails to my house? He shut himself up with immortal authors, meditated on the choice of a theme. His knowledge was wide, his taste refined, words could not want words. Why should he not write? Alas, why indeed? He who has never been a writer in his youth can no more be a writer in his age than he can be a painter, a musician. What, not write a book? Oh yeses, he may paint a picture or set a song, but a writer in the emphatic sense of the word, a writer, as Darrell was an orator, oh no. And least of all will he be a writer if he has been an orator by impulse and habit, an orator too happily gifted to require, and too laboriously occupied to resort to the tedious aids of written preparation. An orator, as modern life forms orators, not of course an orator like those of the classic world, who elaborated sentences before delivery, and who after delivery polished each extemporaneous interlude into rhetorical exactitude and musical perfection. And how narrow the range of compositions to a man burdened already by a grave reputation. He cannot have the self-abandonment, cannot venture the headlong charge with which youth flings the reins to genius, and dashes into the ranks of fame. Few and austere his theme is fastidious, and hesitating his taste restricted, are the movements of him who walks for the first time into the forum of letters, with the purple hem on his senatorial toga. Guy Darrell at his age, entering among authors as a novice, the great lawyer to whom attorneys would have sent no briefs, had he been suspected of coquetting with a muse, the great orator, who had electrified audiences in proportion to the sudden effects which distinguish oral inspiration from written eloquence, achieved now in an art which his whole life had neglected any success commensurate to his contemporaneous repute. How unlikely, but a success which should outlive that repute, win the everlasting inheritance which could alone have nerved him to adequate effort. How impossible, he could not himself comprehend. Why, never at a loss for language felicitously opposite or richly ornate, when it had but to flow from his thought to his tongue, nor wanting ease even eloquence in epistolary correspondence, confidentially familiar, should find words fail ideas, and ideas fail words the moment his pen became a wand that conjured up the ghost of the dread public. The more copious his thoughts, the more embarrassing their selection, the more exquisite his perception of excellence in others, the more timidly frigid his efforts at faultless style. It would be the same with the most skilful author, if the ghost of the public had not long since ceased to haunt him. While he writes, the true author's solitude is absolute or peopled at his will. But take an audience from an orator, what is he? He commands the living public, the ghost of the public, Oz himself. Surely once, sighed Darrell, as he gave his blurred pages to the flame, surely once I had some pittance of the author's talent, and have spent it upon lawsuits. The author's talent, no doubt. Guy Darrell once had the author's temperament. Never what is the author's temperament, too long a task to define. But without it, a man may write a clever book, a useful book, a book that may live a year, 10 years, 50 years. He will not stand out to distant ages, a representative of the age that rather lived in him than he in it. The author's temperament is that which makes him an integral, earnest, original unity, distinct from all before, and all that may succeed him. And, as a father of the Church has said, that the consciousness of individual being is the sign of immortality not granted to the inferior creaturess, It is in this individual temperament, one and indivisible, and in the intense conviction of it, more than in all the works it may throw off, that the author becomes immortal. Nay, his works may perish, like those of Orpheus or Pythagoras, but he himself in his name, in the footprint of his being, remains, like Orpheus or Pythagoras, undestroyed, indestructible. Resigning literature, the solitary returned to science there. He was more at home. He had cultivated science in his dazzling academical career, with ardour and success. He had renewed the study on his first retirement to folly as a distraction from tormenting memories, or unextinguished passions. He now for the first time regarded the absorbing, abstruse occupation as a possible source of fame, to be one in the starry procession of those sons of light, who have solved a new law in the statute book of heaven. Surely a grand ambition, not unbecoming to his years and station, and pleasant in its labours, to a man who loved nature's outward scenery with poetic passion, and had studied her inward mysteries with a sage's minute research. Science needs not the author's arch, rejects its graces, recoils with a shudder from its fancies, but science requires in the mind of the discoverer a limpid calm. The lightnings that reveal despota must flash in serene skies, no clouds store that thunder. Quo bruta telis et vaga flumina, quo stix et invisi horrida tinari, seeds atlantusque finis, concutitor. So long as you take science only as a distraction, science will not lead you to discovery, and from some cause or other Darrell was more unquiet and perturbed in his present than in his past seclusion. Science this time failed even to distract in the midst of august meditations of close experiment. Some haunting angry thought from the far world passed with rude shadow between intellect and truth. Heart eclipsed the mind. The fact is that Darrell's genius was essentially formed for action. His was the true orator's temperament, with the qualities that belong to it: the grasp of affairs, the comprehension of men and states, constructive administrative faculties. In such career, and in such career alone, could he have developed all his powers and achieved an imperishable name. Gradually, as science lost its interest, he retreated from all his former occupations, and would wander for long hours over the wild, unpopulated landscapes round him, as if it were his object to fatigue the body, and in that fatigue tire out the restless brain. He would make his gun the excuse for rambles from sunrise to twilight over the manors he had purchased years ago, lying many miles off from folly. There are times when a man who has passed his life in cultivating his mind finds that the more he can make the physical existence predominate, the more he can lower himself to the rude vigour of the gamekeeper or his day labourer, the more he can harden his nerves to support the weight of his reflections. In these rambles, he was not always alone. Fairthorne contrived to insinuate himself much more than formerly into his master's habitual companionship. The faithful fellow had missed Darrell so sorely in that long unbroken absence of 5 years, that on recovering him, Fairthorne seemed resolved to make up for lost time. Departing from his own habits, he would therefore lie in wait for Darrell, creeping out of a bramble or bush like a familiar sprite, and was no longer to be awed away by a curt syllable or a contracted brow. And Darrell, at first submitting reluctantly and out of compassionate kindness to the flute player's obtrusive society, became by degrees to welcome and relax in it. Fairthorne knew the great secrets of his life. To Fairthorne alone on all earth could he speak without reserve of one name, and of one sorrow. Speaking to Fairthorne was like talking to himself, or to his pointers, or to his favourite doe, upon which last he bestowed a new collar, with an inscription that implied more of the true cause that had driven him a second time to the shades of folly than he would have let out to Alban Morley or even to Lionel. Houghton Alban was too old for that confidence, Lionel much too young, but the musician, like art itself, was of no age, and if ever the gloomy master unbent his outward moodiness and secret spleen in any approach to gaiety, it was in a sort of saturnine playfulness to this grotesque, grown-up infant. They cheered each other, and they teased each other, stalking side by side over the ridged fallows. Darrell would sometimes pour forth his whole soul as a poet does to his muse, and at Fairthorne's abrupt interruption or rejoinder turn round on him with fierce objurgation or withering sarcasm, or what the flute-player abhorred more than all else, a truculent quotation from Horace, which drove Fairthorne away into some vanishing covert or hollow, out of which Darrell had to entice him, sure that in return Fairthorne would take a sly occasion to send into his side vindictive prickle. But as the two came home in the starlight, the dogs dead beat, and poor Fairthorne tootin' to one, but what the musician was leaning all his weight on his master's nervous arm, and Darrell was looking with tender kindness in the face of the someone left to lean upon him still. One evening, as they were sitting together in the library, the two hermits each in his corner, and after a long silence the flute-player said abruptly, I have been thinking, quoth Darrell with his mechanical irony. I am sorry for you, try not to do so again. Fairthorn, your poor dear father. Darrell wincing, startled and expectant of a prickle, my father. Fairthorn was a great antiquary. How it would have pleased him could he have left a fine collection of antiquities, as an heirloom to the nation, his name, thus preserved for ages, and connected with the studies of his life. There are the Elgin marbles. The parson was talking to me yesterday of a New Vernon gallery. Why not in the British Museum? An everlasting Darrell room plenty, to stark it mouldering yonder in the chambers which you will never finish. My dear Dick, said Darrell, starting up, give me your hand. What a brilliant thought! I could do nothing else to preserve my dear father's name. Eureka! You are right, set the carpenters at work, tomorrow. Remove the boards, open the chambers, we will inspect their stores, and select what would worthily furnish a Darrell room. Perish Guy, Darrell the lawyer, Philip Darrell, the antiquary at least shall live. It is marvellous with what charm Fairthorn's lucky idea seized upon Darrell's mind. The whole of the next day he spent in the forlorn skeleton of the unfinished mansion, slowly decaying beside his small and homely dwelling. The pictures, many of which were the rarest originals in early Flemish and Italian art, were dusted with tender care, and hung from hasty nails upon the bare ghastly walls delicate ivory carvings, wrought by the matchless hand of Cellini. Florentine bronzes, priceless specimens of Raphael ware and Venetian, glass, precious trifles, in short, which the collector of medieval curiosities amasses for his heirs to disperse amongst the palaces of kings, and the cabinets of nations were dragged again to unfamiliar light. The invaded sepulchral building seemed a very Pompeii of the Cinquecento, to examine, arrange, methodize, select, for national purposes. Such miscellaneous treasures would be the work of weeks. For easier access, Darrell caused a slight hasty passage to be thrown over the gap between two edifices. It ran from the room nicked into the gables of the old house, which originally fitted up for scientific studies, now became his habitual apartment, into the largest of the uncompleted chambers, which had been designed for the grand reception gallery of the new building, into the pompous gallery, thus made contiguous to his monk-like cell. He gradually gathered the choicest specimens of his collection. The damps were expelled by fires on grateless hearthstone. Sunshine, admitted from windows now, for the first time exchanging boards for glass. Rough iron sconces made at the nearest forge were thrust into the walls, and sometimes lighted at night. Darrell and Fairthorn walking arm in arm along the unpolished floors in company with Holbein's nobles, Peruginos, virgins, some of that hybrid company, displaced and banished the next day, as repeated inspection made the taste more rigidly exclusive. Darrell had found object amusement occupation frivolous, if compared with those lenses and glasses and algebraical scrolls which had once whiled lonely hours in the attic room hard by, but not frivolous even to the judgment of the austerest sage, if that sage had not reasoned away his heart. For here, it was not Darrell's taste that was delighted, it was Darrell's heart that, ever hungry, had found food. His heart was connecting those long-neglected memorials of an ambition baffled and relinquished her with a nation. There with his father's grave, how his eyes sparkled, how his lips smiled. Nobody would have guessed it. None of us know each other, least of all do we know the interior being of those whom we estimate by public repute. But what a world of simple fond affection lay coiled and wasted in that proud man's solitary breast. Chapter Roman 2. The learned compute that 707 millions of vibrations have penetrated the eye before the eye can distinguish the tints of a violet. What philosophy can calculate the vibrations of the heart before it can distinguish the colors of love? While Guy Darrell thus passed his hours within the unfinished fragments of a dwelling builded for posterity, and amongst the still relics of remote generations, love and youth were weaving their warm eternal idyll on the sunny lawns by the gliding river. There they are, love and youth, Lionel and Sophie, in the arbour round which her slight hands have twined, the honeysuckle fond imitation of that bower, endeared by the memory of her earliest holiday, seated coyly, he on the ground at her feet, as when Titania had watched his sleep he has been reading to her. The book has fallen from his hand. What book? That volume of poems, so unintelligibly obscure to all but the dreaming young, who are so unintelligibly obscure to themselves. But to the merit of those poems I doubt, if even George did justice. It is not true, I believe, that they are not durable. Some day or other, when all the jargon so feelingly denounced by Colonel Morley about aesthetics and objective and subjective has gone to its long home, some critic who can write English will probably bring that poor little volume fairly before the public. and with all its manifold faults it will take a place in the affections, not of one single generation of the young, everlasting, ever-dreaming, ever-growing youth. But you and I, reader, have no other interest in these poems, except this, that they were written by the brother-in-law of that whimsical, miserly Frank Vance, who perhaps but for such brother-in-law would never have gone through the labor by which he has cultivated the genius that achieved his fame, and if he had not cultivated that genius, he might never have known Lionel, and if he had never known Lionel, Lionel might never perhaps have gone to the Surrey village in which he saw the phenomenon, and to push farther still that Voltairean philosophy of if either Lionel or Frank Vance had not been so intimately associated in the minds of Sophie and Lionel, with the golden holiday on the beautiful river Sophie, and Lionel might not have thought so much of those poems, and, if they had not thought so much of those poems, there might not have been between them that link of poetry, without which the love of two young people is a sentiment, always very pretty it is true, but much too commonplace to deserve special commemoration in a work so uncommonly long as this is likely to be, and thus it is clear that Frank Vance is not a superfluous and episodical personage amongst the characters of this history, but however indirectly still essentially, one of those beings, without whom the author must have given a very different answer to the question, what will he do with it? Return we to Lionel and Sophie, the poems have brought their hearts nearer and nearer together, and when the book fell from Lionel's hand Sophie knew that his eyes were on her face, and her own eyes looked away, and the silence was so deep and so sweet neither had yet said to the other a word of love, and in that silence both felt that they loved and were beloved. Sophie, how childlike she looked still, how little she is changed, except that the soft blue eyes are far more pensive, and that her merry laugh is now never heard in that luxurious home fostered with the tenderest care by its charming owner. The romance of her childhood realized, and Lionel by her side, she misses the old crippled vagrant, and therefore it is that her merry laugh is no longer heard. Ah, said Lionel, softly breaking the pause at length, do not turn your eyes from me, or I shall think that there are tears in them. Sophie's breast heaved, but her eyes were averted still. Lionel rose gently, and came to the other side of her quiet form. Fie, there are tears, and you would hide them from me, ungrateful. Sophie looked at him now with candid, inexpressible, guileless affection in those swimming eyes, and said with touching sweetness, ungrateful, should I not be so if I were gay and happy? And in self-reproach for not being sufficiently unhappy, while that young consoler was by her side, she too rose, left the arbour, and looked wistfully along the river. George Morley was expected, he might bring tidings of the absent, and now, while Lionel, rejoining her, exerts all his eloquence to allay her anxiety and encourage her hopes, and, while they thus in that divinest stage of love, ere the tongue repeats what the eyes have told, glide along her in sunlight, by lingering flowers there in shadow under mournful willows, whose leaves are ever the latest to fall, let us explain by what links of circumstance Sophie became the great lady's guest and waif once more a homeless wanderer. Chapter Roman 3, comprising many needful explanations, illustrative of wise saws, as, for example, he that hath an ill name is half hanged, he that hath been bitten by a serpent is afraid of a rope, he that looks for a star puts out his candles, and when God wills all winds bring rain. The reader has been already made aware how by an impulse of womanhood and humanity Arabella Crane had been converted from a persecuting into a tutelary agent in the destinies of Waif and Sophie, that evolution in her moral being dated from the evening on which she had sought the cripple's retreat to warn him of Jasper's designs. We have seen by what stratagem she had made it appear that Waif and his grandchild had sailed beyond the reach of molestation, with what liberality she had advanced the money that freed Sophie from the manager's claim, and how considerately she had empowered her agent to give the reference which secured to Waif the asylum in which we last beheld him in a few stern sentences. She had acquainted Waif with her fearless, inflexible resolve to associate her fate henceforth with the life of his lawless son, and by rendering abortive all his evil projects of plunder, to compel him at last to depend upon her for an existence neither unsafe nor sordid, provided only that it were not dishonest. The moment that she revealed that design, Waif's trust in her was one his own heart enabled him to comprehend the effect produced upon a character otherwise unamiable and rugged by the grandeur of self-immolation and the absorption of one devoted heroic thought in the strength and bitterness of passion, which thus pledged her existence to redeem another's. He obtained the key to her vehement and jealous nature, saw why she had been so cruel to the child of a rival, why she had conceived compassion for that child in proportion as the father's unnatural indifference had quenched the anger of her own self-love, And above all why, as the idea of reclaiming and appropriating solely to herself, the man who for good or for evil had grown into the all-predominant object of her life, gained more and more the mastery over her mind, it expelled the lesser, and the baser passions, and the old mean revenge against an infant, faded away before the light of that awakening conscience, which is often rekindled from ashes by the sparks of a single better and worthier thought. And in the resolute design to reclaim Jasper, loosely Arabella came at once to a ground in common with his father, with his child. Oh, what too would the old man owe to her? What would be his gratitude, his joy, if she not only guarded his spotless Sophie, but saved from the bottomless abyss his guilty son? Thus, when Arabella Crane had nearly 5 years before sought waifs discovered hiding place near the old bloodstained tower, mutual interests and sympathies had formed between them, a bond of alliance not the less strong, because rather tacitly acknowledged than openly expressed. Arabella had written to waif from the continent for the first half-year pretty often, and somewhat sanguinely, as to the chance of Loseley's ultimate reformation. Then the intervals of silence became gradually more prolonged, and the letters more brief, but still whether from the wish not unnecessarily to pain the old man, or as would be more natural to her character, which even in its best aspects was not gentle, from a proud dislike to confess failure. She said nothing of the evil courses which Jasper had renewed. Evidently she was always near him, evidently by some means or another his life, furtive and dark, was ever under the glare of her watchful eyes. Meanwhile Sophie had been presented to Caroline Montfort, as waif had so fondly anticipated. The lone childless lady had taken with kindness and interest to the fair motherless child left to herself, often for months together, in the grand forlorn house. Caroline soon found an object to her pensive walks in the basket-maker's cottage. Sophie's charming face and charming ways stole more and more into affections which were denied all nourishment at home. She entered into waif's desire to improve by education so exquisite a nature, and familiarity growing by degrees. Sophie was at length coaxed up to the great house, and during the hours which waif devoted to his rambles, for even in his settled industry he could not conquer his vagrant tastes, but would weave his reeds or osiers as he sauntered through solitudes of turf or wood, became the docile, delighted pupil in the simple chintz room which Lady Montfort had reclaimed from the desert of her surrounding palace. Lady Montfort was not of a curious turn of mind, profoundly indifferent even to the gossip of drawing-rooms. She had no rankling desire to know the secrets of village hearthstones, little acquainted even with the great world, scarcely at all with any world below that in which she had her being, save as she approached humble sorrows by delicate charity. Contrast between waif's calling and his conversation roused in her no vigilant suspicions. A man of some education, and born in a rank that touched upon the order of gentlemen, but of no practical or professional culture, with whimsical tastes, with roving eccentric habits, had in the course of life picked up much harmless wisdom, but perhaps from want of worldly prudence failed of fortune. Contented with an obscure retreat and a humble livelihood, he might naturally be loth to confide to others the painful history of a descent in life. He might have relations in a higher sphere, whom the confession would shame. He might be silent in the manly pride which shrinks from alms and pity. And a tale of Faulnay Grant, the worst grant that waif had suffered in repute, as well as fortunegrant that his character had been tarnished by some plausible circumstantial evidences, which he could not explain away to the satisfaction of friends, or the acquittal of a short-sighted world. Had there not been, were there not always many innocent men similarly afflicted, and who could hear waif talk or look on his arch smile, and not feel that he was innocent? So at least thought Caroline Montfort naturally, for if in her essentially woman-like character there was one all-pervading and all-predominant attribute, it was pity. Lead fate placed her under circumstances fitted to ripen into genial development. All her exquisite forces of soul, her true post in this life, would have been that of the soother. What a child to some grief-worn father, what a wife to some toiling, aspiring, sensitive man of genius, what a mother to some suffering child. It seemed as if it were necessary to her to have something to compassionate and foster. She was sad when there was no one to comfort, but her smile was like a sunbeam from Eden when it chanced on a sorrow. It could brighten a way out of this very sympathy. Came her faults of reasoning and judgment, prudent in her own chilling path, through what the world calls temptations, because so ineffably pure, because to fashion's light tempters her very thought was as closed as under the glassy, cool, translucent wave. Was the ear of Sabrina to the comrades of Camusiat place before her some gentle scheme that seemed fraught with a blessing for others, and straightway her fancy embraced it. Prudence Phage saw not the obstacles weighed, not the chances against it. Charity to her did not come alone, but with its sister, twins Hope and Faith. Thus benignly for the old man, and the fair child years rolled on till Lord Montfort's sudden death, and his widow was called upon to exchange Montfort Court, which passed to the new heir for the distant jointure house of Twickenham. By this time, she had grown so attached to Sophie and Sophie so gratefully fond of her, that she proposed to Waif to take his sweet grandchild as her permanent companion, complete her education, and assure her future. This had been the old man's cherished daydream, but he had not contemplated its realization until he himself were in the grave. He turned pale. He staggered when the proposal which would separate him from his grandchild was first brought before him, but he recovered ere Lady Montfort could be aware of the acuteness of the pang she inflicted, and accepted the generous offer with warm protestations of joy and gratitude. But Sophie consent to leave her grandfather afar and aged in his solitary cottage. Little did either of them know Sophie, with her soft heart and determined soul. If they supposed such egotism possible in her, Waif insisted. Waif was angry, Waif was authoritative, Waif was imploring, Waif was pathetical in vain. But to close every argument, the girl went boldly to Lady Montfort, and said if I left him his heart would break. Never ask it. Lady Montfort kissed Sophie tenderly, as mother ever kissed a child for some sweet loving trait of a noble nature, and said simply, but he shall not be left, shall come too. She offered Waif rooms in her Twickenham house, wished to collect books, should be librarian. The old man shivered, and refused firmly. He had made a vow not to be a guest in any house. Finally, the matter was compromised. Waif would remove to the neighbourhood of Twickenham, there hire a cottage, there ply his art, and Sophie, living with him, should spend part of each day with Lady Montfort as now. So it was resolved. Waif consented to occupy a small house on the verge of the grounds, belonging to the jointure villa, on the condition of paying rent for it, and George Morley insisted on the privilege of preparing that house for his old teacher's reception, leaving it simple and rustic to outward appearance, but fitting its pleasant chambers with all that his knowledge of the old man's tastes and habits suggested for comfort or humble luxury. A room for Sophie hung with the prettiest paper, all butterflies and flowers, commanding a view of the river. Waif, despite his proud scruples, could not refuse such gifts from a man whose fortune and career had been secured by his artful lessons. Indeed, he had already permitted George to assist, though not largely, his own efforts to repay the ell advanced by Mrs. Crane. The years he had devoted to a craft which his ingenuity made lucrative had just enabled the basket-maker, with his pupil's aid, to clear off that debt by instalments. He had the satisfaction of thinking that it was his industry that had replaced the sum to which his grandchild owed her release from the execrable. Lady Montfort's departure, which preceded Waif's by some weeks, was more mourned by the poor in her immediate neighbourhood than by the wealthier families, who composed what a province calls its society, and the gloom which that event cast over the little village round the kingly mansion was increased when Waif and his grandchild left. For the last 3 years, emboldened by Lady Montfort's protection, and the conviction that he was no longer pursued or spied, the old man relaxed his earlier reserved and secluded habits constitutionally sociable. He had made acquaintance with his humbler neighbours, lounged by their cottage palings in his rambles down the lanes, divert their children with Sir Isaac's tricks, or regaled them with nuts and apples from his little orchard, giving to the more diligent labourers many a valuable hint how to eke out the daily wage with garden produce, or bees, or poultry-doctored farmers' cows, and even won the heart of the stud-groom by a mysterious sedative ball which had reduced to serene docility a highly nervous and hitherto unmanageable 4-year-old. Sophie had been no less popular. No one grudged her the favour of Lady Montfort, no one wondered at it. They were loved and honoured. Perhaps the happiest years Waif had known since his young wife left the earth were passed in the hamlet, which he fancied her shade haunted. For was it not there in that cot-together, in sight of those green osiers, that her first modest virgin replies to his letters of love and hope, that soothed his confinement and animated him till then, little fond of sedentary toilstow, the very industry which learned in sport now gave subsistence and secured a home to that home. Persecution had not Commegasip, had not pried into its calm seclusion even chance, when threatening disclosure had seemed to pass by innocuous for a year or so, before he left. An incident had occurred which alarmed him at the time, but led to no annoying results. The banks of the great sheet of water in Montfort Park were occasionally made the scene of rural picnics by the families of neighbouring farmers or tradesmen. One day Waif, while carelessly fashioning his baskets on his favourite spot, was recognised on the opposite margin by a party of such holiday-makers to whom he himself had paid no attention. He was told the next day by the landlady of the village, in the main chimney of which he had undertaken to cure of smoking, that a lady in the picnic symposium of the day before had asked many questions about him and his grandchild, and had seemed pleased to hear they were both so comfortably settled. The lady had been accompanied by another lady, and by 2 or 3 young gentlemen. They had arrived in a bus which they had hired for the occasion. They had come from Humberston the day after those famous races, which annually filled Humberston with strangest time of year, in which Rugg's grand theatrical exhibition delighted that ancient town. From the description of the 2 ladies, Waif suspected that they belonged to Rugg's company. But they had not claimed Waif as a sidevant comrade. They had not spoken of Sophie as the phenomenon or the fugitive. No molestation followed this event, and after all the remorseless Baron had no longer any claim to the persecuted bandit or to Juliet Araminta. But the ex-comedian is gone from the osiest hamlet. He is in his new retreat by the lordly river. Within an hour of the smoke and roar of tumultuous London, he tries to look cheerful and happy, but his repose is troubled. His heart is anxious ever since Sophie, on his account, refused the offer which would have transferred her not for a few daily hours, but for habitual life from a basket-maker's roof to all the elegancies and refinements of a sphere in which, if freed from him, her charms and virtues might win her some such alliance as seemed impossible. While he was thus dragging her down to his own level ever since that day, the old man had said to himself, "I lived too long." While Sophie was by his side, he appeared busy at his work, and merry in his humour. The moment she left him for Lady Montfort's house, the work dropped from his hands, and he sank into moody thought. Waif had written to Mrs. Crane. Her address then was at Paris, on removing to Twickenham, and begged her to warn him should Jasper meditate a return to England, by a letter directed to him at the General Post Office, London. Despite his later trust in Mrs. Crane, he did not deem it safe to confide to her Lady Montfort's offer to Sophie, or the affectionate nature of that lady's intimacy with the girl now grown into womanhood, with that insight into the human heart which was in him, not so habitually clear and steadfast as to be always useful, but at times singularly, if erratically, lucid. He could not feel assured that Arabella Crane's ancient hate to Sophie, which, lessening in proportion to the girl's destitution, had only ceased when the stern woman felt, with a sentiment bordering on revenge, that it was to her that Sophie owed an asylum. Obscure and humble, might not revive if she learned that the child of a detested rival was raised above the necessity of her protection, and brought within view of that station so much loftier than her own, from which she had once rejoiced to know that the offspring of a marriage which had darkened her life was excluded. For indeed it had been only on Waif's promise that he would not repeat the attempt that had proved so abortive to enforce Sophie's claim on Guy Darrell, that Arabella Crane had in the first instance resigned the child to his care, a tainted outcast, as long as Arabella Crane could see in Sophie but an object of compassion she might haughtily protect her. But could Sophie become an object of envy, would that protection last? No. He did not venture to confide in Mrs. Crane, further than to say that he and Sophie had removed from Montfort village to the vicinity of London time enough to say more when Mrs. Crane returned to England, and then not by letter, but in personal interview. Once a month the old man went to London to inquire at the General Post Office for any communications his correspondent might there address to him. Only once, however, had he heard from Mrs. Crane since the announcement of his migration, and her note of reply was extremely brief until in the fatal month of June, when Guy Darrell and Jasper Loosely had alike returned, and on the same day, to the metropolis, and then the old man received from her a letter which occasioned him profound alarm. It apprised him not only that his terrible son was in England, in London, but that Jasper had discovered that the persons embarked for America were not the veritable Waif and Sophie, whose names they had assumed. Mrs. Crane ended with these ominous words, "It is right to say now that he has descended deeper and deeper. Could you see him, you would wonder that I neither abandon him nor my resolve. He hates me worse than the gibbet to me, and not to the gibbet he shall pass fitting punishment to both. I am in London, not in my old house, but near him. His confidant is my hireling. His life and his projects are clear to my eyes, clear as if he dwelt in glass. Sophie is now of an age in which, were she placed in the care of some person whose respectability could not be impunged, she could not be legally forced away against her will. But if under your roof those whom Jasper has induced to institute a search, that he has no means to institute very actively himself, might make statements which, as you are already aware, might persuade others, though well-meaning, to assist him in separating her from you, he might publicly face even a police court. If he thus hoped to shame the rich man into buying off an intolerable scandal, he might in the first instance, and more probably, decoy her into his power through stealth, and what might become of her before she was recovered. Separate yourself from her for a time. It is you, notwithstanding your arts of disguise, that can be the more easily tracked. She, now almost a woman, will have grown out of recognition. Place her in some secure asylum, until at least you hear from me again." Waif read and reread this epistle, to which there was no direction that enabled him to reply, in the private room of a little coffee-house, to which he had retired from the gaze and pressure of the street. The determination he had long brooded over now began to take shape. Be hurried on to prompt decision on recovering his first shock. He formed and matured his plans that same evening. He saw Lady Montfort. He felt that the time had come when, for Sophie's sake, he must lift the veil from the obloquy on his own name, to guard against the same concession to Jasper's authority that had betrayed her at Gatesborough. It was necessary that he should explain the mystery of Sophie's parentage and position to Lady Montfort, and go through the anguish of denouncing his own son as the last person to whose hands she should be consigned. He approached this subject not only with a sense of profound humiliation, but with no unreasonable fear lest Lady Montfort might at once decline a charge which would possibly subject her retirement to a harassing invasion. But to his surprise as well as relief, no sooner had he named Sophie's parentage than Lady Montfort evinced emotions of a joy which cast into the shade all more painful or discreditable associations. "Henceforth, believe me," she said, "your Sophie shall be my own child, my own treasured darling, no humble companion, me equal as well as my charge. Fear not that anyone shall tear her from me. You are right in thinking that my roof should be her home, that she should have the rearing and the station which she is entitled as well as fitted to adorn. But you must not part from her. I have listened to your tale. My experience of you supplies the defense. You suppress it, reverses the judgment which has aspersed you, and more ardently than before I press on you a refuge in the home that will shelter your grandchild, noble-hearted woman, and nobler for her ignorance of the practical world, in the proposal which would have blistered with scorching blushes the cheek of that personification of all solemn plausibilities. The house of Vicomte Gentleman Waif was not scamp enough to profit by the ignorance which sprang from generous virtue, but repressing all argument, and appearing to acquiesce in the possibility of such an arrangement, he left her benevolent delight unsaddened, and before the morning he was gone in stealth, and by the starlight, as he had gone years ago from the bailiff's cottage, gone for Sophie in waking to find as she had found before farewell lines that commended hope and forbade grief. It was he wrote for both their sakes that he had set out on a tour of pleasant adventure. He needed it. He had felt his spirits droop of late in so humdrum and settled a life, and there was danger abroad that his brief absence would remove. He had confided all his secrets to Lady Montfort. She must look on that kind lady as her sole guardian till he return he surely would, and then they would live happy ever afterwards, as in fairy tales. He should never forgive her. If she was silly enough to fret for him, he should not be alone. Sir Isaac would take care of him. He was not without plenty of money savings of several months. If he wanted more, he would apply to George Morley. He would write to her occasionally, but she must not expect frequent letters. He might be away for months. What did that signify? He was old enough to take care of himself. She was no longer a child to cry her eyes out if she lost a senseless toy or a stupid old cripple. She was a young lady, and he expected to find her a famous scholar when he returned, and so with all flourish and bravado, and suppressing every attempt at pathos, the old man went his way, and Sophie, hurrying to Lady Montfort's, weeping, distracted, imploring her to send in all directions to discover and bring back the fugitive, was there detained a captive guest. But Waif left a letter also for Lady Montfort, cautioning and adjuring her, as she valued Sophie's safety from the scandal of Jasper's claim, not to make any imprudent attempts to discover him. Such attempt would only create the very publicity from the chance of which he was seeking to escape. The necessity of this caution was so obvious that Lady Montfort could only send her most confidential servant to inquire guardedly in the neighbourhood, until she had summoned George Morley from Humberston, and taken him into council. Waif had permitted her to relate to him, on strict promise of secrecy, the tale he had confided to her. George entered with the deepest sympathy into Sophie's distress, but he made her comprehend the indiscretion and peril of any noisy researches. He promised that he himself would spare no pains to ascertain the old man's hiding place, and see at least if he could not be persuaded either to return or suffer her to join him, that he was not left destitute and comfortless. Nor was this an idle promise. George, though his inquiries were unceasing, crippled by the restraint imposed on them, was so acute in divining and so active in following up each clue to the wanderer's artful doublings, that more than once he had actually come upon the track and found the very spot where waif for Sir Isaac had been seen a few days before, still up to the day on which Morley had last reported progress. The ingenious exactor, fertile in all resources of stratagem and disguise, had baffled his research at first. However, waif had greatly relieved the minds of these anxious friends, and cheered even Sophie's heavy heart by letters gay though brief. These letters, having by their postmarks led to his trace, he had stated in apparent anger that reason for discontinuing them, and for the last 6 weeks no line from him had been received. In fact, the old man, on resolving to consummate his self-abnegation, strove more and more to wean his grandchild's thoughts from his image. He deemed it so essential to her whole future that now she had found a home in so secure and so elevated a sphere, she should gradually accustom herself to a new rank of life, from which he was an everlasting exile, should lose all trace of his very being, efface a connection that, ceasing to protect, could henceforth only harm and dishonor her, that he tried, as it were, to blot himself out of the world which now smiled on her. He did not underrate her grief in its first freshness. He knew that could she learn where he was, all else would be forgotten, would insist on flying to him. But he continually murmured to himself, youth is ever proverbially short of memory, its sorrows poignant, but not enduring now. The wounds are already scarring over, they will not reopen if they are left to heal. He had at first thought of hiding somewhere not so far, but that once a week or once a month he might have stolen into the grounds, looked at the house that held her, left perhaps in her walks some little token of himself. But on reflection he felt that that luxury would be too imprudent, and it ceased to tempt him in proportion as he reasoned himself into the stern wisdom of avoiding all that could revive her grief for him. At the commencement of this tale, in the outline given of that grand melodrama in which Juliet Araminta played the part of the bandit's child, her efforts to decoy pursuit from the lair of the persecuted mime were likened to the arts of the skylark, to lure eye and hand from the nest of his young. More appropriate, that illustration, now to the parent bird, than then to the fledgling. Farther and farther from the nest, in which all his love was centered, fled the old man. What if Jasper did discover him now? That very discovery would mislead the pursuit from Sophie. Most improbable that Loosely would ever guess that they could become separated. Still more improbable, unless waif, imprudently lurking near her home, guided conjecture, that Loosely should dream of seeking under the roof of the lofty Pyrrhus the child that had fled from Mr. Rugg. Poor old man, his heart was breaking, but his soul was so brightly comforted that there were many long miles off I see him standing desolate and patient in the corner of yon crowded marketplace, holding Sir Isaac by slackened string, with listless hand. Sir Isaac, unshorn, travel-stained, draggled, with drooping head and melancholy ear, as I see him there jostled by the crowd, to whom now and then, pointing to that huge pannier on his arm, filled with some homely peddler wares, he mechanically mutters, "Buy ye." I say, verily, as I see him thus I cannot draw near in pity. I see what the crowd does not, shadow of an angel's wing over his grey head, and I stand reverentially aloof with bated breath and bended knee. Chapter Roman 4. A woman, too, often reasons from her hearthence 2/3 of her mistakes and her troubles. A man of genius, too, often reasons from his heart, whence also 2/3 of his troubles and mistakes. Wherefore between woman and genius there is a sympathetic affinity. Each has some intuitive comprehension of the secrets of the other, and the more feminine the woman, the more exquisite the genius, the more subtle the intelligence between the two. But note well that this tacit understanding becomes obscured if human love pass across its relations. Shakespeare interprets aright the most intricate riddles in woman. A woman was the first to interpret aright the art that is latent in Shakespeare. But did Anne Hathaway and Shakespeare understand each other? Unobserved by the two young people, Lady Montfort sate watching them as they moved along the river banks. She was seated where Lionel had first seen Heron, the kind of grassy chamber that had been won from the foliage, and the sward closed round with interlaced autumnal branches, save where it opened towards the water. If ever woman's brain can conceive and plot a scheme thoroughly pure from one ungentle selfish thread in its web, in such a scheme had Caroline Montfort brought together those two fair young natures, and yet they were not uppermost in her thoughts as she now gazed on them, nor was it wholly for them that her eyes were filled with tears, at once sweet yet profoundly mournful, holly, and yet intensely human. Women love to think themselves uncomprehended, nor often without reason in that foible, for man, howsoever sagacious, rarely does entirely comprehend woman, howsoever simple, and in this her sex has the advantage over ours. Our hearts are bare to their eyes, even though they can never know what have been our lives, but we may see every action of their lives guarded and circumscribed in conventional forms, while their hearts will have many mysteries to which we can never have the key. But in more than the ordinary sense of the word, Caroline Montfort never had been a woman uncomprehended, nor even in her own sex did she possess one confidant. Only the outward leaves of that beautiful flower, open to the sunlight, the leaves round the core were gathered fold upon fold closely, as when life itself was in the bud. As all the years of her wedded existence her heart had been denied the natural household vents, so by some strange and unaccountable chance, her intellect also seemed restrained, and pent from its proper freedom and play during those barren years. She had Ponderedge had enjoyed a commune with those whose minds instruct others, and still her own intelligence, which in early youth had been characterized by singular vivacity and brightness, and which time had enriched with every womanly accomplishment, seemed chilled and objectless. It is not enough that a mind should be cultured, it should have movement, as well as culture. Caroline Montfort's lay quiescent like a beautiful form, spellbound to repose, but not to sleep. Looking on her once, as he stood amongst a crowd whom her beauty dazzled, a poet said abruptly, "Were my guess not a sacrilege to one so spotless and so haughty, I should say that I had hit on the solution of an enigma that long perplexed me. And in the core of that Queen of the Lilies, could we strip the leaves folded round it, we should find remorse." Lady Montfort started. The shadow of another form than her own fell upon the sward. George Morley stood behind her, his finger on his lips. "Hush," he said, in a whisper. "See, Sophie is looking for me up the river. I knew she would be. I stole this way on purpose, for I would speak to you before I face her questions." "What is the matter? You alarm me," said Lady Montfort, on gaining a part of the grounds more remote from the river, to which George had silently led the way. "Nay, my dear cousin, there is less cause for alarm than for anxious deliberation, and that upon more matters than those which directly relate to our poor fugitive. You know that I long shrunk from enlisting the police in aid of our search. I was too sensible of the pain and offence which such an application would occasion. Wayfell, let us continue, so to call him, and the discovery of it might even induce him to put himself beyond our reach and quit England. But his prolonged silence, and my fears lest some illness or mishap might have befallen him, together with my serious apprehensions of the effect which unrelieved anxiety might produce on Sophie's health, made me resolve to waive former scruples. Since I last saw you, I have applied to one of the higher police officers, accustomed to confidential investigations of a similar nature. The next day, he came to tell me that he had learned that a friend of his, who had been formerly a distinguished agent in the detective police, had been engaged for months in tracking a person whom he conjectured to be the same as the one whom I had commissioned him to discover, and with somewhat less caution and delicacy than I had enjoined. The fugitive's real name had been given to this exigent cause for search, that he had abducted and was concealing his granddaughter from her father. It was easy for me to perceive why this novel search had hitherto failed, no suspicion being entertained that Waif had separated himself from Sophie, and the inquiry being therefore rather directed towards the grandchild than the grandfather. But that inquiry had altogether ceased of late, and for this terrible reason a different section of the police had fixed its eye upon the father on whose behalf the search had been instituted. This Jasper Loosely, our poor friend might well shudder to think Sophie should fall into his hands, haunts the resorts of the most lawless and formidable desperadoes of London. He appears to be a kind of authority amongst them, but there is no evidence that as yet he has committed himself to any participation in their habitual courses. He lives profusely for a person in such society, regaling daredevils, whom he awes by a strength and courage which are described as extraordinary, but without any visible means. It seems that the exagent who had been thus previously employed in Jasper Loosely's name had been engaged not by Jasper himself, but by a person in very respectable circumstances, whose name I have ascertained to be Poole, and the exagent deemed it right to acquaint this Mr. Poole with Jasper's evil character and ambiguous mode of life, and to intimate to his employer that it might not be prudent to hold any connection with such a man, and still less proper to assist in restoring a young girl to his care. On this Mr. Poole became so much agitated, and expressed himself so incoherently as to his relations with Jasper, that the exagent conceived suspicions against Poole himself, and reported the whole circumstances to one of the chiefs of the former service, through whom they reached the very man whom I myself was employing. But this exagent, who had after his last interview with Poole declined all further interference, had since then, through a correspondent in a country town, whom he had employed at the first, obtained a clue to my dear old friend's wanderings more recent, and I think more hopeful than any I had yet discovered. You will remember that when questioning Sophie as to any friends in her former life, to whom it was probable Waif might have addressed himself, she could think of no one so probable as a cobbler named Merrill, with whom he and she had once lodged, and of whom he had often spoken to her with much gratitude, as having put him in the way of recovering herself, and having shown him a peculiar trustful kindness on that occasion. But you will remember also that I could not find this Merrill. He had left the village near this very place in which he had spent the greater part of his life's humble trade, having been neglected, in consequence of some strange superstitious occupations, in which as he had grown older, he had become more and more absorbed. He had fallen into poverty, his effects had been sold off, he had gone away no one knew whither. Well, the ex-agent, who had also been directed to this Merrill by his employer, had through his correspondent ascertained that the cobbler was living at Norwich, where he passed under the name of the Wise Man, and where he was in perpetual danger of being sent to the House of Correction, as an impostor dealing in astrology, crystal seeing, and such silly or nefarious practices. Very odd indeed, and very melancholy too, quoth the scholar, lifting up his hands and eyes, that a man so gifted as our poor friend should ever have cultivated an acquaintance with a cobbler who deals in the black art. Sophie has talked to me much about that cobbler, said Lady Montfort with her sweet half-smile. It was under his roof that she first saw Lionel Houghton, but though the poor man may be an ignorant enthusiast, he is certainly by her account too kind and simple-hearted to be a designing impostor. George, possibly, but to go on with my story. A few weeks ago, an elderly lame man accompanied by a dog, who was evidently poor, dear sir, Isaac, lodged 2 days with Merrill at Norwich. On hearing this, I myself went yesterday to Norwich, saw and talked to Merrill, and through this man, I hope more easily, delicately, and expeditiously than by any other means, to achieve our object. He evidently can assist us, and as evidently Waif has not told him that he is flying from Sophie and friends, but from enemies and persecutors. For Merrill, who is impervious to bribes, and who at first was churlish and rude, became softened as my honest affection for the fugitive grew clear to him, and still more when I told him how wretched Sophie was at her grandfather's disappearance, and that she might fret herself into a decline. And we parted with this promise on his side, that if I would bring down to him either Sophie herself, which is out of the question, or a line from her, which, in referring to any circumstances while under his roof that could only be known to her and himself, should convince him that the letter was from her hand, assuring him that it was for Waif's benefit, and at her prayer that he should bestir himself in search for her grandfather, and that he might implicitly trust to me, he would do all he could to help us. So far then so good, but I have now more to say, and that is in reference to Sophie herself. While we are tracking her grandfather, the peril to her is not lessened. Never was that peril thoroughly brought before my eyes, until I had heard actually from the police agent the dreadful character and associations of the man who can claim her in a father's name. Waif, it is true, had told you that his son was profligate spendthrift, Lola sought her not from natural affection, but as an instrument to be used roughly and coarsely for the purpose of extorting money from Mr. Darrell. But this stops far short of the terrible reality. Imagine the effect on her nerves, so depressed as they now are, nay, on her very life, should this audacious miscreant force himself here and say, "Come with me, you are my child." And are we quite sure that out of some refining nobleness of conscience, she might not imagine it her duty to obey, and to follow him? The more abject and friendless his condition, the more she might deem it her duty to be by his side. I have studied her from her childhood. She is capable of any error in judgment if it be made to appear a martyr's devoted self-sacrifice. You may well shudder, my dear cousin, but grant that she was swayed by us, and by the argument that so to act would betray and kill her beloved grandfather. Still, in resisting this ruffian's paternal authority, what violent and painful scenes might ensue, what dreadful publicity to be attached for ever to her name. Nor is this all. Grant that her father does not discover her, but that he is led by his associates into some criminal offence, and suffers by the law her relationship, both to him from whom you would guard her, and to him whose hearth you have so tenderly reared her to grace. Suddenly dragged today, would not the shame kill her? And in that disclosure, how keen would be the anguish of death! "Oh heavens!" cried Caroline Montfort, white as ashes, and wringing her hands, "you freeze me with terror. But this man cannot be so fallen as you describe. I have seen him, spoken with him in his youth, helped then to assist in a task of conciliation. Pardon, nothing about him then foreboded so fearful a corruption. He might be vain, extravagant, selfish, false. Yes, he was false indeed, but still, the ruffian you paint banded with common criminals cannot be the same as the gay, dainty, perfumed, fair-faced adventurer with whom my ill-fated playmate fled her father's house. You shake your head. What is it you advise?" To expedite your own projecto, make at once the resolute attempt to secure to this poor child her best, her most rightful predictorto. Let whatever can be done to guard her from danger, or reclaim her father from courses to which despair may be driving him to. Let I say all this be done by the person whose interest in doing it effectively is so paramount, whose ability to judge of and decide on the wisest means is so immeasurably superior to all that lies within our own limited experience of life. But you forget that our friend told me that he had appealed to Mr. Darrell on his return to England, that Mr. Darrell had peremptorily refused to credit the claim, and had sternly said that even if Sophie's birth could be proved, he would not place under his father's roof the grandchild of William Loseley. True, and yet you hoped reasonably enough to succeed where he, poor outcast, had failed. Yes, I did hope that Sophie, her manners formed her education, completed all her natural, exquisite graces, so cultured and refined as to justify pride in the proudest kindred. I did so hope that she should be brought as it were by accident under his notice, that she would interest and charm him, and that the claim when made might thus be welcomed with delight. Mr. Darrell's abrupt return to a seclusion so rigid forbids the opportunity that ought easily have been found or made if he had remained in London, but suddenly, violently, to renew a claim that such a man has rejected before he has ever seen that dear child before his heart, and his taste plead for her who would dare to do it, or if so daring who could hope success. My dear Lady Montfort, my noble cousin, with repute as spotless as the ermine of your robe, who but I, any one Mr. Darrell, would not even read through a letter addressed to him by me. George stared with astonishment. Caroline's face was downcast, their attitude that of profound, humiliated dejection. Incredible, said he at length, I have always suspected, and so indeed has my uncle, that Darrell had some cause of complaint against your mother. Perhaps he might have supposed that she had not sufficiently watched over his daughter, or had not sufficiently inquired into the character of the governess whom she recommended to him, and that this had led to an estrangement between Darrell and your mother, which could not fail to extend somewhat to yourself. But such misunderstandings can surely now be easily removed. Talk of his not reading a letter addressed to him by you. Why do I not remember when I was on a visit to my schoolfellow, his son, what influence you, a mere child yourself, had over that grave, busy man, then in the height of his career, how you alone could run without awe into his study, how you alone had the privilege to arrange his books, sort his paper, so that we two boys looked on you with a solemn respect, as the depositary of all his state secretary. Vainly you tried to decoy that poor timid Matilda, his daughter, into a share of your own audacity. Is not all this true? Oh yes, old days gone forever. Do I not remember how you promised that before I went back to school I should hear Darrell read aloud, how you brought the volume of Milton to him in the evening, how he said, no, tomorrow night I must now go to the House of Commons show. I marvelled to hear you answer boldly, tomorrow night George will have left us, and I have promised that he shall hear you read, and how looking at you under those dark brows with serious softness, he said, right promises once given must be kept. But was it not rash to promise in another's name? And you answered half gently, half pettishly, as if you could fail me. He took the book without another word, and read what reading it was too. And do you not remember another time how? Lady Montfort, interrupting with nervous impatience, I need no reminding of all kindest, noblest, gentlest friend, to a giddy, heedless child unable to appreciate the blessing. But now, George, I dare not, I cannot write to Mr. Darrell. George mused a moment, and conjectured that Lady Montfort had in the inconsiderate, impulsive season of youth aided in the clandestine marriage of Darrell's daughter, and had become thus associated in his mind with the affliction that had embittered his existence. Were this so, certainly she would not be the fitting intercessor on behalf of Sophie. His thoughts then turned to his uncle Darrell's earliest friend, not suspecting that Colonel Morley was actually the person whom Darrell had already appointed his adviser and representative in all transactions that might concern the very parties under discussion. But just as he was about to suggest the expediency of writing to Alban to return to England, and taking him into confidence and consultation, Lady Montfort resumed in a calmer voice, and with a less troubled countenance. Who should be the pleader for one whose claim, if acknowledged, would affect his own fortunes, but Lionel Hot and Hold? Look, where yonder they come into sight there, by the gap in the evergreens. May we not hope that Providence, bringing those two beautiful lives together, gives a solution to the difficulties which thwart our action and embarrass our judgment? I conceived and planned a blissful romance the first moment I gathered Franz Sophie's artless confidences, the effect that had been produced on her whole train of thought, and feeling by the first meeting with Lionel in her childhood, by his brotherly chivalrous kindness, and above all by the chance words he let fall which discontented her with a life of shift and disguise and revealed to her the instincts of her own holiest truthful nature. An alliance between Lionel Houghton and Sophie seemed to me the happiest possible event that could befall Guy Darrell. The two branches of his family united a painful household secret, confined to the circle of his own kindred. Granting Sophie's claim never perfectly cleared up, but subject to a tormenting doubt, their future equally assured her possible rights, equally established Darrell's conscience and pride reconciled to each other, and how even but as wife to his young kinsman, he would learn to love one so exquisitely endearing. Lady Montfort paused a moment, and then resumed. When I heard that Mr. Darrell was about to marry again, my project was necessarily arrested. Certainly, said George, if he formed new ties, Sophie would be less an object in his existence whether or not he recognized her birth. The alliance between her and Lionel would lose many of its advantages, and any address to him on Sophie's behalf would become yet more ungraciously received. Lady Montfort, in that case, I had resolved to adopt Sophie as my own child, lay by from my abundant income and ample dowry for her, and whether Mr. Darrell ever know it or not, at least I should have the secret joy to think that I was saving him from the risk of remorse hereafter, should she be, as we believe, his daughter's child, and have been thrown upon the world destitute. The secret joy of feeling that I was sheltering, fostering as a mother one whose rightful home might be with him who in my childhood sheltered, fostered me. George, much affected, how in proportion as we know you, the beauty which you veil from the world outshines that which you cannot prevent the world from seeing, but you must not let this grateful enthusiasm blind your better judgment. You think these young persons are beginning to be really attached to each other, then it is the more necessary that no time should be lost in learning how Mr. Darrell would regard such a marriage. I do not feel so assured of his consent as you appear to do. At all events, this should be ascertained before their happiness is seriously involved. I agree with you that Lionel is the best intermediator to plead for Sophie, and his very generosity in urging her prior claim to fortune that might otherwise pass to him is likely to have weight with a man so generous himself as Guy Darrell is held to be. But does Lionel yet know all? Have you yet ventured to confide to him, or even to Sophie herself, the nature of her claim on the man who so proudly denies it? No, I deemed it due to Sophie's pride of sex to imply to her that she would in fortune, and in social position, be entitled to equality with those whom she might meet here, and that is true if only as the child whom I adopt and enrich. I have not said more, and only since Lionel has appeared has she ever seemed interested in anything that relates to her parentage. From the recollection of her father, she naturally shrinks, never mentions his name, but 2 days ago she did ask timidly, and with great change of countenance, if it was through her mother that she was entitled to a rank higher than she had hitherto known. And when I answered yes, she sighed and said, "But my dear grandfather never spoke to me of her, he never even saw my mother." George, and you, I suspect, do not much like to talk of that mother. I have gathered from you unawares to yourself that she was not a person you could highly praise, and to me as a boy she seemed with all her timidity wayward and deceitful. Lady Montfort, alas, how bitterly she must have suffered, and how young she was. But you are right, I cannot speak to Sophie of her mother, the subject is connected with so much sorrow. But I told her that she should know all soon, and she said with a sweet and melancholy patience, "When my poor grandfather will be by to hear, I can wait." George, but is Lionel, with his quick intellect and busy imagination, equally patient? Does he not guess at the truth you have told him, that you do meditate a project which affects Guy Darrell, and required his promise not to divulge to Darrell his visits in this house? Lady Montfort, he knows that Sophie's paternal grandfather was William Loseley, from your uncle. He heard William Loseley's story, and George, my uncle Alban. Lady Montfort, yes, the colonel was well acquainted with the elder Loseley in former days, and spoke of him to Lionel with great affection. It seems that Lionel's father knew him also, and thoughtlessly involved him in his own pecuniary difficulties. Lionel was not long a visitor here before he asked me abruptly if Mr. Waif's real name was not Loseley. I was obliged to own it, begging him not at present to question me further. He said then, with much emotion, that he had an hereditary debt to discharge to William Loseley, and that he was the last person who ought to relinquish belief in the old man's innocence of the crime for which the law had condemned him, or to judge him harshly if the innocence were not substantiated. You remember with what eagerness he joined in your search, until you positively forbade his interposition, fearing that should our poor friend hear of inquiries instituted by one whom he could not recognize as a friend, and might possibly consider an emissary of his son's, he would take yet greater pains to conceal himself. But from the moment that Lionel learned that Sophie's grandfather was William Loseley, his manner to Sophie became yet more tenderly respectful. He has a glorious nature, that young man. But did your uncle never speak to you of William Loseley? No, I am not surprised at that. My uncle Alban avoids painful subjects. I am only surprised that he should have revived a painful subject in talk to Lionel. But I now understand why when Waif first heard my name he seemed affected, and why he so specially enjoined me never to mention or describe him to my friends and relations. Then Lionel knows Loseley's story, but not his son's connection with Darrell. Certainly not, he knows, but what is generally said in the world, that Darrell's daughter eloped with a Mr. Hammond, a man of inferior birth, and died abroad leaving but one child who is also dead. Still Lionel does suspect me. Very injunctions of secrecy must make him more than suspect that the Loseleys are somehow or other mixed up with Darrell's family history. Hush, I hear his voice yonder the approach. My dear cousin, let it be settled between us then, that you frankly and without delay communicate to Lionel the whole truth, so far as it is known to us, and put it to him how best and most touchingly to move Mr. Darrell towards her, of whom we hold him to be the natural protector. I will write to my uncle to return to England, that he may assist us in the same good work. Meanwhile, I shall have only good tidings to communicate to Sophie, and my new hopes to discover her grandfather through Merle. Here, as the sun was setting, Lionel and Sophie came in sight above their heads, the western clouds bathed in gold and purple. Sophie, perceiving George, bounded forwards and reached his side breathless. Chapter Roman 5. Lionel Horton, having lost his heart, it is no longer a question what he will do with it, but what will be done with it is a very grave question indeed. Lionel forestalled Lady Montfort in the delicate and embarrassing subject which her cousin had urged her to open for, while George, leading away Sophie, informed her of his journey to Norwich, and his interview with Merle. Lionel drew Lady Montfort into the house, and with much agitation and in abrupt hurried accents implored her to withdraw the promise which forbade him to inform his benefactor how, and where his time had been spent of late. He burst forth with a declaration of that love with which Sophie had inspired him, and which Lady Montfort could not be but prepared to hear. Nothing, said he, but a respect for her more than filial anxiety at this moment could have kept my heart thus long silent, but that heart is so deeply pledged, so utterly hers, that it has grown an ingratitude, a disrespect, oh my generous kinsman, to conceal from him any longer the feelings which must colour my whole future existence. Nor can I say to her, can you return my affection? Will you listen to my vows? Will you accept them at the altar until I have won, as I am sure to win, the approving consent of my more than father? You feel sure to win that consent, in spite of the stain on her grandfather's name. When Darrell learns that, but for my poor father's fault, that name might be spotless. Noise. I am not Mr. Darrell's son, the transmitter of his line. I believe yet that he will form new ties by my mother's side. I have no ancestors to boast of, and you have owned to me that Sophie's mother was of gentle birth. Alban Morley told me, when I last saw him, that Darrell wishes me to marry, and leaves me free to choose my bride. Yes, I have no doubt of Mr. Darrell's consent. My dear mother will welcome to her heart the prize so coveted by mine, and Charles Horton's son will have a place at his hearth. For the old age of William Loseley, withdraw your interdict at once, dearest Lady Montfort, and confide to me all that you have hitherto left unexplained, but have promised to reveal when the time came. The time has come. It has come, said Lady Montfort solemnly, and heaven grant that it may bear the blessed results which were in my thoughts when I took Sophie as my own adopted daughter, and hailed in yourself the reconciler of conflicting circumstance. Not under this roof should you woo William Loseley's grandchild. Doubly are you bound to ask Guy Darrell's consent, and blessing at his hearth woo your Sophie at his hands. Ask a bride in his daughter's child. And to her wondering listener, Caroline Montfort told her grounds for the belief that connected the last of the Darrells with the convict's grandchild. Chapter Roman 6. Credulous crystal seers, young lovers, and grave wise men. The same category. George Morley set out the next day for Norwich, in which antique city, ever since the Dane peopled it, some wizard, or witch, starrider, or crystal seer, has enjoyed a mysterious renown, perpetuating thus through all change in our land's social progress the long line of Vala and Saga, who came with the Raven and Valka from Scandinavian pine shores. Merle's reserve vanished on the perusal of Sophie's letter to him. He informed George that Waif declared he had plenty of money, and had even forced a loan upon Merle, but that he liked an active wandering life, it kept him from thinking, and that a peddler's pack would give him a license for vagrancy, and a budget to defray its expenses, that Merrill had been consulted by him in the choice of light popular wares. And as to the route he might find the most free from competing rivals, Merrill willingly agreed to accompany George in quest of the wanderer whom, by the help of his crystal, he seemed calmly sure he could track and discover. Accordingly, they both set out in the somewhat devious and desultory road, which Merrill, who had some old acquaintances amongst the ancient profession of hawkers, had advised Waif to take, but Merrill, unhappily confiding more in his crystal than Waif's steady adherence to the chart prescribed, led the Oxford scholar the life of a will-o'-the-wisp zigzag, and shooting to and fro here and there, till just when George had lost all patience, Merrill chanced to see not in the crystal a pelerine on the neck of a farmer's daughter, which he was morally certain he had himself selected for Waif's pannier, and the girl stating in reply to his inquiry that her father had bought that pelerine as a present for her not many days before of a peddler in a neighbouring town, to the market of which the farmer resorted weekly. Merrill cast an horary scheme, and finding the third house of short journeys in favourable aspect to the seventh house containing the object desired, and in conjunction with the 11th house friends, he gravely informed the scholar that their toils were at an end, and that the hour and the man were at hand. Not over-sanguine, George consigned himself and the seer to an early train, and reached the famous town of Oselford, whither, when the chronological order of our narrative, which we have so far somewhat forestalled, will permit, we shall conduct the inquisitive reader. Meanwhile Lionel, subscribing without a murmur to Lady Montfort's injunction to see Sophie no more, till Darrell had been conferred with, and his consent won, returned to his lodgings in London sanguine of success, and flushed with joy. His intention was to set out at once to Fawley, but on reaching town, he found there a few lines from himself in reply to a long and affectionate letter, which Lionel had written a few days before, asking permission to visit the old manor house, for amidst all his absorbing love for Sophie, the image of his lonely benefactor in that gloomy hermitage often rose before him. In these lines, Darrell not unkindly, but very peremptorily declined Lionel's overtures. "In truth, my dear young kinsman," wrote the recluse, "in truth I am with slowness, and with frequent relapses labouring through convalescence from a moral fever. My nerves are yet unstrung. I am as one to whom is prescribed the most complete repose of visits, even of friends the dearest, forbidden as a perilous excitement the sight of off any one from the great world, but especially of one whose rich vitality of youth and hope affronts, and marks my own fatigued exhaustion, would but irritate, unsettle, torture me. When I am quite well I will ask you to come. I shall enjoy your visit. Till then, on no account, and on no pretext, let my morbid ear catch the sound of your footfall on my quiet floor. Write to me often, but tell me nothing of the news and gossip of the world. Tell me only of yourself, your studies, your thoughts, your sentiments, your wishes, nor forget my injunctions. Merry young Mary, for love, let no ambition of power, no greed of gold, ever mislead you into giving to your life a companion who is not the half of your soul. Choose with the heart of a man. I know that you will choose with the self-esteem of a gentleman, and be assured beforehand of the sympathy and sanction of your churlish but loving kinsman." After this letter Lionel felt that at all events he could not at once proceed to the old manor house, in defiance of its owner's prohibition. He wrote briefly entreating Darrell to forgive him if he persisted in the prayer to be received at Fawley, stating that his desire for a personal interview was now suddenly become special, and urgent, that it not only concerned himself, but affected his benefactor by return of post. Darrell replied with curt frigidity, repeating with even sternness his refusal to receive Lionel, but professing himself ready to attend to all that his kinsman might address to him by letter. "If it be as you state," wrote Darrell with his habitual irony, "a matter that relates to myself, I claim as a lawyer for my own affairs the precaution I once enjoined to my clients. A written brief should always precede a personal consultation." In fact, the proud man suspected that Lionel had been directly or indirectly addressed on behalf of Jasper Loosely, and certainly that was the last subject on which he would have granted an interview to his young kinsman. Lionel, however, was not perhaps sorry to be thus compelled to trust to writing his own and Sophie's cause. Darrell was one of those men whose presence inspires a certain awe, of those men whom we feel upon great occasions less embarrassed to address by letter than in person. Lionel's pen moved rapidly, his heart and soul suffused with feeling and rushing over the page. He reminded Darrell of the day when he had told to the rich man the tale of the lovely wandering child, and how out of his sympathy for that child Darrell's approving fostering tenderness to himself had grown thus indirectly to her forlorn condition. Had he owed the rise in his own fortunes, he went through the story of William Loosely, as he had gathered it from Alban Morley, and touched pathetically on his own father's share in that dark history, if William Loseley really was hurried into crime by the tempting necessity for a comparatively trifling sum, but for Charles Horton would the necessity have arisen eloquently. Then the lover-united grandfather and grandchild in one touching picturesque their love for each other, their dependence on each other. He enlarged on Sophie's charming, unselfish, simple, noble character. He told how he had again found her. He dwelt on the refining accomplishments she owed to Lady Montfort's care. How came she with Lady Montfort? Why had Lady Montfort cherished, adopted her? Because Lady Montfort told him how much her own childhood had owed to Darrell. Because should Sophie be as alleged the offspring of his daughter, the heiress of his line Caroline Montfort, rejoiced to guard her from danger, save her from poverty, and ultimately thus to fit her to be not only acknowledged with delight, but with pride. Why had he been enjoined not to divulge to Darrell that he had again found, and under Lady Montfort's roof, the child whom, while yet unconscious of her claims, Darrell himself had vainly sought to find and benevolently designed to succor, because Lady Montfort wished to fulfill her task, complete Sophie's education, interrupted by grief for her missing grandfather, and obtain, indeed, when William Loseley again returned, some proofs, if such existed, to corroborate the assertion of Sophie's parentage, and added, Lionel, Lady Montfort seems to fear that she has given you some cause of displeasure, whereat I know not, but which might have induced you to disapprove of the acquaintance I had begun with her. Be that as it may, would you could hear the reverence with which she ever alludes to your worth, gratitude with which she attests her mother's, and her own early obligations to your intellect and heart. Finally Lionel wove all his threads of recital into the confession of the deep love into which his romantic memories of Sophie's wandering childhood had been ripened by the sight of her graceful, cultured youth. Grant, he said, that her father's tale be falsehood. No doubt you have sufficient reasons to discredit it. Still, if you cannot love her as your daughter's child, receive no her, I implore let her love and revere yours. My wife, leave me to protect her from a lawless father, leave me to redeem by some deeds of loyalty and honor any stain that her grandsire's sentence may seem to fix upon our union. Oh, if ambitious before, how ambitious I should be now to efface for her sake, as for mine her grandsire's shame, my father's errors. But if on the other hand she should on the requisite inquiries be proved to descend from your ancestry or father's blood, in her pure veins, I know, alas, then, that I should have no right to aspire to such nuptials. Who would even think of her descent from a William Loseley, who would not be too proud to remember only her descent from you, all spots would vanish in the splendor of your renown, the highest in the land would court her alliance, and I am but the pensioner of your bounty, and only on my father's side of gentle origin, but still, I think you would not reject me. You would place the future to my credit, and I would wait patiently, till I had won such a soldier's name as would entitle me to mate with a daughter of the Darrells. Sheet upon sheet, the young eloquence flowed on-seeking, with an art of which the writer was unconscious, all the arguments and points of view which might be the most captivating to the superb pride, or to the exquisite tenderness, which seemed to Lionel the ruling elements of Darrell's character. He had not to wait long for a reply at the first glance of the address on its cover. His mind misgave him the hopes that bad hitherto elated his spirit yielded to abrupt forebodings. Darrell's handwriting was habitually in harmony with the intonations of his voice, singularly clear, formed with a peculiar and original elegance, yet with the undulating ease of a natural, candid, impulsive character, and that decorous care in such mere trifles as the very sealing of a letter, which, neglected by musing poets and abstracted authors, is observable in men of high public station, was in Guy Darrell significant of the patrician dignity that imparted a certain stateliness to his most ordinary actions. But in the letter which lay in Lionel's hand, the writer was scarcely recognizable. Direction blurred, the characters dashed off from a pen, fierce, yet tremulous, the seal, a great blotch of wax, the device of the heron, with its soaring motto indistinct and mangled, as if the stamping instrument had been plucked wrathfully away before the wax had cooled. And when Lionel opened the letter, the handwriting within was yet more indicative of mental disorder. The very ink looked menacing and anger-blacker, as the pen had been forcibly driven into the page. Unhappy boy, began the ominous epistle, is it through you that the false and detested woman who has withered up the noonday of my life seeks to dishonor its blighted close? Talk not to me of Lady Montfort's gratitude and reverence, talk not to me of her amiable, tender, holy aim to obtrude upon my childless house the granddaughter of a convicted felon. Show her these lines, and ask her by what knowledge of my nature she can assume that ignominy to my name would be a blessing to my hearth. Ask her, indeed, how she can dare to force herself still upon my thoughts, dare to imagine she can lay me under obligations, dare to think she can be something still in my forlorn existence. Lionel Houghton, I command you in the name of all the dead whom we can claim as ancestors in common to tear from your heart as you would tear a thought of disgrace this image which has bewitched your reason. My daughter, thank heaven, left no pledge of an execrable union, but a girl who has been brought up by a Thiefa girl, whom a wretch so lost to honour as Jasper loosely sought to make an instrument of fraud to my harassment and disgrace be her virtues and beauty, what they may I could not without intolerable anguish contemplate as the wife of Lionel Houghton, but receive her as your wife. Admit her within these walls, never, never I scorn to threaten you with loss of favour, loss of fortune. Marry her, if you will, you shall have an ample income secure to you, but from that moment, our lives are separate, our relation ceases, you will never again see nor address me. But oh Lionel, can you inflict upon me this crowning sorrow, can you, for the sake of a girl of whom you have seen but little, or in the quixotism of atonement for your father's fault, complete the ingratitude I have experienced from those who owed me most? I cannot think it. I rejoice that you did not urge this suit in person. I should not have been able to control my passion, we might have parted foes. As it is, I restrain myself, with difficulty, that woman, that child associated thus to tear from me the last affection left to my ruined heart. No, you will not be so cruel. Send this, I command you, to Lady Montfort. See again, neither her, nor the impostor she has been cherishing for my disgrace. This letter will be your excuse to break off with both Guy Darrell. Lionel was stunned. Not for several hours could he recover self-possession enough to analyze his own emotions, or discern the sole course that lay before him after such a letter from such a benefactor. No option was left to him. Sophie must be resigned, but the sacrifice crushed him to the earth, crushed the very manhood out of him. He threw himself on the floor sobbing, as if body and soul were torn each from each in convulsive spasms. But send this letter to Lady Montfort, a letter so wholly at variance with Darrell's dignity of character, a letter in which rage seemed lashed to unreasoning frenzy, such bitter language of hate and scorn, and even insult to a woman, and to the very woman who had seemed to Lionel so reverently to cherish the writer's name, so tenderly to scheme for the writer's happiness. Could he obey a command that seemed to lower Darrell even more than it could humble her to whom it was sent? Yet disobey what but the letter itself could explain? Ahand, was there not some strange misunderstanding with respect to Lady Montfort, which the letter itself, and nothing but the letter, would enable her to dispel? And if dispelled, might not Darrell's whole mind undergo a change? A flash of joy suddenly broke on his agitated, tempestuous thoughts. He forced himself again to read those blotted, impetuous lines. Evidently, while writing to Lionel, the subject, Sophie man's wrathful heart, had been addressing itself to neither. A suspicion seized him. With that suspicion, hope he would send the letter, and with but few words from himself, words that revealed his immense despair at the thought of relinquishing, Sophie intimated his belief that Darrell here was from some error of judgment, which Lionel could not comprehend, avenging himself on Lady Montfort, and closed with his prayer to her, if so, to forgive. Lines coloured by hasty passion, and for the sake of all not to disdain that self-indication which might perhaps yet soften a nature possessed of such depths of sweetness as that which appeared now so cruel and so bitter. He would not yet despond, not yet commission her to give his last farewell to Sophie. Chapter Romans 7. The Mainator continues to take his quiet stake out of Darleypool, and is in turn subjected to the anatomical knife of the dissecting author. 2 traps are laid for him by his fellow Mainators. One by that deadly persecutrix, the woman who tries to save him in spite of all he can do to be hanged. Meanwhile, the unhappy Adolphus Poole had been the reluctant but unfailing source from which Jasper Loosely had weakly drawn the supplies to his worthless and workless existence. Never was a man more constrainedly benevolent, and less recompensed for pecuniary sacrifice, by applauding conscience, than the doomed inhabitant of Alhambra Villa. In the utter failure of his attempts to discover Sophie, or to induce Jasper to accept Colonel Morley's proposals, he saw this parasitical monster fixed upon his entrails like the vulture on those of the classic sufferer in mythological tales. Jasper, indeed, had accommodated himself to this regular and unlaborious mode of gaining sa pauvre vie, to call once a week upon his old acquaintance, frighten him with a few threats, or force a death-like smile from agonizing lips, by a few villainous jokes carry off his 4 sovereigns, and enjoy himself thereon, till payday duly returned, was a condition of things that Jasper did not greatly care to improve, and truly had he said to Poole that his earlier energy had left him as a sensualist of Jasper's stamp grows older, and falls lower, indolence gradually usurps the place once occupied by vanity or ambition. Jasper was bitterly aware that his old comeliness was gone, that never more could he ensnare a maiden's heart or a widow's gold. And when this truth was fully brought home to him, it made a strange revolution in all his habits. He cared no longer for dress and sought rather to hide himself than to parade in the neglect of the person he had once so idolized in the coarse roughness, which now characterized his exterior. There was that sullen despair which the vain only know when what had made them dainty and jocund is gone for ever. The human mind in deteriorating fits itself to the sphere into which it declines. Jasper would not now if he could have driven a cabriolet down St. James Street. He had taken more and more to the vice of drinking, as the excitement of gambling was withdrawn from him, for how gamble with those who had nothing to lose, and to whom he himself would have been pigeon not hawk? And as he found that, on what he thus drew regularly from Darley Pool, he could command all the comforts that his imbruted tastes now desired, so an odd kind of prudence for the first time in his life came with what he chose to consider a settled income. He mixed with ruffians in their nightly orgies, treated them to cheap potations, swaggered, bullied, boasted, but shared in no project of theirs which might bring into jeopardy the life which Darley Pool rendered so comfortable, and secure. His energies, once so restless, were lulled partly by habitual intoxication, partly by the physical pains which had nestled themselves into his robust fibres, efforts of an immense and still tenacious vitality to throw off diseases repugnant to its native magnificence of health. The finest constitutions are those which, when once seriously impaired, occasion the direst pain, but they also enable the sufferer to bear pain that would soon wear away the delicate, and Jasper bore his pains stoutly, though at times they so exasperated his temper that woe then to any of his comrades whose want of caution or respect gave him the occasion to seek relief in wrath. His hand was as heavy, his arm as stalwart as ever. George Morley had been rightly informed, even by burglars and cutthroats whose dangers he shunned. While fearlessly he joined their circle, Jasper loosely was regarded with terror to be the awe of reckless men, as he had been the admiration of foolish women. This was delight to his vanity, the last delight that was left to it, but he thus provoked a danger to which his arrogance was blind. His boon companions began to grow tired of him. He had been welcomed to their resort on the strength of the catchword or passport which confederates at Paris had communicated to him, and of the reputation for great daring and small scruple which he took from Cutts, who was of high caste amongst their mysterious tribes, and who every now and then flitted over the continent safe and accursed as the wandering Jew. But when they found that this Achilles of the Greeks would only talk big and employ his wits on his private exchequer and his thews against themselves, they began not only to tire of his imperious manner, but to doubt his fidelity to the cause. And all of a sudden Cutts, who had at first extolled Jasper as one likely to be a valuable acquisition to the family of Knight, altered his tone, and insinuated that the bravo was not to be trusted, that his reckless temper and incautious talk, when drunk, would unfit him for a safe accomplice in any skilful project of plunder, and that he was so unscrupulous, and had so little sympathy with their class, that he might be quite capable of playing spy or turning king's evidence, that in short it would be well to rid themselves of his domineering presence. Still, there was that physical power in this lazy Hercules. Still, if the Darnot, he was so fiercely the dreadnought that they did not dare, despite the advantage of numbers, openly to brave and defy him. No one would bell the cat, and such a cat. They began to lay plots to get rid of him. Through the law nothing could be easier to such knowing adepts in guilt than to transfer to his charge any deed of violence. One of their own gang had committed heap damning circumstances round him, privily apprised justice, falsely swear away his life. In short, the man was in their way as a wasp that has blundered into an ant's nest, and while frightened at the size of the intruder, these honest ants were resolved to get him out of their citadel alive or dead. Probable it was that Jasper Loosely would meet with his deserts at last, for an offence of which he was as innocent as a babe unborn. It is at this juncture that we are readmitted to the presence of Arabella Crane. She was standing by a window on the upper floor of a house situated in a narrow street. The blind was let down, but she had drawn it a little aside, and was looking out. By the fireside was seated a thin, vague, gnome-like figure, perched comfortless on the edge of a rush-bottomed chair, with its shadowy knees drawn up till they nearly touched its shadowy chin. There was something about the outline of this figure so indefinite and unsubstantial that you might have taken it for an optical illusion, a spectral apparition on the point of vanishing. This thing was, however, possessed of voice, and was speaking in a low but distinct hissing whisper. As the whisper ended, Arabella Crane, without turning her face, spoke also under her breath. "You are sure that so long as Loosely draws this weekly stipend from the man whom he has in his power, He will persist in the same course of life. Can you not warn him of the danger? Peach against pals, I dare not know trusting him. He would come down mad with brandy, make an infernal row, seize 2 or 3, by the throat dash their heads against each other, blab bully, and a knife would be out, and a weasand or 2 cut, and a carcase or so dropped into the Thames mine, certainly his perhaps. You say you can keep back this plot against him for 2 or 3 days. For 2 days I should be glad to save General Jas. He has the bones of a fine fellow, and if he had not destroyed himself by brandy, he might have been at the top of the tree in the profession, but he is fit for nothing now. Ah, and you say the brandy is killing him. No, he will not be killed by brandy, if he continues to drink it among the same jolly set. And if he were left without the money to spend amongst these terrible companions, he would no longer resort to their meetings. You are right there, the same vanity that makes him pleased to be the great man in that society would make him shrink from coming amongst them as a beggar. And if he had not the wherewithal to pay the weekly subscription, there would be an excuse to shut the door in his face. All these fellows wish to do is to get rid of him, and if by fair means there would be no necessity to resort to foul, the only danger would be that from which you have so often saved him in despair. Would he not commit some violent rash action, a street robbery, or something of the kind? He has courage for any violence, but no longer the cool head to plan a scheme which would not be detected. You see, I can prevent my pals joining in such risks as he may propose, or letting him if he were to ask it into an adventure of their own, for they know that I am a safe adviser, they respect me. The law has never been able to lay hold of me, and when I say to them that fellow drinks, blabs and boasts, and would bring us all into trouble, they will have nothing to do with him. But I cannot prevent his doing what he pleases out of his own muddled head, and with his own reckless hand. But you will keep in his confidence, and let me know till that he proposes. Yes. And meanwhile he must come to me, and this time I have more hope than ever, since his health gives way, and he is weary of crime itself. Mr. Cutts, come near softly, look, nay, he cannot see you from below, and you are screened by the blind. Look, I say, where he sits. She pointed to a room on the ground floor in the opposite house, where might be dimly seen a dull red fire in a sordid grate, and a man's form, the head pillowed upon arms, that rested on a small table, on the table a glass, a bottle. It is thus that his mornings pass, said Arabella Crane, with a wild bitter pity in the tone of her voice. Look, I say, is he formidable now? Can you fear him? Very much indeed, muttered Cutts. He is only stupefied, and he can shake off a doze as quickly as a bulldog does when a rat is let into his kennel. Mr. Cutts, you tell me that he constantly carries about him the same old pocket-book, which he says contains his fortune, in other words, the papers that frighten his victim into giving him the money which is now the cause of his danger. There is surely no pocket you cannot pick, or get picked. Mr. Cutts, £50 for that book in 3 hours. £50 are not enough. The man he sponges on would give more to have those papers in his power. Possibly, but Loosely has not been dolt enough to trust you sufficiently to enable you to know how to commence negotiations. Even if the man's name and address be amongst those papers, you could not make use of the knowledge without bringing Jasper himself upon you. And even if Jasper were out of the way, you would not have the same hold over his victim. You know not the circumstances. You could make no story out of some incoherent rambling letters. And the man, who I can tell you is by nature a bully and strong compared with any other man, but Jasper would seize you by the collar, and you would be lucky if you got out of his house with no other loss than the letters, and no other gain, but a broken bone. Pooh, you know all that, or you would have stolen the book and made use of it before. £50 for that book in 3 hours. And if Jasper Loosely be safe and alive 6 months hence, £50 more. Mr. Cutts, see, he stirs not, must be fast asleep. Now is the moment. What, in his own room? Said Cutts with contempt. Why, he would know who did it. And where should I be tomorrow? Nor in the streets. Anyone has a right to pick a pocket in the Queen's highways. In 3 hours you shall have the book. Chapter Roman 8. Mercury is the patron deity of mercantile speculators, as well as of crack-brained poets. Indeed, he is much more favourable, more a friend at a pinch, to the former class of his protégés than he is to the latter. Pulum per hostes mercurius celer, denso paventum sustulit air. Poole was sitting with his wife after dinner. He had made a good speculation that day little Johnny would be all the better for it a few years hence, and some other man's little Johnnies, all the worse, but each for himself in this world. Poole was therefore basking in the light of his gentle helpmate's approving smile. He had taken all extra glass of a venerable portwine which had passed to his cellar from the bins of Uncle Sam Commercial Prosperity, without conjugal felicity within the walls of Alhambra. Villa surely Adolphus Poole is an enviable man. Does he look so the ghost of what he was? But a few months ago his cheeks have fallen and his clothes hang on him like bags. There is a worried, haggard look in his eyes, a nervous twitch in his lips. And every now and then he looks at the handsome Parisian clock on the chimney-piece, and then shifts his posture, snubs his connubial angel, who asks what ails him, refills his glass, and stares on the fire, seeing strange shapes in the mobile aspects of the coals. Tomorrow brings back this weekly spectre. Tomorrow Jasper, loosely punctual, to the stroke of 11 returns, to remind him of that past, which if revealed will blast the future. And revealed it might be any hour, despite the bribe for silence which he must pay with his own hands under his own roof. Would he trust another with the secret of that paymentora? Would he visit Loosely at his own lodging, and pay him their murder? Would he appoint him somewhere in the streets run? The chance of being seen with such a friend, respectability, confabulating with awful disgrace, and Jasper had on the last 2 or 3 visits been peculiarly disagreeable. He had talked loud. Poole feared that his wife might have her ear at the keyhole. Jasper had seen the parlour-maid in the passage as he went out, and caught her round the waist. The parlour-maid had complained to Mrs. Poole, and said she would leave if so insulted by such an ugly blackguard. Alas, what the poor lady-killer has come to. Mrs. Poole had grown more and more inquisitive and troublesome on the subject of such extraordinary visits, and now as husband stirred the fire, having roused her secret ire by his previous unmanly snubbings, and Mrs. Poole being one of those incomparable wives who have a perfect command of temper, who never reply to angry words at the moment, and who always with exquisite calm and self-possession pay off every angry word by an amiable sting at a right moment. Mrs. Poole, I say, thus softly said, "Sammy Duck, we know what makes oo so cross, but it shan't vex oo long. Sammy, that dreadful man comes tomorrow. He always comes the same day of the week." "Hold your tongue, Mrs. Poole." "Yes, Sammy dear, I'll hold my tongue, but Sammy shan't be imposed upon by mendicants, for I know he is a mendicant of those sharpers or blacklegs, who took oo in poor innocent Sam in oo wild bachelor days, and oo good heart can't bear to see him in distress, but there must be an end to all things." Mrs. Poole, will you stop your fool's jaw or not?" "My poor dear hubby," said the angel, squeezing out a mild tear, "oo will be in good hands to advise oo, for I've been and told Pa." "You have faltered, Poole, told your father you have," and the expression of his face became so ghastly that Mrs. Poole grew seriously terrified. She had long felt that there was something very suspicious in her husband's submission to the insolence of so rude a visitor, but she knew that he was not brave. The man might intimidate him by threats of personal violence. The man might probably be some poor relation or someone whom Poole had ruined either in bygone discreditable sporting days or in recent respectable mercantile speculations. But at that ghastly look a glimpse of the real truth broke upon her, and she stood speechless and appalled. At this moment there was a loud ring at the street door bell. Poole gathered himself up and staggered out of the room into the passage. His wife remained without motion. For the first time she conceived a fear of her husband. Presently she heard a harsh female voice in the hall, and then a joyous exclamation from Poole himself. Recovered by these unexpected sounds, she went mechanically forth into the passage, just in time to see the hems of a dark grey dress disappearing within Poole's study, while Poole, who had opened the study door and was bowing in the iron grey dress, obsequiously turned his eye towards his wife, and striding towards her for a moment whispered, "Go upstairs, and stir not," in a tone so unlike his usual gruff accents of command that it cowed her out of the profound contempt with which she habitually received, while smilingly obeying his marital authority. Poole, vanishing into his study, carefully closed his door, and would have caught his lady visitor by both her hands, but she waved him back, and declining a seat remained sternly erect. "Mr. Poole, I have but a few words to say. The letters which gave Jasper Loosely the power to extort money from you are no longer in his possession. They are in mine. You need fear him no more. You will fee him no more." "Oh," cried Poole, falling on his knees, "the blessing of a father of a family, a babe, not 6 weeks born, on your blessed head. Get up and don't talk nonsense. I do not give you these papers at present, nor burn them. Instead of being in the power of a muddled, irresolute drunkard, you are in the power of a vigilant, clear-brained woman. You are in my power, and you will act as I tell you." "You can ask nothing wrong, I am sure," said Poole, his grateful enthusiasm much abated. "Command me, but the papers can be of no use to you. I will pay for them handsomely." "Be silent and listen. I retain these papers first, because Jasper Loosely must not know that they ever passed to my hands. Secondly, because you must inflict no injury on Loosely himself, betray me to him, or try to render himself up to the law. and the documents will be used against you ruthlessly. Obey, and you have nothing to fear and nothing to pay. When Jasper loosely calls on you tomorrow, ask him to show you the letters. He cannot, he will make excuses, decline peremptorily, but not insultingly. His temper is fierce. To pay him farther, he will perhaps charge you with having hired someone to purloin his pocketbook. Let him think it. Stop. Your window here opens on the ground, a garden. Without, I'll have 3 of the police in that garden, in sight of the window. Point to them. If he threaten you, summon them to your aid, or pass out to them if he actually attempt violence. But when he has left the house, you must urge no charge against him. He must be let off unscathed. You can be at no loss for excuse in this. Mercy, a friend of former times, needy unfortunate, whom habits of drink maddened for the moment necessary to eject him, inhuman to prosecute any story you please. The next day you can, if you choose, leave London for a short time. I advise it. But his teeth will be drawn. He will most probably never trouble you again. I know his character there. I have done. Open the door, sir. Chapter Roman 9. The wreck and the lifeboat in a fog. The next day, a little afternoon, Jasper, loosely coming back from Alhambra Villa, furious, desperate, knowing not where to turn for bread, or on whom to pour his rage, beheld, suddenly, in a quiet half-built street, which led from the suburb to the new road, Arabella Crane, standing right in his path. She had emerged from one of the many straight intersecting roads which characterize that crude nebula of a future city, and the woman and the man met thus face to face, not another passer-by visible in the thoroughfare. At a distance, the dozing hack cab stand round, and about them carcases of brick and mortar, some with gaunt scaffolding fixed into their ribs, and all looking yet more weird in their raw struggle into shape through the living haze of a yellow fog. Loosely seeing Arabella thus planted in his way, recoiled, and the superstition in which he had long associated her image with baffled schemes and perilous hours sent the wrathful blood back through his veins so quickly that he heard his heart beat. Mrs. Craniso, you see we cannot help meeting. Jasper dear, do what you will to shun me. Loosely, you always startle me. So you are in town, Thento, stay your old quarters. Mrs. Cranewhy, ask you cannot wish to know where I am. You would not call, but how fares it? What do you do? How do you live? You look ill. Poor Jasper. Loosely, fiercely, hang your pity and give me some money. Mrs. Crane, calmly laying her lean hand on the arm, which was darted forward more in menace than entreaty, and actually terrifying the gladiator, as she linked that deadly arm into her own eye, said you would always find me when at the worst of your troubles, and so, Jasper, it shall be, till this right hand of yours is powerless, as the clay at our feet. Walk, you are not afraid of Muoch. On, tell me all, where have you just been? Jasper, therewith reminded of his wrongs, poured out a volley of abuse on Poole, communicating to Mrs. Crane the whole story of his claims on that gentleman, the loss of the pocketbook, filched from him, and Poole's knowledge that he was thus disarmed. And the coward, said he, grinding his teeth, got out of his window, and 3 policemen in his garden. He must have bribed a pickpocket, low knave that he is, but I shall find out and then. And then, Jasper, how will you be better off? Letters are gone, and Poole has you in his power if you threaten him again. Now hark, you did not murder the Italian who was found stabbed in the fields yonder a week ago. Reward for the murderer. Know how coldly you ask. I have hit hard in fair fight. Murdered never, if ever I take to that, I shall begin with Poole. But I tell you, Jasper, that you are suspected of that murder, that you will be accused of that murder, and if I had not thus fortunately met you for that murder, you would be tried and hanged. Are you serious? Who could accuse me? Those who know that you are not guilty, those who could make you appear south villains with whom you hoard and drink and brawl. Have I ever been wrong in my warnings, yet? This is too horrible, faltered Loosely, thinking, not of the conspiracy against his life, but of her prescience in detecting it. It must be witchcraft, and nothing else. How could you learn what you tell me? That is my affair. Enough for you that I am right. Go no more to those black haunts. They are even now full of snares and pitfalls, for you leave London, and you are safe. Trust to me. And where shall I go? Look you, Jasper, you have worn out this old world, no refuge for you, but the new. Whither went your father, thither go you. Consent, and you shall not want. You cannot discover Sophie. You have failed in all attempts on Darrell's purse, but agree to sail to Australasia, and I will engage to you an income larger than you say you extorted from Poole, to be spent in those safer shores. And you will go with me, I suppose, said Loosely with ungracious sullenness. Go with you as you please, be, where you are. Eyes the ruffian, bounded with rage and loathing. Woman, cross me no more, or I shall be goaded into killing. May you dare not meet my eye. If you can, you dare not harm me, yea, a hair of my head, and your moments are numbered. Your doom sealed. Be we two together in a desert, not a human eye, to see the deed not a human ear to receive my groan, and still I should stand by your side, unharmed I who have returned the wrongs received from you by vigilant, untiring benefits I who have saved you from so many enemies, and so many dangers I who now when all the rest of earth shun Yawen, all other resource fails I, who now say to you share my income, but be honest I receive injury from that hand. No, the guilt would be too unnatural, heaven would not permit it try, and your arm will fall palsied by your side. Jasper's bloodshot eyes dropped beneath the woman's fixed and scorching gaze, and his lips white and tremulous refused to breathe the fierce curse into which his brutal nature concentrated its fears, and its hate. He walked on in gloomy silence, but some words she had let fall suggested a last resort to his own daring. She had urged him to quit the old world for the new, but that had been the very proposition conveyed to him from Darrell. If that proposition, so repugnant to the indolence that had grown over him, must be embraced, better at least sail forth alone his own master, than be the dependent slave of this abhorred and persecuting benefactress. His despair gave him the determination he had hitherto lacked. He would seek Darrell himself, and make the best compromise he could. This resolve passed into his mind as he stalked on through the yellow fog, and his nerves recovered from their irritation, and his thoughts regained something of their ancient craft as the idea of escaping from Mrs. Crane's vigilance and charity assumed a definite shape. Well, said he at length, dissimulating his repugnance, and with an effort at his old half-coaxing, half-rollicking tones, you certainly are the best of creatures, and as you say, had I a heart for falsehood framed I ne'er could injure you. Ungrateful dog though I may seem, and very likely am I own, I have a horror of Australasia. Such a long sea voyage, new scenes, no longer attract me. I am no longer young though I ought to be. But if you insist on it, and will really condescend to accompany me in spite of all my sins to you, why I can make up my mind. And as to honesty, ask those infernal rascals who you say would swear away my life, and they will tell you that I have been as innocent as a lamb since my return to England, and that is my guilt in their villainous eyes. As long as that infamous pool gave me enough for my humble wants, I was a reformed man. I wish to keep reformed. Very little suffices for me now. As you say, Australasia may be the best place for me. When shall we go? Are you serious? To be sure. Then I will inquire the days on which the vessels sail. You can call on me at my own old home, and all shall be arranged. Oh, Jasper loosely, do not avoid this last chance of escape from the perils that gather round you. No, I am sick of life. Off all things, except repose. Arabella, I suffer horrible pain. He groaned, for he spoke truly at that moment. The gnaw of the monster anguish which fastens on the nerves like a wolf's tooth was so keen that he longed to swell his groan into a roar. The old fable of Hercules in the poisoned tunic was surely invented by some skilled physiologist to denote the truth that it is only in the strongest frames that pain can be pushed into its extremest torture. The heart of the grim woman was instantly and thoroughly softened. She paused, she made him lean on her arm, she wiped the drops from his brow, she addressed him in the most soothing tones of pity. The spasm passed away suddenly, as it does in neuralgic agonies, and with it any gratitude or any remorse in the breast of the sufferer. Yes, he said, I will call on you, but meanwhile, I am without a farthing. Oh, do not fear, that if you helped me now, I should again shun you. I have no other resource left, nor have I now the spirit I once had. I no longer now laugh at fatigue and danger. But will you swear by all that you yet hold sacred, if, alas, there be aught which is sacred to you, that you will not again seek the company of those men who are conspiring to entrap you into the hangman's hands? Seek them again, the ungrateful, cowardly blackguards. No, no, I promise you that solemnly. It is medical aid that I want. It is rest, I tell yourest, rest. Arabella Crane drew forth her purse. Take what you will, said she gently. Jasper, whether from the desire to deceive her, or because her alms were so really distasteful to his strange kind of pride that he stinted to bear necessity, the appeal to them, contented himself with the third or fourth of the sovereigns that the purse contained, and after a few words of thanks and promises, he left her side, and soon vanished in the fog that grew darker and darker as the night-like wintry day deepened over the silenced thoroughfares. The woman went her way through the mists, hopeful. Through the mists went the man, hopeful also, recruiting himself by slight food and strong drink at a tavern on his road. He stalked on to Darrell's house in Carlton Gardens, and learning there that Darrell was at Folly, hastened to the station from which started the train to the town nearest to the old manor house, reached that town safely, and there rested for the night. Book Roman 9 Chapter Roman 1 The secret which Guy Darrell did not confide to Alban Morley. It was a serene noonday in that melancholy interlude of the seasons, when autumn has really ceased, winter not yet visibly begun. The same hired vehicle, which had borne Lionel to Fawley more than 5 years ago, stopped at the gate of the wild umbrageous grassland that surrounded the antique manor house. It had been engaged from the nearest railway station on the London road by a lady with a female companion who seemed her servant. The driver dismounted, opened the door of the vehicle, and the lady, bidding him wait there till her return, and saying a few words to her companion, descended, and drawing her cloak round her, walked on alone towards the manor house. At first her step was firm, and her pace quick. She was still under the excitement of the resolve in which the journey from her home had been suddenly conceived and promptly accomplished. But as the path wound on through the stillness of venerable groves, her courage began to fail her. Her feet loitered, her eyes wandered round, vaguely, timidly. The scene was not new to her. As she gazed, rushingly gathered over her sorrowful, shrinking mind memories of sportive, happy summer days spent in childhood amidst those turfs and shades, memories more agitating of the last visit, childhood, then ripened into blooming youth, to the ancient dwelling, which yet concealed from view by the swells of the undulating ground and the yellow boughs of the giant trees, betrayed its sight by the smoke rising thin and dim against the limpid atmosphere. She bent down her head, closing her eyes, as if to shut out less the face of the landscape than the images that rose, ghost-like, up to people it, and sighed heavily, heavily, now hard by, roused from its bed amongst the fern. The doe that Darrell had tamed into companionship had watched with curiosity this strange intruder on its solitary range, but at the sound of that heavy sigh the creature, emboldened, left its halting place and stole close to the saddened woman, touching her very dress doubtless, as Darrell's companion in his most musing hours. The doe was familiarized to the sound of sighs, and associated the sound with its gentlest notions of humanity. The lady, starting, raised her drooping lids, and met those soft dark eyes, dark and soft as her own, round the animal's neck. There was a simple collar with a silver plate, fresh and new, evidently placed there recently, and as the creature thrust forward its head, as if for the caress of a wonted hand, the lady read the inscription. The words were in Italian, and may be construed thus: female, yet not faithless, fostered, yet not ungrateful. As she read, her heart so swelled, and her resolve so deserted her, that she turned as if she had received a sentence of dismissal, and went back some hasty paces. The doe followed her, till she paused again, and then it went slowly down a narrow path to the left, which led to the banks of the little lake. The lady had now recovered herself. It is a duty, and it must be done, she muttered, and letting down the veil she had raised on entering the domain, she hurried on, not retracing her steps in the same path, but taking that into which the doe had stricken, perhaps in the confused mistake of a mind absorbed, and absent perhaps in revived recollection of the localities, for the way thus to the house was shorter than by the weed-grown carriage road. The lake came in view, serene, and glassy, half-leafless woodlands reflected far upon its quiet waters. The doe halted, lifted its head, and sniffed the air, and somewhat quickening its pace, vanished behind one of the hillocks clothed with brushwood that gave so primitive and forest-like a character to the old ground. Advancing still, there now at her right hand grew out of the landscape the noble turrets of the unfinished pile, and close at her left, under a gnarled fantastic thorn-tree, the still lake at his feet, reflecting his stiller shadow, reclined Guy Darrell. The doe nestled at his side. So unexpected this sight, whom she came to seek yet feared to see so close upon her way. The lady uttered a faint but sharp cry, and Darrell sprang to his feet. She stood before him, veiled, mantled, bending as a suppliant. "Avaunt," he faltered wildly. "Is this a spirit my own black solitude conjures youper? Is it a delusion, a dream? It is I, Caroline, dear to you once, if detested now, forgive me not for myself. I come." She flung back her veil, her eyes pleadingly sought his. So said Darrell, gathering his arms round his breast in the gesture peculiar to him, when seeking either to calm a more turbulent movement, or to confirm a sterner resolution of his heart. "So, Caroline, Marchioness of Montfort, we are then fated to meet face to face at last. I understand Lionel Houghton sent, or showed to you my letter. Oh, Mr. Darrell, how could you have the heart to write in such terms of one who had taken the heart from my bosom, and trampled it into the mire? True fribbles will say, fie, the vocabulary of fine gentlemen has no harsh terms for women. Gallants to whom love is pastime leave, or are left with elegant sorrow, and courtly bows. Madam, I was never such airy gallant, I am, but a man unhappily in earnest, a man who placed in those hands his life of life, who said to you, while yet in his prime, there is my future, take it till it vanish out of earth. You have made that life substanceless as a ghost, that future barren as the grave. And when you dare force yourself again upon my way, and would dictate laws to my very hearth, if I speak as a man, what plain men must feel. Oh, Mr. Darrell, says your injured ladyship, How can you have the heart, woman, were you not false, as the falsest falsehood has no dignity to or rebuke a falsehood, no privilege of sex? Darrell, 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 spare me, I have been so punished, I am so miserable. You punished what you sold yourself to, youth and sleek looks and grand titles, and the flattery of a world, and your rose leaves were crumpled in the gorgeous marriage bed. Adequate punishmenta, crumpled rose leaf. True, the man was a but why should I speak ill of him? It was he who was punished if, accepting his rank, you recognized in himself a nothingness that you could neither love nor honor, false and ungrateful alike, to the man you chasito, the man you forsook. And now you have buried one, and you have schemed to degrade the other. Degrado, it is that charge which has stung me to the quick. All the others I deserve, but that charge listen you shall listen. I stand here resigned to do so, say all you will now, for it is the last time on earth I lend my ears to your voice. Be it saith last time. She paused to recover speech, collect thoughts, gain strength, and strange though it may seem to those who have never loved, amidst all her grief and humiliation, there was a fearful delight in that presence from which she had been exiled, since her youth, nay, delight unaccountable to herself. Even in that rough, vehement, bitter tempest of reproach, for an instinct told her that there would have been no hatred in the language, had no love been lingering in the soul. Speak, said Darrell, gently softened, despite himself, by her evident struggle to control emotion. Twice she began, his voice failed her, at last her words came forth audibly. She began with her plea for Lionel and Sophie, and gathered boldness by her zeal on their behalf. She proceeded to vindicate her own motivesto, acquit herself of his harsh charge. She schemed for his degradation. She had been too carried away by her desire to promote his happinesto, guard him from the possibility of a self-reproach. At first, he listened to her with haughty calmness, merely saying in reference to Sophie and Lionel, I have nothing to add or to alter in the resolution I have communicated to Lionel. But when she thus insensibly mingled their cause with her own, his impatience broke out. My happiness, oh well, have you proved the sincerity with which you schemed for that? Save me from self-reproach. Has Lady Montfort so wholly forgotten that she was once Caroline Lindsay, that she can assume the part of a warning angel against the terrors of self-reproach? Ah, she murmured faintly, can you suppose, however fickle and thankless I may seem to you? Seem, he repeated. Seem, she said again, but meeklisome, and seem justly it. Can you suppose that, when I became free to utter my remorsito, speak of gratitude, of reverence, I was insincere? Darrell, you cannot think so. That letter which reached you abroad nearly a year ago, in which I laid my pride of woman at your feet, as I lay it now in coming here, that letter, in which I asked if it were impossible for you to pardon, too late for me to atone, was written on my knees. It was the outburst of my very heart. Nay, hear me out. Do not imagine that I would again obtrude a hope. So contemptuously crushed, a deep blush came over her cheek. I blame you not, nor let me say, it did your severity bring that shame, which I might have justly felt, had I so written to any man on earth. But yow you so reverenced from my infancy that— I interrupted Darrell fiercely. I do not fear that I should misconceive you. You would not so have addressed the young, the fair, the happy. No, you proud beauty, with hosts, no doubt, of supplicating wooers, would have thrust that hand into the flames, before it wrote to a young man loved, as the young are loved. What without shame it wrote to the old man, reverenced as the old are reverenced. But my heart is not old, and your boasted reverence was a mocking insult. Your letter, torn to pieces, was returned to you without a word. Insult for insult. You felt no shame that I should so rudely reject your pity. Why should you? Rejected pity is not rejected love. The man was not less old, because he was not reconciled to age. This construction of her tender penitence's explanation of his bitter scorn took Caroline Montfort wholly by surprise. From what writhing agonies of lacerated self-love came that pride which was but self-depreciation? It was a glimpse into the deeper rents of his charred and desolate being, which increased at once her yearning, affection, and her passionate despair. Vainly she tried to utter the feelings that crowded upon her. Vainly woman can murmur, I have injured you, forgive, when she cannot exclaim, you disdain me, but love. Vainly her bosom heaved, and her lips moved under the awe of his flashing eyes, and the grandeur of his indignant frown. Ah, he resumed, pursuing his own thoughts with a sombre intensity of passion that rendered him almost unconscious of her presence. I said to myself, oh, she believes that she has been so mourned, and missed that my soul would spring back to her false smile, that I could be so base a slave to my senses as to pardon the traitress because her face was fair enough to haunt my dreams. She dupes herself. She is no necessity to my existence. I have wrenched it from her power long years ago. I will show her, since again she deigns to remember me, that I am not so old as to be grateful for the leavings of a heart. I will love another, I will be beloved, she shall not say with secret triumph, the old man dotes in rejecting me. Daryl Darylungescrul, kill me rather than talk thus. He heeded not her cry, his words rolled on in that wonderful varying music, which whether in tenderness or in wrath, gave to his voice a magical power fascinating, hushing, overmastering human souls. Beauty, you have the triumph, see I am still alone, I sought the world of the young marriage mart of the beautiful once more, alas, if my eye was captured for a moment, it was by something that reminded me of you. I saw a faultless face radiant with its virgin blush moved to it. I drew near, saying turned away. It was not you. I heard the silvery laugh of a life fresh as an April morn. Hark, I said, is not that the sweet mirth note at which all my cares were dispelled? Listening, I forgot my weight of years. Why? Because listening I remembered you. Heed not the treacherous blush, and the beguiling laugh whispered prudence. Seek in congenial mind a calm companion, to thine own mind, O frigid pedantry. Mind had not yours been a volume open to my eyes, in every page methought some lovely poet-truth, never revealed to human sense, before no you had killed to me all womanhood. Woo anotherward another, hush. I said it shall be 18 years, since we parted, seeing her not she remains eternally, the same seeing her again, the very change that time must have brought will cure. I saw you all, the past rushed back in that stolen moment, I fled never more to dream that I can shake off the curse of memorablant with each drop of my blood woven, with each tissue throbbing, in each nerve bone of my bone and flesh of my flesh, poison root, from which every thought buds to wither, the curse to have loved, and to have trusted you. Merciful heaven, can I bear this? Cried Caroline, clasping her hands to her bosom, and is my sin so great, is it so unpardonable? Oh, if in a heart so noble, in a nature so great mine, was the unspeakable honour to inspire an affection, thus enduring must it be only as a curse? Why can I not repair the past? You have not ceased to love me, call it hatate is love still, and now no barrier between our lives, can I never again ever now, that I know I am less unworthy of you by the very anguish I feel to have so stung you, can I never again be the Caroline of old? Ha ha, burst forth the unrelenting man with a bitter laugh. See the real coarseness of a woman's nature, under all its fine-spun frippery. Behold these delicate creatures, that we scarcely dare to woo, how little they even comprehend the idolatry. They inspire the Caroline of old, lo, the virgin whose hand we touched with knightly homage, whose first bashful kiss was hallowed, as the gate of paradise deserts. Ourselves herself at the altar sanctifies there her very infidelity to us, and when years have passed, and a death has restored her freedom, she comes to us, as if she had never pillowed her head on another's bosom, and says, can I not again be the Caroline of old? We men are too rude to forgive the faithless. Where is the Caroline I loved? You are me, Lady Montfort. Look round on these turfs. You then a child, played beside my children. They are dead, but less dead to me than you. Never dreamed I then that a creature so fair would be other than a child to my grave and matured existence. Then if I glanced towards your future, I felt no pang to picture you grown to womanhood. An author's bride, my hearth had for years been widowed. I had no thought of second nuptials. My son would live to enjoy my wealth and realize my cherished dreams. Me son was snatched from me, who alone had the power to comfort, who alone had the courage to steal into the darkened room where I sate mourning, sure that in her voice there would be consolation, and the sight of her sympathizing tears would chide away the bitterness of mine. Who but the Caroline of old are you? Are weeping now, but Lady Montfort's tears have no talisman to me. You were then still a child, as a child, my soothing angel, a year or so more my daughter, to whom all my pride of household, my hope of race, had been consigned, whose happiness I valued so much more than my ambition, that I had refused her hand to your young Lord of Montfort, puppet, that, stripped of the millinery of titles, was not worthy to replace a dull me daughter. I folded her one night in my arms. I implored her to confide in me if ever she nursed a hope that I could further knew, a grief that I could banish, and she promised, and she bent her forehead to my blessing, and before daybreak she had fled with a man whose very touch was dishonour and pollution, and was lost to me for ever. Then, when I came hither to vent at my father's grave the indignant grief, I suffered not the world to see you and your mother, she who professed for me such loyal friendship, such ineffaceable gratitude. You too came kindly to share my solitude, and then you were a child no more, and a son that had never gilt my life brightened out of the face of the Caroline of old. He paused a moment, heeding not her bitter weeping. He was rapt from the present hour itself by the excess of that anguish which is to woe what ecstasy is to joy, swept along by the flood of thoughts that had been pent within his breast through the solitary days and haunted nights which had made the long transition state from his manhood's noon to its gathering eve. And in that pause there came from afar off a melodious melancholy strain, softly borne over the cold blue water, softly, through the sere autumnal leavest music of the magic flute. Hark, he said, do you not remember? Look to that beech tree yonder, summer clothed it then, do you not remember, as under that tree we stood, that same note came musical, as now undulating with rise and fall came, as if to interpret by a voice from fairyland, the beating of my own mysterious heart. You had been pleading for pardon to one less ungrateful, less perfidious than my comforter proved herself. I had listened to you wondering why anger and wrong seemed banished from the world, and I murmured in answer, without conscious thought of myself, happy the man whose faults your bright charity will admonish, whose griefs your tenderness will chase away. But when years hence children are born to yourself, spare me the one who shall most resemble you, to replace the daughter, whom I can only sincerely pardon, when something else can spring up to my desolate being, something that I can cherish without the memory of falsehood and the dread of shame. Yes, as I ceased came that music, and as it thrilled through the summer air, I turned and met your eyes, turned and saw you blush, turned and heard some faint faltering words drowning the music with diviner sweetness. And suddenly I knew, as by a revelation, that the child I had fostered had grown the woman I loved. My own soul was laid bare to me by the flash of hope. Over the universe rushed light and colour. Oh, the Caroline of old! What wonder that she became so fatally, so unspeakably beloved, as some man in ancient story, banished from his native land, is told by an oracle to seek a happier isle in undiscovered seas. Freights with his all a single bark collects on his wandering, all to the last embers of his abandoned hearthplaces. Beside it, his exiled household guards, so all that my life had left to me hallowing, and hallowed I stored in you. I tore myself from the old native soil, the old hardy skies. Through time's wide ocean I saw but the promised golden isle, fables slaying oracles, sunken vessel, visionary isle, and life to me had till then been so utterly without. Love had passed in such hard labours, without a holiday of romance seal, the fountains of the unknown passion sealed, till the spell struck the rock, and every wave, every drop, sparkled fresh to a single star. Yet my boyhood, like other men's, had dreamed of its ideal there. At last, that ideal come to life bloomed before me there, under those beech trees. Caroline of old, O wretched woman, now weeping at my side, well may you weep. Never can earth give you back such love as you lost in mine. I know it, fool, that I was miserable fool. I but comfort yourself, wilder and sadder folly, and myself. Your mother was right, the vain child, she said, knows not her own heart. She is new to the world, has seen none of her own years. For your sake, as for hers, I must insist on the experiment of absence, a year's ordeal. See if she is then of the same mind. I marvelled at her coldness, proudly I submitted to her seasonings fearlessly. I confided the result to you. Ah, how radiant was your smile, when in the parting hour I said summer, and you will return again in vain, on pretence that the experiment should be complete. Did your mother carry you abroad, and exact from us both the solemn promise that not even a letter should pass between us, that our troth made thus conditional should be a secret to Alan Vane, if meant to torture me with doubt in my creed? A doubt is itself a treason. How lovely grew the stern face of ambition, how fame seemed as a messenger from me to you in the sound of applause. I said, they cannot shut out the air that will carry that sound to her ears. All that I can win from honour shall be my marriage gifts to my queenly bride. See that arrested pile, begun at my son's birth, stopped a while at his death, recommenced on a statelier plan, when I thought of your footstep on its floor, see a shadow on its walls, stopped now. Forever architects can build a palace, can they build a home, but you all the while your smile on another's studio, thoughts on another's hearth. Not so your image never forsook me. I was giddy, thoughtless, dazzled, entangled, and I told you in the letter you returned to me, told you that I had been deceived. Patience, deceived. Do you imagine that I do not see all that passed, as in a magician's glass? Caroline Montfort, you never loved me, you never knew what love was, thrown suddenly into the gay world, intoxicated by the effect of your own beauty. My sombre figure gradually faded, dimple ghost, indeed, in the atmosphere of flowers and lustres rank with the breath of flatterers. Then came my lord the Marquess, a cousin, privileged to familiar intimacy, to visit at will, to ride with you, dance with you, sit side by side with you in quiet corners of thronging ballrooms, to call you Caroline. Tut, thee are only cousins, and cousins are as brothers and sisters in the affectionate house of Vipont, and gossips talk, and young ladies envy. Finest match in all England is the pretty-faced Lord of Montfort, and your mother, who had said wait a year to Guy. Darrell must have dreamed of the cousin, and schemed for his coronet when she said it, and I was unseen, and I must not write, and the absent are always in the wrong when cousins are present. And I hear your mother speak of Mehir, the soft sound of her damaging praises, another long speech from your clever admirer. Don't fancy he frets, that kind of man thinks of nothing but blue books and politics. And your cousin proposes, and you say with a sigh, no, I am bound to Guy Darrell, and your mother says to my lord wait and still come as a cousin. And then day by day the sweet Mrs. Lindsay drops into your ear the hints that shall poison your heart some fable is dressed to malign me, and you cry 'tis not true prove it true, or I still keep my faith to Guy Darrell. Then comes the kind compact if the story be false my cousin must go, and if it be true you will be my own duteous child alas your poor cousin is breaking his heart a lawyer of 40, has a heart made of parchment aha you were entangled. And of course deceived your letter did not explain what was the tale told to you. I care not a rush what it was it is enough for me to know that if you had loved me you would have loved me the more for every tale that belied me, so the tale was credited, because a relief to credit it so the compact was kept so the whole bargain hurried over in elegant privacy place of barter, an ambassador's chapel bauble for Bobbly a jilt's faith for a mannikin's coronet, 4 days before the year of trial. Expired only 4 days more. I exclaimed drunk with rapture the journals lie before me 3 columns, to Guy Darrell's speech last night a column more to its effect on a senate on an empire, and 2 Leinstow little Leinstow the sentence that struck Guy Darrell out of the world of men marriage in high life Marquess of Montfort Caroline Lindsay. And the sun did not fall from heaven vulgarest of ends, to the tritest of romances in the gay world. These things happen every day young ladies are privileged to give hopes to one man their hands, to another is the sin so unpardonable you ask, with ingenuous simplicity Lady Montfort, that depends. Reflect what was my life before I put it into your keeping barren of happiness, I grant saddened solitarito myself, a thing of small value. But what was that life to others a thing, full of warm beneficence of active uses of hardy powers, fitted to noble ends in paralysing that life, as it was to others there may be sin wider and darker than the mere infidelity to love, and now do you dare to ask, can I again be the Caroline of old? I ask nothing not even pardon said the miserable woman, I might say something to show where you misjudge me something that might palliate, but no let it be her accents were so drearily hopeless, that Darrell abruptly withdrew his eyes from her face, as if fearful that the sight of her woe might weaken his resolve she had turned mechanically back they walked on in gloomy silence side by side away now from the lake back, under the barbed thorn-tree back, by the moss-grown crag-back by the hollow trunks, and over the fallen leaves of trees that had defied the storms of centuries, to drop perhaps brittle and sapless some quiet day, when every wind is lulled. The flute had ceased its music the air had grown cold, and piercing the little park, was soon traversed the gate came in sight, and the humble vehicle without it then involuntarily both stopped, and on each there came at once the consciousness that they were about to part never perhaps in this world to meet again, and with all that had been said so much unspoken their hearts, so full of what alas their lips could not speak. Lady Montfort at length, said Darrell at the sound of her name she shivered. I have addressed you rudely harshly. No. But that was the last exercise of a right, which I now resign for ever I spoke to her, who had once been Caroline Lindsay, some gentler words, are due to the widow of Lord Montfort. Whatever the wrongs you have inflicted on Murong's inexpiable I, recognise no less in your general nature qualities, that would render you to one whom you really loved, and had never deceived the blessing I had once hoped you would prove to me. She shook her head impatiently, piteously. I know that in an alas-sorted union, and amidst all the temptations to which flattered beauty is exposed, your conduct has been without reproach. Forget the old man whose thoughts should now be on his grave. Hush, have human mercy. I withdraw and repent my injustice to your motives in the protection you have given to the poor girl, whom Lionel would wed. I thank you for that protection though I refuse consent to my kinsman's prayer. Whatever her birth, I must be glad to know that she whom Lionel so loves is safe from a wretch like loosely moron word more weight it is hard for me to say it, happy I cannot pardon, but I can bless you farewell for ever more overpoweringly crushed by his tenderness than his wrath. Before Caroline could recover the vehemence of her sobs he had ceased, was gone alost, in the close gloom of a neighbouring thicket, his hurried headlong path betrayed by the rustle of mournful boughs swinging back with their withered leaves. Chapter Roman 2 Retrospect. There is a place at which 3 roads meet sacred to that mysterious goddess called Diana on earth Luna, or the moon in heaven, or Hecate in the infernal regions. At this place, pause the virgins permitted to take their choice of the 3 roads few give their preference to that which is vowed to the goddess in her name. Of Diana that road cold and barren is clothed by no roses, and myrtles veil the entrance to both the others. And in both the others Hymen has much the same gay-looking temples. But which of those 2 leads to the celestial Luna, or which of them? conducts to the infernal Hecate, not one nymph in 50 divines if thy heart should misgive thee, O nymph, if though cloud veil the path to the moon and sunshine gild, that to pale Hecate thine instinct recoils from the sunshine, while thou darest not adventure. The cloud thou hast still a choice left, thou hast still the safe road of Diana. Hecate, O nymph, is the goddess of ghosts. If thou takest her path, look not back, for the ghosts are behind thee. When we slowly recover from the tumult and passion of some violent distress, a peculiar stillness falls upon the mind, and the atmosphere around it becomes in that stillness appallingly clear. We knew not while wrestling with our woe the extent of its ravages, as a land the day after a flood, as a field the day after a battle, is the sight of our own sorrow, when we no longer have to steer its raging but to endure the destruction it has made distinct. Before Caroline Montfort's visions stretched the waste of her miserrieth. Past the present, the future, all seemed to blend in one single desolation. A strange thing it is how all time will converge itself, as it were into the burning glass of a moment. There runs a popular superstition that it is thus in the instant of death that our whole existence crowds itself on the glazing eye panorama of all we have done on earth. Just as the soul restores to the earth its garment, certes, there are hours in our being long before the last and dreaded one when this phenomenon comes to warn us that if memory were always active, time would be never gone. Rose before this woman who, whatever the justice of Darrell's bitter reproaches, had a nature lovely enough to justify his anguish at her lost image of herself, at that turning point of life, when the morning mists are dimmed on our way, yet when a path chosen is a fate decided. Yes, she had excuses not urged to the judge who sentenced, nor estimated to their full extent by the stern equity with which, amidst suffering and wrath, he had desired to weigh her cause. Caroline's mother, Mrs. Lindsay, was one of those parents who acquire an extraordinary influence over their children by the union of caressing manners with obstinate resolves. She never lost control of her temper, nor hold on her object, a slight, delicate, languid creature too, who would be sure to go into a consumption, if unkindly crossed with much strong common sense, much knowledge of human nature, egotistical, worldly, scheming, heartless, but withal so pleasing, so gentle, so bewitchingly despotic, that it was like living with an electrobiologist who unnerves you by a look to knock you down with a feather, in only one great purpose of her life. Had Mrs. Lindsay failed when Darrell, rich by the rewards of his profession and the bequest of his namesake, had entered Parliament and risen into that repute which confers solid and brilliant station, Mrs. Lindsay conceived the idea of appropriating to herself his honours and his wealth, by a second hymen having so long been domesticated in his house. During the life of Mrs. Darrell, an intimacy as of near relations had been established between them, her soft manners attached to her his children, and after Mrs. Darrell's death rendered it necessary that she should find a home of her own. She had an excuse in Matilda's affection for her, and for Caroline to be more frequently before Darrell's eyes, and consulted by him yet more frequently than when actually a resident in his house. To her Darrell confided the proposal which had been made to him by the old Marchioness of Montfort for an alliance between her young grandson and his sole surviving child. Wealthy as was the house of Vipont, it was amongst its traditional maxims that wealth wastes, if not perpetually recruited, every third generation at farthest. It was the duty of that house to marry an heiress. Darrell's daughter, just 17, not yet brought out, would be an heiress, if he pleased to make her so, second to none whom the research of the Marchioness had detected within the drawing-rooms and nurseries of the three kingdoms. The proposal of the venerable peeress was at first very naturally gratifying to Darrell. It was an euthanasia for the old knightly race to die into a house that was an institution in the empire, and revive phoenix-like in a line of peers who might perpetuate the name of the heiress, whose quarterings they would annex to their own and sign themselves. Darrell Montfort, said Darrell inly, on the whole, such a marriage would have pleased my poor father. It did not please Mrs. Lindsay. The bulk of Darrell's fortune thus settled away, he himself would be a very different match for Mrs. Lindsay, nor was it to her convenience that Matilda should be thus hastily disposed of, and the strongest link of connection between Fulham and Carlton Gardens severed. Mrs. Lindsay had one golden rule which I respectfully point out to ladies who covet popularity and power: she never spoke ill of anyone whom she wished to injure. She did not therefore speak ill of the Marquis to Darrell, but she so praised him that her praise alarmed. She ought to know the young peer well. She was a good deal with the Marchioness, who liked her pretty manners. Till then Darrell had only noticed this green head of the Vipont's as a neat-looking head, too modest to open its lips, but he now examined the head with anxious deliberation, and finding it of the poorest possible kind of wood with a heart to match Guy, Darrell had the audacity to reject, though with great courtesy, the idea of grafting the last plant of his line on a stem, so pithless though like men who are at once very affectionate and very busy, he saw few faults in his children, or indeed in anyone he really loved. Till the fault was forced on him, he could not but be aware that Matilda's sole chance of becoming a happy and safe wife was in uniting herself with such a husband as would at once win her confidence and command her respect. He trembled when he thought of her as the wife of a man whose rank would expose her to all fashionable temptations, and whose character would leave her without a guide or protector. The Marquis, who obeyed his grandmother from habit, and who had lethargically sanctioned her proposals to Darrell, evinced the liveliest emotion he had ever yet betrayed when he learned that his hand was rejected, and if it were possible for him to carry so small a sentiment as speak into so large a passion as hate, from that moment he aggrandized his nature into hatred. He would have given half his lands to have spited Guy Darrell. Mrs. Lindsay took care to be at hand to console him, and the Marchioness was grateful to her for taking that troublesome task upon herself, and in the course of their conversation, Mrs. Lindsay contrived to drop into his mind the egg of a project which she took a later occasion to hatch under her plumes of down. "There is but one kind of wife, my dear Montfort, who could increase your importance. You should marry a beauty. Next to royalty ranks beauty." The head nodded, and seemed to ruminate for some moments, and then, apropos despots, it let fall this mysterious monosyllable: shoes. By what process of ratiocination the head had thus arrived at the feet, it is not for me to conjecture. All I know is that, from that moment, Mrs. Lindsay bestowed as much thought upon Caroline's Chaucer, as if, like Cinderella, Caroline's whole destiny in this world hung upon her slipper. With the feelings and the schemes that have been thus intimated, this sensible lady's mortification may well be conceived when she was startled by Darrell's proposal, not to herself, but to her daughter. Her egotism was profoundly shocked, her worldliness cruelly thwarted, with Guy Darrell for her own spouse. The Marquis of Montfort for her daughter's Mrs. Lindsay would have been indeed a considerable personage in the world, but to lose Darrell for herself, and the Marquis outraged, the idea was intolerable. Yet since to have refused at once for her portionless daughter a man in so high a position, and to whom her own obligations were so great, was impossible, she adopted a policy admirable for the craft of its conception and the dexterity of its execution. In exacting the condition of a year's delay, she made her motives appear so loftily disinterested, so magnanimously friendly. She could never forgive herself if Heheth, greatest the best of men, was again rendered unhappy in marriage by her imprudence. Hers who owed to him, her allies imprudent indeed to have thrown right in his way, a pretty coquettish girl, for Caroline is coquettish, Mr. Darrell. Most girls so pretty are at that silly age. In short, she carried her point against all the eloquence Darrell could employ, and covered her designs by the semblance of the most delicate scruples, and the sacrifice of worldly advantages to the prudence which belongs to high principle and affectionate caution. And what were Caroline's real sentiments for Guy Darrell? She understood them. No, on looking back, she saw herself as she was then as she had stood under the beech tree, when the heavenly pity that was at the core of her nature, ruhen, the venerating grateful affection that had grown with her growth, made her yearn to be a solace and a joy to that grand and solitary life. Love him? Oh, certainly. She loved him devotedly, fondly, but it was with the love of a child. She had not awakened then to the love of woman, removed from his presence, suddenly thrown into the great worldies. Darrell had sketched the picture with a stern but not altogether an untruthful hand. He had not, however, fairly estimated the inevitable influence which a mother such as Mrs. Lindsay would exercise over a girl so wholly inexperienced, said so guileless, so unsuspecting, and so filially devoted. He could not appreciate, no man can, the mightiness of female cunning. He could not see how mesh upon mesh the soft Mrs. Lindsay, pretty woman with pretty manners, wove her web round the cousins, until Caroline, who at first had thought of the silent, fair-haired young man only as the head of her house, pleased with attentions that kept aloof admirers of whom she thought Guy Darrell might be more reasonably jealous, was appalled to hear her mother tell her that she was either the most heartless of coquettes or poor Montfort was the most illused of men. But at this time, Jasper Loosely, under his name of Hammond, brought his wife from the French town at which they had been residing since their marriage to see Mrs. Lindsay and Caroline at Paris, and implore their influence to obtain a reconciliation with her father. Matilda soon learned from Mrs. Lindsay, who affected the most enchanting candour, the nature of the engagement between Caroline and Darrell. She communicated the information to Jasper, who, it with very natural alarm by reconciliation with Guy Darrell, Jasper understood something solid and practical, not a mere sentimental pardon, added to that paltry stipend of L. Ire, which he had just obtained, but the restoration to all her rights and expectancies of the heiress he had supposed himself to marry. He had by no means relinquished the belief that sooner or later Darrell would listen to the voice of nature, and settle all his fortune on his only child. But then for the voice of nature to have fair play, it was clear that there should be no other child to plead for, and if Darrell were to marry again, and to have sons, what a dreadful dilemma it would be for the voice of nature. Jasper was not long in discovering that Caroline's engagement was not less unwelcome to Mrs. Lindsay than to himself, and that she was disposed to connive at any means by which it might be annulled. Matilda was first employed to weaken the bond it was so desirable to sever. Matilda did not reproach, but she wept. She was sure now that she should hear and outcast their children beggars. Mrs. Lindsay worked up this complaint with adroitest skill. Was Caroline sure that it was not most dishonourable, most treacherous to rob her own earliest friend of the patrimony that would otherwise return to Matilda with Darrell's pardon? This idea became exquisitely painful to the high-spirited Caroline, but it could not counterpoise the conviction of the greater pain she should occasion to the breast that so confided in her faith, if that faith were broken step by step. The intrigue against the absent one, proceeded Mrs. Lindsay, thoroughly understood the art of insinuating doubts. Guy Darrell, a man of the world, a cold-blooded lawyer, a busy politician, he break his heart for a girl? No, it was only the young, and especially the young when not remarkably clever, who broke their hearts for such trifles. Montfort, indeed, there was a man whose heart could be broken, whose happiness could be blasted. Dear Guy Darrell had been only moved in his proposals by generosity, something, my dear child, in your own artless words and manner that made him fancy he had won your affections unknown to yourself, an idea that he was bound as a gentleman to speak out just like him. He has that spirit of chivalry, but my belief is that he is quite aware by this time how foolish such a marriage would be, and would thank you heartily if at the year's end he found himself free, and you happily disposed of elsewhere. Roman 100. The drama advanced. Mrs. Lindsay evinced decided pulmonary symptoms. Her hectic cough returned. She could not sleep. Her days were numbered. A secret grief. Caroline implored frankness, and clasped to her mother's bosom, and compassionately, bedewed with tears, those hints were dropped into her ear which, though so worded as to show the most indulgent forbearance to Darrell, and rather as if in compassion for his weakness than in abhorrence of his perfidy, made Caroline start with the indignation of revolted purity and outraged pride. Were this true, all would be indeed at an end between us. But it is not true, let it be proved. But my dear, dear child, I could not stir in a matter so delicate, I could not aid in breaking off a marriage so much to your worldly advantage, unless you could promise that in rejecting Mr. Darrell, you would accept your cousin in my wretched state of health. The anxious thought of leaving you in the world, literally penniless, would kill me at once. Oh, if Guy Darrell be false, but that is impossible, do with me all you will to obey and please you would be the only comfort left to me. Thus was all prepared for the final denouement. Mrs. Lindsay had not gone so far without a reliance on the means to accomplish her object, and for these means she had stooped to be indebted to the more practical villainy of Matilda's husband. Jasper, in this visit to Paris, had first formed the connection which completed the wickedness of his perverted nature with that dark adventuress who has flitted shadow-like through part of this varying narrative. Gabrielle Desmarets was then in her youth notorious only for the ruin she had inflicted on admiring victims, and the superb luxury with which she rioted on their plunder. Captivated by the personal advantages for which Jasper then was preeminently conspicuous, she willingly associated her fortunes with his own. Gabrielle was one of those incarnations of evil which no city but Paris can accomplish with the same Epicurean refinement, and vitiate into the same cynical corruption. She was exceedingly witty, sharply astute, capable of acting any part, carrying out any plot, and when it pleased her to simulate the decorous and immaculate gentlewoman, she might have deceived the most experienced roue. Jasper presented this artiste to his unsuspecting wife as a widow of rank who was about to visit London, and who might be enabled to see Mr. Darrell and intercede on their behalf. Matilda fell readily into the snare. The Frenchwoman went to London with assumed name and title, and with servants completely in her confidence, and such as the reader knows already was that eloquent Baroness who had pleaded to Darrell the cause of his penitent daughter. No doubt the wily Parisienne had calculated on the effect of her arts and her charms to decoy him into at least a passing forgetfulness of his faith to another, but if she could not succeed there, it might equally achieve the object in view to obtain the credit of that success. Accordingly, she wrote to one of her friends at Paris letters, stating that she had found a very rich admirer in a celebrated English statesman, to whom she was indebted for her establishment. Roman 100. and alluding in very witty and satirical terms to his matrimonial engagement with the English beauty at Paris, who was then creating such a sensation, an engagement of which she represented her admirer to be heartily sick and extremely repentant without mentioning names. Her descriptions were unmistakable. Jasper, of course, presented to Mrs. Lindsay those letters which he said the person to whom they were addressed had communicated to one of her own gay friends, and suggested that their evidence against Darrell would be complete in Miss Lindsay's eyes if someone whose veracity Caroline could not dispute could corroborate the assertions of the letters. It would be quite enough to do so if Mr. Darrell were even seen entering or leaving the house of a person whose mode of life was so notorious. Mrs. Lindsay, who with her consummate craft saved her dignity by affected blindness to the artifices at which she connived, declared that in a matter of inquiry which involved the private character of a man so eminent, and to whom she owed so much, she would not trust his name to the gossip of others. She herself would go to London. She knew that odious but too fascinating Gabrielle by sight, as every one did who went to the opera or drove in the Bois de Boulogne. Jasper undertook that the Parisienne should show herself at her balcony at a certain day at a certain hour, and that at that hour Darrell should call and be admitted, and Mrs. Lindsay allowed that that evidence would suffice, sensible of the power over Caroline that she would derive if, with her habits of languor and her delicate health, she could say that she had undertaken such a journey to be convinced with her own eyes of a charge which, if true, would influence her daughter's conduct and destiny. Mrs. Lindsay did go to London, did see Gabrielle Desmarets at her balcony, did see Darrell enter the house, and on her return to Paris, did, armed with this testimony, and with the letters that led to it, so work upon her daughter's mind that the next day the Marquis of Montfort was accepted. But the year of Darrell's probation was nearly expired. All delay would be danger, all explanations would be fatal, and must be forestalled, nor could a long courtship be kept secret. Darrell might hear of it and come over at once, and the Marquess' ambitious kinsfolk would not fail to interfere if the news of his intended marriage with a portionless cousin reached their ears. Lord Montfort, who was awed by Carr and extremely afraid of his grandmother, was not less anxious for secrecy and expedition than Mrs. Lindsay herself. Thus then Mrs. Lindsay triumphed, and while her daughter was still under the influence of an excitement which clouded her judgment and stung her into rashness of action, as an escape from the torment of reflection, thus were solemnized Caroline's unhappy and splendid nuptials. The Marquis hired a villa in the delightful precincts of Fontainebleau for his honeymoon. That moon was still young when the Marquis said to himself, "I don't find that it produces honey." When he had first been attracted towards Caroline, she was all life and joy, too much of a child to pine for Darrell's absence, while credulously confident of their future union, her spirits naturally wild and lively, and the world opening at her feet so novel and so brilliant. This fresh gaiety had amused the Marquis. Felt cheated when he found it gone. Caroline might be gentle, docile, submissive, but those virtues, though of higher quality than glad animal spirits, are not so entertaining. His own exceeding sterility of mind and feeling was not apparent till in the tete-a-tetes of conjugal life, a good-looking young man with a thoroughbred air, who rides well, dances well, and holds his tongue, may in all mixed societies pass for a shy youth of sensitive genius, but when he is your companion for life, and all to yourself, and you find that when he does talk he has neither an idea nor a sentimental, as alas for you, young bride, if you have ever known the charm of intellect or the sweetness of sympathy. But it was not for Caroline to complain, struggling against her own weight of sorrow. She had no immediate perception of her companion's vapidity. It was he, poor man, who complained. He just detected enough of her superiority of intelligence to suspect that he was humiliated, while sure that he was bored. An incident converted his growing indifference into permanent dislike, not many days after their marriage. Lord Montfort, sauntering into Caroline's room, found her insensible on the floor, an open letter by her side. Summoning her maid to her assistance, he took the marital privilege of reading the letter, which had apparently caused her swoon. It was from Matilda, and written in a state of maddened excitement. Matilda had little enough of what is called heart, but she had an intense selfishness which, in point of suffering, supplies the place of a heart. It was not because she could not feel for the wrongs of another that she could not feel anguish for her own. Arabella was avenged. The cold-blooded snake that had stung her met the fang of the cabricapella. Matilda had learned from some anonymous correspondent, probably a rival of Gabrielle's, of Jasper's liaison with that adventuress. But half recovered from her confinement, she had risen from her bed, hurried to Paris for the pleasures of which her husband had left her. Seen this wretched Gabriella recognized in her the false Baroness to whom Jasper had presented her, to whom by Jasper's dictation she had written such affectionate letters, whom she had employed to plead her cause to her father seen Gabriella seen her, at her own luxurious apartment Jasper at home, there burst into vehement, wrath-roused up the caprices, and on declaring she would separate from her husband go back to her father, tell her wrongs appeal to his mercy Gabrielle calmly replied do so, and I will take care that your father shall know that your plea for his pardon through Madame la Baronne was a scheme to blacken his name and to frustrate his marriage. Do not think that he will suppose you did not connive at a project so sly. He must know you too well pretty innocent no match for Gabrielle Desmarets. Matilda, flung from the house leaving Jasper whistling an air from Figaro, returned alone to the French town, from which she now wrote to Caroline pouring out her wrongs, and without seeming sensible that Caroline had been wronged too, expressing her fear that her father might believe her an accomplice in Jasper's plot, and refuse her the means to live apart from the wretch upon whom she heaped every epithet that just indignation could suggest to a feeble mind. The latter part of the letter blurred and blotted was incoherent, almost raving. In fact, Matilda was then seized by the mortal illness, which hurried her to her grave. To the Marquis much of this letter was extremely uninteresting, much of it quite incomprehensible. He could not see why it should so overpoweringly affect his wife. Only those passages which denounced a scheme to frustrate some marriage meditated by Mr. Darrell made him somewhat uneasy, and appeared to him to demand an explanation, but Caroline, in the anguish to which she awakened, forestalled his inquiries to her. But two thoughts were present. She had wronged Darrell, how ungrateful and faithless she must seem to him, and in the impulse of her remorse, and in the childlike candour of her soul, artlessly, ingenuously, she poured out her feelings to the husband she had taken as counsellor and guide, as if seeking to guard all her sorrow for the past from a sentiment that might render her less loyal to the responsibilities which linked her future to another's. A man of sense would have hailed in so noble a confidence, however it might have pained him for the time a guarantee for the happiness and security of his whole existence. He would have seen how distinct from that ardent love, which in Caroline's new relation of life would have bordered upon guilt, and been cautious as guilt against disclosing its secrets, was the infantine venerating affection she had felt for a man so far removed from her by years, and the development of intellect and affection, which a young husband trusted with every thought, every feeling, might reasonably hope to eclipse. A little forbearance, a little of delicate and generous tenderness at that moment, would have secured to Lord Montfort the warm devotion of a grateful heart, in which the grief that overflowed was not for the irreplaceable loss of an earlier lover, but the repentant shame for wrong and treachery to a confiding friend. But it is in vain to ask from any man that which is not in him. Lord Montfort listened with sullen, stolid displeasure that Caroline should feel the slightest pain at any cause which had cancelled her engagement to that odious Darrell, and had raised her to the rank of his Marchioness, was a crime in his eyes never to be expiated. He considered, not without reason, that Mrs. Lindsay had shamefully deceived him, and fully believed that she had been an accomplice with Jasper in that artifice which he was quite gentleman enough to consider placed those who had planned it out of the pale of his acquaintance. And when Caroline, who had been weeping too vehemently to read her lord's countenance, came to a close, Lord Montfort took up his hat, and said, I beg never to hear again of this lawyer, and his very disreputable family connections. As you say, you and your mother have behaved very ill to him, but you don't seem to understand that you have behaved much worse to me, as to condescending to write to him and enter into explanations how you came to be Lady Montfort. It would be so lowering to me that I would never forgive it, never. I would just as soon that you run away at answer sooner. As for Mrs. Lindsay, I shall forbid her entering my house when you have done crying. Order your things to be packed up. I shall return to England tomorrow. That was perhaps the longest speech Lord Montfort ever addressed to his wife. Perhaps it was also the rudest. From that time he regarded her as some Spaniard of ancient days might regard a guest on whom he was compelled to bestow the rites of hospitality, whom he gave a seat at his board, a chair at his hearth, but for whom he entertained a profound aversion, and kept at invincible distance with all the ceremony of dignified dislike. Once only during her wedded life Caroline again saw Darrell. It was immediately on her return to England, and little more than a month after her marriage. It was the day on which Parliament had been prorogued preparatory to its dissolution, last Parliament of which Guy Darrell was a member. Lady Montfort's carriage was detained in the throng with which the ceremonial had filled the streets, and Darrell passed it on horseback. It was but one look in that one moment, and the look never ceased to haunt her, a look of such stern disdain, but also of such deep despair. No language can exaggerate the eloquence which there is in a human countenance when a great and tortured spirit speaks out from it accusingly to a soul that comprehends the crushed heart. The ravaged existence were bared before her in that glance as clearly as to a wanderer through the night. are the rents of the precipice in the flash of the lightning, so they encounter reds. Without a word, they parted to him. That moment decided the flight from active life, to which his hopeless thoughts had of late been wooing the jaded, weary man in safety, to his very conscience. He would not risk the certainty thus to encounter one whom it convulsed his whole being to remember was another's wife in that highest and narrowest sphere of the great London world, to which Guy Darrell's political distinction condemned his social life. It was impossible, but that he should be brought frequently into collision with Lord Montfort, the head of a house with which Darrell himself was connected, most powerful patrician of the party of which Darrell was so conspicuous a chief. Could he escape Lady Montfort's presence, her name, at least, would be continually in his ears. From that fatal beauty he could no more hide than from the sun. This thought, and the terror it occasioned him, completed his resolve on the instant. The next day he was in the groves of Folly, and amazed the world by dating from that retreat a farewell address to his constituents, a few days after the news of his daughter's death reached him, and as that event became known, it accounted to many for his retirement for a while from public life. But to Caroline Montfort, and to her alone, the secret of a career blasted, a fame renounced, was unmistakably revealed. For a time she was tortured in every society she entered by speculation and gossip, which brought before her the memory of his genius, the accusing sound of his name. But him who withdraws from the world soon forgets, and by degrees Darrell became as little spoken of as the dead. Mrs. Lindsay had never, during her schemes on Lord Montfort, abandoned her own original design on Darrell, and when, to her infinite amaze and mortification, Lord Montfort, before the first month of his marriage expired, took care in the fewest possible words to dispel her dream of governing the house and residing in the houses of Vipont, as the lawful agent during the lifelong minority, to which she had condemned both the submissive Caroline and the lethargic Marquis, she hastened by letter to exculpate herself. To Darrell laid, of course, all the blame on Caroline. Alas, had not she always warned him that Caroline was not worthy of him, the greatest, the best of men? Roman 100. Darrell replied by a single cut of his trenchant sarcasm, which shore through her cushion of down, and her veil of gauze like the sword of Saladin. The old Marchioness turned her back upon Mrs. Lindsay. Lady Selina was crushingly Roman 153. The pretty woman with pretty manners, no better off for all the misery she had occasioned, went to Rome, caught cold, and having no one to nurse her, as Caroline had done, fell at last into a real consumption, and faded out of the world elegantly and spitefully as fades a rose that still leaves its thorns behind it. Caroline's nature grew developed and exalted by the responsibilities she had accepted, and by the purity of her grief she submitted, as a just retribution to the solitude and humiliation of her wedded lot. She earnestly, virtuously strove to banish from her heart every sentiment that could recall to her more of Darrell than the remorse of having darkened a life that had been to her childhood so benignant, and to her youth so confiding, as we have seen her at the mention of Darrell's name, at the allusion to his griefs, fly to the side of her ungenial lord, though he was to her but as the owner of the name she bore. So it was the saving impulse of a delicate, watchful conscience that kept her as honest in thought as she was irreproachable in conduct, but vainly in summoning her intellect to the relief of her heart. Vainly had she sought to find in the world friendships, companionships that might eclipse the memory of the mind, so lofty in its antique mould, so tender in its depths of unsuspected sweetness, which had been withdrawn from her existence before she could fully comprehend its rarity or appreciate its worth. At last she became free once more, and then she had dared thoroughly to examine into her own heart, and into the nature of that hold which the image of Darrell still retained on its remembrances, and precisely because she was convinced that she had succeeded in preserving her old childish affection for him, free from the growth into that warm love which would have been guilt if so encouraged, she felt the more free to volunteer the atonement which might permit her to dedicate herself to his remaining years. Thus one day, after a conversation with Alban Morley, in which Alban had spoken of Darrell as the friend, almost the virtual guardian of her infancy, and alluding to a few lines just received from him, brought vividly before Caroline the picture of Darrell's melancholy wanderings and blighted life. Thus had she on the impulse of the moment written the letter which had reached Darrell at Malta. In it she referred, but indirectly, to the deceit that had been practiced on her, so far too delicate to retail a scandal which she felt to be an insult to his dignity, in which too the deceiving parties were his daughter's husband and her own mother. No doubt every true woman can understand why she thus wrote to Darrell, and every true man can equally comprehend why that letter failed in its object. and was returned to her in scorn. Hers was the yearning of meek passionless affection, and his the rebuke of sensitive embittered indignant. But now as all her past with its interior life glided before her by a grief, the most intolerable she had yet known, the woman became aware that it was no longer penitence for the injured friend, it was despair for the lover she had lost in that stormy interview. Out of all the confused and struggling elements of her lifelong self-reproach, love, the love of woman had flashed suddenly luminously, as the love of youth at first sight, stranger but the very disparity of years seemed gone. She, the matured sorrowful woman, was so much nearer to the man still young in heart, and little changed in person, than the gay girl of 17 had been to the grave friend of 40. Strange, but those vehement reproaches had wakened emotions deeper in the core of the wild mortal breast than all that early chivalrous homage which had exalted her into the ideal of dreaming poets. Strange, 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 but where there is nothing strange there is there ever. And with this revelation of her own altered heart came the clearer and fresher insight into the nature and character of the man she loved. Hitherto she had recognized but his virtues, now she beheld his failings, beholding them as if virtues loved him more, and loving him more despaired. She recognized that all-pervading, indomitable pride which, interwoven with his sense of honor, became relentless, as it was unrevengeful. She comprehended now that the more he loved her, the less he would forgive, and recalling the unexpected gentleness of his farewell words, she felt that in his promised blessing lay the sentence that annihilated every hope. Chapter Romans 3. Whatever the number of a man's friends, there will be times in his life when he has one too few, but if he has only one enemy, he is lucky indeed if he has not one too many. A cold night, sharp frost, winter set in the shutters, are closed the curtains drawn, the fire burns clear, and the lights are softly shaded in Alban Morley's drawing-room. The old bachelor is at home again. He had returned that day sent to Lionel to come to him, and Lionel had already told him what had transpired in his absence, from the identification of Waif with William Loseley, to Lady Montfort's visit to Fawley, which had taken place 2 days before, and of which she had informed Lionel by a few hasty lines, stating her inability to soften Mr. Darrell's objections to the alliance between Lionel and Sophie, severely blaming herself that those objections had not more forcibly presented themselves to her own mind, and concluding with expressions of sympathy and appeals to fortitude, in which, however brief, the exquisite kindness of her nature so diffused its charm that the soft words soothed insensibly, like those sounds which in nature itself do soothe us, we know not why. The poor colonel found himself in the midst of painful subjects, though he had no very keen sympathy for the sorrows of lovers, and no credulous faith in everlasting attachments. Lionel's portraiture of the young girl, who formed so mysterious a link between the two men who in varying ways had touched the finest springs in his own heart, compelled a compassionate and chivalrous interest, and he was deeply impressed by the quiet of Lionel's dejection. The young man uttered no complaints of the inflexibility with which Darrell had destroyed his Elysium. He bowed to the will with which it was in vain to argue, and which it would have been a criminal ingratitude to defy, but his youth seemed withered up, downied and listless. He sank into that stupor of despondency which so drearily simulates the calm of resignation. "I have but one wish now," said he, "and that is to change at once into some regiment on active service. I do not talk of courting danger and seeking death, that would be either a senseless commonplace or a threat, as it were, to heaven, but I need some vehemence of action, some positive and irresistible call upon honor or duty, that may force me to contend against this strange heaviness that settles down on my whole life. Therefore I entreat you so to arrange for me, and break it to Mr. Darrell in such terms as may not needlessly pain him by the obtrusion of my sufferings, for while I know him well enough to be convinced that nothing could move him from resolves in which he had entrenched, as in a citadel, his pride or his creed of honor, I am sure that he would take into his own heart all the grief which those resolves occasion to another's." "You do him justice there," cried Alban. "You are a noble fellow to understand him so well, sir. You have in you the stuff that makes English gentlemen such generous soldiers." "Action, action, action," exclaimed Lionel. "Strife, strife. No other chance of cure. Rest is so crushing, solitude so dismal." Oh, how contrasted the effect of a similar cause of grief at different stages of life, chase the first daydreams of our youth, and we cry action, strife. In that cry, unconsciously to ourselves, hope speaks and proffers worlds of emotion, not yet exhausted. Disperse the last golden illusion in which the image of happiness cheats our experienced manhood, and hope is silent. She has no more worlds to offer, unless indeed she drop her earthly attributes, change her less solemn name, and float far out of sight as faith. Alban made no immediate reply to Lionel, but seating himself more comfortably in his chair, planting his feet, still more at ease upon his fender, kindly man of the world, silently revolved all the possible means by which Darrell might yet be softened, and Lionel rendered happy. His reflections dismayed him. Was there ever such untoward luck, he said at last, and peevishly, that out of the whole world you should fall in love with the very girl against whom Darrell's feelings, prejudices, if you please, must be mailed in adamant, convinced, and apparently with every reason, that she is not his daughter's child, but however innocently an impostor, how can he receive her as his young kinsman's bride? How can we expect it? But, said Lionel, if on farther investigation she proved to be his daughter's child, the sole surviving representative of his line and name, his name, no, of the name of Lusalith, name of that turbulent sharper, who may yet die on the gibbetoph, that poor dear lovable rascal Willie, who was goose enough to get himself transported for robbery of felons, grandchild, the representative of Darrell's line. But how on earth came Lady Montfort to favour so wild a project, and encourage you to share in it, who ought to have known Darrell better? Alas, she saw but Sophie's exquisite simple virtues and inborn grace, and believing her claim to Darrell's lineage, Lady Montfort thought but of the joy and blessing one so good and so loving might bring to his joyless hearth. She was not thinking of morbid pride and mouldering ancestors, but of soothing charities and loving ties. And Lady Montfort, I now suspect, in her scheme for our happiness for Darrell, shared an interest which involved her own. Her own? Yes, I see it all now. See what you puzzle me. I told you that Darrell in his letter to me wrote, with great bitterness, of Lady Montfort. Very natural that he should, who would not resent such interference. Listen, I told you that at his own command, I sent to her that letter, that she on receiving it went herself to Forley to plead our cause. I was sanguine of the result. Why? Because he who is in love has a wondrous intuition into all the mysteries of love in others, and when I read Darrell's letter, I felt sure that he had once loved still perhaps, woman, he so vehemently reproached. Ha, said the man of the world, intimate with Guy Darrell from his schooldays, ha, is it possible? And they say that I know everything. You were sanguine, I understand. Yes, if your belief were true, if there were some old attachment that could be revived, some old misunderstanding explained away. Stop. Let me think. True, it was just after her marriage that he fled from the world. Ah, my dear Lionel, light dawns on me, not without reason. Were you sanguine, your hand? My dear boy, I see hope for you at last, for if the sole reason that prevented Darrell contracting a second marriage was the unconquered memory of a woman like Lady Montfort, or indeed her equal in beauty and disposition, so akin to his own ideal of womanly excellency, and if she too has some correspondent sentiment for him, why then indeed you might lose all chance of being Darrell's soul, ere your Sophie might forfeit the hateful claim to be the sole scion on his ancient tree. But it is precisely by those losses that Lionel Houghton might gain the bride he covets, and if this girl prove to be what these Lusleys affirm, that very marriage which is now so repugnant to Darrell ought to ensure his blessing, were he himself to marry again, had he rightful representatives and heirs in his own sanche, should rejoice in the nuptials that secured to his daughter's child so honourable a name, and so tender a protector. And as for inheritance, you have not been reared to expect it, you have never counted on it. You would receive a fortune sufficiently ample to restore your ancestral station, your career. Will add honours to fortune, yes, that is the sole way out of all these difficulties. Darrell must marry again Lady Montfort, must be his wife. Lionel shall be free to choose her, whom Lady Montfort approves. Friends, no matter what her birth, and I Alban Morlishall have an armchair by two smiling hearths. At this moment there was heard a violent ring at the bell, a loud knock at the street door, and presently following close on the servant, and pushing him aside as he asked what name, to announce a woman severely dressed in irongrey, with a strongly marked and haggard countenance, hurried into the room, and striding right up to Alban Morley, as he rose from his seat, grasped his arm, and whispered into his ear, "Lose not a minute, come with me instantly, as you value the safety, perhaps the life, of Guy Darrell." Guy Darrell, exclaimed Lionel, overhearing her despite the undertones of her voice. Who are you? She said, turning fiercely. Are you one of his family? His kinsman, almost his adopted son, Mr. Lionel Houghton, said the colonel. But pardon me, madam, who are you? Do you not remember me? Yet you were so often in Darrell's house that you must have seen my face, as you have learned from your friend. How little cause I have to care for him or his look again. I am that Arabella Fawcett who... Ah, I remember now, but I tell you that Darrell is in danger. And this night take money to be in time. You must hire a special train, take arms, though to be used only in self-defence. Take your servant. If he is brave, this young kinsman, let him come too. There is only one man to resist, but that man, she said with a wild kind of pride, would have the strength and courage of 10 were his cause not that which may make the strong man weak, and the bold man craven. It is not a matter for the officers of justice, for law, for scandal. The service is to be done in secret by friends, by kinsmen, for the danger that threatens Darrell. Stoop, Colonel Morley, close in your ear, and into his ear. She hissed, for the danger that threatens Darrell in his house this night is from the man whose name his daughter bore. That is why I come to you. I need not say spare his life, Jasper Loosely's life, Jasper Loosely's death, as a midnight robber, would be Darrell's intolerable shame. Quick, come. Book Roman chapter Roman 1 Brutiforce. We left Jasper Loosely resting for the night at the small town near Fawley. The next morning, he walked on to the old manor house. It was the same morning in which Lady Montfort had held her painful interview with Darrell. And just when Loosely neared the gate that led into the small park, he saw her re-enter the hired vehicle in waiting for her. As the carriage rapidly drove past, the miscreant Lady Montfort looked forth from the window to snatch a last look at the scenes, still so clear to her through eyes blinded by despairing tears. Jasper thus caught sight of her countenance and recognized her, though she did not even notice him. Surprised at the sight, he halted by the palings. What could have brought Lady Montfort there? Could the intimacy his fraud had broken off so many years ago be renewed? If so, why the extreme sadness on the face of which he had caught but a hurried, rapid glance be, that as it might, it was no longer of the interest to him it had once been, and after pondering on the circumstance a minute or two, he advanced to the gate. But while his hand was on the latch, he again paused. How should he obtain admission to Darrell? How announce himself if in his own name? Would not exclusion be certain if, as a stranger on business, would Darrell be sure to receive him? As he was thus cogitating, his ear, which with all his other organs of sense was constitutionally fine, as a savage's caught sound of a faint rustle among the boughs of a thick copse which covered a part of the little park, terminating at its pales. The rustle came nearer and nearer. The branches were rudely displaced, and in a few moments more Darrell himself came out from the copse close by the gate, and opening it quickly stood face to face with his abhorrent son-in-law. Jasper was startled, but the opportunity was not to be lost. Mr. Darrell, he said, I come here again to see you vouchsafe me this time a calmer hearing. So changed was Loosely, so absorbed in his own emotions, Darrell, that the words did not at once waken up. Remembrance another time, said Darrell, hastily moving on into the road. I am not at leisure now. Pardon me now, said Loosely, unconsciously bringing himself back to the tones and bearing of his earlier and more civilized years. You do not remember me, sir, no wonder, but my name is Jasper Loosely. Darrell halted then, as if spellbound, looked fixedly at the broad-shouldered, burly frame before him, cased in its coarse pea-jacket, and in that rude form, and that defeatured, bloated face, detected though with strong effort the wrecks of the masculine beauty which had ensnared his deceitful daughter. Jasper could not have selected a more unpropitious moment for his cause. Darrell was still too much under the influence of recent excitement and immense sorrow for that supremacy of prudence over passion which could alone have made him a willing listener to overtures from Jasper Loosely. And about the man whose connection with himself was a thought of such bitter shame, there was now so unmistakably the air of settled degradation that all Darrell's instincts of gentleman were revolted just at the very time, too, when his pride had been most chafed, and assailed by the obtrusion of all that rendered most galling to him the very name of Jasper Loosely. What was it? That man's asserted child, whom Lionel Houghton desired as a wife. Was the alliance with that man to be thus renewed and strengthened? That man have another claim to him and his in right of parentage to the bride of his nearest kinsman? What was it? That man's child, whom he was asked to recognize as of his own flesh and blood, last representative of his line, that meant that a flash shot from his bright eye, deepening its grey into dark, and turning on his heel, Darrell said through his compressed lips, You have heard, sir, I believe through Colonel Morley, that only on condition of your permanent settlement in one of our distant colonies or America, if you prefer it, would I consent to assist you. I am of the same mind still. I cannot parley with you myself. Colonel Morley is abroad. I believe I refer you to my solicitor. You have seen him years ago. You know his address. No more, sir. This will not do, Mr. Darrell, said Loosely doggedly, and planting himself right before Darrell's way. I have come here on purpose to have all differences out with you face to face, and I will. You will, said Darrell, pale with haughty anger, and with the impulse of his passion, his hand clenched in the bravery of his nature and the warmth of a temper constitutionally quick. He thought nothing of the strength and bulk of the insolent obtruder, nothing of the peril of odds so unequal in a personal encounter, but the dignity which pervaded all his habits and often supplied to him the place of discretion came happily for himself to his aid now. He strike a man whom he so despised, raise that man to his own level, by the honour of a blow from his hand impossible. You will, he said, well be it, so are you come again, to tell me that a child of my daughter lives, and that you won my daughter's fortune by a deliberate lie. I am not come to speak of that girl, but of myself. I say that I have a claim on you, Mr. Darrell. I say that, turn and twist the truth as you will, you are still my father-in-law, and that it is intolerable that I should be wanting bread or driven into actual robbery, while my wife's father is a man of countless wealth, and has no heir except but, I will not now urge that child's cause. I am content to abandon it, if so obnoxious to you. Do you wish me to cut a throat, and to be hanged, and all the world to hear the last dying speech and confession of Guy Darrell's son-in-law? Answer me, sir. I answer you briefly and plainly. It is simply because I would not have that last disgrace on Guy Darrell's name, that I offer you a subsistence in lands, where you will be less exposed to those temptations, which induced you to invest the sums that by your own tale had been obtained from me on false pretences, in the sink of a Paris gambling house, a subsistence that, if it does not pamper vice, at least places you beyond the necessity of crime, is at your option. Choose it, or reject it as you will. Look you, Mr. Darrell, said Jasper, whose temper was fast giving way beneath the cold and galling scorn with which he was thus cast aside, I am in a state so desperate, that rather than starve I may take what you so contemptuously fling to your daughter's husband. But, knave, cried Darrell, interrupting him, do you again and again urge it as a claim upon me that you decoyed from her home under a false name my only child, that she died in a foreign land broken-hearted? If I have rightly heard, is that a claim upon your duped victim's father? It seems so, since your pride is compelled to own that the world would deem it won if the jail chaplain took down the last words of your son-in-law. But basta, hear me out, and spare hard names, for the blood is mounting into my brain, and I may become dangerous. Had any other man eyed and scoffed and railed at me, as you have done, he would be lying dead and dumb as this stone at my foot. But you are my father-in-law now. I care not to bargain with you what be the precise amount of my stipend, if I obey your wish, and settle miserably in one of those raw, comfortless corners into which they who burthen this old world are thrust out of sight. I would rather live my time out in this country, live it out in peace, and for half what you may agree to give in transporting me, if you are to do anything for me, you had better do it, so as to make me contented on easy terms to your own pockets, rather than to leave me dissatisfied, and willing to annoy you, which I could do somehow or other, even on the far side of the herring pond, might keep to the letter of a bargain, live in Melbourne or Sydney, and take your money, and yet molest and trouble you by deputy. That girl, for instance, sire, grandchild, well, disown her if you please. But if I find out where she is, which I own I have not done, yet I might contrive to render her the plague of your life, even though I were in Australia. I, said Darrell, murmuring, but suddenly gathering himself up, no man, if she were my grandchild, your own child, could you talk of her thus, make her the object of so base a traffic, and such miserable threats, wicked though you be. This were against nature, even in nature's wickedness, even in the son of a felon, and in the sharper of a hell poo. I despise your malice. I will listen to you no longer out of my path. No, Guy Darrell, I have not yet done. You shall hear my terms, and accept them a moderate sum down, say a few hundreds and 200 a year, to spend in London, as I will, but out of your beat, out of your sight and hearing. Grant this, and I will never cross you, never attempt to find, and if I find by chance, never claim as my child by your daughter that wandering girl. I will never shame you by naming our connection. I will not offend the law nor die by the hangman, yet I shall not live long, for I suffer much, and I drink hard. The last words were spoken gloomily, not altogether without a strange dreary pathos, and amidst all his just scorn and anger the large human heart of Guy Darrell was for the moment touched. He was silent, his mind hesitated. Would it not be well, would it not be just as safe to his own peace, and to that of the poor child, whom, no matter what her parentage, Darrell could not but desire to free from the claims set up by so bold a ruffian to gratify Loseley's wish, and let him remain in England upon an allowance that would suffice for his subsistence? Unluckily for Jasper, it was while this doubt passed through Darrell's relenting mind that the miscreant, who was shrewd enough to see that he had gained ground, but too coarse of apprehension to ascribe his advantage to its right cause, thought to strengthen his case by additional arguments. You see, sir, resumed Jasper in almost familiar accents, that there is no dog so toothless but what he can bite, and no dog so savage but what if you give him plenty to eat he will serve you. Darrell looked up and his brow darkened. Jasper continued, I have hinted how I might plague you. Perhaps, on the other hand, I might do you a good turn with that handsome lady, who drove from your park gate. As I came up, you were once to have been married to her. I read in the newspapers that she has become a widow. You may marry her. Yet there was a story against you once. Her mother made use of it, and broke off an old engagement. I can set that story right. You can, said Darrell with that exceeding calmness, which comes from exceeding wrath, and perhaps, sir, that story, whatever it might be, you invented no dog so toothless as not to bite, sir. Well, returned Jasper, mistaking Darrell's composure at that time. Certainly, it seemed my interest that you should not marry again, but basta, enough of bygones. If I bit once I will serve. Now come, sir, you are a man of the world, let us close the bargain.